Greetings, esports fans. We're in Radiant Romania in the beautiful city of Bucharest for day 2 of the second season of PGL Wallachia.
And Smiling Knight is ready to go for further targets. They get the Viper strike down on towards the Dark Seer. Smiling Knight takes out Nam, and Seneko finishes off Force.
Oh, way too aggressive.
And now with drag back onto the 4 of them. AVULUS, they can chase down more. They're in onto Bengen.
Oh, devastation.
Now the Chaos Meter to jump in, but Fly pops the BKB. Bignum is down. Sammy is low.
Sammy?
Emo is chasing. Sammy, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Sammy is...
Sammy.
Emo getting shredded. He'll get the cheese off in time though. Sammy gets blown up by Fly. Skill back play from Fade. Gonna allow them to take down Zill first, but now Emo jumping in with a big Sonic Wave, taking down Fade on the Magnus. Problem is Emo, he might die to boot. He'll get a Yule Sip off just in the nick of time, but the 8th Remnant is gonna lock him down, and Emo will go down. Sammy picks up a triple kill, but he is down.
The mana burn.
Be up and down. Yeah, he's out of mana. He's going to go down. They catch him by the creeps, and now the backup comes in, though. They're ready to turn.
Huge arena.
Down onto the 3 of them. Analog in with that newly picked up BKB, tearing them apart. Now Heroic can continue to collapse in on the rest of them. Parker jumps up.
This game's done.
I think so.
This game is so painful to watch, actually.
It's been a painful day so far for Azure Ray. If somebody steals this kill, they're out the squad. There it is. Rampage for Parker.
This Medusa costs the BLA, runs out of mana for his first life, looking like he's in pretty big trouble, and he's gone. Illich also in huge trouble. Going down surely with his Medusa illusions and does drop. It's Pippi still trying to fight. He's out of BKB though. Pippi's going to jump in for the Vortex. Disruption will save Yuma. Meanwhile, Costa BLA, he's gone.
The jump forward Nande, that's the refresher, but it's broken immediately, and now he turns to hit way too much. But now Reen, jump forward, everybody shows up dead. Stampede, run forward, and they get demolished. That is a dead CM triple kill, looking for an ultra. They move on in, buybacks on everybody, Golem down. How much do they have in the take? Nande out, trying to get it in with the Wukong's command, but it's not going to be enough.
Icarus dive. Everybody, man, GH. Scouting Mount, BKB, Pierce the Veil, Time Zone used. They're going to go for the Muerta. Gets the egg. The Primal Roar is going to be onto the Primal Beast. They go for the Assassinate. The BKB is going to run out on this Muerta in just a second, but they already get the kill and a miracle. All right, they get the Pulverize off this time. Do they have the damage? The Snowball, and it's going to be through onto the Primal Beast.
Oh, the damage!
RC's just dead so quickly.
The damage is out though, and Dark Willow is dead. That's the buyback, but they're in really far. 33, he's down low. The jump forward shot is gone! Just like that, he's out of there. They jump in with 33. That's the BKB. They want to try and control him, but the Doom turnaround just right on top of Ursa. Oh, they're just getting picked apart here. One by one, they're all falling apart.
The Lucent Beam on a BZM. He's down to about half health. Throws the Gleipnir out while they're in the Wukongs. They get the kill on a Dark Mago. The right click's coming in from BZM. Now they'll drop the Eclipse, but Kataro's dead. GG is called, and Na'Vi take game number 1. Kataro's gonna die. There's the black hole. Oh, there's a nice BZM anyway. There's no point in even getting a little bit stressed out about this BZM storm. It's a full team wipe. GG is called.
Yes, greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to Radiant Romania, the beautiful city of Bucharest. We are here for day 3 of the second season of PGL Wallachia, and I am your host, Richard Lewis, aka that Reddit guy. But don't worry, because joining me is someone to balance it out. 2 people, the TI guys. We've got Fear, we've got Lacoste. They've been keeping me company here in the Swiss group stage. How are you doing today?
Wonderful. Another day of Dota is always a great day to have. The Swiss stage specifically. I like the fact that like every team that's playing against each other is in the same momentum bracket, right? Like they either lost or they won. You have the same group, so I really love that.
Ever since we introduced the Swiss system, I'm like, yeah, this is it. This is the. I'm really surprised that we don't have Swiss system in pretty much every tournament. But yeah, I'm also doing great. We had some great Dota yesterday, some upsets as well. But it is just how I expected this tournament to be. It's very chaotic. It's
gloriously
very
chaotic.
Yes.
A welcome change. Also joining us, we've got Nomad. He's backstage at the moment with some of the unsung heroes from the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the legends behind the scene who we don't really see that much of and definitely don't hear that much of. But I'm going to change that. I mean, each one of these guys could sit down and give us countless stories, but we don't have time for that. So we're going to do you all together and hope that you're all on the same page. So we've got Scriff, we've got PTP, we got Webpass, and we got Eosin with us here. And the first question is going to be, what is the secret to great observing?
Interesting.
Awards
Are very important.
Okay. Awards to great observing. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you guys. Next up, what do you do? How do you react if you miss a first blood?
We blame
Patrick.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. We blame Patrick. Sorry. You kind of set yourself up for failure there somehow. I don't know how that happened. Why do you guys work in pairs?
I don't. No.
Okay.
Why? I
Said.
what?
You guys might not be on the same page as much as I thought, but let's try one more. You get home after a long day of observing. Okay, it's been a long, hard work. What do you do to unwind?
I play
Dota.
no.
Okay, and how do you play Dota? You know, what kind of Dota do you play?
Very turbo.
Overthrow.
Terribly.
Okay, thank you very much, observers. They're going to get set up for the game, and we're going to throw it back to a wonderful panel.
Appreciate that. We'll workshop that one, yeah? We'll workshop that. No, listen, they are the unsung heroes. You have to be crazy to be a Dota observer, I think. So, you know, in the same way to work a Dota event in general, really.
I'm just wondering, they look like a boy band. A little bit nervous on camera. Usually we don't see them, but I'm wondering when their next T-Tours is.
Yeah, I was trying to think. The Backdoor Boys, maybe, for the, you know, like, never mind. Okay, we'll workshop that as well. Right, let's take a look at yesterday's results. Right, this is from the mainstream, as you can see. We started the day out... No, I'll go backwards. I'll keep it consistent. Yeah. We ended with Tundra versus League Team, one of the surprises. More on that a little bit later. A 2-1. Team Falcons, the favourites, well, they had a 2-1. An epic game we're going to highlight in a moment against Alliance. Alliance are so back, guys. It's true. Heroic 2-0 versus Azure Ray and AVULUS. 2-0 over MOUZ. Don't worry, we'll also be talking about that one. And then we had these results as well. Team Waska took a map off Na'Vi. That was 2-1 to them. Team NGX were 2-1 against beastcoast. Nouns able to restore some pride with a 2-0 over Infinity. And Invictus were 2-0 over Apex Genesis. Okay, guys. So, first of all, just some general talks about the results. Any that, like, stood out for you?
Well, definitely the Alliance one for sure. They took a game off Falcons. A lot of people didn't really expect that one. And Waska, I knew they were a good team, but they're going against Na'Vi, who also I thought may be slightly better than them. They ended up taking that match as well. So those two in particular for me really stood out.
Yeah, the ones we've seen on B-Stream were kind of expected results. AVULUS against MOUZ, I thought MOUZ might punch back slightly more, but they got ran over completely. It's just this team with Sonoiko always doing good. First couple of days, first couple of weeks. Heroic also dismantled AR. So we had a lot of one-sided games yesterday.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit more of an antidote to what we saw on day one, where everything felt super competitive and drawn out. But what I loved yesterday was the drafting, the fact we're starting to see new heroes come through, new patch, new ideas. But not all the drafting was good. There was some very dodgy drafting yesterday as well, which we're going to highlight. I'll start with you, Clinton. I mean, MOUZ were absolutely criminal in their drafts.
Yeah, I mean, they really wanted this bristle back to work, and they first picked it both games, tried to run the Caudal Storm with it, some old classics, and the next game they're like, okay, let's double down on the aggression and no stuns in particular. They end up picking the Bounty Hunter, last pick Storm, a 0 stun lineup. They're all in on those ones, and it's absolutely a lineup in which if you're not dominating from beginning to finish, it's completely over.
Their stun in both of the games was Bounty Hunter.
Shadow Walk. I mean, I also want to talk a little about Azure Ray's draft because it wasn't that much better.
Yeah.
Their first 3 picks, I don't think this is in order, it was literally Medusa, Sniper, Wraith King.
Yeah.
Those are your first 3
that was
picks.
insane.
Like, how do you salvage that? And it's like, it got to the point where you just pick an anti-mage, which isn't a really great hero right now, and you know, what can you do at that point? At least their game 1 draft it looked decent. It's like, I can't flame it too hard. It wasn't the greatest draft. Sure, they got drafted, but at least it didn't have like so many holes in it that it looked like Swiss cheese.
Yeah, the Swiss draft, you know, Swiss format, some Swiss cheese drafts as well. I do like their drafts overall when they play the qualifiers for Dream League as well. They had pretty stable drafts. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, people seem to be experimenting slightly more than I expected because some of these heroes are still very strong, like these Lunas from the carry position, NP. These heroes got slightly nerfed. It doesn't really matter, but I'm seeing a lot of these different heroes from different positions. Sometimes it's okay to swap, you know, a hero or 2, but still kind of the whole concept of drafting is going to stay the same because we didn't have that big patch.
Yeah, well, look, we talked about MOUZ. It's now time to talk about rats because we had some incredible Rat Dota brought back for us against the original OGs of Rat Dota. Alliance had a really competitive game against Falcons. They were able to take a map, but not just that. In the end, the game kind of the final map ended with this bizarre Treant, the giant boy coming into the base, smashing buildings, and them having to buy Dagons to kind of like nuke it. And it was just fantastic to see the original progenitors of Rat Dota getting a taste of their own medicine right at the end. But this game was actually, I think it might be the series of the tournament so far for me, certainly out of the ones I watched. What did you guys think?
Yeah, I think this game number 2 here is the one I will highlight because that is the one in which Alliance did win, right? Like, game number 3, didn't look very close at all. Game number 2, like, they finally found a position and aggression. I think it was at 16 minutes into the game. They had a Centaur Morphling lineup. They ended up aggressively going to the Luna's jungle, getting a kill. That turns into a team wipe. And at that point in the game, Skeeter had nowhere to farm on Luna, and Luna is not a hero that you can come back from a really bad game like that where you can just like get into their jungle and give her no space to farm, especially when you're in a bad matchup against the Morphling. So Alliance made quick work with that. I was hoping they could use that momentum to game number 3 to make it look a little bit better, but unfortunately that mid lane didn't go the way it should have. Storm ended up solo killing the Timber in the mid lane, and Falcons looked like they were back to business.
I gotta give respect to Alliance as a squad, especially Kidaro as well. This kid is really good at what he does playing position 5. Really cocky player in pubs when you watch him. I like to watch these type of players, and he's playing different heroes. He's playing Warlock 2 times. They did win one of those games. This guy is really good, and I like the idea of them drafting like these very niche heroes for certain players. Sometimes it works. I mean, they did beat the best team pretty much of this year that dominated the whole year. They didn't win a TI after everything, but it tells a story. They also did take a game off Alliance, so Alliance squad is looking good, but still not there. It feels like they need a little bit of extra oomph to be able to compete against some of the better teams.
Yeah, well, here's hoping, though. As I said, we always want Alliance to be back. The other big game that was worth talking about, a lot of eyes on Tundra. We've talked about that. Obviously, they've had roster changes in that crazy post-TI shuffle that we've just gone through. They went up against one of the surprises, I would say, Liga team. Obviously, a team that's put together of stand-ins themselves. Everyone playing for the contract over there. But Liga have looked pretty competitive in the games that we've seen them as well.
Yeah, I think that team in particular, if you look at the stats board, most of their players are like #1 and a lot of the metrics as well. I think I have that available as well, potentially. But it was like the most GPM actually goes to Crystallis right now. He is a player that is farming really fast, and you look at best KDA, it's from Alliance Mobe, but L1 Crystallis is there too. Toby's there. At Xantic, most kills as well. Least deaths as well. We have Crystallis in there as well. Like, they're like dominating the stats right now from a team right now. And it's really surprising to me going to this one because they have 3 stand-ins, right? So I didn't expect a whole lot from them, but they brought some powerhouses and they're still looking incredibly good.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised considering what Xantic is playing. He brought out this Earth Spirit multiple times. He's super active. This guy, I think we've been sleeping on him because when he was playing on DPC, he looked like okay, you know, nothing special. But this, yeah,
okay.
this tournament, he's completely owning, definitely improved a lot, and it's also about the environment. We had an interview with Crystallis where he was talking about the vibes of the team, some beef, you know, with some players, but they still picked them up, and it's just good vibes overall. They're having some language barriers as well, but the gameplay is all that matters. You know, sometimes you don't need to communicate as much in
Dota.
Dota.
They say Dota is a universal language.
Yeah, that is correct.
Indeed, a terrible one, a rude one. Let's talk about Tundra a little bit. Obviously, I think the big story there, the big surprise, maybe the biggest surprise of the shuffle, I don't know, you guys can tell me what you think, was 33 choosing to leave. And, you know, 33 is a player I've watched for a long time and admired his ability. Just how big of a blow is that for Tundra? And I mean, what's up with that? Like, I want the kind of inside track on it.
You mean 33 leaving Alliance for Tundra?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. Yeah.
But I think in general, Alliance is a team that is kind of used to having their offlaner like leave. They had Zai leave, then 33 came in. They did bring in Saberlight now, so I think they'll still be okay. But it's kind of hard to fill the void for what 33 does for a team. When he does well, he is playing heroes that are incredibly hard to play against. His communication, he's like one of those players that wants to just get across the map and play objective-based Dota. And this kind of goes to show it as well through his hero pool. These Visage, you want to group up against it and take towers. Same with Beastmaster. He's known for his Zoo heroes. He's added extra heroes like the Sand King out of necessity. And I think that's the big thing about 33 that surprised me. He's not just stuck on his own hero pool. If there's a hero that's just so OP in the patch, he will take the time to learn it. And Sand King is an example.
Yeah. So as I was asking, what do we know what caused him to leave Alliance and get that change? Because
he wanted to make his own team.
Right.
So he didn't feel like he did great in Team Liquid, but it doesn't happen. Like I don't remember a single time. I remember a kick for AUI after winning TI, but he left on his own, which is a bit of a weird move.
Yeah,
because the squad looked like they were undefeated. They didn't drop a single game in the playoffs, and it doesn't get better than that. You know, you beat Gaming Gladiators, they beat you bazillion times, but I think he wants to be like the GOAT of Dota, because he won it with Tundra, he won with Liquid, and now he's going to make his own squad and try to go from there, like make it from scratch.
So, I mean, what do you think the future kind of holds for him, maybe? And how important is his performance?
Here they're playing with stand-ins. These are not, because they have Nightfall instead of Shad, and for the mid lane, Lorinov. So they have a pretty good squad. They also wanted to build it from scratch, and I also think it comes down to him wanting to play with Saksa. Of course as Team Liquid, you're not going to be getting rid of Boxy. He was the standout player, probably the MVP of the tournament. But yeah, Saksa also definitely up there. When they were playing back in Tundra, when they won TI, you could really feel the chemistry between these two players.
Awesome. Right, so these are going to be the games that we've got coming for you today. Lots of intriguing storylines. First, let's take a look at the standings. You can see, obviously, Falcons the favorites. That's not the full story about them being up there at 2-0. Obviously, they had that forfeit win against Team NGX, and then that kind of weird game against Alliance where they did drop a map, but they're up there. Or down at the bottom, you can see it hasn't been particularly great for Infinity, Apex Genesis, Beast Coast.
Region.
The whole region. And then obviously, of course, another team that people have been paying a lot of attention to. We've got Na'Vi on 1-1. We've got Team NGX in there on 1-1. Alliance on 1-1, despite everything. Liga team. I think Liga team have probably been the surprise of the tournament for me.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, and so anyway, these are going to be the games we've got. First of all, we are doing 2 streams. The secondary stream will have Beast Coast Apex Genesis as the last game of the day. Team Waska versus Infinity, MOUZ versus Na'Vi, but starting them out, I mean, that's a spicy game right there. Alliance versus Nouns. Definitely going to be paying attention to that one. Here on the main stream, which will be the games that we're going to be focused on and analyzing on the desk. We've got Heroic taking on Tundra. I mean, that's another one. Great one to close out the day. Team Falcons versus AVULUS. Liga team versus Invictus, but starting us out, Azure Ray, who've been right up against it, the beleaguered Azure Ray, you might say, taking on Team NGX. So let's start there. I mean, first of all, I'm talking about Azure Ray, talking about how difficult they found it. We've obviously highlighted their new younger player in the form of Han. I think some people thought we were maybe a bit too harsh, but, you know, harsh but fair, I believe. You know, this is a team that is kind of really fighting to find its identity and get back to where it used to be.
Yeah, I definitely think Azure Ray as a team right now is struggling in so many metrics. They're struggling in drafting. They're struggling in individual gameplay. Han, as we've mentioned, he's losing matchups in which he should not be losing. And that is something that he's going to have to get more comfortable with. Maybe it's nerves because he's not a LAN player, first LAN for him. So if he can figure that out, and they can figure their drafting out, we might see a different Azure Ray here. And I think going into this matchup, it's like hard to like know because Nigma is a team that they got a def loss, right? They're only in this position. We don't really know how strong they are.
Yeah.
So even harder matchup for Azure Ray going into this one today.
Yeah, the mid matchup is what I'm going to be looking into. You did mention Han, but you have Samael from the mid lane. They will need some extra rotations coming out from Planet, coming out from Pichu to be able to secure his lane. They need to be quick. They need to be super aggressive. Try to make something happen because yesterday they did not look like a team. They looked all over the place when they played against Heroic. In both of these games, it was quite difficult. I also want to go back to like some of the itemization you said, like the way they open up their draft with the Sniper, Medusa, Wraith King. These are not like strong heroes. Sure, Sniper is, but this is the second time that they ran this Medusa. Medusa ends up with Mana Boots and Ghost Scepter. This is one of the most atrocious build that I've ever seen in professional Dota. I'm not even kidding.
No, it was pretty bad. Team NGX, it is a tall order for Azure Ray. Obviously, a lot of names that people are going to recognize and be familiar with. But, you know, as Clinton rightly identifies, you know, we haven't seen them yet. And, you know, it's sometimes when you start in the tournament late, starting on a default loss, people haven't been here as long, haven't had as much time to get settled. That could be a factor.
Yeah, I think this squad, everyone is very hyped for right now because I think for a long time, I'm just going to say it, a lot of people have wanted Croaky to move to that coach position, right? And they brought in 2 players from PSG Quest to fill out their off lane. Sure, Noob is going from the mid lane into the off lane, so that is a transitional period that he has to deal with himself. But the names on the team are good. You got Miracle and Samel back together, GH going from POS 4 to 5, filling the shoes of Croaky there. Everything about this team might take a little bit of time to mesh because they are changing some roles, but it looks good on paper.
Yeah, I was definitely surprised when I saw Noob being moved to the off lane because that's not his role. He was very dominant. If we go back to Riyadh Masters, this guy was one of the best mid laners and they had a pretty good result. I think he's going to be playing, like, so far from the heroes that he has played, something that does happen when you switch from the like mid lane or when you switch from like off lane to the position 4. You're playing the heroes that can be played at multiple roles. So for him, he's playing Sanking, which is his mid hero. He's playing Primal Beast as well. So he's just playing mid heroes from the offlane for now until he feels more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, also as well, I mean, I want to kind of just get a temperature check on Samael. You know, he's a player. Everyone loves him, fan favorite. I've worked with him. He's a great kid. You know, whereabouts is he at kind of right now in terms of, you know, match fitness, sharpness?
I definitely think he's really motivated. Last time I talked to him, I was like, you know, Dota can burn you out after some time, especially when you do have a lot of success in the past. You can be kind of cruise control, but he has been on the grind. He wants to win again. He wants to be in a position. He's tired of losing with Nigma, right? He wants to get back on that podium and win a championship.
Well, holding that thought, talking about grinding, Miracle.
Yeah.
Apparently, he has been hitting it pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle, some of his best heroes of all time, you have to mention the Invoker, right? So in his pubs, his top 2 heroes are Invoker and Shadow Fiend. So we may not see a lot of this Invoker in this tournament just because he is a carry player now, but this Shadow Fiend is what he busted out twice in a row against Beast Coast, taking home the victory, and he looked crisp in this particular game. And we'll see in one of the clips of where he just looks really well. You'll see him TP into the mid lane. He's level 5 on the Shadow Fiend, ends up killing the Snapfire right away, TP's in as well, gets a return kill on the enemy mid laner. This is a level 5 rotation, and it kind of just shows you how comfortable he is on this hero, and that also translates to what he has played in competitive. He is very true to what he likes to practice. I play this in pubs, I'll play this in competitive. So Shadow Fiend's a hero for Miracle that I'm really looking out for because he busted out yesterday and it looked damn good.
Yeah, there's always going to be hype around these players, and I think this squad, because there's always talk about Nigma Galaxy, always falling short for years now, pretty much, but I think with this squad, they will find success.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think this is an eminently beatable opponent. I'm definitely feeling a little bit apprehensive about Azure Ray's chances. Can we talk about that mid matchup a little bit? Because, you know, I'm obviously... For Han, is it as tall an order as it might be, or is this a chance to get, you know, a confidence-winning performance against someone that might not be the same level of player they used to be?
There's always a chance, right? Like, this isn't the same.
So
like,
you're telling me 1 in a million, there is a chance.
I mean, this isn't like Dota's changed so much in the mid lane where you used to see Sumail go mid every game and just dominate his opponent. It really hasn't been that way for a while now. Like, he's not like going to just crush you every single game because there's water runes, etc., etc. But if you do get a bad matchup, things can get really bad. We saw Analog bring out the Brood and really expose him. Yeah, Sumail isn't that cheesy type of player. He doesn't play a lot of the Huskars. He doesn't really play the Brood Mothers, these type of heroes. Sure, he might indulge in a sniper or something, but overall, like, he wants to mechanically outskill you. But you have to be on your A game if you are Han. This is definitely a very tough opponent in the mid lane, and everyone you go against at this tournament is going to be tough. And Han, he just needs to step it up straight up.
He's also not getting any priority in terms of his heroes because they played only 5 games so far, and in 3 out of 5 games, his hero was first pick. So you have all the picks in the world to counter whatever Han has been playing. We did talk about, and we did say that mid lane right now doesn't have many heroes that can be played. Yeah. But I also think that they should be maybe giving him a better matchup. You did also mention that he lost some of the good matchup that he did have. So it is.
What's worse, like losing a matchup you should be winning, or losing a matchup you shouldn't be winning at that point?
Yeah, just win, just get good, kid.
Yeah, it's tough as well. I mean, this is interesting as well with the bans.
They're banning out his heroes.
Yeah,
this is what
Miracle Invoker. You're scared of it, you know. I mean, Sumail does play it, but Sumail Invoker is not one of his Siggies. Like, he definitely can play it, but maybe there's some tech where they have been scrimming it and playing it. These teams do scrim. Perhaps we did see Watson play the carry Invoker. I would love to see Miracle get his hands on Invoker, even as a carry. Like, he's one of the GOATs on Invoker of all time for sure. Also, so, like, maybe that is something that they potentially have seen and are also afraid of.
So 3 out of 4 heroes for Han. We're going to be talking a lot about Han. Have been banned already. The only hero that he has played is Tiny, which they didn't find much success with. He did lose that matchup against the Puck. So we'll probably need to bring in a new hero.
Yeah, you know, you gotta feel for the kids. This is such a tough one, especially now you're not getting some of your comfort picks.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll have to see what their overall first pick will be. He's just gonna have to reach into his hero pool. I think the best thing you can do is just eliminate the best heroes for the mid lane and just play the like B tier heroes. I would say, right? Like the Puck is already out, the Invoker's out. Queen of Pain later on.
Dom keeps saying pick Void. So
it's a good matchup against Puck. I think people have been theory crafting how to deal with this Puck as a menace. We saw Tiny not successful. We saw Dragonite also not doing too well. We saw a couple of Night Stalker picks coming out. Night Stalker right now is the 3rd hero on Dota Pro Tracker that has the highest win rate. So they're definitely up to something. You need to be able, because meta for the offlaners also has not been set yet. People are still trying to theory craft what's good, what's bad. Night Stalker sitting at a 0% win rate, but this also could be the answer to some of these maneuverable heroes from the mid lane.
There you go. We talked about it. The Shadow Fiend. This is a hero that Sumail also is very notorious for playing. I don't know how much I like it on the mid lane. It used to be a really good mid laner, but then they nerfed his mid capabilities. buff the facet so that you're better carry. So most likely they're just going to play it on Miracle in that safe lane. He likes to play these flashy heroes. He's really good on them. And I think in general, like if you want to pick an early carry, there's a couple of criteria it needs to meet. And one is it has to be a strong laner. And number two is it has to farm quickly in case something does go poorly in the laning stage. And three is it has to scale. And SF has it all. Like we see these Linas, these Wind Rangers, they're always generally ranged carries that you pick early on, and that can work. He tried out the Faceless Void earlier today. Didn't really work out with the Times Square or whatever you want to call it.
If this is going to be Shadow Fiend from the safe lane, there's Primal Beast. That's one of New's better heroes. You need some kind of protection. Like you need a hero who's going to be there protecting this Shadow Fiend. Because Primal Beast runs in, you're going to die straight up from 100 to 0 paired up with any strong position 4 range hero. So they're banning out Naga Siren. So with the net, you can't go in. Clockwork and Dark Willow. So they will need to find a hero who's really good. Is Tusk still available?
No,
Tusk is also gone.
As well, yeah.
So I want to see the combination. Enchantress, I don't think that's the hero that's going to be played as a position 5. I would maybe prefer it more. Like, sure, you can maybe start from the off lane, but I want to see protection for Shadow Fiend.
I mean, basically the way that matchup works is like, yeah, sure, if Primal gets on top of you, you're just dead. However, there is a chance in which you just are double ranged, throwing creeps on him. You keep him low so he can never go on you. That's the other option. But I would like it. I agree with Lacoste here. Like, you should try and exploit this in any way you can. Pick a position like Willow is banned.
Yeah.
We saw Hoodwink getting some more popularity. I want some of those strong heroes. That works. This is something that can allow the Grimstroke and the Primal to just go on the Shadow Fiend, and there is no protection for it now. And I think the bans are really beautiful here for Azure Ray, and their drafting already is 100 times better than yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely did the homework. Primal Beast with Grimstroke, you have a Dispel mechanic, he runs in, that's going to be later on, of course, once he picks up the Shard, which you're going to be looking to buy as soon as possible after the 15-minute mark. I want to see some stuns. We've seen, yesterday, MOUZ not having a good time, so I want to see some kind of a control, because right now you will need to control Primal Beast. Also, he's also a hero that doesn't care too much about you having a BKB, has a BKB piercing ability. There's an overgrowth on top of that. There's leash mechanic from the Grimstroke. So Azure Ray, I really like what they drafted for themselves already.
Yeah. I mean, they have Sand King in the pool still, which could be flexed to either Sumail can play it or Noob can play it. That could be a good stun option for them. They have played the Mars as well. Mars SF, that's a classic. You just fear them into the arena. A little extra damage. That always helps. That Snapfire, whenever you see Snapfire, like, oh, is it going to be Puck or is it going to be Mars? And it's going to be Mars because Puck is banned, or they would have taken that for sure.
A lot of teamfight as well coming out with these two heroes. With the Shadow Fiend, Razor has been super popular. I mean, a lot of the times when Razor was pretty much played exclusively from the safe lane, we also seen... Because the hero pool was pretty small back then, and people didn't know what to pick, because that was the lane where you're like, okay, we got to take an L in that lane. So a lot of times people would pick Mars, so you have something to push him away when he's trying to use the static link, and now you have a cookie as well. So Nigma Galaxy in this lane, I don't think they're going to suffer as much, especially if that's going to be like Treant Protector, where you can kind of run away. So I feel like with this Razor pick, it's not that like, gotcha, we're going to completely own the lane. It could also still be a mid-Razor.
Yeah, and we even see Azure Ray is just banning Faceless Void, thinking the Shadow Fiend could be the mid option, which it could, but I want to say it's like 10% or less chance that this SF will be going into the mid lane. And Razor, as you mentioned, definitely going to be the carry here. Both teams, in my opinion, need a mid. And we'll probably see mids being banned out by Nigma here, because I think the Razor mid is not something that is really good right now in this meta.
Agree. Can be used, but it needs to be like a good matchup for him. Queen of Pain gone, Storm gone, all of these elusive heroes, because they don't have that much control. They don't have like really reliable stun before Mars gets a Blink Dagger, and Chancer Shadow Fiend, they provide you with no control whatsoever.
Yeah, and I like those bans a lot. We talked about the four. There's 4 heroes right now that are like S tier for the mid lane. It's like Puck, it's Invoker, it's Quap, and Storm. So the other team has first pick, right? So you ban all of them, then you put them in a situation where they can't just get a hero that'll be good in a blind matchup no matter what. So he's going to have to pull something out here. And now it's Han. what do you want to play? Most of the heroes from the mid lane that are meta right now, and most of the heroes that he enjoys playing, are now banned. And he also has to pick blindly into Summel, so he's going to be in a position again.
Yeah, at Nigma Galaxy, they have the last pick. So this Shadowfin still is a flex. If it's going to be some like melee hero from the mid lane, they might put Shadowfin mid, dominate that matchup, and then still pick a different carry.
Yeah, I mean, Summel also plays Snapfire mid as well, if they want to go that route. So they have flex potential if they want to do something else here. Because I'm not entirely sure, outside of the 4 heroes I mentioned for mid lane, what is good. And it looks like Azure Ray doesn't know either. They're just sitting like, let's just use our time here.
Yeah.
Let's ban something. And they're really thinking about it. And I think it's super important here to use all your time, because obviously this is your last pick and you get banned into pick. So they need to make sure whatever they're picking here, they don't have a gotcha pick on that last pick there, and they got a ban to protect it. And the time winds down, and it will be the Morphling ban. They really think it's going to be a mid Shadow Fiend here.
Yeah.
So I think they were going to pick a ranged hero most likely against the Shadow Fiend, if that's their rationale. Like, what it has to be like a Lina or something like that.
Some Lina, some Coddle maybe, if they want to go that route. Maybe even bang out some Zeus, because like I'm just thinking in terms of heroes that they have to close the gap. It's basically Mars. You have protection. You have the spell from the Grimstroke, Overgrowth. So it can be something greedier on side of Azure Ray coming out from the mid lane. If you want to push the tempo, I wouldn't mind Keeper of the Light with some like Spirit Vessel, but it's going to be Lina, which is also fine. You know, they think it's going to be Shadowfin from the mid lane, and let's see what the response is going to be. Would you force this Shadowfin now to the safe lane and pick something different?
I would already say naturally it is going safe lane, right?
Yeah.
So I think you just pick something that can survive mid against this. What comes to mind is typically DK. I'm not a huge fan of the hero in general, but like in a game like this where you're not really playing versus the OP puck or something, I think it's fine. You do need to pick one of those B tier mid laners. It's a Lina game. You just have to survive it. Picking a hero that can get on top of the Lina is something as well. Some Earth Spirit or something. Like, you can lose the lane. That doesn't really matter. It's kind of like the sniper approach. Just pick a hero that can get on top of it, because beating this hero on the laning stage, I think, is just not really going to happen.
They have 2 really good range heroes who can dish some serious amount of damage. Razor, Lina, you have Trin Protector in the front line. Primal Beast, one of the tankier heroes from the off lane. So lineup for Azure Ray, it looks really good. You have double Laguna Blade, you have double Primal Beast ulti as well.
Yep.
So a lot of spells they can throw inside the Grimstroke ulti.
Rubik mid, okay. So that's honestly a pretty cool pick, because all the spells you can steal from Lina are very useful on the Rubik. You can steal the Pulverize as well from Primal, which is nice. So there's some good options here, but they just wanted to pick a hero that doesn't get destroyed by the Lina mid and has some more scaling potential, because the more I thought about the heroes like the Earth Spirit, I was like, he's kind of doing the same job as Mars anyway. So picking one of those ranged heroes does look pretty good. I actually like this Rubik pick a lot. I think it should do fine in the mid lane, or at least trade farm. And there's some really cool spells to steal here. Miracle on Shadow Fiend, enough to say there, like, it's really good on it. But I will say this Azure Ray lineup, it is competitive. I think this Primal can potentially shut down Miracle. I think they should really put a lot of pressure on Miracle this game, because he looks a little bit exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. If they punish this, so they gave Han a hero that can rotate, that can scale as well, something that can burst the heroes immediately, and that's what I wanted to see. You know, give him something that he's comfortable, and also Neo. This is one of his better heroes, so I'm going to be looking at this bottom lane to see how Neo and Planet are going to do. A lot of kill threat. We did mention that there is no save whatsoever, because I see Enchantress being played by GH, which means that it's going to be position 5, and Shadowfiend as well, so no protection for them, and if they can snowball out of that lane, but I'm still going to give slight edge to Nigma Galaxy, because I like this Rubik pick a lot.
Final thought on the draft for you?
I got to go with Nigma.
Okay. All right, guys. Great talking. We're ready to throw it over to Nomad, and he's backstage.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Super now. I might have a translator, but I've been up all night on Duolingo, so let's see how this goes. Super, firstly, 1 win, 1 loss. Is your team starting to feel the pressure at all?
没什么压力。
No, no pressure at all, he says. All right. Nigma Galaxy had a shuffle. They really didn't play many qualifier games. Does that make it hard to prepare against them?
不太好准备。
Yes, it's quite hard to prepare against them. And that's going to do it for the interview, guys. Thank you very much. We're going to send it over to our casters for game number 1. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Great stuff there from Nouns Super as we get into the first game of this very exciting best-of-3 fogged. Azure Ray up against Nigma Galaxy, and I think as was being drawn upon with the draft and from the panel's discussion, this mid lane is going to be exciting. Getting the Lina coming out first time of the tournament, and then in response, the Samael Rubik.
This whole game, this whole series is going to be super excited. I'm already happier to see that Azure Ray has kind of fixed up a bit of their drafting, because some of their games yesterday were kind of weak. We'll use that word, I guess.
So because this one you like?
It's strong.
Yeah.
It's good potential. It has scaling, good ways to team fight. There's
look at this.
Stuff, and immediately they're looking for
my
first blood.
goodness. What a surprise there. The 5 of them strike for the trees. Newbie was not ready for that. And I tell you what, I don't think anyone would be.
No.
You don't see a move like that come out. Azure Ray turning up today with a very impressive first blood.
This is an old school thing, Owen.
Yeah?
They have tree protector. They don't want them to come down and cut the trees. Remember the old school kind of thing people used to always do when you played versus tree? I haven't seen people do it as much as often, but you know, people just start quelling blading the trees, etc., so you can set your lane up nicely. So they just get him for the trap there. So a kind of pretty clever move that I haven't seen people take advantage of in some time. We used to see people be sure to protect that lane, or protect the trees in particular more, so cool to see. And let's take a look at these, because I saw at least one interesting facet, I believe. One that was a bit not ordinary, and I believe is the Grimstroke. I saw fine art. So we've got the Stroke of Fate that can be vector targeted rather than him being able to pop that Inkswell in time. So that'll be interesting to see how it works out with New. And what he's going to do with it, because you can do a lot of clever things with this.
Sure.
Stacking camps.
I mean, is that because there was the in the patch, right? They buffed the level 20 talent. Is that a reason to lean more into the Stroke of Fate spell? Well,
I'm not answering that question, Owen. You're talking about a 20 talent on a full position hero. I don't know.
We might see some crazy Strokes of Fate coming out this game from Planet.
I mean, I think this is just like he might be experimenting and maybe for doubles. I mean, Planet is probably
he's dead.
He
got
just
stick
got
charges.
auto-attacked to death.
Okay, yep, GH, one more hit. Easy kill for the Enchantress.
All right, I GH literally just hit him about 50 times or something up top, traded with him with Nature's Attendance. So, yep, just a free kill for
look at that. Attack. Well, that was a nice little pick up for GH to find.
And in a lane that I would say this is the lane for me to watch a lot, because this is the lane that they can kind of get kills onto Miracle early if he does make some missteps. But the fact that they have these double ranged heroes to constantly harass, and looking at Miracle's starting items, it's all out stats. So he's looking to kind of take up for if they make that aggressive move on him and stuff. So yeah, cool. Cool to see. They're already going to make the aggro move though,
They are indeed. They're on top of him. The trample coming out. Miracle pretty dead. Getting a little too close to tower. Planet getting a lovely angle there from the trees, hitting him with that stroke, getting that slow in to set up for New to get in on top of him. So Miracle's got to be a bit more careful when he steps that far up the lane.
Even if he's building tanky, right? Like I was just mentioning, he built all these stats, but versus Primal and Grimstroke, if you don't have any type of actual stun or one of these like godly counters versus the Primal, like the Willow or the Clock, he's going to just run right through you. You have no stun to stop him. You have an enchant, which if you cast it at the right time, it dispels the onslaught, right? But yeah, very tough to pull off in a lot of situations.
And what do you expect to see come out of the mid lane matchup anyway? You know, talking about the response, getting this Rubik against the Lina. Do you like that? Do you think that's pretty much one of the better options that Nigma Galaxy had left in the pool at the end of the draft?
There's some cool spells to steal for sure, quite a bit of them. I'm not sure if it was the absolute best, but most of these mid heroes were already banned out, as the panel mentioned, the big four especially. So just wanted to find something that could counteract and be flashy. That's a typical Sumail, right?
So far, Han having the edge in this matchup. 15 for 2 against the 9 for 3.
I think he should have a bit of an edge. You know, you just always are able to nuke the waves out a little bit or easier early on, keep that constant attack speed going to trade and harass. Now he's got Arcane Supremacy though, so you can actually start getting better trades at 4 here on the Rubik, but yeah, first 2 levels or so. Looks pretty good for Han.
No, I like this as well. Well, this is still the way to go on the mid Rubik. Just rush that phylactery and go around zapping people.
I guess so. I mean, we saw Thompson do some like Gleipnir and stuff like that, but that's very specific Thompson. So yeah, I would imagine so. It gives you great stats. You become incredibly tanky.
Definitely going to need that against the high burst that Han's going to be able to throw your way as well. But, yeah, this mid. Han getting some good denies there. Top lane
taking a lot of damage.
He's got to get out of here.
He's 10 HP.
And he's going to have to take the walk back to base. He has got a salve on the courier, but not in a healthy spot. So indeed a TP back to the fountain. Planet also getting beaten out of the lane. So despite Miracle dying early on, we can see in the last hits, he's having a pretty easy time hitting the creeps up here.
He just stepped up too far the time he got caught, right? He was really close to the tower, just got caught off guard there. So, yeah, this lane should go pretty well. The double range harassment is pretty beneficial when you're playing versus something like Primal. And, yeah, the raises, they really do start to add up early on. You got all three connecting onto New there. How's bottom lane doing? Lane that we haven't gone into. Actually, I mean, we were glancing at, of course, on the ops, but we didn't talk about it. But so far, pretty good for Noob. I think MOUZ does good in like almost every one of these matchups lately that I see.
Sure. Especially, yeah, in considering this is a situation where you're against a very strong duo, right?
Yeah.
It's this kind of Treant plus range carry, and a range carry that is absolutely ready to get involved in early action and look for early kills. So as long as Nigma Galaxy don't feed away any lives down here, I think they're going to be pretty happy. And as you say, on top of it, Noob, his farm is not suffering. He's getting a lot.
Omar TPing top.
See, they've got to try and help out Miracle as New isn't on top of him again. New trying to dive in under the tower, saving himself a planet. They're really doing their best to kill Miracle. Can they get him? They can't. Well, the Miracle, he steps back in range. Planet's actually able to finish him off with the right click. So, yeah, but it's first game of the day, you know, a bit shaky from Miracle. Probably didn't need to die there, but does. At the least for Nigma Galaxy, they do manage to punish Azure Ray. They get the double kill in return.
Fast TP from Omar. I mean, that is a way to do it, right? When you don't have a stun in your top lane or a way to fully prevent that trample or whatever to getting on top of your SF, just bring the snap. And Noob's already doing well. The creeps were at his tower, so it was kind of a perfect time for him to rotate. And yes, talking about that bottom lane, they do have double reset positions, right? So if Razor does link, they can either spear him away, they can cookie the Mars away too, so.
Oh, look at this here.
Oh, this is clever.
Yeah,
TP just came out from Miracle.
They're really looking to just crush the Shadow Fiend in this early laning stage. Rotations like this, you can't do anything about it. They're really putting everything into the just slow down the Miracle SF basket. And that's not a bad move to go for.
No. Especially, I mean, we were talking about the positioning of the bottom lane. Noob had it at his tower. So this was kind of a perfect opportunity for them to just disappear from the bottom lane unexpectedly. Clever stuff. Rune top, Omar. Looking to secure it. They also have GH in the area, so lanes are broken already.
Again, there's some fun early moves here from both teams. 6 minutes in. Dead even on the overall net worth.
I think at this point you just leave Omar with the Shadow Fiend for the most part until
somebody's got to stay up here. Yeah.
One of the stunners, and you don't want to bring the Rubik, so it's got to be Omar. At least someone who can delay and stop New from just getting on top of him.
I mean, because at this point, does Miracle still need the space to keep coming back to the tower to farm? Can he back off to the jungle, or that it's too early for that?
A little too early. Maybe like once he gets level 5, maybe 6 or something, then he can back up to that jungle there. But he wants to stay in the lane a little bit longer here. Oh, overall though, CS is looking good.
It is. That's the thing, right? Died the 3 times, but last hits, but that it certainly doesn't show it. His farm's still top tier here.
And Han, we see him having a slight edge over Sumail, but this is the beauty about playing the Rubik versus the Lina in the mid matchup, is he's going to be maxing these spells. At least the Dragon Slave, so Sumail does have a level 3 nuke on top of his level 4 nuke right now, so could look to make some early moves. This is a bit scary for heroes like Razor early on, because this double burst, and you can take like a triple burst if you know what I mean, because you nuke, steal Plasma Field. These triple burst kind of combos versus these more fragile heroes early can be dangerous.
Well, Noob. They're going to run him down here on the bottom lane. Azure Ray having the sort of abilities here to go for these aggressive moves. Can they get out, though? Because the response is coming in from Nigma Galaxy. Blow grenade will clip onto Low, but not really much more to follow up after that. So Low, perfectly fine. Azure Ray just having a bit of an easier time making these moves and getting away with them. Nigma Galaxy not able to be quite as aggressive.
Sumail a little slow to react, it felt like there, to TP down. It was like 3 seconds after they had gone was when he started his TP, so.
They still want to try and burst Low.
They do have damage.
I'm not going to get the connection with the cookie. It's a lot of burst with the scatter blast, but not enough to kill him.
Ooh, the creeps. Get him. He'll be all right. Raindrops probably saving his life there. One of those charges blocked a bit of that damage that came out. But yeah, tons of nuke. There's going to be a lot of burst early on when you have this type of Rubik. So they're CSing well, but we are seeing now after that kill, Azure Ray pulling slightly ahead after this laning phase, but only just slightly. So pretty even across the board. There's a slight advantage at the moment for Azure Ray after these lanes.
I'll see where they want to make the next move. Inside the jungle, New feeling that he can kind of get around with farming this position. GH's going to spot him out, trying to lead him with the slow, but the charge away's there. They're trying to get some sort of a catch on into him with pretty much the 4 members of Nigma Galaxy that are playing around this top part, but not able to do so. New's able to escape easily.
Catch definitely a little bit lackluster with the supports at the moment. Miracle getting farm, got neutral item, so he got the more stats, so a little bit tankier in that front, and almost has the Mask of Madness to go back to farm. Making the move bottom. As we said, still, I mean, not fragile actually, a little tanky here on the Razor, but so much burst that they do have between them. Omar is not 6 though, so it won't be the fastest of kills. Yeah, he scouts them. Good awareness by Low. A night and day difference between Azure Ray this morning and yesterday.
TP's coming in.
Very aggressive moves. Snoop.
Azure Ray, they want to fight this. There is the arena from Noob at the ready. I see Low. He's ready to start leading in. They're just going to go straight onto Noob. The cookie's there to break him away from the static link. Noob's got the grab. Noob turns around with the arena. Is there going to be any sort of follow-up? There is not.
Big damage. Double nukes.
See if Pichu could get away from this. He looks like he can. He's able to escape the creep of the Enchantress. So not... Okay. Oh, that'll do it.
Hadouken.
Oh, they'll get him in response, but of course Azure Ray getting a core, only losing a support. So happy with these trades, and I guess
another move, new, just super active.
Up and down the map, Azure Ray. No slowing down from the Miracle. He's gonna get the Requiem off. We'll give him a bit of space to back off, and perhaps just enough to survive. He's able to heal up here, has the lifesteal, also salve in the pocket, ready to heal up.
Right there comes into play the other facet, right? If you didn't have this fine art, you probably can just pop the ink swell, but whatever.
See if they can get Han. He's got a regen rune.
That's a link from Sumail.
And the overgrowth's coming out. Han, can he move away far enough in time? He can. Han's going to get out. The soulbind's been thrown down onto the two of them. Han will be saved.
Barely survives. Leech Seed, good positioning there from Pichu. Sumail does get the second nuke again, though. Didn't have the most ideal one. You know, static link Rubik, not the ideal. Now we'll have that secondary nuke. And yeah, Miracle, he's got the Mask of Madness, so time to get that farm online. New, I mean, I'm just going to keep watching him because it seems like he's just looking to be incredibly active this game early on, and I love to see it. I mean, this is one of his best heroes, so top of that net worth on the Primal after dying early on.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty terrifying for most of the lineup, really. I mean, if he gets on top of Miracle, as we're seeing, it's a struggle for the SF. And outside of that, the other two, they've got burst from the Rubik and the MOUZ, but after that first item or so is online for New, that burst is probably not going to be enough to kill him off if he charges in on them.
Or it's just going to kill them, because he's going to have a Blade Mail really soon. This is one of, this is the tankiest hero in the game, so a Blade Mail versus SF versus Rubik, you know, even versus the Snapfire, it could potentially just kill them when they go on him. So if New's able to lead the charge in a lot of situations, it can definitely be pretty problematic versus Nigma's lineup at this point.
See if they can catch some ale here in the mid. The smoke movement from Han. He's going to opt to reveal himself as Mel steps back. Nigma Galaxy are closing in on the mid.
Han went full greedy. He went boots of travel. So definitely quite fragile at these moments.
They got the setup. And kisses are coming in. There's no way to get Han out of this one. Nigma Galaxy get a quick and easy kill. Can they get out though? New looking for his target. He's going to be able to get in over to the side. Backup coming in as well from Pichu and Low as they completely destroy Sumail. And now turn their attention over towards GH. Miracle's trying to help fight back as he turns towards New. Spear connection will be there. They've got the stun lock down. They'll find New as well. But Low, he's still fighting strong here under the power of the Eye of the Storm. A big nuke comes over the side from Planet. Double kill for him. Low, he might get quite a bit of a cleanup. Miracle's going to fall. Noob, can he even get out of it? The plasma field not going to quite reach. Planet, has he got another stroke? He has, but he won't manage to get the connection. I mean, Azure Ray still as a team, just that little bit stronger than Nigma Galaxy in these early fights.
But dude, some of those strokes did an insane amount of damage. I mean, of course, mostly Low just standing in the midst of everybody, but holy moly. The turn, he actually lined it up and caught 3, I believe, during that one on that overgrowth. Nice responses. I mean, they lose Han, but beautiful rotations coming in so they can get the cleanup. Very active this morning.
Now, check this out again. I mean, this, you know, as you were mentioning before, this is going to be the vulnerability of running the bots, right? You get caught in an arena spear as this Lina, you're going to die every single time. And Nigma Galaxy, they try and fight back, right? They feel that then maybe with Miracle turning up, they've got the potential to find a bit more out of it. But it just takes him a long time to go for New, and Low's just going completely uncontested, getting to run around the fight as he wishes.
And it just beautiful. Look at this nuke. Okay, he actually caught 4 of them there with that stroke on top of the overgrowth. That was pretty beautiful. And they have a very strong early fighting team. And it's a lot of heal that comes in from this max leech seed too. So it allows Low to just stand his ground on top of having all these stat items right now. Fairly tanky.
Oh, look at this bottom lane, Azure Ray. There's no slowing down from them this game whatsoever. Every single minute of play here, looking for action, and they're finding it. 10-6 now, 3K lead.
Definitely problematic for Nigma. They don't have a good answer, it feels like, for this Primal Beast just getting on top of them at this point. Rubik is quite fragile. I mean, it feels like almost all of them are very fragile, even the Mars. They have to have a better way to protect their backline. Sumail does have the phylactery finished, so quite a bit tankier, and he has the shield rune, so maybe in that next situation, he might be able to survive, but he needs to be sitting in the back. He needs to get more spell frequency off in these team fights for it to be successful with how tanky the heroes are getting, but they're getting, especially the Rays and the Primal, they're getting a bit too tanky too fast. Yeah, very good plays from Azure Ray today. And it looks like it's just going to be... Is it actually going to be a pipe rush? All right, it's going to be a pipe rush from Noob. So I guess that's going to be the answer. It is a massive amount of magical damage that's coming out from Azure, but then their initiation is kind of non-existent if he does go for this route. So it's a choice he's making. I guess he's expecting them to go on them.
That's the thing.
So he's going to play this defensive kind of style, which... All right, we'll see if it ends up working. I mean, with the way that New has been playing, right, it does make sense that he does want to do that. Pichu almost has the shard finished up on Tree and Protector also. This is very strong, especially when a team is behind, unable to afford all these sentries and stuff like that at times. Very annoying shard. One of the stronger things about that Tree and Protector. We'll be able to finish off that tower, GH.
Yeah, that is one thing. For the lead that Azure Ray have, they themselves have only managed to also take one Tier 1 tower. Still... the Tier 1 mid and the bottom Tier 1 there for the taking. So probably very much more focused on the kills, Azure Ray, which not a bad thing at all. You see all their 3 cores top net worth right now. That's for Nigma Galaxy, Sumail, and Noob falling a little bit behind.
They can probably just wait until the Razor has BKB, because he's just so incredibly farmed at this point that he actually has it. So I think now that's going to be the go time, really, for Azure Ray. Nigma trying to strike in between this, though. They do have... Kisses online. They have the Mars ult.
I'll see if they can catch, and if they do want to try for New.
He has 2,200 HP.
He's very speedy as well.
I just don't even... I mean,
do you even want to throw the arena on him? That's the question, right? If Noob was able to get the grab, do you think he does, or you don't really feel that you have the chance of killing that Primal?
I don't even know if they would finish him off, to be honest with you. I think it would get pretty close. And
even, I mean, now look at this. Now they're turning and going for it for Noob. I've got the stroke. He's going to have to drop the arena just to try and protect himself on this one, Noob.
100 seconds.
And the rest of Nigma Galaxy are moving up here, but without the arena and Azure Ray again being quick on the moves, they're straight down bottom.
Miracle showed himself.
They kind
showed
of
himself again.
Yeah. See if they can get the connection quite with the plasma field.
Not quite.
Honestly lucky there. I mean, if Miracle does get caught by that initial slow, almost certainly would have been going down.
New still potentially trying to find an angle, but they have the ward on the high ground there. It is spotted as well, too. Low, he nuked, so he should be able to take out that vision that there was. And they will. Tier 2 neutrals getting picked up. What's going to be the option for Low? He gets Specialist Array. So more stats, more damage. 1,900 HP on Agi Treads with a BKB at this point. Definitely going to be difficult for them to bring him down unless they get the initial stuns onto him. Ags also finished up on the Lina. Jaray's getting a lot of timings together right now.
No, absolutely. It's going to be crazy bursts from Han.
Yeah.
Obviously, in return, it's going to... I guess it's going to be pretty entertaining if Sumail gets his Ags, and then when you're able to steal steal the flame cloak from Han, then that combined with your passive, you have... The spell amp is insane, right?
It is.
So if Sumail could get there,
that's a
definitely
lot later
potential.
down the line,
it is. You know, how's he doing on his Ags?
He's got good runes right now, though. He's got Arcane and an Amp damage.
Ooh, not quite able to get the connection, though. The Spear, not able to find the angle there, unfortunately, for Noob. And the arena, it was close to being back up. Only has now just come back up.
Hey, that was probably the perfect time for them to catch, because now Azure Ray, they're going to strike back. They're smoking up. They're sending the Razor back to base. He has the BKB available.
They're just going for Miracle. They're going for the Twin Gate. They know that Miracle continues to farm around this bottom side of the map.
I mean, they're defending their mid tower. They're constantly living armoring it. So at this point now, Nigma's getting into a weird position where they're poking mid tower, but poking doesn't work for
Let's see, does Miracle sense that something's coming for him here?
The
I think he does, yeah.
He's joining his team.
Doesn't stick around any longer than he needs to. He knows with them off the map, there's a high chance they're looking for him. So he plays it safe and will be able to avoid the gank.
They might still go.
I'm going to start things onto GH. Noob, does he want to fight back? He'll turn with the spear, drop the arena. It's only going to catch on to Low, but Low's already been able to kill off GH. Now with the BKB and Static Link, he's going to be able to turn, chase down Noob as well. Nigma Galaxy, they've got to run. Omars gets caught in the overgrowth. Sumail and Miracle have to bail out of that one.
Sumail?
I mean, New's trying to chase on with the Ink Swell.
He gets
They'll get the setup to follow up with the ult. Miracle, is he going to be able to save him with any sort of Requiem from the side? The Requiem comes out.
It's a big one.
There's a lot of bursts with the Razors coming in. They'll punish New. Miracle and Sumail able to find something in return.
They can actually hang on to this tower there, too. Slight overextension comes out from New trying to punish Sumail. Might look to strike again.
I mean, they want to try and make some more plays here, Sumail and Miracle.
I mean, Miracle has that stack of lasting presence, so he is hitting hard, and he's got the Grove Bow. They'll give the respect. They won't go for him.
A little bit of something in return there for Nigma Galaxy. And obviously the big one being able to save Sumail from that aggressive dive from New. Nigma Galaxy, they're going to look for the fight.
Always low. He's less than half HP right now. Getting healed up from the Leech Seed. This is just constant fighting, Owen. 20 minutes, 13-7. Both teams just looking to just duke it out versus each other. Miracle, he'll move away. He is under vision of that ward, though, so they will be completely aware of where the SF is at the moment. So it looks like, will they take advantage of that? It does look like they want to. Lena now has Shard also, so on top of that, Ags, more damage. Supercharge stacks with that does definitely make your spells very nice at this point in the game. And he does have his neutral. Which one's he going to get? Does he get Cast Range or Spell Damp? Or does he go more defensive? I guess we'll find out in a second here. After Tormy, he'll go Grove Bow.
We'll plan it. Careful.
He was fine. He had stick.
That's true.
He had one.
That's true.
He did the maths.
And you like this as well for Planet, trying to get the Ags online as soon as possible?
Sure, why not? I mean, this is just how he plays the hero, right? This is just how Planet always plays it. So, why not versus SF? You'll get the aura. He did just get a free shard, and he is pretty rich. Gotta be honest with you, from Planet this game. Having a hell of a time with that Stroke of Fate tacit. It does so much damage when you hit multiple targets.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Dude, level 20.
Level 20.
Level 20. I mean, you definitely take that talent, right?
At this point, in this game, yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
But wait, whatever. That'll take some time. But either way, yeah, it's doing quite a bit. That's for sure. And now he's got the shard, so he's got an easy. Well, he can't pop it obviously, but he's got an easier way to save his teammates. GH.
Damn. There we go.
Baited.
I mean, they're not afraid of a fight, Nigma Galaxy.
No,
though.
I mean, and
they're seeing if they can get someone just, stepping that little bit away from the rest of the team.
And they're kind of closing that lead. It's only like 3K, now it's down to 1K whenever Miracle is able to just back up and get that farm going, so. Although Azure Ray still has an advantage, Nigma's still getting stuff on the map. And now they do have that blink to actually start fights for themselves, because it did feel a little weird playing that full defensive route. So Pipe, he's got blink. See who they can catch.
Yeah, here's the smoke. Nigma Galaxy.
Sumail
Feels strong. They got the Wombo combo.
He wants a different spell, but see if they can catch this fragile Lena in particular, or in the Razor pre.
Warhan.
He's caught.
They've got him. They'll put a stop to the TP. Lowe's going to be there to try and help out. Han will turn with the Light Strike Array, but the kisses are coming in. Han, he's getting left behind on this one. Low does not want to stick around. At the same time in the mid, GH seeing if he can set something up here for Miracles. Miracles heading up. New has to put the BKB to get away from this.
Oh, this is big stuff here from Nigma. They also have the Stolen Stun on Rubik, one of the better normal spells you can get in this game. The area of effect increasing makes this stun massive. Starting to get some momentum.
They certainly are. A push coming in from Miracle down the mid. Fortifications out from Azure Ray. Still 25 seconds without Han.
They've got the buff ups for him too. The Solar Crest is done. The drum is finished on GH. They've got a mech in the back with the pipe as well. So Miracle definitely feeling strong if he's got his allies around him. And without that BKB on New, they can't look for a fight on Azure Ray.
Yeah. Like, getting this pressure, I mean, yeah, taking a tier 2 23 minutes in, you know, you look back to earlier where Azure Ray had only been able to take one tier 1 tower. It's still the case. Nigma Galaxy still having their tier 1s on the mid lane and the bottom lane, despite Azure Ray having that whole early game where they were, you know, that little bit ahead in gold. They just weren't able to get the objectives with it.
And Azure Ray having the Treant Protector, right there, that's like usually allows you to defend some of these towers quite a bit easier, but
Radiant are scanning.
Blink is finished up on Pichu, so now, I mean, more easier ways of jumping in, even controlling some of these backlines.
Wait, how does that...
He's got Manta. What?
I don't know. According to us, it said like Azure Ray had done basically no building damage, so I don't know how they got the tier 1 top. Unless it was all creeps.
It was almost.
Was it literally all creeps?
Yeah,
it was actually all there. We just had it confirmed. So they've not even taken a tower. It's just been the creeps.
GH taking it a lot here.
Got the stun out. I mean, they've got the Requiem as well. They can just turn straight towards Noob, see if they can burst through, and they really get laid down by Noob. He's going to get caught by the stun. Noob will fall. The off lane has traded their lives.
They're getting scared, though. They're backing away. They've got a Blink Overgrowth, but they're scared of Miracle right now. He's got the Manta to play around it, and Roche potentially on the horizon now for Nigma after
I think
all the ults were used, all the BKBs were used.
I mean, Noob's out the game. Sure, you don't have Noob, but I feel like seeing as it's on your side of the map as well, Roche, they can just walk in and take this.
Yeah, and they're going to do it pretty quick, too. With that aura, they still have one of the lasting presence. They have this little shredder, too. Should die pretty quick. Stolen spell CD now for Sumail as well. He's hit one of the big levels on the mid Rubik. 15 is online.
Yeah.
And Miracle's getting close to 20.
Well, there we go.
They're starting to do it.
Han was able to finally get that tier 1 mid, but I really thought that the lack of being able to push the towers early, despite the lead, I think definitely hurt Azure Ray.
No, absolutely. And also, like that last fight, they threw so much onto GH, and he just tanked pretty much everything as this Enchantress, so have to find a better target.
Low?
I think he also linked the Enchantress, so
this is a bit risky. Low
he
farming,
is so far up.
BKB's on cooldown. I don't think you want to be doing this, Fogged.
What?
That's a rough move there. That even though the game is close, look at the gold is pretty much even. If your carry's doing that, the team communication feels like it's probably breaking down.
Yeah, I mean that's especially since they just roast. You know they can just take the portal, kind of wrap behind you, and that tier 1's right there for the TP. That is a very strange position with no BKB up. And with 0 people behind him.
There's nobody there. You haven't got your own tower. There's no way for team to come in with backup. That's, a bit of a mistake there from Low that it's definitely going to hurt them.
It's a pretty massive mistake, really. Like, Miracle keeps the presence stacks going. They're getting another push going.
Now, this should be another tier 2, I think. I don't think Azure Ray is going to be in any sort of shape to defend this one.
And Miracle with Grobo, with Pyke, he's got so many ways to play around the Razor at this point, too. So I saw Low, he linked that Enchantress in the last fight, probably because he just feels like he can't get to Miracle also.
I don't know, for a game that there's only a 1k gold difference in it, certainly feels that Nigma Galaxy have way more than the gold shows in terms of an advantage here.
The Ags is done for Sumail, too.
Let's see if we can get Noob. It's a good opening. The burst, a good chain stun. Noob will get the pipe out, but they've got the grab to take him down. Noob will fall.
Lil goes out of position last time, this time Noob. A little bit isolated from the team while they're getting the push going. They got, what, half 8 damage onto the tower bottom, but there is a tree, so it can just get healed up. See what else they can get out of that on Azure Ray. 30 seconds, no Mars. Even though they're playing into Aegis, they want to capitalize a bit off of it. Han does have the BKB. He'll show himself in the mid. Doesn't look like they'll be able to get anything. The warding so far from Nigma has been pretty on point this game. Look at the vision they've got. They've got great control, great understanding of the positioning on the map right now because of these.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see what the play is going to be now with Noob being back in the game. Nigma Galaxy.
I think get Miracle 20 and group up and go. He just got Defiant Shell 2, so even tankier, and he's about to have, that damage per soul. So can probably just trade.
I'm very close to full Daedalus right now.
Yeah, he can probably just trade versus the Razor. He also has the Vlads. I saw Omar buy it a bit early. He can probably just attack him. So the Ags is also finished for Planet, so we'll have to see how much the Dark Portrait's able to do. Miracle leading the charge.
And he's got this 2 minutes of Aegis, so he's happy to sort of tank the brunt of the attack. That's him gone once. The rest of the team ready to help him out here for round 2, I would imagine. Miracle's able to slide away. Backup comes in from Noob, but the BKB's out. They're in on top of Miracle. They've got the static link going. This is a good start to the fight here for Low. He's in onto the SF. They bring Miracle down. They turn towards Noob. That's what Azure Ray were looking for. A fight that Nigma Galaxy, I think they sort of felt that they could take that with the way that Miracle was trying to start things off there with that Aegis loss. Can they actually get the rest of them out here? Azure Ray might even clean up some further kills. Sumail able to get stolen plasma field to slow them down in return.
The link.
It's going to be Low staying on top of him. There's nothing else ready from Nigma Galaxy to be able to keep him off. They're trying to separate Sumail from them, but they can't. And New, he's got the ult back up. He's going to be able to grab Omar as well. Only GH to live. I mean, it's a crazy game. It's back and forth.
Game.
I mean, that one, as I said, you've got to only imagine Nigma Galaxy, that was them intending to fight, right? Miracle's farming the triangle. He has his Aegis.
It's too... Noob isn't there. It was way too aggressive from Miracle playing up on the high ground. I mean, we can probably see like on replay and stuff like that. Noob was, I believe, like above the tier 1 area on that top. So he wasn't
check this
really
out.
Like, look where Noob is and look where Miracle is. That is just way too aggressive. They are not ready for this fight properly. Maybe some communication error or something, but the MOUZ is just nowhere near the realms of the fight, and Miracle is almost dead before he gets there.
Yeah, that's very true. He didn't even have the Daedalus delivered out to him.
No.
In that fight. So he had effectively like 3,000 gold just up in the ether that he didn't have on them. So yeah, bit of a mistakes from both sides in this game. But hey, that makes for great entertainment, great cinema, as the kids say. So we'll see where this one goes. 5K lead now for Azure Ray.
That was right when they're getting so much momentum and just quickly smacked back down. He can't be the first one to lead like that on the Shadow Fiend. Even with the Aegis, until he has BKB. If he had BKB in that situation, then perhaps he can play that distance from his allies. But I mean, Noob was just nowhere in the realms. Smoke now
look at this.
out.
Yeah, Azure Ray's ready to try and strike again. They're going to go straight away with the grab onto GH. And look to burst through, and they will. My goodness, the damage from Han, it's pretty huge. Now they've got the Soulbind out onto the both of them. Low's ready to start charging in under the tower. News in as well, on top of the SF. There's no way to get them off him as Miracle falls. Noob to go down as well. Azure Ray really getting the momentum going now off the back of that mistake around the triangle top, and then just turning that huge team fight win into another clean team fight where they don't lose anybody on Azure Ray. They're really pumping up the lead now.
2 fights back to back. It's right after New gets the Blink Dagger. And he can just jump, grab a target with Pulverize. The Inkswell follows up pretty much perfectly. And then they just have the synergy. They pretty much lose a hero instantly on Nigma 2 times back to back in those fights. Now Gem was taken away, I think, 2 in that fight. So that's an insane amount of gold swing. 2 huge back-to-back fights dominated from Azure Ray. I think full items now coming out for quite a bit of heroes. Yeah, the San just finished up for New, almost SNY. Satanic's done for Low, level 20 on him.
Yeah, they've got to find somewhere in these team fights to keep Miracle safe.
I mean, they need to have Noob in better position, I have to be honest. He has not really been there for a lot of them. He's 0 and 8. He's really struggling this time around.
I'll take the Tormentor with the GH, careful. I don't think Nigma Galaxy can do much to interrupt this. They're just going to have to sit back.
Sumail was considering to try to go for a steal there, but would have probably gotten him killed. Nice spell combo. He has now become primal, but definitely not the abilities that he would want in this game. So let's see if they can get a fight on their terms again on this side of Nigma, because yeah, those 2 back-to-back fights, it's pretty. Yeah, it was a 12K gold swing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
12K gold swing, and I believe, a pretty massive XP swing as well.
A lot of money here. What Han's got 3K gold in the bank, ready to go towards his next item.
And Planet just continues to get the double Dark Portraits. He's always going to get this at this point too, because he's got this Primal Beast that just leads the charge for him. He's hit 15, so he's got the, I mean, one of my favorite kind of talents as well for the Grim, the Soulbind spell damage for everybody. So all their spells on the Soulbind does crazy amount of damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they've just got some insane amounts of burst damage that Nigma Galaxy at the moment. I mean, when it comes to kind of sustained damage output in the fights, it's
not mostly, it's almost
Miracle.
90% Miracle. Yeah.
And then if Sumail can get some crazy steals, but
not been the case. He had the stun. The Light Strike Array is like the best kind of thing that he's been able to really steal for the most part.
And it's just hard with Azure Ray having the heroes that they do when you kind of consider what both new and low. All of these fights, these two heroes, they're just on top of you.
Yeah,
so as an SF, it's pretty much a nightmare, and as a Rubik trying to make cool, cute plays, it's incredibly difficult.
I mean, and the two supports have Blink Daggers. They're huge. Sumail's level 16, Tree and Protector 17, and Grimstroke 16, so they're pretty much the same as that mid laner.
That's rough.
Radiant's top
And they're looking to go. New, Inkswell again.
Straight in.
Gets the catch.
Is there any way to save him? I don't think so. Sumail, they'll try and force to the side, has a telekinesis, but there's no escape for him as New takes him down again. They'll push the tier 2 tower here, Azure Ray. Nigma Galaxy, how can they slow this down?
I'm really enjoying watching Azure Ray when they do have like aggressive heroes. You know, yesterday they had, I just don't really like this Medusa pause 4 thing, but I just like seeing Planet being able to play aggressive with New, and this lineup thrives with it. With a Primal Grim, you can see why they wanted to pick this up so early. The first 2 picks in the draft are doing so much here. Planet.
He's come back to mess around with Miracle, and Miracle will be able to quickly deal with the Inkswell target. And he's thinking about just throwing the Requiem down to stop them from being able to chase on. Planet kind of died to the illusions.
Very close to going down. Miracle was expected hung to, you know, Flame Cloak over and probably go for some type of stun there. So defensive play. No Requiem now for the fight. Did he commit his gold yet on the SF? I haven't seen. Almost has the BKB. A Lotus now finished up. I believe what is that on? Is that on Noob or on GH? Or Omar, sorry. Omar got the Lotus. Apologies. So at least now some way to protect potentially versus some of these grabs. In particular that Pulverize.
The struggle is definitely going to be even around the high ground defense. I feel like for Azure Ray, they can still break into the high ground pretty confidently off the back of like a good initiation from New or from Low, just BKBing and running up past the tier 3s.
There's just no BKB disable to stop this Pulverize is the problem. So New, if he sees his target, he just blink BKB Pulverizes a target.
They just go straight for GH. They see this Enchantress, they delete him every time.
Nicely from Han there too. Nukes into instant Dragon Slave, so no steal there coming out from Sumail. And a very nice ward they've got on that high ground. Can they actually kill this one? They should be somewhat aware that it's there after that kill. But this could catch Nigma off guard, maybe.
Nigma, without GH for 30 seconds, do they try and fight with just the 4 of the Noob? He's heading in. They'll get the opening onto Low. Kiss is coming in. It's a lot of burst, but Low's able to get the BKB off the path right there. Miracle just evaporates on the front lines. He's dead for 80 seconds. No buyback for him.
New's just got his number. And what, 4 fights seems like in a row that this Primal Beast just is able to freely grab someone and they just delete him almost instantly.
Straight over towards the mid.
60 seconds, they might just be able to get
It's a long,
at least
long
2
time.
sets.
Indeed, what's spent up for the BKB.
He did.
So it doesn't have the buyback, and as we saw, didn't get the chance to get that BKB off in the fight.
Don't think they got the Lotus onto him either. It's checking Omar, I don't think he was able to get that before any of the spells came out. Not great execution in these last 4 fights, it feels like, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the new Primal, as you say, is the standout hit.
And it really was like literally where he got the blink was when they went for that high ground trench triangle thing, and I think it kind of caught them a little off guard because he was just blink, BKB, pulverize a target, and there was just really no answer.
Fully blade on Low. We've seen already how insane the burst has been when they get any sort of grab. Whoever they catch, and they're already dead. Now they're going to be doubly dead.
Doubly dead.
And Roshan, I mean, Nigma Galaxy looks like they're thinking about trying to take a bit of a risk. Head over towards the pit. Miracle will be back up in a second.
Not full souls though, but it's probably a risk they have to take.
The scans, they know that they're there.
It's gonna die. Miracle's TPing.
I mean, it's gonna be close. They might be able to interrupt just in time. That's what I'm saying. They're going to get the catch on a New. See if they can deal with the Primal Beast first. They've got the cookie as well. They'll be able to take down New. Miracle steps across. The arena for Noob's going to be able to catch them all. They bring down a second. Immediate buybacks coming out here. Requiem comes in, but Noob, he's dead. Miracle's going to get forced out to the side. Can he escape hand trying to find him? Light Strike Ray comes in, but the Manta dodge, it's there. Doesn't matter. New comes crashing back in off the back of the buyback. They head over, and they should be able to clean up Nigma Galaxy.
That should be it. 80 seconds. Sumail actually got the steal on the pulverize there, so that was the one thing they could do to stop that initiation from the Primal. But Low, He's too much of a monster at this point. He just gets on top of Miracle. There's no getting away from him.
Yeah, Lowe's it's quite a crazy situation, this game. That one death was just that one mistake down.
It really was. Just one
he
little
had
mistake.
one bad moment. Outside of that, it's been perfect. 5-1 and 21 on this safe lane Razor.
Hey, Razor's looks like he's winning again. 100% win rate, I think we saw before this game started. And looks like it's continuing that trend. 45 seconds. Nigma not tapping out just yet.
We'll see if they get the chance to have one more fight. This is tier 3. Going down, you. He's got another grab, GH. He's gone.
The final glyph.
They got one more fight here.
BKB in 15 on Razor.
25k lead for Azure Ray. They've got everything they could hope for. Nigma Galaxy.
All right, Miracle's back. See what he can do. Can they push him off this Rax? And how do you? Gonna start poking.
Look at the setup.
Dispel that Inkswell, but doesn't matter. Low, able to reset away. Still have 3 minutes left on the Aegis, 60 seconds for a refresher.
They could just go straight back in. We'll see how chill Azure Ray want to take this.
Can just wait 60 seconds. Or just stay in this area and then wait a couple seconds for the creep waves to come back in. Because Trio, it's back up in 40, Refresher's back up pretty much in 50. So linger in this area, you know they're stuck in the base anyway. And then can probably look to close it out. Almost 25 as well on the Razor. So maybe just finish up those few items that they are about to finish. Because I believe, yeah, Shiva's is on the horizon too. Not usually the, talent you see at 25, but since he is playing full Spellcaster Lina, does make sense.
We're getting ready for the push once more. Hans bringing in the top lane. Sort of seeing if he could catch anyone off guard, actually.
Everything's up. Refresher in 10. Overgrowth's back.
Yeah, Low can just go charging in.
Level 20 on this Train Protector as well, too. So the Living Armor bonus is pretty crazy. 18 bonus armor on this already absurdly tanky Razor.
That's going to be a pretty painful upcoming fight, I feel, for Nigma Galaxy.
Full Butterfly. No MKBs. Who do they catch?
And in they go. So MOUZ going to be able to dodge New for now. We'll get away from this. GH is going to get puffed up by the pipe. They'll drop the arena, but Low's in. He's straight in onto a Miracle. The double Laguna comes out. That's going to be Omar, dead for good. He's out for 50. Pulverize onto Miracle from New. He's got buyback available, Miracle. Will use it straight away. But they've lost Samel.
Logo.
Also out without buyback. Low indeed getting away with moving in and out of the fountain. It's over. GG is called. Azure Ray. They come in pretty hard in this game one. This is what you want to see from them, Fog.
Yeah, couple little slip-ups, but overall throughout the game, they had a pretty good control of it, especially behind the back of New and Planet. I think these two made so many plays around the map that allowed Low to just become this monstrosity on the Razor. I'll give Han some credit too. He didn't end up having a rough game. By any means, I actually didn't remember what his KDA was. 6-2 and 20. So he only got caught like that one time with the bots. Besides that, everything was pretty fine. So yeah, Azure Ray. Night and day difference from yesterday.
Yeah, and good, fair play to Han as well. In a situation in the draft where he didn't have that last pick mid, a lot of the kind of mids were being banned out. Still found the chance to find a hero that, even though Nigma Galaxy got the chance to counter pick on paper, Samel just wasn't able to do quite as much as Han at all. First game, Azure Rays.
Yeah, new day, new Ray. You'd love to see it. Really. Much improved from what we'd seen prior to it, right from the draft through to the execution. Gentlemen, let's start by breaking it down. I'll just start with a general reaction from you. I mean, obviously, they were the underdogs on paper, but you wouldn't have thought it from watching the game.
Yeah, I think right at the get-go, too, they kind of showed that they were ready. They woke up to play. They brought 5 heroes to their safe lane to protect the Train Protector's trees. And Han, he ended up getting the first blood, which was the start he needed desperately to get that confidence rolling, especially against a player like Sumel. You know that's going to be a hard mid-lane matchup. You get first blood under your belt, you're feeling good as a team.
Yeah.
And also, Neo. that this guy playing his best hero pretty much, some Twin Gates rotation. We talked about them not having any kind of save when Primal Beast charges in, and you could feel that he's been suffering on that Shadow Fiend. Miracle was always kind of on the back foot until he got his Mask of Madness, Dragonlance. This hero farms extremely fast, one of the fastest farmers in the game with Luna, of course, but it does feel like they kind of figured out what needs to be done, shut down this Shadow Fiend, and also forcing this pipe from the offlane. So they didn't have any ways to start a fight, and the New had a pretty free reign. He jumps in, he goes in with the BKB. There's no counterplay to it. Like, you can use Lotus Orb, which came in pretty late, or you can maybe steal Pulverize, but you need to get like a really good angle for it. So quite a difficult game for Nigma.
Yeah, and look, we did notice a few mistakes. We were worried about Azure Ray. There were a couple of little ones here and there. You picked this one out. So what happened here?
It was a bit uncharacteristic mistake. No BKB is available on Razor. This is what we call the low skill move from professional e-athletes, where he runs into 5 people with no BKB whatsoever, can't pull off Nightfall, even though they don't have anything to stop the BKB TP with. So kind of uncharacteristic, but low after that. You know, you have to get that one bad death out of the system immediately, and then it was pretty much all 10 out of 10 from low.
And for you, obviously, you highlighted Miracle before the match, and you want to highlight him now.
Yeah, I mean, that move you just saw there it cascaded into Nigma were actually winning this game at one point. They're getting kills all over the map here. Miracle, you see his item build. He's versus Alina with an Aghanim's. He has no BKB. He goes for Pike. He goes for a Crystallis and such. So, like, going into this team fights, he doesn't have protection whatsoever. And I think Nigma, they had an opportunity in this game, and this is one of the big opportunities. They have Aegis right here. They have the net worth advantage, but Miracle, his team isn't nearby right here. He gets caught out immediately. He dies once. There's no BKB that he can pop and turn this one around, so all he can do is try and force stuff out, but it's not going to happen. Now you're caught yet again. The BKBs are online, however, for Azure Ray, and this lead that you did have, and this is where you're supposed to turn the game around, take advantage of those mistakes that Low was making in that bot lane there. You throw it all away. Yeah. And after that happened, they died 4 heroes. It happened yet again, and it just looked like Nigma is not in a situation right now where they look incredibly confident when they're winning the game.
Yeah, and there was another matchup that you wanted to highlight as well.
Yeah, the offlaners. New against Noob, there's a big difference at what they brought to the table in terms of control, because I did mention that Noob was kind of forced to go for this pipe early on, but then again, they immediately searched for a team fight but couldn't find anything. If you miss a spear, or if you turn into, like, if you find a hero who has a BKB, they can easily run away. There is not that follow-up stun that sometimes you have with Mars. And then you have New, who is dominating the game completely, loved his itemization, SNY, can't be slowed, even if he, extra status resistance as well. We've seen it on Razor, and then picking up first the Blade Mail, then Shiva's Guard to remove some of that healing, and also Blink Dagger. And the good thing about Primal Beast is he does have a hero to play with. So he always was playing with the Grimstroke, get on top of Shadow Fiend. That was his job, and he had a pretty free reign in the team fights. He goes in with the BKB, as I mentioned, and that target is going to die from 100 to 0 because of the Polarize.
Yeah, maybe a respect ban in the not too distant future. We
would not be surprised.
Just some thoughts, obviously, about Team NGX. As I said, favorites on paper, the big names. We know they aren't going to be as warmed up as everybody else because obviously what happened, they didn't get that extra game time. Yep. They're in a position where they're having to kind of theory craft about opponents. They might not have had a lot of time to kind of investigate players they don't know too much about. What do you think we're going to see as we move into the secondary map? Like, how do you bounce back from a loss like that?
I mean, it's definitely have to be Kuroki giving him a talk about, like, the draft, the play, everything involved. I think they got a little surprised by this draft here. Like, it didn't seem like they had an answer to Lina that they really liked. They did pick the Shadow Fiend, but we saw in the top lane, he kept getting jumped over and over again, even in the early game. They had no way to peel heroes off of Miracle in this particular game. And how often do you see Miracle go 4 and 10 in a game, right?
Sure.
It's very rare, and this Enchantress couldn't protect him, and they really exploited that on Azure Ray. So there's definitely a drafting error here, and they, more than anything, Azure Ray just came up with a brilliant strategy going into this game number 1.
Well, I was going to just add to that. Obviously, we were talking in the green room while we're watching the game. I mean, Shadow Fiend, a hero, when you die on Shadow Fiend, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Worse than most.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially with, like, the new facet people are going for with the Dark Presence, I think it's called. I forgot what it's called. But either way, but every time you get a kill, you get a bonus overcapped soul, and that gives you bonus damage on your right clicks, and also gives you bonus damage on your ultimate as well. And when you're snowballing the game, then you're in a situation where you can't throw it. And if you do have that one bad death like they did, then things are going to be pretty difficult. And of course, in the early game as well, like he was doing well to a point, but they just bring numbers over and over again, and you don't have that clockwork, you don't have that tusk that can just allow him to just barely get away, then a couple raises off, and she didn't offer that at all.
Yeah, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of said it multiple times. I was going through the hero list to see what they could have picked, maybe do something differently, because some of the heroes that are not very popular right now, like maybe Ogre, I think Bane could also work. You needed a body in front to be able to deal with all these ganks. You need something to stop Primal Beast from running in. Enchantress didn't get that. So coming into the second game, they either need to ban this Primal Beast or they need to pick different heroes if they want to go with the Shadowfiend or a similar hero once again.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. So we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if there's a ray of hope for Team NGX. We'll see you then. Yeah, welcome back. We're partway through the series between Azure Ray and Team NGX. About to go into the second map. Got a few minutes before picks and bans begin, so going to start talking to the analysts about a few things that may have observed in the previous match. We're always on hand watch here. We're rooting for him. He's had a rough tournament, but solid game on the Lina. Did come through relatively unscathed. Really good use of the Grimstroke ulti with the double Laguna Blades and everything. So, he's going to be feeling pretty confident, all things considered. Didn't get dumpstered in lane, always nice.
Yeah, the first blood definitely helped. It was a bit of a slower game from both of the mid laners, I would say, where they weren't really doing much. If you check the score, Lina was like 1-1 for good 15 minutes. That was the first blood, died once afterwards, continued to farm up, and he got his Aghanim Scepter. Then you saw the big combo, as you mentioned, with the Grimstroke ulti immediately after. Was a little bit greedy with the Boots of Travel. I gotta say, this is the one item that could potentially be like, okay, I'm never doing that again, pretty much, but it did pay off. He was staying near the top of the network throughout the whole game, and also Rubik, Sumail had a pretty slow game.
Well, I was going to ask about that as well. Look, I've quickly checked the Reddit comments in the break because obviously I like to go there to get intelligent opinions to echo on the broadcast. And a lot of people were just saying Rubik wasn't the pick. If you look at Sumail's practice heroes over the last 7 days, Rubik wasn't one of them. So I'm bringing that into the broadcast. What was it? As bad as they think it is in retrospect.
Yeah, the Charlie 420 comment, that guy always has something nice to say.
He could have my job if we're being honest about it, obviously.
No, I think he did the job. It's not easy for him playing into Primal Beast. There is no save whatsoever other than the arena, which I think it's pretty difficult. I think the setup for Rubik needs to be slightly different. Or he needs to be playing against different heroes. But he had some really nice spells to steal. He was relatively active because this double, the triple nuke that you could potentially have with Rubik, the spells that you want to steal is Dragon Slave early on because that one's maxed out, and you want to steal Plasma Field, and then you deal serious amount of damage. Problem is the two supports also on their side are not the heroes who can play with Rubik. They can't set it up.
Yeah, I think they were just always one step behind in this game. If you watched over and over again, that Mew just kept dying on that bot lane to one rotation. And we saw Sumail try to make a couple rotations on this Razor, but this Razor was close to dying, had a couple of close ones where the range op did save him, or he always backed up. They were just one step ahead the entire time, knowing where Nigma was going to move on the map, and Nigma weren't reciprocating. They also just got caught time and time again. Noob ended up going 0-11 this game, 1-5 on Sumail. These are uncharacteristic score lines for these players.
Yeah, I mean, we could highlight Noob a little bit. I mean, I know you did before we went to break, but yeah, you said, I mean, very uncharacteristic to have such a, devastating number of deaths like that.
It is hard. Mars is a blink initiator. We are also slowly getting away from the aura meta, I would say, from the off lane, but Pipe is a very expensive item. You didn't have that good of a game, so your Blink Dagger is going to come in super late. We haven't seen also the pairing. These are the heroes that they picked immediately after on 14 and 15. They did pick the Snapfire plus Mars. This is the combo that you want to see. Haven't seen it throughout the whole game, pretty much. It was,
I think there was
lacking.
one instance, where they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, they got the Lina in the mid lane, and then what was it? Han tipped Noob back, got me, bro. That's they got team wiped back. But I love to see the energy though coming from Han. Sure, even though he died, they want a team fight. He's feeling himself a little bit, and that's the confidence I do want to see coming in from Azure Ray here. Drafting wise from Nigma, I mean, Nigma's always been that type of team where their drafts aren't something I always agree on, but their play made up for it. And I'm just not seeing that right now.
Well, how different is it now that the Kuro is, I believe he's kind of spearheading the picks and bans and whatnot?
I think that doesn't change, right? Because he did that before also. He's just not playing this time around, right?
Okay, sure.
So, it's draft-wise, I really don't like to talk about their draft too much because I always, in the past, have always been okay, their draft doesn't have the things that I particularly like in a draft, but it works for the way that they typically like to play. And I think I'm really starting to see more and more about the growing pains of these players switching to new roles. Noob probably doesn't know what to do in a lot of these situations when he's getting camped as an offlaner, so he keeps going back to that lane, he keeps dying. Same thing with GH. He's normally a POS 4 player. He's roaming. He's going mid, but now he has to make other rotations that particularly aren't suited for him.
I think that's a really great point. someone who plays a lot of offlane as well, one of the most difficult things to do is to recognize when you're having a bad lane as an offlaner, what do you do? Like, where are you going, where you're going to be playing? It's easy to play Dota when you're staying ahead, everything's going your way, but when your backs are against the wall, if you're having like 2-3k less than any other core in the game, it makes the game very difficult. That's why the best offlaners, they will always find something that can be done, exploit something, go through the Twin Gates gank, a stack, whatever it's necessary to be able to find something in the game and make a comeback.
This is a good adjustment already.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, like, I hope you don't fall into the trap here if you're Azure Ray here, because this hero is good versus Clockwork. They banned it, then picked Primal in the last game, right?
Yes.
Now, this potentially is an overreaction by Nigma, like, okay, you want your Primal? Play it into our clock, but you could pivot now if you're Azure Ray and just pick other heroes that are good versus Clockwork and not play into this trap here.
So Shadowfiend has to go. Unless Azure Ray wants to pick it up straight away, they need to ban Shadowfiend, because this time around,
Agreed.
Clockwork... Oh, sorry?
I said agreed.
Yeah, I thought you said he was banned for a second.
No,
okay.
no. And that's one of the heroes that's good versus Clockwork, so I like the pivot already.
Yeah, it's crazy to think as well, like we were criticizing Azure Ray's drafting from yesterday, rightly so, you know, at the start of the day, but they've been really, really sharp so far in monitoring what Team NGX are doing, which is great.
And I would love to highlight Planet. We didn't talk too much about him. I did mention him in the pre-game because he had a pretty bad game on that Medusa with the itemization, but I want to highlight how well he did in the previous game. He did go for the Stroke of Fate facet, which did deal insane amount of damage, did go for Ether Lens as his first item to keep the distance, and then picked up Aghanim's Scepter, created illusions of Shadowfiend. He was always near the Lina. His positioning was really good, which did allow both Primal Beast and Lina to get their spells in.
Respect, man, the Medusa right there.
They saw the build. They're like, yeah, we can't counter that. That boots Ghost Scepter, too powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be a good pairing with Beastmaster. The extra root, extra damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. It's definitely something that could work for them. They probably are in some way afraid of the support Medusa flex as well, because, yeah, this hero can be a carry, but it can also be a support. It didn't look good in the game versus the anti-mage, but I think that was a very special case.
Yeah, it feels like a very
They had a sniper
instance.
and a Wraith King as well. Like, it couldn't have been all the Dusa in that particular one. So either way, this is a Beastmaster overall first pick. There's a lot of things you can do to kind of deal with this hero. Like, as a whole, this hero wants to do one of a couple things. Either he wants to just get heroes to come to his lane, he starts snowballing the game, or you want to stack for him and he's just going to catch up with doing a lot of stacks. So you can either be aggressive if you have a good game, or you can play the stacking part. So I think it's a two-part problem when you play versus the Beast. First is the lane, you want to win the laning stage, and then after that, you want to pick heroes that can get aggressive and take over the stacks that he is creating to come back with.
Okay.
I'll go back to the Medusa point. Even the game that they won against Infinity, I wasn't really convinced that Medusa was like the key part of that dub.
It just seemed to tank.
She's like there.
Yeah,
like,
it was, exactly. It just tanked. It didn't do much more, you know?
You can't look flashy on position 4 Medusa as well. This is the hero that can eventually scale, but we haven't seen that like 50, maybe 60-minute game where you're turning into another core. You can be annoying. You can be the one who's like really tanky if they decide to focus you down, but you can also ignore Medusa, which I think is the correct play if you're playing against position 4 Medusa. Another strong lane for Azure Ray. This Dark Willow and Beastmaster, you will always have damage no matter what to kill any kind of a hero. So I want to see if they still decide to go with maybe a Shadowfiend. They did ban Weaver, which was a really good one because they wanted to pick Dark Willow, and then this hero is one of the better ones. If you can control the speed that you're moving at, not to rush into the brambles, but also one of the better heroes against Beastmaster to kill his summons.
Yeah, I definitely think right now you can consider if you want to pick a carry. I think the best carry in the game against Beastmaster in the laning stage is definitely Gyrocopter. If you just want to like completely shut him down, and of course later on if he stacks, you can invade it quite easily as well. It's not like your Miracle type hero, generally speaking, because Miracle typically likes to scale and play flashy heroes, and there's nothing really flashy about Gyrocopter, but it's something they can consider. And Shadowfiend, well, against a Beastmaster, I don't really see like how it deals with it a lot. Luna is a hero that is okay versus it, but the Phoenix is definitely incredibly good versus Beastmaster. Yeah, your creeps don't do anything to the egg. and you just don't right-click it either very well. So that definitely helps you a lot with that team fight when he wants to group up and do things. I'm not sure which facet the Beast is going to go for, because they keep buffing slowly over time. I think they buffed the talent of Beast to give more magic resistance to his creeps. So I wonder if you go for Helm Dom now, get that talent as well that gives you more magic resist with a pipe, and you're just really tanky, or you just go for that classic Aghanims build.
I'm just wondering who's going to be playing in the safe lane with Luna. Usually Clockwork is a good option, but on the team, GH is the Phoenix, and we haven't seen much of Phoenix position 4 to be played most of the time. You want to keep him as a 5, because he can still scale from position 5. But, I was thinking maybe some, Darkseer, if they want to pair it up with the Clockwork from the off lane, would give them a lot of team fight, but now they might need to pick something different because there is a Razor in the game.
Indeed, there is. I wonder what you do here. Do you just pick Quap here and just pick one of the best heroes that's left in the pool, or do you just pick a support? Because we saw in the last game, when you have last pick and someone picks one of these heroes like a Quap or a Lina, it doesn't feel like you have a good pick anyway. So this is kind of theoretical for me, because the more I watch these games, what are you going to get out of your last pick? And is it going to be this Razor flex to the mid lane? Doesn't sound too great either, but they're just going to go with the stock standard. They're not going to try to push the boundaries here. Just Disruptor is going to be picked up. This is pretty good versus the Phoenix. When he dives away, you can just bring him back.
You can glimpse him back.
Yeah, you've got a silence. That's pretty cool. You can glimpse Clock away if he ever goes in. And the Visage. This is going to be the pairing most likely with the Clockwork. So it will probably most likely be a Phoenix Luna into the safe lane to answer your question.
Yeah. I like this Disruptor pick a lot. Sometimes heroes that we don't see a lot of the times, if they're not popular, you don't know how strong they are. And let's say Luna, for example, she pops the BKB. If you're able to disengage, maybe pop some Roar, you don't want to take a fight immediately. She has BKB off cooldown or on cooldown, then you can just glimpse her and then take a fight. So it could be a very powerful tool against Luna.
And it looks like Sumail really wants an Ember Spirit here, I'm thinking. Bans the Huskar right away. I mean, if you look at their lineup, right? They need something in that mid lane position that can pick up runes, walk to the Visage's lane, because the way Luna just functions, yeah, she's more aggressive than she was previously in patches, but she still wants to farm a lot. And Visage, this is a hero that is very slow. You're going to walk down lanes, you're going to buy auras. So really to round out the lineup for Nigma here, they need those Ember, those Storm Spirit, Earth Spirit type of heroes that just can really just get in there and make things happen on the map. That's why we see the Huskar ban there, because he pretty much disables all those type of playstyles.
Just a question. How strong would you say the Ags is on the Disruptor?
Oh, it's one of the best Ags in the game. It always was, probably always will be one of the that has most impact once you get it. It's very hard to get it with the Disruptor, especially if you there are 2 neutral items that help you a lot in the game, also depending how good of a game you're having. But if you find Trusty Shovel, if you find Philosopher's Stone, this is the time where you can get
a fast Ags, essentially.
Faster Ags, on Disruptor. And it makes a lot of difference.
Yeah,
especially
nice
when you have a BKB piercing ability, like a Beastmaster stun, then you can easily combine that with the Static Storm.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Didn't want to say that. Thought I'd ask.
And there's that Ember Spirit that you talked about, the Earth Spirit, all these elusive heroes, anything that can be super active early on. Because in the previous game, Rubik had tried to go for some of these ganks, but was unable to do as much. This time around, Nigma Galaxy did fix some of the problems that they did have. So now you have this Clockwork from position 4 who can be an initiator. You have Visage who comes online super fast, takes your tower early on, especially with any kind of twin gate rotation. You have 3 heroes, Visage level 6, that tower's going to fall.
Yeah. And I think you just ran out of heroes that can dodge Disruptor. Ember could do it. Earth Spirit can do it. Good timing. Puck could do it. So I don't know. Do you just go for the Quap here? Something like that's left in the pool here? Not entirely sure what Sumail's going to eyeball. It's not as good as the 2 that already got banned. I think those are very high priority. I will say, though, regardless of whatever Sumail picks here, I think Noob has been having a little bit of a rough tournament, and I feel like they've been putting him on these Primal, these Mars, which are heroes he was really good on the mid lane, but it's a totally different place on the off lane. I think changing the tempo here for him, and Sand will be that other hero, and giving a hero that can just kind of farm instead might be a good change of pace for Enigma.
it's a strong lineup. A lot of team fight. You have protection for the egg with multiple heroes. They decide to fight around the egg. There's a little bit of anti-synergy with Luna and Phoenix with the day and night cycles. Don't like that one. But other than that, every single hero can protect the egg, so they can go for some of these more aggressive eggs. You have Sanking, you have Visage Birds, Clockwork with the hook shot, Cogs, and looking at the boys, Kuro giving some last insight about the draft that they just drafted for themselves. It feels like very simple, very easy to execute type of a draft.
Yeah.
Most definitely here. And now you're in a position where you're just going to go back for the Lina. And this is a hero that is really good at hitting the egg. So I do like that. You can kill the egg. The mid lane should be good yet again. Like, you can die if there's a rotation. So that's kind of like the risky part here. But if it's a straight one-on-one, definitely Lina favored here. They don't have as much catch this game, depending on how well New does. Glimpse will help with that, of course, here. But yeah, I think overall here, I think I like Azure Ray's lineup a bit more here. It looks pretty straightforward here. The Razor has been looking really good. The Lina in the mid lane looks great. I think Disruptor can do a lot in this particular game. And Nigma's lineup, not to say it's bad or anything, but they have to hit a very strong timing with Noob on this Visage, get the auras, do some Roshan, and then run down the map with Luna as well. I just feel like their coordination right now for this type of lineup just hasn't been there for me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would want to see how Noob is going to do on Visage, because he was a mid laner. These are not like micro type of heroes that he does play, so definitely not going to feel like 33 Visage or any of the other experts, I would say. So looking forward to see what he's going to do. They do have a strong lane.
I was going to say strong lane with the clock, so they can get him.
It's a simple lane to play. You know, if Clockwork gets in a good spot, he traps him inside of the cogs. It's kind of a guaranteed kill. But I'm slightly leaning towards Azure Ray this time, even though Nigma Galaxy, they have a super strong draft that can hit the time and can, they can be the one controlling Roshan with their draft as well, because they can easily kill it to Visage. You have Luna. You're never going to lack damage with this type of a draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much agree. There's not much more to say here. Like, you have to the timing for Nigma, and outside of that, like, Azure Ray, I really just want to see what Han wants to do on this Lina yet again. He got first blood before, so
that's the thing.
Won't have it.
Had to get off to a strong start to kind of, have that game that he did, but you saw there with the tip and things like that, he's obviously confident on this hero. This is something we hadn't seen before. So.
Thank the gang for the team. Rest of the team is going to do the trick, kill everything else. I also think it's more like of a comfort choice for this Lina, considering that he did play, they did just win the game. There were better options in the pool, but they wanted him to feel better in the game, knowing that so far he was the one struggling the most in the team.
And I think on Nigma, the Luna needs to be protected more than Miracle did in the last game.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So thanks a lot as always, gentlemen. We're ready to get into the game, so we're going to throw it over to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, time to get ready into the action of Game 2. Folks, we're getting some similar calls coming out from Azure Ray, which I think is only going to be good news for them, right? They get the Han Lina, who had a great game, as the panel was just talking about in the last game. And I think the big one really being Low getting Razor, again, a hero that just doesn't lose at this tournament so far, Vogt.
That's definitely going to be the biggest test, I would say, to see if Nigma's going to be able to answer that one. I would say their draft is a lot better in terms of overall kind of scaling. This time around, it still is slightly 4 Protect 1 with the Luna, but I would say Luna can do a bit more if she does get left alone and stuff like that. So just to get that farm going. So could get protection, or could get taken out, but I want to see just more protection to set up Miracle for success, because he had, 3-4 deaths in the laning phase.
Well, look
he ended
at
up
this.
with 10 deaths early, so they're getting off the bat immediately.
We saw what last game, Azure Ray set up for quite a sneaky first blood. This time it's Nigma Galaxy striking from a position that you would not expect.
Ooh, Sumail does not get the last hit, though. Noob does get it, which will help him at least in aggro on that lane, but ideally you want to give it to that mid, like we saw Han have it last time, I believe. Either way. That lane is still going to be a bit difficult, I would say, for Sumail playing versus the Lina. We'll see how he ends up doing in it. Yeah, getting off to a good start, and he's going to immediately bring a Bracer up top.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see, I mean, overall, how Noob ends up doing. I'm going to talk a bit about him just because I think that last game, I don't want to blame him, obviously, entirely, because it was a team kind of thing, but he had a really rough game. So I just want to see much better stuff coming out from him this time, and how is Visages? Because, I mean, this just doesn't feel like a noob
Did you check how many games he's played on?
I'll check really fast.
I'm having a look right now.
You got it? Okay, you got it. Yeah, because it just, we always think about Noob, and he's like the mid player who goes for, the snaps and the primals and stuff. So definitely a bit of a different kind of approach for him. Good damage being brought out for Low.
At least on one of these profiles, only showing 2 games of Visage.
Okay.
But okay, that's in pro games. So
That's
in pro games, he's played 2 games and he did win both of them.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So there you go.
Hybrid.
And then in terms of his main profile, 44 games, 54% win rate. So definitely by far not one of his most played.
They should have this. There's the stick charges, but I don't know if it's enough to save low.
Bam!
It is
Soul Assumption comes through, and he is gone. So yeah, Noob, the win rate's good on this hero, and he's off to a fantastic start.
Absolutely. Exactly what you want for Visage early. Get these early kills, get these early stat items so you can keep that spam going. He still has double mango. The null's going to be coming out too. So yeah, perfect kind of start. And Disruptor, I don't know how much he actually helps up here for the Razor. That's the one thing. Sometimes, you know, it's like you have like a Treant Protector, someone to soak some of these spells. Disruptor is fragile. Likely to just die if you do get caught inside of any of these spells.
Yeah.
This lane could be a bit difficult for low.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult if they start falling behind. Because if they didn't have kind of these early deaths and they're able to play from ahead, then, you know, I guess you've got pretty good setup from Pichu to allow low to get aggressive, get a good static link duration with the control of the Disruptor. But yeah, when they're running at you, not so much easy for this safe lane duo of Azure.
No, overall static link when you're playing versus this lane, it doesn't stop their damage. It's
True,
all magical.
Yeah,
right?
that's
so they
true.
solo
They're still
function you,
fighting
they battery soul, and they fight you through it, and it'll just immediately make it very difficult for low. So we'll see how he does in these later couple levels. But yeah, this one's going to be one of the slower starts for him. Bottom does feel like it's a bit difficult as well too versus the Luna and the Phoenix. Mid is going to be that one that Azure should win, but 2 lanes, it should be pretty good for Nigma.
Because overall, this game, with the approach that you see from Nigma's draft, is it a bit easier to execute than last game? You know, how does it sort of compare?
I just think it's much. I think Rubik mid is a big risk in a lot of situations, so this one just feels better across the board. I think Sanking's just a much better hero than Rubik is, especially from that mid lane. And yeah, the draft has a lot of synergy and a lot of big damage ultimates that can kind of combine together. So I like it way better this time from Nigma in comparison to their last draft.
That's top lane. Low, still just 5 last hits.
Got nothing.
3 minutes in. This is going to be a very, very slow start. And again, you know, this hero, Razor, has been winning all the games. So if Nigma Galaxy are able to turn up in this match and defeat a Razor lineup,
they're going for him. They actually have to glimpse the
it's a lot of damage indeed. And the rotation coming in for GH. Low's gone.
This is devastating.
This is, I mean, 3.5 minutes in, you know, as I said, Razor's been winning all the games. This has got to be the roughest start we've seen a Razor have, right? 8 last hits, 4 minutes in. This is the worst start a Razor's had. And yeah, Noob 3-0-1 on this Visage.
Look at that.
And I said, in terms of the pro gameplay, I'm pretty sure it said he's only just played it twice in pro. I think we're going to see it a lot more.
Yeah, this hero is so powerful. The damage that you're able to do. You kill almost any lane, and yeah, it's a fragile lane early. And getting the level 1 kill on the Razor, now is 2 and 3 kills. He has to be careful even showing back up here. I like the persistence from Omar, just, yeah, glyphing the wave and going for that dive.
No glimpse in, but they're not able to do anything aggressive themselves right now, Azure Ray, with how bad of a state their lane is in.
And Miracle, yeah, he's not getting the lane now because it's pushed up all the way, but he's a Luna, so he can, I mean, jungle in a pretty bad maneuver at level 3, but yeah, he can actually do something while GH leaves the lane a little bit here.
And he's just getting infinitely more than Low is from this laning stage on the other side of the map.
Yep, Low again.
I mean, Miracle's even coming in with a rotation top. He's going for the twin gate. So he's going to be ready to help out as well for a bit of a dive. There he is with a elusive beam. It's Low dead again.
GH?
Now, see, GH, he's going to be able to survive. They can't even bring him down in return. Miracle, of course, him being here allows him to continue to push on for Planet as well. This top lane, I don't think you want to go there anymore if you're Azure Ray. It's over there.
Let's look at the GPM right now really quick, just for the lulz. Look at this Visage. Oh, baby.
That's got to be the highest. That's actually got to be some record-breaking GPM for 5 minutes in. On
There's
any
no
hero,
way anything. He has tranquil drums, and two of the stat items already finished up.
What the?
This could just be like almost like, I mean, very difficult to recover. A Miracle's doing some kind of weird things where he's not even going to lane bottom now, but I mean, Low's game is going to be, I don't know how you recover. You have to jungle, and you're level 2.
One thing's for sure, though, folks. We've got to kind of snapshot and remember this moment, because if this game goes on and the Razor dominates and wins, then this hero's busted.
Yes.
If you win the game as this Razor from this spot, it's going to be pretty insane. Because this start, you do not get rougher of a start than Low's had this game.
He lost. The tower is gone. It's a 3,000 gold lead.
He has 11 CS.
This is the craziest.
This is the real test for Razor. How busted is this hero? We'll find out
I mean,
this game.
This is the test for Razor, and this is maybe the test for Nigma. I mean, if they end up blowing this game away.
Oh, that's true. If they
But
lose this game, uh-oh.
They just got to keep that coordination going, keep that aggression. Yeah, it's fantastic timing. So let's see what Azure Ray does look to do it. They are going to steal the stacks away. This is a clever move if they can finish them off from Sumail.
I should be able to protect them here with Omar turning up. So I'll have to back away. Noob does find the kill on GH. Down bottom, they get him around the tower.
He'll be the one to watch. I think if anything comes from this lineup in Azure Ray, it's going to come from New in particular. Sumail will go down, but Han...
They'll die in return.
Soul Assumption as
and look,
well.
it's Noob. Noob's
more money.
He's getting so much. And this Visage, this is dirty stuff from Noob. Visage fans rejoice for this gameplay. This is something of dreams for the Visage players out there.
Hey, this is
6-0-2. You get all these Death Toll Soul Assumption kills. This is crazy numbers for Noob this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we saw this hero did get only a kind of small nerf, to be honest with you.
GH, and he returns to the lane trying to pick up some XP. Does have Sumail with him. MP's there. GH is able to get the dive off. Does die, but should be sending up here for Sumail to find kills in return. Brings down New, and will indeed be able to get Pichu as well. So GH, sure, he goes down again, but absolutely worth it because Sumail getting a big cleanup.
And he gets the big target. He gets the Beastmaster, so that big gold, it's a pinata to pop. How's Razor? I think I'm going to not look at low too much just so we don't feel bad for him. So, but yeah, he's getting a little bit up here, and he's queued up the Midas. So
that's what you got to do.
That's the only way to recover.
That's what you got to do. The recovery game plan is set here for Azure Ray. Let's see if Nigma Galaxy makes sure to not give them the time to get away with it.
Miracle's gone the fighting route, right? Treads into the Dragon Lance rather than going for like the Mom. I think we've been seeing this one more on the Lunas lately, but yeah, he's going to be able to turn up to all these fights.
Yep. I like it. The fighting early is definitely working out around this incredibly strong Visage. And, of course, a mid that's very active here. Sumail heads over. They've got the catch on hand in the river.
Playing this beautifully. And something I'll bring up that we always tend to bring up, they're playing versus Disruptor. So when you start getting this type of momentum for this hero, Disruptor doesn't really do too much. 0-3 on the Disruptor, 0-4 on the Razor. That top lane, 0-7. And now a tower in the mid lane, Noob. He'll be able to finish this one off. His timings are going to be so ridiculous. The auras
it has to be record-breaking timing on Visage, right? We've seen a lot of Visage. We've seen a lot of great games, but I'm not crazy, right? This is like the most farmed of Visage has been 8.5 minutes in.
8 minutes in, maybe. I mean, now I've seen some games where 33 at TI just started roaming and started getting some type of kills.
But to this level?
But to this level, I don't think so. This is pretty
crazy
insane
stuff.
And the thing is, too, it's so much hybrid damage, and the lineup overall of Azure Ray, it's a lot more fragile than last game. Last game, they had this tree as well that, sure, it's a 5 position, but it's another front line. Their only real front line now, because Razor's game is completely destroyed, is a Beastmaster. And initiation overall from Nigma this game is much more natural, rather than needing any type of itemization early. Omar can just start fights a lot of times.
And you, just going to lead in with the Raw. I mean, Azure Ray,
they'll find him.
They'll go for any sort of kill that presents themselves. They're happy to drop these ults to get even the supports. Just try and do what they can to take some of the parts away from Nigma Galaxy to slow them down.
Miracle wants to go for low, but Planet is here.
And Fear is going to be there to push back Miracle. GH, though, he's pretty much solo on top of low, bringing him down very low. Miracle tanking a lot of hits from the tower. He'll drop the Eclipse, but Miracle, he's going down.
Planet nearly pretty much solos him.
He does.
Very nice play. That ward paying off in dividends.
Getting a bit ahead of themselves there, trying for that play.
Oh, that's actually interesting to see, too. He did go Thorny Thicket. We're seeing almost all the Willows take the other facet to get that bonus damage there. Either way, gets the solo kill anyway. Urn now finished up for Planet. Starting to get a little bit of hope, but that Razor still needs a lot.
How's the Midas?
A lot of time.
1,000 gold into the recipe.
Yep, 680 more. So for Nigma, keep pushing that envelope, keep pressuring. You see how greedy they've gone. I actually see that Han, I think, did he adjust the build? I think he did. He had Boots of Travel being built, but I think if he goes that and they're going Midas, they can just get steamrolled. So I think he's going to stop that. Yeah, he's going to go for the Ags Rush instead, get these stat items so he can look to get involved a bit more early since the Razor's not going to. Good adaptation, at least. We'll see if it works, but can understand the idea of what he wants. Blink done for Sumail. So yeah, wanting to accelerate things on the side of Nigma, since they've got this advantage. See what they find.
Azure Ray playing very cautious behind the towers. Not allowing themselves to get jumped by these sort of moves from Nigma Galaxy. We'll see if they continue to play safe enough. Bottom lane, they're starting to stray away from the tier 1. Could leave them vulnerable if Nigma Galaxy is able to get the wraparound on this.
No one on Azure Ray is really showing much. They show a disruptor in mid. Razor's just been in the same 3 camps for the last 6 minutes, so Nigma is aware that this is the only positioning they can be in right now. Han?
Who do they want to go on? Noob, leading him with the familiars. Hook shots in over towards New. They dive forward on GH. New, he's going to get caught. He's actually able to turn with the raw onto Noob. In fact, Noob, he's the one to get caught. Ham finishing him off with the Laguna Blade. They turn towards Sumail. They got him caught in the Static Storm. Planet's still alive. He's getting away from this thing. Can't quite take down the egg in time. They'll look towards Omar. He's going to get caught by the root. Try to TP out underneath the birds. Not going to happen. Triple kill for Han.
That ward they have on the high ground there, it sees Noob wrapping around. The roar comes out perfectly. What a time for it to come out
dude,
there.
that's the amount of money that Ham picked up from that fight. That's pretty much the Aghanim's done.
Yeah.
He gets the triple kill. One of them, of course, being ending that big streak and that killing off that incredibly farmed Visage. Noob, that's a hell of a lot of money for Han to be picking up.
That whole lead is almost gone. Razor's starting to get the catch-up. It's Nigma starting the fight, but they don't get their spells off perfectly onto Nu. He's able to distance himself with the roar. And that roar actually pushes Sumail into the root. I didn't see that at first.
And just a bit of an awkward one from GH now. Has to kind of use the dive to get in and get out. And that means it's very difficult for him to get back in for a good position with the Supernova. Sure, they don't kill it, but it just wasn't able to come in when the rest of the fight was going on at the beginning and do that extra bit of damage and commit that panic that Azure Ray would have to dealt with.
He's got the eggs done.
Yeah.
Already finished up
he's
on
got
this
that
Lina.
fight, gave him the goal for it. Yep.
Oh, wow. They're starting to get this momentum, and Razor's starting to get the recovery, starting to get the space slowly but surely low.
Uh-oh.
Starting to recover. And Miracle is still a gigantic margin ahead of him. But
sure, but
can't make those type of mistakes when you have this big of an advantage.
Absolutely
when you're the one
not.
hunting, you're the one who wrapped around and went for this gank.
Yeah, it's going to feel pretty rough for Nigma if this game goes on and Low is able to get back up towards the top, and that's definitely a chance of that happening with those team moves going as that.
I think for next fight, like Sumail in particular, has to probably rev the epi before just a blink stun, because they need that damage to come out almost immediately when they go for the initial jump. Because Nu, if he gets epi there, might not be able to get that roar off. So definitely important. But speaking of Nu, after he gets that huge surge of gold on top of Han, he has a cloak, he has drums, getting fairly tanky.
And Pipe is going to cause massive issues for Nigma Galaxy in these team fights.
And the level 10 talent, which I hope he takes the Inner Beast Magic Resist one this game. I've seen people still taking the other one, but in this one, it's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, sure, you've got it, yeah. That extra 10% Magic Resist sounds pretty tasty against Nigma Galaxy's lineup. In the mid,
Han?
This will do it. Sure, I mean, surely will do it. It will.
They will. A lot committed.
It was, but
that was
necessary.
Epi and egg.
They got to kill Han. They've got to kill off this Lina. I mean, you're right. It took a lot, and next time round, if New's around and he has the pipe, then even that might not have killed Han.
Yeah, if he's in that position for sure. Still a ways away, but
Nigma definitely need to keep looking for more here. They can't sit back.
Can we get a fun heat map of Low? Just for the lulz. It's because he's literally
do we have that technology?
I think we do. He's literally just been 3 camps. I mean, we don't need to show it anyway. But yeah, he's literally just sitting up here. It's not the fastest farm, though. Even with Midas, even with Eye of the Storm spam. I mean, Miracle, of course, he's going to just be able to farm faster as this Luna, so.
But it's what you've got to do, right?
It's what
if you're Razor, you know, 4 times in lane, you lose your tower at a minute, you have to just completely AFK farm, trust in the rest of the team to keep the game going. It's the absolutely correct approach from Low, and an approach that I got the feeling that it's going to work out. You know, Razor doesn't lose games, Fogged.
He doesn't.
He died 4 times. He had a horrific start, but minutes are passing. He's getting away with it. He's catching up. He will be in this game.
Omar. Saving the Laguna. They've got it for that next target. Han can purchase Shard now, too. Getting these small pickoffs. No roar. So now, could see Nigma look to strike back. Their ults are coming back up. And they have good vision. They still have this vision on this triangle area. Just kidding. It's gone now.
I mean, what do you imagine should be the plan here for Nigma Galaxy? They have this slight lead, 3k advantage. They know that for still quite a bit of time, the Razor's probably not going to be showing up to fights.
I want to see them force the issue of something like a Roche or some type of bigger objective, to be honest, because they've got the pipe, they've got the drums on Noob, where he had that massive advantage in the early game, but that advantage is no longer there. It's only 300 ahead of a Beast and Lina, so definitely want to see them try to force the issue somehow, but...
Is it just not worth to sort of put the resources into trying to mess with the Razor in this top side of the map?
Just always has a ward on that. Like, usually it's like they have a ward on that high ground there, so it's very difficult to kind of find him without a smoke. Omar is going to try right now.
They should get him here.
And they should have him.
Under the tier 2 they go. TPs are coming in, but of course at this stage of the game, Low still playing the recovery game, so very vulnerable.
Sumail will be able to get out. This is good though. It's forcing the issue, right? It's just causing something to happen when you have these item timings, when you know you are that far ahead of the Razor in particular. So they will get one kill. Tower. The glyph was popped, so they could consider something there, but they actually see Han. They have this kind of sneaky ward. Haste on Sumail. Han is starting to get out of there, and he will see Sumail.
I hope with a scan, but yeah, indeed, with the information Azure Ray have, unlikely they stick around or stick anywhere near close enough for Nigma Galaxy to have the chance of getting a jump on them.
So I guess this was the choice, rather than trying to force the tier 2 top, is just get them out of that triangle area, try to keep controlling the map more.
That's the pipe for new. So Azure Ray is going to be a bit more kitted together now to turn up and defend these objectives as a team.
Miracle has to be a bit cautious of the positioning. The wraparound you can do with Flame Cloak is definitely a bit scary. So we'll back away after getting a little bit of tower damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Still a pretty solid advantage here for the side of Nigma. And yeah, let's see what else they look to keep forcing. I do potentially want to see them get the setup of Vision top and look for that Roche maybe soon, because taking the tier 2s is just a bit difficult. But Glyph is down, so it's not out of the element. Let's see where they look to set up here.
Hello. And once he gets that BKB done, it definitely feels like he's kind of through the woods. You know, it's got the Pupil's Gift, the BKB.
Ooh, they see him right now too. This ward is actually still there from Omar. They could potentially catch Low here off guard.
See how sort of far Sumail wants to go with this play behind the tier 2 tower.
Plan it.
He's going to get caught by the Burrow Strike. Static Storm's going to get laid down onto Sumail. Low considering turning up for this fight.
Who's here?
He's in with the Static Link, the Laguna. Sumail just gets completely wiped off the face of the earth at the front of the fight.
Noob's glimpsed.
And Lowe's thinking about going for more. He's stepping up with the Plasma Field. They're turning over towards Noob. Hook shot over.
Nice.
It's a good position with the aim, or is it though? They've got the vision. They're able to turn and take it down. And that's going to be GH gone.
But they've got 4 heroes.
And Azure Ray still dancing around the side of the fight. Same to be said for Nigma Galaxy. Both teams kind of testing the waters, see if they can go back in against one another.
The glimpses.
Glimpse onto Miracle. He's falling low. Popped the mantle a little earlier. The Light Striker Ray still catching him, but he's still able to get to the side. The Bramble Maze will catch on to him, but the final Dragon Slave in hand takes him out. Omar's dead as well. This is not what Nigma Galaxy were hoping to come looking for. They try and poke at Azure Ray, and it's in a position where, sure, Low dies, but he was even able to get involved, get a few rounds of the spells off. They lose 4 heroes there, Nigma Galaxy. That little bit of a lead that they have is slipping away, and I think concerns are rising.
Sumail has to be more careful with his plays. I mean, he went a bit too aggressive at the start there. Just gets caught inside the Static Storm. Sure, he's got Yules to prolong things a little bit, but yeah, the Roar comes out, and they need Sumail. He is starting to fall pretty far behind here. 8,200 net worth on him. Lina Han, I think he got what? I mean, he had a regen rune going that whole fight, but I think he got, what, like 7, 8 Dragon Slaves, 8 Light Striker Rays or something off, so he needs to be dealt with earlier in these fights somehow. But perfect place to fight. When you get that type of advantage and you have 4 heroes alive and you have Disruptor, it's tough to get away. That's why you see Nigma, they were like, we need to kind of fight while also retreating, but yeah, they just couldn't fight through it. And this Lina's damage continues to grow. 15 talent's been hit.
Next fight, Low will have the BKB.
He will.
So,
could just survive.
Because he was living for pretty long in that fight.
Yep. The pipe almost actually protected him.
Now they get themselves the Tormentor.
Low. Low.
Oh,
Low.
careful, careful. Oh,
Land it.
Oh, it's dangerous. Happens. It happens.
At least Low didn't die. Stupid supports. He was dead anyway. Don't ping his wand. Get out. Hello? Yep, BKB is pretty much finished up there. That gold lead is just, it's all gone. 2K only. XP is actually favoring the side of Azure Ray now. Pretty wild stuff. And that was cool, dude. The egg placement right on the high ground even. An attempt there from GH. But yeah, they had that vision, so. Only the level 1 egg also to point out. So GH, maybe if he had the level 2 egg, could have been potential to have it be protected, but they were able to focus fire it. Miracle does have BKB now for that next fight, and they have Crimson, so definitely a flurry of items that have come out. But as you said, BKB on Razor. Low is actually a hero now. Sorta. Oh, and he got Pupil's Gift, actually, so
yeah, he's
BKB Pupils, he's tanking up.
He's got a lot of HP. So not something that can go ignored in a team fight.
And Noob has actually surpassed the Visage. So he's actually surpassed Noob at this point. He's going to have the same itemization and more. You know, he's going to have this Crimson Guard pretty much finished up on top of this Dominator.
Yeah, look, just a huge amount of that momentum that Nigma Galaxy had earlier is not really being felt anymore.
No, it is all gone. Sumail does find Vampire Fangs, has the Voodoo Mask, so a lot of spell lifesteal on him to perhaps survive through the fights if he does get caught again like last time. But he is only 1,200 HP, which you don't see too often.
I'll see what they can find here with the smoke. Nigma Galaxy making moves towards the bottom lane.
They ideally want to get a fight win in to try to get the secured Roche bottom. Hook shot.
They got the opening. Straight away, and onto Pichu. They've got the burst. He's able to still get the Static Storm down. Will fall. At the same time, they get the jump over his planet, but Low turns up and he's got the link going on towards Sumail. Pots the BKB. Fear pushing back the two of them. They got the burst to finish Sumail off. New still has the Roar. Finds a target to follow things up, but Nigma Galaxy also going to back up.
Yeah, Low doesn't have his BKB now. Doesn't want to walk into all the magic. They'll split back up. Nice Terrorize from Planet to kind of disengage a little bit of that fight there. So they'll get a mid, trading for the Disruptor. Pretty worth it there for Azure, right?
They're going to try for the Roche, though.
They should be able to get that Roche, so in the end, looks more valuable for them.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any decision from Azure Ray to head over. So he just should go the way of Nigma Galaxy. And this should be the key to allow them to try and go for some of these tier 2 towers now. Miracle with the Aegis.
Yep. 2 lives will definitely help a ton versus this big burst damage, but still just have to be careful not to do what they did last time with that Aegis and get super split up. They still have to play nicely as a team. And they are. Moving together through that gateway top. Lotus is finished up on GH, so they've got the way to reflect either the Roar or the Link, or, I mean, quite a bit of these targeted spells. A very valuable Lotus again this game. And almost a 4-staff on Omar, so they will have that way to also reset positioning perhaps for Miracle versus the Link. So they're starting to get more of these items as well to buff up the Luna. BKB, I believe, finished up on Han. Let's see if they look to try to get some type of catch-out fight, or if they're going to just wait until this Aegis goes down and farm these next items. So far, Nigma just not splitting up. It's a big thing right now. They're all kind of sticking together. And they're going to smoke. I believe an Arcane Rune. Yep, Sumail, he's got that going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Could have quite the team fight on their hands here if they can get that initiation.
I want Sumail to bring out his like vitality. I guess he's waiting for like the full thing, but my goodness, he looks so fragile. 1,200 HP sanking.
And we have seen him get burst pretty easy by hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Phoenix has 1,500 with like 0 stat items. He's actually tankier than him.
Sumail. He's going to try for the jump on Low. Straight in with the bow strike in the epicenter. So the BKB still able to come out for Low. He's going to look to try and turn. Yule Scepter will buy him a little bit of safety, Sumail. Laguna comes down, though, and Sumail, he's still going to get burst. Low. BKB
Hook
ends.
shot.
Omar's in with a hook shot. They'll try and burst through the Razor. They'll succeed. The Terrorize pushes back Omar, but the job's done. They got the trade. 1-for-1 on the course.
And here comes Miracle now. So can look to clean up more targets. New.
Blue some P men. New drop of the Familiars trying to control New. Azure Ray still having the space to fully retreat. So 1-for-1 should be enough for Nigma Galaxy to push on and try and pressure the tier 2 here, but the pressure of Miracle still has, Aegis for 3 minutes.
Sumail is just a sacrifice, I guess. Ends up working out again, but yeah, he is very fragile when he jumps in. He is giving up his life for these type of situations.
Yeah, and,
but they get low.
Nigma Galaxy's been pretty careful. They don't want to stick around and go for the tier 2. They'll back off.
Interesting.
Maybe feeling that they can just get another bigger full team play when Sumail's back up with the remaining, still 2 minutes of Aegis play.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
I think they're picking up some items, right? I think I saw something being bought there from the Luna. I think he has the Conda soon finished up on Miracle, so...
I mean, they're splitting up a bit, Nigma Galaxy, and the vision's there for Noob to get glimpse back. Noob does have the Roar if he wants to go for it.
Noob is very tanky. Not the ideal target for them to go for. Miracle.
Oh, I mean, Miracle and Omar, they're thinking about fighting this. Omar's in with a hook shot over towards Noob. Backupping from hand, though, they burst through Omar. Omar's gone. The Eclipse comes out from Miracle, turns towards New. New has the Roar to hold back Miracle through the BKB. Sumail, Burrow striking on towards New. New, he'll get left behind on this one. So another trade that Nigma Galaxy will take. They lose Omar, but they get New. One of the bigger kills, taking away that Beastmaster and all of his auras. This could be the timing for them to get back on with a push with this minute and a half left of the Aegis on Miracle.
Absolutely. I mean, he just finished his Conda, too. So Miracle, level 20 is about to be hit on top of having the Conda. That's when the explosive damage really does come in. So these heroes can definitely just pop from that distance. And Low, I mean, even though he is, as you said, with the slow recovery and stuff of the Razor, he still feels pretty squishy.
Just going to try and get that refresher rush after the BKB so he can just survive throughout the double BKB, double Eye of the Storm in the midst of the team fight.
Are they going to have enough damage, though, to be able to go through Miracle? That's just my one question if he does go full on this build.
I mean,
Miracle might just be able to fight him just straight up with auto attacks.
I think they've got to kind of get the Roar onto Miracle as well as like the static link pumping. And then that gives them the chance to fight against the Luna. Outside of that, yeah, Miracle.
It's definitely difficult.
The fight should be pretty easy for him to play.
Especially because he has this Lotus Orb. So it's like almost every single one of these fights, Miracle, in theory, should either reflect the Link or reflect the Roar or have some type of protection versus this Razor as well, too, on top of having that that massive net worth advantage. And they'll get both Wisdoms.
There we go, tier 2 on the bottom taken.
It's only a 3k lead, but it does feel a bit bigger because of that Luna versus Razor differential. And even though Sumail is 12,000 net worth, he is having at least some decent impact, and I believe his Bloodstone is now done. So he is still going to be able to dish out a good chunk of damage, even though he is a bit behind.
Yeah, now he should get to jump in and have a higher chance of actually surviving, getting back out.
And I think they also, I mean, they got the Force Staff and stuff a little bit earlier too, so yeah, definitely potential to be able to save him. Headband for GH2, so positioning easier for him to cast these Lotus Orbs. Starting to feel comfortable to poke the tower a bit more here. Glyph will be forced. That is a high ground Glyph. Don't believe they can force anything with that, but we can keep tabs on that for the next 5 minutes in case something goes disastrously wrong.
I'd imagine, though, for Nigma Galaxy, they'll probably want to just wait for the next Roche before they go for any further pushes. They're playing it safe this game.
Yeah, they know they're in a pretty comfortable spot to be able to seal this one off if they don't make any super bad mistakes. Miracle. Does have to be a little bit careful down here. They have the ward, so they do see pretty much everyone on the side of Azure Ray. So they are starting to swing over.
Here's the smoke. Could catch Nigma Galaxy a little split up.
Did that ward catch it? I mean, they had vision in the triangle, so may have seen them. New is revealed.
Nigma Galaxy are prepared for this.
Yep. And Low also showed himself bottom, so they know that pretty much everyone should be down here. They are on the high ground. Counter smoke.
And Nigma's ready to fight.
This Luna's damage is going to be insane if she's not dealt with.
Gonna get the glimpse onto Noob. I have the Roar as well. I mean, Noob a little far away from the rest of the team.
Hookshot off the mark.
Sumail tries to initiate, but it doesn't go as cleanly as they'd hoped for. Refresher is going to be popped by Low. And Miracle also having that first BKB coming out as well. So that's the BKB gone for Miracle. See if Azure Ray find a way to get back in on this. But the buyback from Noob does mean that Nigma Galaxy still have that overall strength. They're in with the jump. Terrorize. Catches on to them. BKB, second one in from low. They're in onto Miracle. Indeed, getting the static link off as well. We had a force to the side. Get away for now. See if they can chase on towards Azure Ray. Omar trying to sweep him from the side. The jump again for Sumail. He gets the catch on Planet. Planet's dead. They've got him in the cogs as well. Low to be caught by Omar. Low will fall. Nigma Galaxy take the fight.
Very nice play. Good decision to buy back there from Noob. I was a little hesitant on if it was actually going to end up being good, but they will be able to push forward and get these 2 kills, chase forward because of it. A little bit of an awkward start to the fight. Omar ended up whiffing the first hook shot there, so it looked a little bit strange for a second, but afterwards ends up being okay because they can just chase through. And Miracle's actually looking at maybe set up for top. That's a bit crazy, but...
Now, we'll check the replay again, how it started.
Yeah, see the hook shot. It looked like it went like under Han because he was flame cloaked or something. It looked a little bit strange, but... Low can't stand toe-to-toe. That the static link actually got reflected as well, too, so did have to just back up and reset, and they were able to get that good chase forward.
I know, so we see here, Azure Ray, they were still hovering around because Load used his refresher, so he had the BKB ready to go once more. They wanted to still see if they could try and make something happen here, and indeed, as you say, once again, in onto Miracle, but not enough damage at all to take him out.
And I think this overall, too, for GH, I want to see him using these eggs. I don't want to see him using eggs where he's jumping on top of them. I like these, like, I'm fine with the defensive egg just to use it for Sunray for these heals, because it did make a pretty big difference, too. Kind of just scared all of Azure Ray from walking into it.
Actually, a little bit of a helping hand there for Low. We'll get the free shard.
Yeah, I mean, that's always very nice. This shard is pretty wonderful.
Awesome.
Sumail's in.
He's ready to get the jump. Oh, just go straight for Planet. Hook shot over, but it isn't into the back of Miracle. Hand's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away. He will not, though. He's left behind. Quick jump from Nigma Galaxy. Gets 2 kills. See if that feels that's opened the map up enough for them to approach the high ground.
Very balanced amp damage with Conda 20 talent. And, of course, Nemesis Curse. Let's throw that one in as well. Planet almost got 1 shot from a beam.
Now, the push coming in, it's going through backdoor protection. It will now come to an end as the creeps push forward.
1100, holy moly. He actually almost did get 1 shot. Now, Tower's dead. Luna things come in, and that glyph that we were talking about from earlier that they used for a tier 2 did end up biting them a bit because they don't have a glyph for the high ground push right there.
And now Nigma Galaxy, they can chill out, back off, go for the Roshan, get themselves another Aegis.
And for Azure, it might just be smoke and try to catch them when New responds, because if you just keep the game going as it is, it doesn't feel like you have a chance as it progresses. You have to start catching them in a position that they're not ready. Yeah, Aegis, I don't think they're going to be able to make it there in time, so Nigma, another big benefit for them. And the AC, pretty much done for Noob, too. More and more damage. And Lincoln's for Miracle. So now defended versus the Link, the Roar, potential Laguna. Quite strong. Han will be able to bail himself out of here. The team going through the gate. Much more coordination this time from Nigma. Last game, they started splitting up and stuff a lot. Noob having a night and day difference from that last game. 9-2 and 9.
Man, this push could come in pretty hard here. They can take the tier 2 top, go for more. We'll see if Azure Ray want to try and find some action outside of the map. They do. They're going to try and
go for it.
Approach from behind here through the twin gate.
Risky play, but at this point, risk is probably something they have to take. And if they find the back line, it can be pretty big. Taking out either the Phoenix.
Yep. They've got the refresher back off cooldown for Low, so he's ready with the double BKBs.
See who they grab.
And if Nigma Galaxy expect this at all, I don't think they do. They're scanned inside the jungle of Azure Ray.
Oh, look at this courier. So they know they're over here.
Who are they going to find first? Smoke dispels. Almost going to drop the cogs. Azure Ray, they're going to try and move it on to Sumail, but Sumail turns the bow shot. They just destroy Low!
See ya, no BKB.
He's not able to get a BKB off. I mean, Han will be able to take down the Supernova. They're coming out with the buybacks, but there's no saving Han. Surrounded and stuck in the corner. And now, with the burst strike over towards New, they're going to try for more. See if they can turn with the buybacks. They end with the Link. On towards Miracle, building up the damage. Light Strike Array as well. They'll get him the once. Can they get him a second time round?
They have to with these buybacks. Sumail's here, though.
And he's ready to jump back in once more. He's going to look over towards him, but Low's got the BKB. The stun connection on the Miracle. Miracle gets his BKB out. He's getting loads of stuff as well. He turns towards New, takes down one now,
Oh,
look
Low.
towards Low.
He's isolated.
New's out for a minute, now Low's out for 100 seconds. No buybacks on either of them.
Miracle.
Glimpse onto Miracle, he's low. Ooh,
Double
good force
force.
to the side, gets away from the light strike array. Hans got to be careful himself.
3 buybacks to try to get at least this Aegis kill. Miracle's still alive. They really want to try to get more at the glimpse.
I mean, can they find some sort of crazy vision here for a play?
Hans trying with Flame Cloak.
Now they'll get Omar. They're going to drag back into the combo. It's enough. They've burst one. Miracle's still pushing forward here with Noob and his familiars. Still pretty low. Curse Crown will connect. Planet gets away from Noob and familiars in time.
I think they've ran out of steam there, so they'll have to back up. They do at least get these couple extra kills, but at the same time, Nigma, a big fight win for them.
Absolutely.
3 buybacks.
Yeah.
And,
Very expensive fight for Azure Ray.
yeah. And overall, Low, he doesn't get the initial BKB off. He got just stunned from Sumail, 1 beam, and it does like more than half his HP.
Are under attack.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, once they're all back up, I can only imagine they'll go straight for that push once more, knowing that the state of the buybacks is pretty rough for Azure Ray.
A Miracle pretty much has a full Swift blink now on top of everything else. No Satanic, which is not usually the ordinary we do see, but instead of Satanic, he went for Linken's this game. And yeah, that next fight could just be the last. It's Razor dead for so long, unable to get any farm and use the gold for the buyback, so bottom of those cores back again.
Nigma Galaxy, they have got all the components
Everything to win
to
this
close
game.
this game up and push this series to the game 3.
And much more coordinated this game. It's a big thing. I mean, of course, they absolutely decimated the top lane, so we have to always go back to how this beginning of this game started. So
Yeah, Azure Ray, for the majority of the game, they held on pretty impressively.
yes, for having no Razor,
But considering
literally.
the start, they had no carry for like the first 25 minutes of this game. They did hold on.
Yep.
But yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they played it careful. They've never let the sort of mistakes kind of compound this time round. It's been
Nope.
smooth. And now they're very much on the verge of closing this up.
Whoopsie.
Look with the hook shot. Static Storm does come out onto them all. BKB's out for Miracle. He's in with the Eclipse and immense amounts of damage.
Low.
To burst through New. Low will get saved. Oh, up to the high ground. Hans also got to be careful. That's the BKB here on the remainder of the retreat.
They're all so low. They might keep chasing. There's another hook.
They
as
certainly
well.
will. Miracle, he's looking for a elusive beam target. Finds it onto hand. Won't be enough to kill him.
Hook shot in 5.
New
Omar.
does have buyback available. I mean, Pichu's got to be careful. He just stepped up and died.
And that's a gem.
Oh, well, okay. Well, game 3 probably coming to your screens pretty soon. There's the buybacks. No. Refresher BKB trying to get a connection onto someone. Omar turns in with a hook shot. They get the cocks down onto him as well. New throws the axe down. Jump forward for Sumail there
Huge
with the
Jeffy.
supernova as well. The wombo combos there from Nigma Galaxy to close this one up and go forward to game 3 as Nigma Galaxy take game 2.
They destroyed top lane way too hard. I mean, that just can't really happen from Rich if you want to have a better time for Low, and Razor gets defeated. That's the big thing that we do get to see as well, too. A much better pros from Nigma. I liked how aggressive they played, and yeah, I mean, overall in this one, Noob, we had a bit of like a question, maybe how's that Visage going to look in comparison? It looked miles better than that Mars, so definitely want to see that aggression coming up from them more, and yeah, this draft, lots of synergy, great plays, and they were cohesive.
Yeah, no, the Nigma Galaxy is going to be feeling excellent about this one, and if anything, because of the stats, right, finally, we've seen a team be able to take down that Razor, and it was the one and only Nigma Galaxy. Well played to them. It's 1-1 right now. We're getting a game 3.
Yes, we have tied it up. Thanks so much for that, Owen. Okay, guys, a very contrasting map there compared to what we saw in the first, and predicated on a much stronger draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, the draft looked really good. Like, they had the draft that can kind of play itself. You don't necessarily need to overcomplicate things. Sanking from the mid lane, he will continue to farm up the stacks, pick up his Blink Dagger, start to be more active. This Visage plus Clockwork lane will get them multiple kills, and in the safe lane, secure Miracle's farm. That's something that they failed to do in game number 1. He was staying on top of the network throughout the whole game, but I wanted to highlight this Visage. He already has 1 kill. Already, he got the first blood, something that he didn't have in game 1, playing that Sanking and, playing that Mars. And they're bringing in numbers. The more people you bring to the lane means that more damage this Visage is going to have. And with his Death Toll facet, it means that he's going to be getting that extra gold. One of the reasons why the hero becomes so farmed so early on.
Yeah, such a nasty lane to go up against with the clock there as well. What really stood out for you?
I mean, for me, Noob was mad this game, right? He won 0-11 game number 1. Game number 2, he took it to low and made low go 0-11 in the next game. So a lot of that had to do with the fact that I really liked how they made a new adjustment, right? These Mars, these Primal Beasts on Noob, they haven't been working out. They're his signature heroes, yes, but those are from the mid lane. But in the off lane, give him a Visage. Allow him to be more of that, not so much space maker, but getting that net worth, being across the map, doing things as you can. And I think that really looked a lot better. And it's an easier playstyle for someone who's getting used to that offlane position right now. So the adjustment for Noob was beautiful. I like the reverse Uno they did at the beginning of the game too, just going for that 5-man smoke, getting that first blood on Noob yet again. We saw that in game number 1. Han got that first blood with the smoke. Han dominated that game. So game number 2, they do the 5-man smoke on Nigma, and now Noob gets the first blood, and now he dominates the game. So going into game number 3, that's probably something both teams are going to be thinking a lot about.
Yeah, obviously that Razor forced into getting the first item, Midas. Never nice. What did you notice as well in there in terms of the NGX execution? Because I think, again, I was kind of like paying attention to what the fans were saying. You know, they always say don't look at Twitch chat and what have you, but I was. Yeah, I mean, Sumail came in for a little bit of criticism, but I thought he kind of executed what he needed to do excellently. He made sacrifices for his team.
What he needed to do exactly, as you said, he needed to be the one soaking all the attention, soaking up pretty much all the damage so that Luna can deal the damage. And they were also like having other heroes that can protect the egg. There were some really nice egg placements. A couple of times it did not go off, but yeah. Sumail's sacrifice.
With the finger guns as well. Like,
Coming to a theater near you.
Killing it, bro. Like, but no, I mean, because like obviously it's never nice when you die a lot in the game, but it had to be him to start
Somebody
the
had to
fights.
tank that Laguna Blade, period. And it was always him, but that, most importantly, Luna was untouched in most of these fights. So every single time he was the sole focus, a lot of the times also tanking the Primal Roar, which does allow...
Thank you for your service, sir.
Does allow Luna to deal damage. And Luna is such a great hero. Once you hit that big timing, I don't like to talk about talents, these like late game talents, level 20, level 25, because you're not picking hero for that most of the time. But for Luna, I think it needs to be mentioned because this hero farms so quickly. She gets those talents earlier than other heroes. And once you match that with Kanda, it's an insane amount of damage. You use one beam. If they're grouped up together, that means that damage is like, you're going to bring heroes down from 100 to like 50-40%. He also had Nemesis Curse, so having that extra damage. And this is going to be another one of those that you mentioned. He's going to soak up the Laguna, even with the Lotus Orb. Han will pop a BKB, get that Laguna Blade in so that damage is not really there. And again, the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, it might look a bit messy there, but that's actually good execution, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how they had to play the game. It has to do with strategy a lot, too, because he wanted to play these Earth Spirit type of heroes, these Ember that can go in and get out, but they're banned, right? So he just has to play a hero that's a bit more committal. We talked about the draft, how they need someone to just get in there because Visage can't really stop you. Neither can Luna. So the Sand King has to be the one that blinks in there, starts initiation. In most cases, you're going to die directly after, and that is what happened. But you got to start the fight somehow, and that is what Sumail ended up doing. And they couldn't really get past the Sand King. Plus, yeah, that's a good pose there, but like they can't get past the Sand King and the Visage's auras to get to Miracle's Luna. So overall, we did talk about how this is a good ball-up lineup from Nigma if they do get ahead, and that's exactly what happened. They got ahead. Even with Omar here, he does buy the items that help his team with the Solar Crest. Recently nerfed, still good enough. Lotus Orb as well. So on top of that, the Visage also has a bunch of auras as well. Really good strategy to play that like 4 protect 1 for the Lunas or Miracle to really shine.
Yeah, and a nasty clock game. I mean, 93% kill participation, great itemization. I don't know what he's doing in that picture. I can't tell if he's got a migraine.
I was about to say, or he's, has sun coming into his eyes.
But a great... but a great game for him.
Absolutely. And I think it comes down to also Nigma Galaxy picking different support duo, because they first picked Clockwork in this one, which made a lot of difference compared to the first game where they didn't have that hero who can soak up the damage for the safe lane. This time around, it was Phoenix who was doing the trick, but they also had initiators early on. You have Clockwork who gets online like 10 minutes in. He has that level 6, can use the hook shot, can connect onto the targets. And they also opened up the map really early on, killing the tier 1 tower top 5 minutes in, killing the mid tower, because Vidge is like, yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going to take the birds, come down to the mid lane, open up the map so the whole top part of the map kind of doesn't exist for Azure Ray. They can't be there. Visage is going to take over with the Clockwork. Whoever shows up is going to die to the combo.
Yes, and just before we do go to break, I've had in my ear from the dedicated alliance producing that team that we've got set up. They've won 2-0 against Nouns. Alliance are doing it. They're so back. Loader, Coach of the Year. You heard it here first. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the decider for Azure Ray versus Team NGX. We'll see you soon. Yes, welcome back. We're about to head into the decider between Azure Ray and Team NGX. Joining me as they have been throughout the series. Of course, it is Fear, it is Lacoste. Right, Obviously, we're going to be getting into picks and bans very soon. I've got to say, day and night for Team NGX. Azure Ray, we know they've also been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team. It really feels that.
I don't know if that one was on purpose, but day and night, Luna, Phoenix,
Listen,
Supernova, Eclipse.
I'm just operating on a level most people aren't, bro. I don't like to talk about it too much, you know?
I caught that one.
Yeah, thank you. Good, excellent. I'm glad you're here. So anyway, look, I think a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team as well in the form of Azure Ray. We know they've had to invest a lot of resources into bedding in this new player with Han and, making him feel comfortable so he can go on and have his best games. So what do we think is going to happen? What should we be looking for as we head into this deciding map?
Well, what I'm hoping doesn't happen is the fact that they just won one game on Lina and they feel like, oh, this is our hero now. We're just going to pick in any circumstance, where they have to realize, like, why was that Lina good in game number 1? It's because they didn't have the last pick. And it made it a situation where Sumail was on the back foot, right? And I think going to this last game, they kind of just like forced it into the game. And also the last thing I wanted to really mention, I think that these level 1 plays need to be respected more, because both games there have been a 5-man rotation that got a quick and easy first blood, and that should not be happening. I think you should be prepared for these, and you should be in a position that you just don't allow yourself to just like, whoops, how did they get here situation, right?
Yeah, to me, it's about the supports. Again, Clockwork was banned in game number 1. In the second game, even though they lost horribly to Primal Beast, this hero just blocks potential Primal Beast pick coming out, so he was not contested. And I want to see something similar. I think Clockwork 100% either banned or picked coming into the third game. This hero has a lot to offer, and we're still in meta where range carry heroes are really good, so one of the best pairing you can have. And I think a lot of focus will also be on Visage. This hero just brings way too much, comes online super quickly, gets that extra gold, one of the few heroes who can create gold out of nothing early on, which he transitions into smaller items. Every single item that he buys increases some kind of a damage, tank ability on him and his birds, and it feels really nice to join early on.
Yeah, and I think that's a good short-term fix here for Nigma Galaxy. Giving Sumail these sacrificial heroes, as we highlighted, right? Let Noob to play those offlaners, because let's be real here. It's easier to play the game when you have net worth, right? It's always going to be easier to play the game. And when you're in a situation you're a little uncomfortable with, moving to the offlane, when you're typically used to be showering yourself in money because you're the mid laner and experienced, right? Like, you sometimes when you're underleveled, don't have enough items, you don't know what to do. So Sumail can just be playing these initiators from the mid lane, give Noob more of these greedy type of heroes that can sit back and farm. That might be like a band-aid for the problem that Nigma is having right now.
Oh, I do agree. I do agree that they need something similar to play. I was watching them on camera. The vibes are really good. Everybody seems to be talking a lot. They seem pretty happy with what just happened, even though they did lose that game 1 pretty horribly. Even they were in a lead, but then again kind of threw it, and also they fixed the problems immediately, which is what I want to see. Some of the best teams always fix the problems immediately.
Yeah.
They managed to solve the issues. Game 2, demolished game 2, and now they have the advantage coming into the third game.
Yeah, for sure. Just a quick few thoughts about the Razor. I think that was the first time we saw a Razor lose at this tournament. We highlighted Puck as well as being really strong. How do you feel about the Razor?
It's looking pretty strong right now. It's definitely one of those heroes that is good in the laning stage, and then I think in the mid game, it feels a little weak, honestly, for a little bit. But once you get to that Satanic area, and then you get Refresher, it feels like the late game power spike of that hero right now is crazy strong, and it also secures your lane, as mentioned before. So yeah, I think that's what you're mainly playing for. We're not really building these auras as much, and just trying to go high ground in the mid game. So Razor's taking care of the early game. He can join the fight still, of course, but his late game seems incredibly strong right now, and that's why that hero's doing so well. And if the answer to beating that hero is you have to make him go 0-11, that's not necessarily
that's not a
easy
great
to
sign,
do.
is it? Yeah.
Wow. Straight up picking up Nouns hero. They, again, block, because if we go back to the first game, I'm talking a lot about Primal Beast, because this is the best hero that New plays. This is the second best one, if I had to rate them, because they wanted to have another. Naga Siren was banned, Dark Willow was banned, Clockwork was also banned, so they had no heroes to stop this Primal Beast from charging in. Now with the Dark Willow pick, Nigma Galaxy thinking the same thing, that can be played as 4 or 5. It really depends. Most likely it's going to be played as a position 4. But Neo with the Timbersaw, this is the hero that can get on top of the Dark Willow, burst the hero immediately. You don't have that much protection other than your Bramble. Your ulti needs a little bit of a time to actually cast it, and you still might die from one big combo, like just some,
It's a risky
Kaya.
pick, though, I think, because you just lost to a Luna, right?
Yeah.
And Luna is good versus Timber. And
They might ban it.
You know he loves to play Shadow Fiend, too, which is also another hero that is very good versus the Timbersaw. And historically, Razor's been good versus Timber as well. So, yeah, I'll be a full believer if you can pull this one off, especially playing against someone who has a very diverse hero pool against a Timber hero player.
Luna always was that hero that was good against Timbersaw. Now even better since the recent changes to Luna's abilities, because before you were putting like 1 point in your Lucent Beam, you were not taking a point in ulti, you were maxing out your aura, the glaives as well. Now you do have even more damage early on to kill him. You get that level 6, you have 2 points in Lucent Beam, you are going to be able to kill and punish Timbersaw, if they want to go for Luna, of course, which I think they should.
I mean, and just good in general right now as well on top of everything else, right? So
Such a good hero.
yeah.
We'll have to see. You can't ban at all.
That is true.
You don't have
So-
many bans.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get SF or Luna, so you have to, like, pick your poison. I want to say SF is better in lane against the Timbersaw, but perhaps in the game, Luna is slightly better. Just the triple nuke is just so devastating towards the Timbersaw. It's really hard to deal with that. Yeah, Luna has nukes as well, but she doesn't have 3 that you can just use back to
Agreed.
back to back.
But in the game, as Timber, if you use Timber Chain, try to get on top of one of the heroes, potentially Dark Willow, Lucent Beam Eclipse combo will kill you from 100 to 0 with 1 stun.
This is why I'm worried about the Timber, because I also think you go on a Shadow and he just Requiems you as well. Like, both those heroes kind of function the same way. They don't care about either of them. They just ban out the Marcy. It's like, well, they both suck to play against, so we'll just not ban either, because they'll get one or the other. And the Marcy is an interesting one for me. Why would they ban that? Are they expecting like the Marcy SF? Are they expecting the Visage to come out again with the Marcy? One or the other, probably.
They had good combos still left in the pool. Marcy Luna, you did mention Marcy Visage, so they could pick Marcy +1 and see how it's going to go, because they don't care too much about Visage right now. I think they can leave that pick open, knowing that they see the lane, so most likely it's going to be carry +1.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me, actually. They're targeting, they realized after game number 1 that, okay, so we won game 1, and game number 2, we'll get into that in a second. Game number 2 here, like, we got the clockwork on Nigma, and this clockwork did so much work. They got initiation, and then I'll move quickly into this one. Morta, Io, this is a really good Io combination, because Io will allow you to give extra spell amplification through the tether, and Morta, when you press her ulti, you do magic damage. So you're not only increasing the attack speed, you're increasing her damage, and Morta is a hero that can kill the Timbersaw, because you are doing that magical damage, not really worrying so much about the reactive armor.
It looks like a really good Muerta game. I need a stun. Like, I think Centaur could be really good for Nigma Galaxy.
You need that every game, it feels like. Give me some
pretty
more
much.
stuns.
Yeah, give me some stun, but also give me something that we can get on top of the egg. You have double ways, actually triple way of disengaging with the relocate, Dark Willow, ulti, terrorize, and then you also have a stampede. So you could. But I want to see something beefy in front, because right now Willow, Io, Muerta, they are super squishy.
They definitely are. And they're just going to go for the Luna. Mixed damage carry is always nice against the Morta. And Earthshaker, well, there's your stun.
Yeah.
But where is the stun laning? Is it Timber Shaker lane? Talk about throwing the Timbersaw to the wolves here, because like I feel like that lane's already pretty hard, and Shaker does not help.
Maybe there is some potential to play like mid-shaker, Timber swap, or they could play some position for Timber if they feel like it, and pick, put Shaker mid. This is something that Jin Q did last TI. It is possible with his facet. With the slow, it's a bit of a slow early game, but you have like no stuns if it's going to be Io Muerta, and that should be in the safe lane. So you're going to have a relatively free lane. But they could also just keep things simple, put this. I mean, Timber Shaker's also fine as a lane if you want to run it. You can block.
Yeah, I mean,
get it closer to the tower.
I foresee not a good lane for Timber if that's the case. So Shaker's not that hero that it used to be, where you can just like walk mid and destroy the enemy mid laner in most cases. So I agree with it. It could be fine, but I don't think it's great either. I've been wanting to see this Queen of Pain for a long time. It's definitely not your stun. This hero is good though. However, if Shaker goes mid, he's not really happy. Timber goes mid, doesn't really deal with it either. So they're kind of like forcing this Timber to go into that off lane position here, right where they want him to go to, because they want that IO plus Morta to go against the Timber Saw here.
Oh, I have a hero as well for Nigma Galaxy. I think MOUZ. The hero pairing, what I want to see is keep them in place so Muerta can actually deal damage. It's the combo that I wanted to see at TI. Did see it a couple of times. It was super successful because you were building into Gleipnir. This time around, you probably want to opt to go for Mjolnir instead on Muerta, since that seems like a better overall item choice. Gleipnir did get nerfed, but I want to see something to hold them together so Muerta can actually deal damage during her ulti. Her ulti also has been buffed, which makes a lot of sense because this hero has like really weird facets, hard to choose. Then the what's it called? The Ofrenda got buffed multiple times, so that's the facet of the choice. And also her ulti duration is now 8 seconds at every single level, which is a big buff for the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like it here. I think they agree with you. They ban out the MOUZ. I think that was a good choice for them. Like, whenever you play heroes like Terrorblade or, as you mentioned, the Morta here, they're very slow heroes and they do lots of damage. And the way you counter them is just by walking away from them.
Yeah.
So if you have a stun, that will definitely help them out a lot. I really loved Batrider, for example, as well. That's banned too. Anything that can just bring heroes to you, that way you can do the damage, is definitely what they want in this particular lineup. Or this might be another classic Nigma zero stun lineup. They've been very famous for this throughout the years, and they're one of the few teams
they pull it off.
Pull it off,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So we'll have to see.
Pay attention, MOUZ.
Because they were always a fan of IO through the last couple of years. So that hero, I mean, he had a stun back when the hero was introduced with the tether, but I don't think they were playing it back then. Could be wrong though. But I'd like to see some like Centaur. Just give me, something that can keep them in place.
Bloodseeker. That keeps them in place.
Apparently not a hero right now. We might see it. We might see some Bloodseeker. Because considering all the picks that we've seen at the tournament, it's like, where's the Bloodseeker at? Like, we've been picking shittier heroes than Bloodseeker.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just sitting back. I don't really know. How do we just keep forgetting about this hero? Like, he's always just there. It's like, what stuns are left? And we're like, Centaur, and then Sand King's just always in the pool. By the way, go ahead.
Riyadh Masters TI, this hero was pretty much always banned or picked in the first phase, like picked on 8, so.
And something we didn't really cover is the fact that day one we saw this hero. It looked absolutely dog water, and then today they figured it out. Like, let's just go for the other facet. They're starting to get the invisibility one. They're not going for the dust devil anymore.
Let's punish the supports.
Seems to be the choice.
They need to invest more gold. They're going to be poor dusts and also sentries. So they have 40 seconds against Quap. They need to find a hero. They also do a lot of crazy stuff on side of Azure Ray with the heroes. So I want to see if they are going to keep this Earthshaker position 4, as we discussed, the Timber Saw from the offlane, and find the last pick hero for Han.
I'm so curious on. I want to see them do the crazy thing, like that sounds fun to me, but they're going to do the normal thing. This is a hero that is incredibly good this game. You do not have a lot of lockdown whatsoever. If you do stun him with the Sand King, at least Dark Willow does have a lot of roots if you use a Terrorize as well. There's something, but this is a pretty nice Ember game. Very hard for me to like justify Shaker plus Timberlane against a Morta IO. I feel like Miracle is just going to do what Miracle does best and just be 10,000 net worth above the next person, grab an Aegis, and your draft doesn't stop that. Like, you're handing it to him.
Yeah.
It is a good Muerta game, but also I'm looking at the heroes that they can deal damage during her ulti. This is when she's the scariest. every single hero has something. You have Luna. I'd say this is a good carry-to-carry matchup where you can pop the BKB, use your ulti, still deal damage. Then you have Ember jumping you, Earthshaker with the shard later on, can keep the distance, one Fissure, one Enchant Totem. That's like half of your ulti duration gone. And then you have Phoenix, and you have Timbersaw as well. So her ulti, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to stand her ground and be maybe as successful as we would want her to see. But then again, you have protection. Terrorize, Sanking coming in. You also have Queen of Pain with the pushback once they jump you. So going to be a very interesting game. I've been calling Muerta picks for a long time at TI if people were watching, and I believe this hero can still be good, and I think Nigma's going to take it.
All right, guys. Well, we're ready for the decider. Let's do it. Azure Ray versus Team NGX. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, getting ready for the action here in Game 2. Overall, Fog, what do you make about the ending of the draft this time round? We're getting some kind of change-ups, right? We're getting to see some Muerta in action, which is always exciting. And, yeah, that final pick, Ember Spirit, we've been yet to see at this tournament.
I mean, we've got a Muerta pick, we've got an Earthshaker pick, and that Ember. So, yeah, definitely very interesting draft. A ton of magic damage, ton of team fight that we see coming out from Azure Ray. A bit of a fragile lineup from the side of Nigma Galaxy. They've got a Sanction front line, and then they have 4 kind of squishy backliners, and there is a lot of ways to get to these backlines from the side of Azure Ray. So, I'll be looking how these lanes go down in particular, because they do have strong lanes on the side of Nigma that can allow them to make up for a little bit of that fault of front line. But let's see the first blood, and I'm curious really to see how Planet's going to play as the Earthshaker, because I don't know if there's any new way of playing it in particular, but especially as this 4 position when he's playing with like a Timber, when you have a ranged offlaner, you can play to actually play in the lane a bit more, but curious to see what Planet does. Is it just going to be constant fissure blocks, pulling the wave? I think probably pulling the wave is likely. I think sniping couriers, pulling wave is something you want to do when you're playing Shaker if you go boots. So I would imagine, yeah, block waves and then start doing that stuff. But yeah, let's see.
And overall, how kind of positive do you feel the outlook is for the Muerta to carry this game? You know, Lacoste talked about it on the panel. There is a huge amount of stuff to kill him, a killer through the Pierce the Veil. Now, see the first blood.
Planet.
Who are they able to give it to?
Should be dead.
It should be. He should be. Is it? Oh no. Well, there we go.
There you go.
If he got away, that would have been a bit wrong.
They might get another one,
they
too.
may indeed get another one. Here we go, Nigma Galaxy.
Another Bramble coming up, and yep, should be a secured kill if he does want to throw it out. Omar.
There we go. Give the double to Noob.
Sure, I mean, last game he owned when he got it, and there we go.
All
there you have
right,
it.
double kill. To start the game off here for the offlane Sand King. Doesn't get better than that for Noob.
I mean, very nice. Pretty much the perfect kind of thing you can have happen. He's got what? He's gonna have the same thing as last time, where he gets like an extra starting bracer and everything. And both games, the team that got the first blood has won. So yeah, all important. And yeah, we'll see mid lane how it ends up going for Han. Sumail, super experienced to play in this matchup, so should be able to put some bully on. But let's see how Han does.
Yeah, he should be good, right?
It is his master tier, so.
So he's probably got some crazy stats. I mean, I'm always interested to look, so I'm going to see if I can find that.
Yep, and Planet is doing exactly what I was anticipated. It's just, yeah, fissure block, pull waves with boots, because IO can't really contest pulls. So that'll be able to help Nu at least a bit inside of that lane top. But yeah, I'm curious to see, like, back to your question that you were saying about like the Muerta in particular. I'm a little worried, to be honest, because, you know, Luna, the matchup, yes, you do high damage versus her with Pierce the Veil and everything like that, and you're good versus Timber, and you're good versus Egg, but can definitely be some situations where you're fragile versus so much magic.
Oh, no, I don't want to jinx him and talk him up too much, but looking at his Ember Spirit stat,
what do we got?
This is his best hero.
Really?
This is his best hero. In pro games, he's done 31 matches, 61% win rate, highest win rate with any of the heroes that he's had that quantity of play with Han. And then in his pub games, 476 games and 57.7% win rate.
Okay.
So again, out of all his most played heroes, this is the highest of kind of the ones that he's had that many games on. So this, statistically, this is Han's best hero we're going to see today.
But he will keep coming out of a rough lane. So, and we have seen a couple of times.
Hey, he's played 500 games. He's probably played 400 of those against a rough matchup. You know, and he still wins more often than not. So
yeah,
we should be able to expect big things from Han today on his Ember.
Especially because also it's like a Sanking and a Willow. That's kind of the catch to be able to go for him. So not the most amount of lockdown. Can definitely play around, but there's a lot of burst. So. And the Muerta, of course, if Miracle does get involved early, the silence can be very annoying, but I don't know how much we'll see Miracle get involved. Planet.
He's got the fish. I mean, if Miracle can hit the shot, not quite.
Am I blind? Where's his Ofrenda, by the way? I think I am blind. Or did he just not put it?
I guess he's just not put it down yet.
Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. Sorry about that, Observer. You. Chains forward.
I mean, if Miracle
Bit
can
aggressive.
hit the angle, I guess, yeah, not quite enough damage, so they won't try going for New as of yet.
Planet, yeah, he just continues to try to get these pulls. Does he snipe the courier?
Radiant's
Decides not to. Might still give his life. GH.
Oh, and Planet goes down.
And GH gets a Lotus.
And he did. He was able to pick it up before New could grab it.
And he should be able to meet the waves. Yeah, so
So
nice chase
far,
there for Miracle.
So good here for Nigma Galaxy in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, their lanes should be quite strong. Pretty much all three of them, to be honest with you. Especially because I would say the bottom one could have gone a bit more difficult, but because he got first blood, he was able to just get a free starting bracer and boots. So yeah, all three lanes definitely look solid for the side of Nigma.
Now, I think mid, though, I mean, Han obviously been helped out there by the bottle refill of Planet. Han's not too unhappy. You know, we've definitely seen Ember have worse times against Quops.
Sure, but it's definitely not the happiest.
Sure,
but Planet can definitely make it.
Yeah.
Planet can try to help him with moves of trying to either take away these the bottle refills of Sumail, which I think he should do. I think just play around the mid lane on this Earthshaker, prevent the refill, and that'll set up Pawn potentially for success. As Sumail actually blinks, there might
They
be
can get the slight chains. It's not... Oh, with the blood grenade, it's got to be close.
He's got
but
stick.
Indeed, it's not going to kill him. Sumail's fine.
He can't go for that top. So nice play from Planet. I like this. He can't really help too much top, so...
He's fine. He's got Verify. He's living on the edge, Sumail. He's going to have to take the walk back to the base now, though. So, yeah, indeed, that whole sort of play really cleaning things up for Han in this mid area.
Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, this is how you have to play Shaker. You know, it's not the strongest of 4 positions, so we don't really see it right now too much, but you just have to be courier sniper and just be very pesky between moving between your top and your mid lane, or your off lane and your mid lane in particular.
That's a good snipe as well, yeah, delaying the full treads from Miracle.
That's definitely it. It's definitely a big one, yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
New has the wave pushing into him as well, so is going to get some of that XP. Does only have 12 CS, but has yet to die, so at least getting something up here.
Yeah, bottom lane, it's been pretty close as it can get so far, really, down there. Noob and Low getting the same amounts of farm from this matchup.
Level 3 is online now, so level 2 Lucent Beam, plus those level 2 Fire Spirits definitely start to add up onto Noob.
Yeah, and I guess it just goes to show how good of a safe lane duo they've got going here, Azure Ray, because this, was a lane that you were turning up to against a Sand King that started with the double kill.
I mean, most of these Luna lanes are just crazy, right?
Yeah.
She just has so much damage inside the laning phase, and she provides that little bit of extra to your ally. And it's also nighttime now, so she is giving damage to everybody across the map.
And the mid.
Whoa!
Oh, that was very, very close. I mean, I'll tell you what, Pichu was able to hit the Spirit there. He might have even had it. And GH is going to come in with a heal.
Dire's top tower is under
Han still wants to go for it. That level 3 slight is there. They really want to double secure the rune for him. This is a nice approach here from Azure to help out Han a lot.
Oh, Sumail's in.
in.
Oh, the Fisher trying to get the Sonic Wave off. He'll get it off. Sumail able to get the kill. See if he can get away from these two.
He's got a blink in one. He's safe.
And the GH coming in clutch. Sumail, he was obviously seeing Han get a lot of help from Planet. He wanted a bit of assistance from his supports. It comes in, and it comes in clutch, enables him to get aggressive and get the kill.
It's an instant go-to. Literally hits 6 and blinks in right on top of him, so no hesitation coming out from Sumail, knowing that he's got the kill threat. 3 heroes versus 2, and they get the kill. Nigma continuing to have that bit of an advantage in the laning phase.
Of course, with these movements, has freed up the top lane a bit more for New to start catching back up in farm.
His levels are still good, too. That's the important, yeah. Very, very nice. Not getting killed up here. He's going to have that level 6, so can actually start to... Miracle can't be left too much alone up here once New does hit 6, because you can just start spamming these chakrams and getting Miracle low, so... See if they do bring a rotation up, because Miracle is going to start getting bullied a little bit. Yeah, they're bringing 3.
He's in a lot of trouble here. Caught out by the wraparound coming in from Low and Pichu.
I'm surprised he actually stepped up versus New. Maybe he didn't see that he had just hit that 6 there, but good on New to be able to get that type of... 7 minutes and he hit 6 already. Very good stuff in this top lane for having a Earthshaker pause 4.
They've got to be careful who they send up now. Indeed, with the chakrams at the ready. And News ready to dive in on some of these squishy heroes. Miracle comes back in over towards the Defender. It's got the ult popped here. And it holds back the three of them with the Fisher, giving some space for New to back away from Miracle during the ult, but Miracle hits the angle with the shot, takes him out. Planet trying to get into position to allow them to continue to push forward. Dive forward in from Pichu, incredibly aggressive. He's not going to get away with it. Pichu goes down, and GH is able to keep Miracle alive.
Oh, Miracle pushing the limits there a little bit. Jumping in. No mana remaining on the Timbersaw was the important thing. If he actually had a little bit more, he could have maybe thrown a chakram and gotten that kill, but perfect timing for them to go aggressive there. 6-1, Sanking, free farming, Noob, having the best time out of everybody because of those 2 kills he got at the start.
A good beginning once again here for Nigma Galaxy in this game 3.
Hey, lane, they set themselves up for success in the lanes, and so far, looking solid. Even though New did have a bit of that catch onto Miracle, things are still very good for them.
Noob, pretty deep now.
He's got the reload.
He does, he's got the backup. He's in with the burrow strike over towards low. Here's Miracle brought to the fight, takes a lot of damage on entrance to it. They do kill off low, but they've lost Noob in return. So Nigma Galaxy can back out of this safely, because Azure Ray's turning up, and they're looking to chase. Then champ forward, and it's going to mean that Omar's left behind. Of course, GH and Miracle get back out off the back of the relocate.
5 heroes moved to the bottom lane, though, pretty much so. Some early 6 on GH. Probably caught them off guard, even though they do end up losing 2 of their heroes. Luna is getting shut down a bit, and Miracle does have that advantage, and Miracle will always have that big boost, right? He's always going to have the amplify that comes from the IO. It's going to help a lot throughout majority of this game. Well, the Luna does not really have anything unless like a Phoenix goes for like the solar and stuff like that. Because Earthshaker has to build for himself, and speaking of Earthshaker, Noob's found him.
Yeah, seizes a chance there to get the solo kill. Doesn't hesitate with the epicenter and getting in on top of him.
Sumail's also looking to make the move down. He's got Sonic Wave. New.
And he's definitely killable.
Could be
between
in
the two
here.
of them here. Noob, he's got the opening. Sumail, he's got the burst.
Good glyph, making sure that they have that wave so they can keep the dive going. Nope. Crushing it this early game. I mean, these early kills, I mean, these like smoke first bloods and stuff like that really are having a big impact in these games in particular.
Sweeping over towards the mid. Han, Remnant at the ready. We'll be able to secure the amplified damage rune. Could come in clutch for the next fight.
They have difficulty making moves, though. Since they have this under-leveled Earthshaker, can only really provide a fissure in most situations. They don't have much to play around at the moment. Well, for Enigma, they always have these constant plays they can make. If the Sanking gets a stun, they have the relocate or they have the Quap to follow. Just easier, much easier for Enigma to make plays until more items start coming out, in particular for the Ember or for this Earthshaker whenever he gets the blink, but that's going to take a long, long time. And Han's going to go standard. It is going to be that Mage Slayer route, especially since he's playing versus pretty much all magic damage. So imagine New is just going to rush a pipe too. So timings are going to be there at some point for Azure Ray, where they will be very, very tanky with Mage Slayer pipe. But Nigma can definitely take advantage of that early on with this lead. And holy moly, those are some nice stacks.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not too afraid to fight now that they've got the Supernova online here, Pichu. They can get involved with the core.
This is a very hard game to get Supernova off, though.
I guess, yeah, that's true.
They do have
they
the
got
stun
four
at least,
ranged
but
heroes.
4 range with them whipped, all right, and the overcharge, so.
You just got to hope that your Shaker gets some sort of 5-man AoE stun on the entirety of the team.
Gonna back up and look for a smoke play.
They want to do it, yeah. They want to make a move with the Supernova.
They have to bring numbers, because you always have to remember the relocate can come in, so you have to bring usually more than just the 2 heroes together, because you can't quickly get outnumbered unless you just burst the hero instantly. They're looking to play around the Luna.
Radiant are scanning.
12-minute power rune. And it's going to go into the hands of Sumail. Not a bad one here, the shield rune.
Unlikely that he dies when he has this available. He can play very aggressive. Earthshaker has hit the 6, so Echo Slam is at the least online. They've cleared the stacks.
Put their eyes on the mid. And Han, he's dancing around with him. Wonder if he can look to find the chance to fight back. He can. Another slider fist in onto Omar.
Big
Gets
burst.
the kill and gets out. A lot of focus from both sides here around the mid very early on.
Radiant's top
Probably how Planet has to play. He's actually, okay, I actually don't mind if he does do this. Just goes for the shard this game. Just to be able to play from that distance and have this like this chain stun that you can follow up for the Ember to dish out the damage.
Yeah, and just to give the Phoenix a chance to get the supernova
Yeah,
off. I like
absolutely.
it. You know, having that long distance persisted stun
If he
throughout
has
the
a
spells.
fight, like if he has a fight where he obviously gets like a big Echo Slam or something, and he has the gold for Blink, he can just buy it. But if it's a slow kind of build up, he can just go for this shard at 15. Nigma trying to take advantage here. They have everything up and ready. They saw the Luna. Pichu in position to stop their aggression, and they have that ward. They're getting their farm on Azure. Those stacks definitely benefiting a lot there for New. His pipe is soon on the horizon. It's only about 500 away, and it's going to block a lot of that damage from Nigma. Bloodstone, though, finished up for Noob, so he is still gigantic. So besides just that big damage he's going to be able to do, the survivability is absurd right now for this Sand King. And no Vessel will be built this game. Yes, they'll have Mage Slayer pipe, but nothing to reduce that healing until way later on of a Shiva's.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower.
14 minutes. It'll be bottom. Omar is here and ready.
Hey, he's got the lockdown here
beautiful
between the
play.
Terrorizing and the Brown Balls, and Miracle getting brought over as well. That's hand dead.
Omar was insane last game on clock. That was really nice. He had the Bramble perfectly set up to catch the Remnant and then the Fear to push him into the next one. Beautifully done.
And keeping that edge very nicely here, Nigma Galaxy. I mean, of course, Azure Ray not far behind, and Pipe's now online. So next time they're able to turn up to the fight here, knew that could have this sustain and allow them to turn things, survive through some of the immense magical damage output that Nigma Galaxy have early on.
Miracle's farming up a Storm. He's really just getting quite a bit ahead, and he's always able... The one thing I don't like about Muerta in a lot of situations is being able to join fights can sometimes be difficult, but that's what the IO just makes it so much better to be able to do so. Is they will find Omar, bit out of position here. But yeah, GH can always just bring Miracle while he's always keeping ahead and keeping that farm consistent ahead of the Luna.
These team fights, they should be pretty strong. You know, between the Mage Slayer of Han and the Pipe of New, it won't be as easy for Nigma Galaxy to get the quick kills when it's in a full 5v5 situation, even if they do bring Miracle in.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It's just if those 5v5s do happen, right? It's the way that Nigma's going to kind of play around these is probably just take little skirmishes and stuff like that with the reloads. Planet, Shard is purchased, so looking to play around mid, looking to play around Han with his Mage Slayer timing. And here's that pipe. So grouping up, trying to force a fight.
That's going to be the mid tower gone. Nigma Galaxy not putting any effort into trying to show up, just focusing on getting that next round of items complete.
Content with farming, but the farm has kind of become pretty even here across the board. So I don't think Azure Ray is too fussed with the way that the game state has kind of started to develop, with Luna being able to just sit back, get the farm with the Mask of Madness, not getting that pressure. So when you do have, so I was mentioning about the Muerta IO thing, the good thing is you're able to move around the map and take fights. The one negative thing is you're sapping experience constantly from the Muerta. So keeping tabs on levels, Low has now actually pulled ahead, level 12 over that level 11 of the Muerta. Small little things to point out. Omar?
Echo?
Yeah, let's drop it.
Yeah, why not?
At this pace, why not?
Gets them the kill. They wouldn't have it without it. And yeah, absolutely. 16 minutes in, 6 to 10. Kills aren't speeding up too much.
Yep, and let's see if Nigma does look to fight, because there is no Echo. I see Noob. He's trying to finish up this pipe. He's stepping up a bit forward here. They have vision of him.
I mean, he feels strong between the cloak and the bloodstone.
He's tanky. There's good pure damage, though.
Let's see. It's going to put the bloodstone. Getting a decent amount of heal. And it's enough to walk it off. They're bringing in the relocate. They might try and fight back in Nigma Galaxy. They're looking to go on to New. He's able to get away from Noob with the Timber Chain.
Ooh, a little off the mark there, Miracle. Couldn't get the calling on top of him pre-chain, and now...
Noob's back in. He's looking towards Noob. Noob's able to break away with the burrow strike, but obviously with the relocate coming to an end, GH, he's taking Miracle back out of there, so Noob's left on his own. He's gone.
Big kill. Sumail does not want to jump into that either. These two heroes are tanking up a lot. Mage Slayer Pipe when they're grouped, definitely seeing the power of it. And Low is now turned up. He's getting the push going. Level 13. Manta is done.
Good responses here from Azure Ray. Miracle and GH, they're trying to get back on with the split push down bottom, but Low TP's over. He's ready to deal with that pressure.
Planet's going to have soon.
Omar did it before. Can he do it again? He's got the Brambles in the Terrorize into another set of Brambles. The Sonic Wave, he certainly can. Omar with the catch.
He Sonic Waves and it pushes him into the Bramble too. That's nice. Well executed. They'll find Han again, getting themselves some kill across the map. But yeah, Azure's getting a lot. They're getting quite a bit here as well. Low's level 14. Seeing them get this farm on Planet, he pretty much has the Blink Dagger, so he's going to have this nice initiation tool, which Nigma does lack. They have the Sanking that can kind of stun in just with Burrow Strike, but there's no Blink Daggers.
Absolutely, yeah. This Shaker Blink's going to be incredibly disruptive for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, especially versus like if he catches GH in the back. So other thing to point out too is GH has been on a Lotus gathering expedition. He does have a greater healing Lotus, something I do always like to point out with these IOs because it's crazy how much you can heal in a fight. Literally can just full heal this Muerta. So we'll try to keep tabs of that one.
Now, just if Planet's able to play the fight in a way where he gets his stuns on top of Miracle, it's going to disrupt massively the amount of damage that Miracle's going to try and get out during his ultimate.
They're TPing in for this fight.
Relocate is available. I mean, Miracle's just going to sneak away in the trees and TP out. GH would just be left to die. Miracle does get out safely.
Heads up TP. It was nice. Worried for that straight 5 fight. Sure is getting a lot. Just watching this Luna grow. Their timings are getting hit pretty nicely. The BKB, the ideal one, of course, versus this full magic damage lineup that she's playing against. And there's that blink. Massive amount of team fight.
Yeah, they can do big stuff now. They really can. The smoke's up as well for Nigma Galaxy, and
they've got the pipe.
Indeed. Noob's got it complete.
And he got Vampire Fangs, so Bloodstone, Vampire Fangs might be too tanky to deal with in this next upcoming fight. See how Azure Ray looks to approach it. As we said, there's not going to be a Spirit Vessel. There's going to have to be a Shiva's eventually later on to deal with some of this healing from the IO and SK, but yeah, ways away. Sumail?
He's heading in and trying to get information to start off some sort of action. This is sort of the way that they have to start fights, right, as you're saying with Nigma Galaxy. They just have to kind of walk up and hope they get a chance to just walk up and burrow strike, really.
Pretty much. Look at New. This is how much magic damage there is in this game. You don't see this often.
You never see
There's a pipe and an Eternal Shroud.
I mean, that's pretty wild. You never see this. When was the last time you saw this?
But the nice thing is, though, when you're Timber and you have this pipe, you're lacking mana. So on top of it giving you magic resist, it's giving you all this mana that you're getting from this crazy spell damage as, of course, support goes down.
Yeah, GH itself's also got to be careful. They'll stay outside of range. Oh,
they're coming over.
Oh my goodness, Planet! He just says, screw you, GH. Jumps in, slams the IO. Miracle, he's dead as well.
Oh, boy.
Azure Ray making these quick moves. I think things are slowing down a little bit for Nigma Galaxy. They're just not... They're not able to make any sort of play. And I think we saw that off the back of that move where they just made previously trying to get across the river. They don't really have anyone to start off the action, Fogged.
They can't get these catches. Planet, he can just, I mean, it's not the best echo ever, but it ends up catching enough to be able to see Miracle, too.
Yeah, we'll check it out here again. And obviously it didn't start in a great position. I mean, of course, this whole play...
Noob's epping.
Planet's getting pretty low. It's a good fear to follow up as well. All right, there we go. Back in action. Under the tier 2. New, is he able to get out? He is. But, you know, this is the sort of fights that Nigma Galaxy, they love to take. If you're going to walk up and stick under their tower, who cares about the initiation?
If you don't need a blink
They're starting the fight on top of you.
Yeah, they did not respect that Noob was still going to be trying to go for the fight. I don't think they expected him to go for this fight at all. They were completely clumped.
And there we go.
Blink, so
there we go.
Now they can force fights a lot easier.
Yeah, basically that one thing that Nigma Galaxy was lacking, it's been solved.
Now they've got it. Yep. Took a bit of a slip up there, of course, dying to Tormentor and whatnot, but yeah, Noob.
By Roche, can they do this?
Dies pretty fast.
Yeah.
Echo is on cooldown 40.
I mean, they have Supernova.
They should have this.
Do the two of them want to try and disrupt this, Pichu and you?
TP for the fight.
I mean, there's the temptation to mess with this. Yeah, Nigma Galaxy might not be able to get this as cleanly as they hoped for. And Miracle sticking in the pit, but backups on the way for Azure Ray. They've got the Fire Spirits as well to mess with the Noob's going to make the jump over to the side. They've got the chain locked down on towards Pichu. It's not enough. He's still able to get the Supernova off. Nigma Galaxy, they'll have to kite out the egg for now. They got what they came for. Roshan's taken. Aegis picked up by Miracle. Chase to continue here from Azure Ray. Fun Noob in the trees. Can Azure Ray still take this fight into the Aegis on Miracle? It's a good setup with a Fisher. Noob with a follow-up burst damage. The Sunray just burning through the two of them. They've killed off Noob and they're taking the Aegis out of the hands of Miracle.
And Omar
caught by the Lucid Beam. He's gone as well. Miracle's just got to try and run. Uses the Hurricane Pike. He's able to push back Noob, but the Fisher catches him. The relocates there from GH.
Split second. That almost caught him with the Echo. That was super close.
And GH, he's unlikely to be able to walk out of this one alive. Could drive back in by the relocate. So all in all, they got the Roche, they got the Aegis, but they did lose the team fight pretty painfully there.
Yeah, and they had to. I think they used all their greater healing lotuses and stuff to try to save that Sand King. They just pushed forward there. The damage is too high from the Luna, and honestly, New is too tanky. New is immortal. He just literally runs at them, and he's invulnerable because of this insane amount of magic resist he has versus a full magic damage lineup. And the initial jump, I mean, they tried to burst the Phoenix, but just wasn't enough damage. Bit of a mistake there. Looked like maybe an initially good stun, but they didn't have the follow-up to stop that egg.
Sumail!
Oh! He's got a regen now. Sumail.
He did just pick up the BKB.
But he's low mana.
He is. He needs a little bit more mana for the blink. Just enough there. Able to jump out to the side, get underneath the tier 2 tower. I think we're now under the tier 2. He should be safe enough.
I mean, New is legitimately invulnerable.
I mean, they could dive in for GH. They've got him with chains. GH is trying to heal up, but he's dead. Sumail gets out, but GH falls for it.
How do you deal with this Timber just running at you? He literally has no answer.
Well, they got quite the push, of course, with low on his Luna. This tier 2 gone.
Loving this itemization, really. I mean, even this Glimmer that we've got picked up from the Phoenix way earlier on, they just are really understanding the fact that it's a 100% magic damage lineup. And just playing it through it beautifully. And the Shivas is going to be coming quite a bit faster than expected because New is now able to go for it instead of the Phoenix. They're really ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, very much getting sort of a sense of what we saw from the speed of Azure Ray earlier in this series.
And Ilo is getting that farm online, top of net worth. 20 talents soon going to be coming. Conda on the horizon as well. That's when that big pain is always going to happen, even versus something like a Muerta.
Yep.
He's just running at them. He has no fear. Maybe he wants to soak some damage now too because he wants some mana. A little low on it. Echo Slam at the ready again. Believe in Aether Lens also for the Shaker, so the distance that he can throw these spells, it's very high. He also took Whispers of the Dread, so the damage is it's very significant that they've got coming out from even him.
I'm going to go back for the Greaves next on the Shaker, so just continue to add to the survivability as a team.
Oh, cool. That doesn't seem like a planned item to me. I thought he was going to go like a refresher or something.
He's already got the fun stuff. He's like, I've got my Blink, I've got my lens, I got my shard.
He's one of the greedier
I can buy something for the team now.
I know this. I know. I love playing it because of it. He's a very greedy guy, and it's paying off this game. So.
Well, if he gets like a good Echo Slam and gets a burst of money, that's probably when the item queued up changes.
But maybe he doesn't. Maybe they're just feeling like they've gotten complete control of this game now, so the aura is going to help just more than having that extra bit. They have the damage that's going to come from Luna anyway. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he does end up going for.
A Miracle.
5k lead.
Nearly got the BKB on Miracle. Then I'll stand more of a chance of sitting in the middle of the fight, getting the damage out without interruption.
Just will he be... The question is that coming to me is, will they be able to actually do damage?
True. Is it just going to feel like his ult is tickling them?
It just might. Because he's going to be getting Mage Slayer, there'll be Pipe, there's going to be a Timber constantly running at them, so...
And of course, yeah, the two of them, Low and Hand, both having their BKBs at the ready in these fights, so finding the opportunity to get the damage done as this carry Muerta is going to be very difficult.
Whoa, they got the scan. They know they're up here. They'll find GH.
Yeah, they will. At least Nigma Galaxy gives them, again, the time to get Miracle out away from the movement.
Nice scan. Good heads-up play there. They knew they were up there.
Dire's top
Momentum continues to go in the way of Azure Ray. They can probably start poking
I
high
think,
ground
yeah,
a
I
bit
think
here.
you push high ground and sort of say, what are you going to do about it?
At least force a bit of a response. Try to scout where the Sand King is. So he's actually smoked. This is cool from Noob. He's going for the jump, it looks like.
I mean, they're dropped a Fisher in onto the side. Miracle's already down to half HP. New, he's going to get caught in the full combo. They get the pipe off. He timber chains out
No
to
way
the
he
side.
lives.
Jump forward for Simao to finish off the job. They kill New off. This is as good as it gets for Nigma Galaxy in a way to start the fight. They've got to try and see if they can get more, but Azure Ray already able to run away, so no further catch or chase provided by Nigma Galaxy. They'll have to just settle for the 1 kill. Still a big kill, and one that does stop the push for now.
They proved that he's not invulnerable. He almost gets away there for a
It was
second.
close.
And I like the way that Noob did it. This was a smoke that they did, so when he TP'd in, even though they saw the TP coming in, they didn't actually see him afterwards revving because he was in the backlines with it.
Oh, there's your favorite as well. Low gets the Nemesis
Of course
curse.
he does as the Luna. Nemesis curse, level 20 Conda. It's coming. Not just yet, though. It's 19.
It's very close, though. Wisdom rune for him. He's going to pretty much have it. The burst from this Lucent Beam.
Ay, ay, ay.
And it's going to get crazy again.
Trying to find a secondary kill, secondary something with the smoke Nigma, but won't be able to get it.
Holding on to their mid tower, though, Azure Ray. As Nigma Galaxy, just not able to find much more. Just a bit of a slowdown in the proceeds, really, for Azure Ray off the back of that loss of New top.
But there's that 20 talent. They buy a gem as well on the Phoenix. So wanting to control the map probably for that next Roshan. Looking to take out wards, get some vision down soon for that. It's about 90 seconds until we'll find out for it. I think on double Shivas. Or did they actually switch it up?
Or on New and Han.
Yeah, I think New switched it, right? Yeah, okay. So he went Veil, and then he just decided, you know what? I want to have a Kai Sanj, so sure.
And then going for the BKB next. And then at that point...
And at that point, he's invulnerable.
He is basically... magic damage is what? To him? It doesn't even consider it. It doesn't exist. It's going to be very hard to kill unless... I mean, at that point, I failed to see how New dies, unless he gets caught 1 versus 5.
Until Muerta starts getting farmed. Once Miracle gets
So
the
gets the
crit,
crit.
Daedalus, then he can start absolutely piercing through News.
Okay.
This damage resistance that he's got. And he is getting there. The small crit's there. He found a quiver as well. So there is damage. There is some. Smoke's coming out. They want this fight. Han with the shield rune.
I'm up on the front. He's going to head into the Shadow Realm. They've got a lot of damage to go through it.
Deleted. He'll tank the gank.
Miracle and GH still heading out into their triangle area.
Shivas is very close for this Ember. It's a big pickup versus the IO and the Sand King.
I mean, they
They're
want
trying
to fight
control
this Nigma
area, but yeah,
Galaxy.
Nigma is sticking around
It's
this
4
board.
versus 5. Noob, he's in with the 2-man Burrow Strike. He's able to put the BKB, get the epicenter off. Fish is going to hold back Miracle for now. Now it falls forward. Try and get in on top of New. See if they can bring down this Timber Sword. They can. They take
And
down
the
New.
egg.
They'll turn over towards the egg. Can they get enough hits in time? They
The egg
cannot. The egg. It's successful as Planet holds Miracle in position and allows for the turnaround. They've taken Miracle down. Dive forward here from Pichu. Over towards Noob. Noob gets down to the low ground with the Burrow Strike. They got a way to chase on forward for this one. They have not. Noob is going to blink TP. They try and TP over in time to put a stop to it, but Noob will get out there. So a fight where pretty much everything is thrown down only
It's to
ends
kill
up with
Noob.
1 for 1.
They have to use so much to kill the Timber. They literally have to blow everything in Planet. He delayed it. This little fissure that he did at the start to prevent the first initial blow up of the Timber allowed them to kind of distance themselves, and then he gets the follow-up Echo Slam to stop the finish off of the egg to allow Low to come in and clean up. I mean, Planet. Maybe we're going to get to see more Force Shaker. I love it. I don't think it's the best ever in the position of these type of games right now, but love to see this hero.
Yeah. I mean, for this game, it's certainly just a really good one for the Shaker to be so impactful. We see, did you say, the Fisher at the start causing some issues for Miracle being allowed to get up close and quickly take down New. They do get him, but it takes a lot. and then this the second jump as well. If Planet wasn't able to make this play over towards Miracle, highly likely those last couple of hits would have definitely come through. The egg would have been dead, and maybe Nigma Galaxy could have got more from the fight, but Planet throws a spanner in the works and makes sure that they get a 1-for-1 trade.
And perhaps it was like a slight misclick there from Miracle, I think, right? Because he stepped up a little bit instead of just getting that first take, or maybe it was the quiver. I don't know. I didn't see, but it looked like he stepped up a little, and maybe that extra 1 or 2 hits could have made the difference. At least it.
I think they only needed 2 more. Yeah.
Probably Low was going to clean up anyway because BKB was ending onto Miracle, but yeah, small things.
They're going to go straight for the Roshan here, Nigma Galaxy.
Azure Ray is here at the ready. Eclipse is up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, the ultimate situation is overall just a little bit better for Nigma Galaxy. Of course, well, Slam is actually back
Only
up in
10
15 and 10.
seconds.
It's soon.
It's all coming
They're
back
going to
up.
have everything as well, Azure Ray.
And they've got a fresh shard also on the Phoenix, so...
I mean, this is... You can't start the Roche. They're going to try and start the Roche. Every ultimate's available from Azure Ray. This is risky.
Especially when he yells. That roar of retribution, they know.
I mean, they're poking that up. That's the plan. They just want to try and force a reaction first. Noob is coming in with the burst strike cap. He's going to make the jump over towards Han, but there's no follow-up. As now they're ready to turn. The burst comes in onto you. He's going to get away from them for now. Noob's trying to chase him down. Supernova's there. They'll turn towards the egg. This time they'll take it out, no problem. The Supernova's gone. It's a medium fight. BG Planet's back in. He gets the 2-man Echo Slam onto the both of them. Omar's gone. Miracle dies in the pit. It's going to be a clean-up by the looks of it here for Azure Ray. Noob's caught out of the side. New cuts him down. The fight, it's Azure Rays, and they may even just get GH as well. Trying to hide in the trees. The Eclipse comes out from low. No holding back there as they take out the 4 of them, move into the pit. It was a risky spot for Nigma Galaxy to try and fight in. Noob sees an opportunity to get in with that jump, but it was always going to be so hard to take a team fight like that, Fogged.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's you maybe got baited to kill the egg, right? You're like, oh, we have to kill this egg, we have to kill this egg. Uh-oh, Low just came in and wiped the floor with us with the damage he was able to provide as this Luna. And he actually didn't even use Eclipse at the start of the fight. That was the cry.
Yeah, he saved it at the end. He saved it at the end to kill off GH. Yeah, we see here at the beginning, making that jump, but not quite able to do too much damage indeed. And as you say, sure, they take Pichu out, but he was so ready with the buyback.
Yeah.
He knew this was going to happen. It was all part of the plan. And yeah, Low stepping forward, Planet having the lockdown, and at this point, you're trying to run from the Luna. You cannot.
And Roche even helping out a little bit, getting the glaive bounces between the IO and that Muerta back and forth. There's just not enough damage, and yet Neo is just too tanky. He literally is tanking absolutely every single spell, and this time he ends up surviving because of that positioning.
And here comes the push, straight up to the base to take out the tier 3 onto the barracks. Nigma Galaxy will have the full lineup back up.
The racks are dying too fast.
What the change? Look at this damage. What the Fisher follow up. Mertz and the Glaives, they're bouncing over. He has to press all the buttons. BKB pierce the veil, run back to the fountain. Panic sets in for Miracle. The smoke comes out. I mean, now if they want to try and defend, they don't have the BKB or the Pierce the Veil here for Miracle to play with.
And Miracle's going to take like 1,000-something damage from each of these beams. Let's see if they can get a
They've got
crazy
Epicenter.
fight.
See if Noob can set something big up here on the defense. Epicenter's ready, but the Fisher, it comes out. It's going to stop it from it being able to get the Blink Initiation. Planet once again making these fights so difficult for Nigma Galaxy to set up in the way they want to.
What an absolute beast.
Look at the Burrow Strike onto Han. And it's very tanky, especially with the Shield Rune and with the BKB ready to press. The mid-racks, they're gone. Azure Ray sticking around here, doing the damage to the base of Nigma Galaxy, up to the top lane. Nice push.
They have to fight. It's the last racks.
Curse Crown onto Noob. Noob's trying to step up and taking so much damage here from the Glaives. Low had to put the BKB, the Bloodstone heal as well. Sumail's in from the side. The BKB popped by Low. Stands his ground, finishes off the barracks. The Mega Creeps are out. Miracle. He's got Noob leading in with the Burrow Strike onto the 2 of them. Still, of course, waiting for his cooldowns to become available. Noob forced back to safety. Sumail also having a blink back. Han stepping up. There's a lot of damage coming out from Miracle, so Han's got to be a little careful. Miracle taking a huge hit from the Lucent Beam. 15 seconds until the BKB is back up. He does now have Pierce the Veil ready to rely on him. Sumail, he's jumping outside the base, chasing them away. So they'll force back Azure Ray, maybe just temporarily, though. Still 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis for Low.
And they got what they came for. The Raxes are gone. All the buildings, all the objectives. BKB on cooldown for the Queen of Pain. They'll back up, they'll reset. Wait for maybe these cooldowns just come back up, and then, yeah, they can look to close this out. These fights, I mean, Planet, he just continues to come in super clutch, even small fissures. Don't know if the Epi's either way going to win the fight or anything, right? But the fact that he's just omnipresent enough to be able to get that fissure is phenomenal.
Now, any sort of chance that Nigma might have in these team fights to get a turnaround, yeah, he's on top of it, Planet.
Big fan of his build too. Yeah, I like that he went more greedy himself. He went for 4 staff. And
absolutely. I mean, moments
Good
like that as
campaign.
well. The ether lens, without it, that fish is not catching Noob.
And he took the talent as well too. So the fissure range is actually absolutely insane. So
it all adds up. Hovering outside the base, Azure Ray. They're ready to go for the killing blow. Nigma Galaxy, they'll have one more chance here. How's the buyback status looking for Nigma Galaxy? It's not looking great. And there's the jump in. Miracle getting fully focused. Using as well. Put the BKB touch. It's a lot of damage coming out over towards low. They're taking him out the once.
He's got BKB when he's up.
See if they can deal with him a second time. Somehow trying to force back the back lines of Azure Ray. Oh, he's in! Planet jumps straight in as soon as Miracle presents himself. Gets the catch onto him, and that's Miracle out for good. Dead for 60 seconds. This should be what it takes here for Azure Ray to be able to close up the game in the series. Nigma Galaxy, they're going to try and hold on with the 3 of them. Buyback will come out from Noob. Tamel drops the Sonic Wave over towards Planet. It's still not enough to kill Planet. Planet survives. Fisher comes out. Noob's in with the Burrow Epicenter, bringing it low, pretty low on the HP. The damage with the Sandstorms are incredibly low. Noob, can he hold? He's zipping up. He's looking over towards Pichu. Pichu glimmers and backs off. They get the Burrow Strike over towards him. Han, he'll TP away. All right, Noob. Keeping the game alive here for Nigma Galaxy. As they'll get to have one more chance, one more shot at holding on here. Comes in with the buyback, able to hold.
That Epi started hitting everybody.
They got very, very low there. It's as a little bit of a glimpse of a hope here for Nigma Galaxy. They hold on.
Where's my fight recap? Okay, there we go. I was like, I'm trying to click it, it's not coming up. Yeah, he got a big connection. So beautiful play there. Catches on to almost everybody. They get to hang on, but there's no glyph on the respawns. And they're just going to wait it out 50 seconds. Miracle just has, it's too much difficulty in these fights. He has to like BKB run in, but he can't kill the targets in the 5 seconds or 6 seconds.
And he's just always
he gets controlled by Echo or Fissure or something along
Planet's just always getting the jump on him, and now Planet's got the dream item. He's got the timeless relic.
Ooh, baby.
So next time round, he makes that jump. There's just going to be no chance of breaking away from the combo that Planet lays down upon you.
No. You know something crazy to point out, just to point a little bit of a stat line, is Sumail has yet to die this game. So a game where it's, you know, it's a Queen of Pain who has yet to die, it still isn't really mattering in the full grand state of the game. How much that Azure Ray is able to been able to kind of play around him and put the emphasis on the actual carry, right? Make sure that the Muerta's not actually getting too much done.
Let's have a look. Let's see if Nigma Galaxy can pull out some sort of crazy comeback against the Mega Creeps. They're down one tier 4 tower. They've only got that one left standing. Defending the Ancient. Full Daedalus done on Miracle. We are seeing glimpses of how much damage he can do when the situation is correct in the team fight.
As long as he can actually stand and attack, right? That's just what it has to be. If you can get them when their BKBs aren't active, in particular. Looking at low, he's just going to go for double BKB. Going to go for that refresher.
Timeless Relic in return for Noob as well.
Amp damage. This will probably be that fight that they're going to look to force.
Wow, this is going to have to be even more of a defense than we've seen so far from Nigma Galaxy. You've got a amplified damage Luna preparing to approach your base. You just have a tier 4 protecting that Ancient.
And a fresh Aghanims on that Ember to be able to commit in backlines, cause maybe potential like early BKBs to get popped. So Miracle has to be pretty much perfect in his BKB usage for them to have any chance in this upcoming fight.
What they're waiting for? He's waiting for the bottle to be passed over.
Yeah, bottle and yeah, he's got it on him, so he's just waiting. No, I just pick it up.
Okay, just take it and run down mid.
Yep.
Here we go.
It's got the ninja gear too, so
let's see what Nigma Galaxy can do against this. Good luck to them. They're going to need it. It's quite the push here coming from Azure Ray. They get the opening Fissure. Follow-up stun as well. Miracle get forced to the side.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, the chains are in. He's got to press his ult.
He has to hold the BKB though. You can see he literally has to be as patient as possible with it.
Yeah.
They're trying to poke and force it, but
the ult cooldown you might be able to play around, right? It's like 35 seconds until it's back up. It's not the end of the world.
No.
Noob, he's in. He's going to make the jump straight away in with the BKB. He tries to get the jump on a Pichu, but Pichu's able to put the Supernova. Noob, they'll get the Epicenter going at the side. They'll kite out the Supernova for now. Noob, he's still caught off to the edge of the fight and cannot get away. Dead for 2 minutes. That's Azure Ray. They can look towards this tier 4 now. Miracle has to put the BKB this time round. Turns over towards Planet. Samel jumps forward. Miracle trying to head forward. The BKB comes to an end. Jump forward here from the Ember. Han looking to get the grab on towards Miracle. He's going to get relocated back towards the fountain, but the tier 4s are gone. Samel continue to do what he can and try and hold them back. The Ancients exposed. Low stepping up. The buyback comes out from Omar. They are getting a little bit low here to the spammer Sumail.
Sumail, big ult.
I'm in hand.
Not enough.
We'll be able to survive. Omar's dying for the mega creeps. And the Miracle as well. Chakram comes in. The ult is back up. The Fisher will catch him. GH gets blown up by the Lucent Beam. Triple kill for Low. It's just Miracle and Sumail left against a full 5 of Azure Ray. Azure Ray. Sumail tries his best to hold, but he will fall. Ultra kill for Low. It's game over as Azure Ray take this game 3, and with that, the series 2-1 against Nigma Galaxy.
Low ends up doing the big carry work, but this offlane duo was absolutely phenomenal on the side of Azure Ray. Planet and New with a bit of an unorthodox kind of offlane too. Timber Earthshaker, but felt like they did such a good job of just soaking damage and then just getting these little plays to trip up Miracle over and over again. Yeah,
there's Shaker in particular, you said, Planet. I think we're going to see more of it from other teams as well. Always a hero that in the right situations, it can just do so much and completely mess with Nigma Galaxy throughout every single one of those fights. Well played to Azure Ray. They take the series today, 2-1.
Well, indeed. Another upset. I kind of lost for words, really, as Azure Ray. It didn't look great for them for, the first part of the game, and then able to just come back. I mean, we liked their draft. We knew it had that capability, but you pointed it out. I mean, they had terrible laning stages. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely said this top lane shouldn't get anything. It's not going to do well. Well, I have to eat my words on that one. They found a way to make it work in the mid lane as well. I don't know. I just feel like Nigma is missing something in their play right now. It feels like they're playing a bit too passive. Yeah. They're not really playing together. They're in situations all the time where they're getting picked off. It just doesn't seem like they have their stuff together right now. Because given the situation that they were in, they were pretty far ahead on all 3 cores. You should be able to translate that into a win in most situations, right? Sure, the heroes were good on the other side, but they weren't that good to the point where you couldn't make more plays on that, maybe more relocate plays, stuff like that. But I really feel like Nigma's just missing something, and I think it's just aggression.
Also decision making. When it comes down to taking Roshan #1, they start to do it, they get punished. We're going to see Tormi as well. This is the decision making that I wanted to highlight. So they're doing Tormentor, they kill Omar. It's a little on a slower side because
Livy executed him.
Yeah, you have Io who's not dealing any damage whatsoever to Tormentor, so your ally gets killed. Sure, you have a sustain, but that's going to be good Echo Slam, good Fisher coming out from Planet, and they're going to get multiple kills here, which is going to be turned into Roche attempt from Nigma. They're going to lose that Roche, and also the second Roche attempt where they think they can take a fight. Problem with this type of a lineup, I would even call this 4 Protect 1, even though Queen of Pain, he died, Sumail died only once at the end of the game. He had a pretty good game, but damage is lacking. If they don't get stuff done with Epicenter, Muerta ulti BKB, and Sumail ulti with that Queen of Pain, they don't have damage. Once Muerta ulti is down, if they don't kill 2-3 heroes, you're just straight up losing a fight.
Yeah. I was going to say that also the team play there in that clip where they showed you, they died there, right? Because they were getting converged on. Where was the rest of their team? One was farming top on the Sand King. Quap was farming mid. Nobody's communicating that nobody's on the map right there. It just feels like the team play isn't there right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, another thing you highlighted was the Timbersaw pick.
Yeah.
You had concerns about that, but it turns out New was able to do something a little bit 5-head and become immortal.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was immortal this game. And the reason why he was immortal was he picked up a pipe. That's pretty normal. But on top of picking that pipe up, he also got Eternal Shroud on top of it. You almost never see this. It's usually one or the other. But when you're playing versus a Morta carry, why not? There is no physical damage coming out on the side of Nigma here, so you can go for this build here. And this Timber was the reason why this whole mid game was impossible for Nigma to win any fights whatsoever, just because he's just in front of you doing lots of damage, and you can't deal with him.
Understanding that most of the damage is magical on their side, so you have 3 cores with BKBs, and you also have Glimmer Cape on Pichu, plus you also have Mage Slayer from Ember Spirit. If you get hit by Mage Slayer multiple times, any of these heroes, your damage is not going to be there. That was I believe, second Roche attempt where they are going to be using the buybacks as well. Muerta, BKB, ulti again. Sure, you're going to kill a hero. They're fighting on the Radiant side, which means you have outpost TP2, so you can easily rejoin, and you can feel that Nigma Galaxy, they're running out of steam right here. They don't have enough damage, and Azure Ray, they understand that they need to tank through this Muerta ulti and then reset and come back and win a fight. It's pretty simple.
And I think it would be straight up disrespectful if we didn't give a shout out to Planet's Earthshaker in this game. Like,
Signature hero, I'm told.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet, but he played an amazing Earthshaker in this game. He waited very patiently. Every time Miracle's BKB came off cooldown, he jumped immediately, got the chain stun, followed up with Lowe's Lina, and it really just like sealed the deal in most of these team fights.
Planetfall Arcana was named after Planet, by the way. No, just kidding. But the way he played, it was so good. I also love the itemization. That was also the reason why they picked it. And something that I pointed out earlier is this shard on Earthshaker. He actually rushed it before getting a Blink Dagger because he wanted to keep the distance. All he wanted to do is stun Muerta during her ulti, use Fisher, use Enchant Totem, so she can't, like, half of the duration pretty much is gone, and then picked up Ether Lens, had the tier 3 neutral item, Psychic Headband, and then picked up some extra stun with tier 4s. But yeah, absolutely amazing gameplay. And sometimes some of these picks, it looks like it's not going to work on paper, but then again, you see it in the game and it feels really good.
Yeah, just final thoughts. I mean, was there a window there for Team NGX to win that game? And did they miss it? And if they did, what does that say about them and where they're at the moment?
Yeah, I definitely think they missed their window for sure in this game. I was watching this game at some point, and I saw Sandking had Bloodstone, he had a pipe, and I was like, where's initiation, right? Like, this is the aggression that I feel like we're missing. Yeah, like, he played a good game on Noob, but, like, was that what the team needed? Like, the game they did win, Sumel, he was just going in, right? He may have died a lot, but, like, they were kind of missing that hero that just got in there. They were playing on the defensive, and after Noob's team was entirely dead, he would go in and make some plays. I think they needed to itemize differently so they could be more aggressive, and I think they were just on the wrong page as a team as a whole, and they need to really think about their coordination and team fighting better.
Yeah, we didn't see that in game 1 as well with the support duo, also with the offlane, again going for pipe, a bit of a later Blink Dagger coming out. Sure, we're still in this meta with the auras being super popular from the offlane, but I feel like something is missing when it comes down to the gameplay and how they're executing the fights and what the general idea and what the timings are for Nigma Galaxy.
All right, thanks a lot for your thoughts as always. We're now going to go to an interview with IG Ollie with Team Nomad. Team Nomad. I can tell about no sleep tonight.
Yeah,
Nomad isn't a team. He's the interviewer. Just watch it.
I'm here with Ollie from IG as he's been moving regions recently, going back to China to play with IG after a long stint in SEA. So Ollie, firstly, how are you doing?
All good. Like after TI, I'm taking a break and trying to look for a team, and so they find me to play, stand in to play this PGL, and I'm free, so I just join them to play.
Okay, so this isn't like a permanent switch yet?
Not really.
How do you view yourself like within this team then? You know, are you like just going to be kind of going along for the ride, or are you going to be trying to share your ideas and try to, you know, make it work?
Because I've been playing with Flyfan and Emo for years, and we know each other, so I'm just trying to fit them and fit their playstyle. I mean, we didn't play for like 2 years together, so we will try something maybe new because it's a new patch. I will share my idea and also trying to match with their idea because they have been playing for the qualifiers without me, and so we'll try if we can work up.
You guys have had so much experience behind you playing on IG before. How does it feel, you know, coming back here with them and seeing them all again?
It's great to come back and play with the old teammates, and I've been playing in the sea for 2 years, and it's good to be here, and I like how they play in the team fight, especially in the China team. So I wish we can do good in this tournament.
Interesting, some good Chinese team fighting. I mean, how does that differ from the Southeast Asian style?
The Southeast Asian style is more like high personal skill and trying to be more strong about like how you play on yourself, not in the team fight. So in China, it's more different. Maybe their personal skill is not as high as sea level, but their team fight skill is really good.
You've been playing in the Southeast Asian region for 2 years, and now you're coming back to stand in for IG. What do you feel like you learnt from playing with these Southeast Asian teams, and specifically from Jabs and Sunbi?
I've learned a lot of things, like because it's a new maps and there's a gate usage. And before that, I cannot really say what have I learned because I didn't stay in China for years. And I learned like how to make a move, and maybe basically it's a totally different play style, so I cannot say much. I just trying to share my ideas to them and see if it can be worked out. And just like watch more replays from others and see who is doing better, so we can learn from that.
Absolutely, it's always a process to improve, isn't it? And throughout those years and everything, how much fun did you have playing in SEA and playing with your teammates there?
It's really fun to be playing like in the sea because it's my home. So I can always like flying back to the home and it's more relaxing in playing in the sea because in China it's more competitive. It's harder to join to win in the qualifiers and play in the tournament. So in sea it's more relaxing and we are doing good that time. So I'm glad.
Cool, excellent. Yeah, it was a good time. It always looked like from the vlogs and everything, it looked like you were kind of enjoying the company and everything, and merging well with the team. But now with IG, talking about these new teammates on IG, who do you feel like you don't know as well, and you're kind of learning more about?
I think I know like each other very well. It's because we can always meet them in the tournaments and pub. So not really much I don't know about them.
Obviously, it's been a pretty rushed process with the shuffles and then you standing in for IG and then coming here and everything. How much time have you had to prepare for this event?
We didn't have much time to prepare for this event because they were playing the Dream League and Bedboom qualifiers, so we don't have much time to scrim. We just like playing pubs and maybe scrim like for 2 or 3 days, and we will play the tournament here.
Okay, so what's your own ambition and goals as a player in this tournament?
I wish like we can play at least past the group stage 1 and play more games, have fun.
Play games, have fun, that's what it's all about, Ollie. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. Nomad there. An interview was so good I wanted to inexplicably clone him before the break. We're going to get into the next game, which is going to be Liga Team versus IG. Gentlemen, let's start with the Liga Team. Obviously, we saw them on the main stream, and we've talked a lot about their stand-ins, you know, how they're a team of like a band of mercenaries coming together to disrupt this tournament. So let's just talk about that, because for me, personally, I think they've been the team, in terms of my expectations, that I've been the most impressed with.
Yeah, and I think going to this tournament, one that I have to talk about is Crystallis.
Yep, sure.
He has been playing on Secret for years now. He finally breaks free from that. Going into this tournament, he's like, I've been released from my shackles. I can play Monkey King.
Yeah.
I can play Razor again. And he's been dominating on these heroes to the point where just yesterday that Tundra, they respect banned him in the first phase all 3 games that they ended up playing. And just looking at stats for Crystallis as well, he's the highest GPM and highest XPM player at this event right now.
Wow. Which is crazy. It's unrecognizable from how he was at the end of his tenure in Secret. I mean, you know, his stock was at an all-time low. He was getting a lot of criticism, but yeah, completely unrecognizable.
Sometimes when you change, like when you go in a different environment where you have more freedom as a Dota player, you can bring your own ideas to the team as well. So for now, it is working for them. I had no expectations whatsoever for this team. I'm like, yeah, it's just another stack. Probably they're gonna bomb out, but the team is doing really good. They managed to, you know, beat Tundra in that really entertaining back and forth game, 60+ minute game with the Divine Rapier and everything. Yep. They beat Nouns in a pretty convincing fashion as well. This team is really good with. I would say that their drafts look really solid, and their gameplay, they're super active early on, utilizing the twin gates. These guys are playing some like really fast Dota, and I want to point out that Xantic is all over the place. Like, he's rolling over the enemies with his Earth Spirit, one of the heroes that probably is going to be highly contested, probably banned as well. But IG squad, I don't know what to expect from them. I've seen a lot of these guys in their careers having, you know, ups and downs. Emo is the big question mark for me, because
why is that?
Because this guy is a wild card. He has different itemization. I had to double check because he played some Storm Spirit. I remember a couple of years ago he was like building Blink Dagger on a Storm Spirit in a game where like you don't have to do it. He's also a type of a guy that
you ever have to do that.
There's never a game for it unless you're, you know, memeing pretty hard. But also he's buying Divine Rapiers on Ember Spirit as his like 3rd item. Then he buys another Divine Rapier. This guy is, you know, what I call lunatic when it comes down to Dota.
Yeah.
He is over aggressive. A lot of the times it pays off, but sometimes like, what the hell is he doing?
That sounds awesome.
No, this
it's fun to
team,
watch.
you've got Baboka, you've got Emo on the same team. That's bound for entertainment. These 2 guys are two of the guys from the China region that do just crazy things inside the game. Baboka, he likes to become a core. He likes to farm a lot. He has that kind of like flair. What was that other player that likes to play it? I'm blanking on him from...
Position 4?
Yeah,
from China? I mean, Jinkyu.
Yeah, Jinkyu. He's like Jinkyu, thank you. Him and Jinkyu are similar styles, where they like to get farmed a lot there. And nobody is like Emo. He's one of a kind. I don't think we can find anyone who plays like him. He's either going to be dominating the game 20-0, or he'll be 0-20 building the craziest items.
And you've been acting as a Xantic's agent for most of this broadcast, Dom. So tell me why you rate this player so highly.
Sometimes I see a player and I see that there is no improvement for like, you know, a year. They've been playing stable, I would relatively call it, but there's no like ups and downs. And Xantic stocks have been on the rise recently. This guy is playing the best Dota of his life right now. His hero pool, something that he did play a lot. I did mention that Earth Spirit. He's playing Puck, Storm Spirit as well, playing Invoker. Guy is very active, and that's what I want to see from the mid lane. He's also not afraid to lose the lane and also come back into the game strong, which I think is, again, one of the most difficult things to do in Dota.
Yep.
Yeah, with IG, just tell me a little bit about how they approach the game stylistically, because it sounds like if you've got chaotic players in there, you can't really have some sort of set game plan.
I'm sure they do have game plans, and I think a lot of these other players, like Ollie being an example, has to be the rock for the team.
Right.
Just to have some type of stability.
Yeah.
And this is a team in which you have to, I don't know if it's possible, but you got to put Emo on a leash in some capacity and be like, okay, you have to play these set of heroes. He loves playing his Storm Spirit, Shadow Fiends, whatever they might be, but he can't just push the limit that he's used to pushing, or you have to find a way to play around it. I'm not sure entirely how to make Emo work as a player. He's just a loose cannon.
He is. I mean, Flyfly as well. I've been covering Chinese region for quite some time. Flyfly, like, there are big memes when it comes down to Flyfly as well. When he plays Morphling, you know, this guy shifts the wrong direction, dies. Back in the days where Trusty Shovel was also where you could dig Kobold, and he could kill you. He was not very friendly. It happened to him as well. Always in low
Crystallis too at TI, to be fair.
It's wild. Like,
Are we talking eternal envy levels? Or
yeah, so like imagine this, right? You're playing, you know, the Trusty Shovel, a Kobold come out.
Yeah.
So Morphling shifts all the way down while it, and a Kobold pops out and one-shots you. That happened to Flyfly. It's also happened to Crystallis at TI.
All right, fair enough. So yeah, we are going to start getting into the picks and bans. Yeah, this sounds like it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be definitely awesome. Like 20 minutes into the game, it's going to be, are you not entertained type of a moment, because especially because right now the heroes that Emo is playing, he always liked to play Storm, he always liked to play Quap. These heroes are very popular right now. Same goes with the Puck and all of these other spirits. So he is going to be playing any of these, and you can expect the game to be very wild.
Here's hoping.
These are also, like, when we talk about IG, these are PSG LGD rejects. Zeal, that was like DPC when they were trying out. I'm not sure if it was DPC Tour 1 or Tour 2, because they were changing their offlaners. It was Shanxi, then Zeal. Then they picked up Niu because they couldn't find a real fit for them. His hero pool was very low, and we were playing under Zhao 8. You needed to have a big hero pool. One of the reasons why he was unable to find success with PSG LGD at the time. And yeah, I think that this team, I have no expectations when it comes down to how they're going to play, because from my point of view, it's a bit of a downgrade to what they had at TI, but that team was also not successful, so change was necessary.
All right, let's see what they pick up here. They left the Monkey King, which is a bit interesting here. A lot of the other teams are not allowing L1 to get that hero just because they have Exantic, they have Crystallis, some of the best Monkey King players out right now. So they must have a plan for that hero getting into the pool. Will L1 prioritize it to overall first pick it? Maybe, because I feel like Crystallis is starting to feel it a little bit. Like, a lot of heroes are getting shifted into that first phase ban. If it's not the Razor and the Monkey King, now the Alchemist is another one of his heroes. It's getting shifted up there. So if he doesn't pick his hero right now, he might find himself in a situation where he has to later pick his hero. And we saw in the game where he did play versus Tundra, he got his Alchemist, which is one of his other heroes he plays. They won, and then that was banned, and all of a sudden he's Ursa, Medusa. Didn't really work out.
No.
I'm down for some good old Tusk with different facet. The other facet has been nerfed. I've
What's
seen
the good old facet?
The good old facet is the tag team facet.
Oh, the one where it wasn't a facet. I see.
Yeah. So the old ability,
the good new facet
for Tuskar. I think this hero still has a lot to offer. I've been watching 9class. His stream yesterday. The hero feel is like super strong right now, but well, okay, they were probably debating what they want to pick between these two, decided that Shadow Demon is a better option, and they do not want to let go. They do not want to give Tusk to the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the most contested hero here, I think, the Shadow Demon.
And Naga. They're like tied,
and Naga,
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 95% on Shadow Demon, the most contested.
Oh, so Naga's won through a couple times, right?
She did, yeah. 86% on Naga. Same goes for Tusk. Same goes for Puck.
Okay.
So basically these responses are, you're picking Beastmaster against a support, which don't like playing versus like the, what we call the zoo, the boars, the birds, like the helm doms, which in theory is okay, but it can get really difficult if your whole objective is to counter a support with a core, and especially if that support still has utility against you, because the save is great against the roar. If you can sit in the back, manage to get a disruption against the roar, that can be really good here. And the idea is just like, you don't have a way to kill the boars as a Shadow Demon. So they think they can have a good laning stage, but you bring into the equation just any carry that can kill them. We've seen them before, like these Weavers can do it, Gyrocopters. There's a lot of heroes, I mean, Razor, I guess it's banned this game, that have a nuke that can deal with it. It's a very risky play. That's all I have to say. And you really have to have every piece of the puzzle working the way it needs to. Otherwise, it can get exploited fairly easily.
Again, it comes down to his hero pool. Azil, he's been known to play Beastmaster back in the days when he was playing a lot of Nature's Prophet. He had a hero puddle pretty much, but nowadays he's playing Beastmaster, he's playing Pango, Timber, Primal Beast, so kind of a classic offlaners, but I also want to see some variety. Maybe they thought that he's going to get heavily contested, heavily banned in the second phase. Timbersaw has already been banned out, so they're going to pick it up immediately, which, like, this Beastmaster doesn't tell me much. Like, it's kind of a weird
Just an offlaner, right?
Yes.
That's about it. And that's the only downside about the Beastmaster is it's just an offlaner, right? Like, there's no flex potential there. So you're already, like, showing your cards in a way. So likely just going to pick a support here. It most likely, in my opinion, going to be a ranged support that can just enable it through the laning stage. These Dark Willow, Hoodwink type of heroes can all work out. What are they playing here for Baboka? They Bat Rider, Mirana has been two of the ones, but they'll just go with the Hoodwink.
Hoodwink is still going, like a lot, I've seen a lot of Hoodwinks. Items are completely different. Some are still building into Gleipnir because you're like, okay, we need a little bit more cash. I'm going to pick up Road of Athos. What do I do with it now? Well, let's upgrade it. A couple of thousand of gold to become another core. We've seen some Force Staffs. We've seen some Aghanim Scepters as well, which I think is not a build for this hero. It feels very lackluster. We've seen it a couple of times. It just doesn't feel like you're doing anything. But good lane partner with the Beastmaster. You have damage, you can dive underneath the tower relatively easy, set things up. Something that Beastmaster wants to have is some kind of a slow, some kind of a extra stun in the lane, because he doesn't provide you with that until he gets level 6.
Old reliable clock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more curious to see what they're going to pair with this, because you do have your two supports. You have to show a core now. The Monkey King is still there if they want it, but to me, the Monkey is either a last pick or a first pick
Monkey's
hero.
banned.
Oh, they did ban it. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Just kidding. So that is not there.
Yep.
And they'll go with the Shadow Fiend. This is a hero that has nukes, can deal with the boars, and this is just a crazy strong lane. You're just able to just get him into the cogs with a battery soap, add a double raise,
Get
triple
some
raise
raises
on
in
there,
there,
and then you're just dead.
I want to see potentially Shadow Shaman for Liga team, so they have the Shadow lineup, Shadow Fiend, Shadow Demon.
That's
I don't
fair.
know if we've seen that one before, but that hero doesn't feel good to play. Received a little bit of a buff, but let's scratch it.
Not enough.
Not enough, and they also have two supports already. Giga Ward is fun.
Yeah, I mean, we used to do that in Dota 1. We did the Knight strategy.
Yeah.
And all the Knights, the Chaos Knight, the Holy Knight,
The round
Dragon Knight.
It was called the round table
Yes, we
strategy.
did call it the round
yeah,
table.
did you really?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, see.
So-
I could have styled that out. I could have pretended I researched that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just while we're waiting, Clock obviously been hugely successful so far at the tournament. I think it was like 68% win
I'm
rate.
surprised,
I think
yeah.
he's the best hero at the moment.
One of the best ones,
Still think
considering
Puck
the
is
amount
the
of
best.
games played.
He may be the best support, potentially. I mean, for me, it's like between 4 supports that are really good. It's Naga, Shadow Demon, Clock, and Tusk still seem good. They were really good at TI. Not much has changed, and wow.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't know Alliance was playing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But that's what happens, though, right?
They're
Like,
so back.
you mentioned it. Like, Loda, he brought some strategies to the table, brought the
telling you, dude.
Warlock. Teams are copying it now.
Coach of the year. But yeah, we don't see a lot of Warlock because it's a limited hero.
Yeah, this is the old school combo when
Yeah.
like Earth Spirit was first introduced, like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, lost the track of the time. Warlock was popular back then, the only time the hero was popular, because we did not see much of the hero. So you have Fatal Bonds and Magnetize as a combo. Heroes are going to die.
Yeah.
It's a nasty combo.
And then Bristleback to round it out here. This is a hero that is pretty good in pretty much every aspect against the Beastmaster. Beastmaster is a hero that wants you to feel very uncomfortable to walk into the fights. Going to slow you boars. He's going to roar you. He'll kill you. But Bristle, he'll just charge in there, right? Not really care. Your stuff will die before he dies. And that's not the style you'd like to play as a Beast. Could be quite interesting here. You still have a lot of damage. Like, the one downside is if you manage to get a Fatal Bond on top of Bristle and his team, he will kill his entire team.
Yeah, there's going to need to be, like, earlier shard on Shadow Demon for the spell. And also, I want to see Pipe for Bristleback. I know it's not like the most common build on Bristle, but like, you're playing against Earth Spirit and Warlock. Somebody will need to do that. You will need Glimmer Capes as well. Most of the damage on their side is magical. We've seen how effective it can be in the previous game with Pipe Eternal Shroud on Timber, something that you don't see pretty much ever. And now IG banning out some of these. Like, most of the mid laners are kind of gone.
That's just kind of how it's been, right? Like, the mid lane pool, we talk about being kind of small. You got to really dig deep at this point in the draft and bring out some things you haven't seen. And so far, it seems very effective if you pick something that is very difficult to lane against on this pick here. Like, like, what is it? Queen of Pain still in the pool?
Queen of Pain is in the pool.
That
I
seems
wouldn't
really
mind
good.
Shaker. I think Shaker is really good in this matchup from the mid lane. You could also use some kind of a instant
Earth
stun
Spirit.
versus Earth Spirit. Or if they want to go some like other direction, Just thinking, but I feel like this could be a really good Earthshaker game overall.
I agree. I think they definitely need a stun too, ideally, with their draft, because Bristleback, he just hits creeps for a while. He wants to clear up the stacks. He wants to farm his Ags, and ideally his Bloodstone too. Then he'll come out of the woodwork and fight. Shadow Fiend's the same type of hero. He does want to just like farm the side lanes, and then getting a hero that can just do stuff on the map. I'm never sad to see a Queen of Pain or a Puck or a Storm or an Ember, whatever. They're all good heroes here, but they are lacking a little bit of control. So there's always that. Now you need a carry here for Fly, and he's been going towards the Luna, still playing the Mirana, by the way. Weaver and Medusa are the 4 heroes that he has played at this event.
Could be good, these elusive heroes, because they don't have much lockdown. You just picked up Queen of Pain. Not a hero that rushes Shard by any means. You get it later down the line. Your lockdown is pretty much clockwork. I'm down for some Weaver. I think this hero could work really well, because you have Shadow Demon. The way carries think about Dota a lot of the times are also like, oh, what's on the other side? Like you're playing against Stream Protector. We've seen the Nigma Galaxy series. You're not picking up a BKB. You want to have that Manta style. It's like a better option, so you don't like commit fully. Could be good because your move speed is not affected by Shadow Demon ulti.
Does he play TA at all? That's a hero I would want to play, because you're laning versus Bristleback. They don't have many stuns at all for you. So like even if Clock hooks you, he's not going to burn your refractions before you can blink out of it. And on top of it, you can just bully the Bristleback. But this hero is ranged. The Agnums is very good against the Bloodstone build. It will reduce your regen reduction up to like 90%. So that's kind of the idea there. And of course, Shadow Fiend is an agility hero. So you're going to pierce through all that armor there too. I don't hate this pick. It conceptually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, very niche, but do you like it, Dom?
I'm not feeling it. Maybe I'm wrong. I like the combo that they have with the Earth Spirit Warlock, plus you have a Beastmaster. This is, again, they have good bodies in front for Drow Ranger, but you also have Clockwork, Bristleback, Queen of Pain. These heroes can easily close the gap onto Drow Ranger. I'm going to lean towards Liga this time, because I feel like the team has been playing really well, and they have some of the stronger heroes in meta right now, and I was also pleasantly surprised the way Toby has been playing for the last 2 days. This guy is onto something.
Yeah.
Every single time he hits his timings, he's always there with the team, something that has been lacking throughout his career. And even if he loses the game, that we talked about Toby, you know, he doesn't make a comeback. He's playing Bristleback in this one, so with just a couple of stacks, it's very easy to come back into the game.
All right, guys. Well, Nomad is backstage with the coach of IG, Yakult.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Yakult from IG, and we're going to have a conversation. Firstly, how's the team feeling about your draft for this first game?
We think our draft is so strong and team fight. Warlock with a Spirit.
Yeah, 2 very strong heroes at the moment. And the Warlock, is this your idea, or did you maybe pick this up from a team you played against earlier?
We learned from the game with Alliance. They picked the Warlock first, and only he wants to play this hero.
I see. So he's seeing all the stuff going on. He's saying, I want to give that a go. That's really interesting. So finally, what do you think is good about their draft? You know, what is there anything you're scared of on the enemy team?
I think Drow Ranger is good at this game, and Earth Spirit and Beastmaster can do the front line. It's an easy team fight.
Easy team fight. All right, well, let's see whose ideas are better. Hopefully it's yours, Yakult. Thank you very much for the interview. We'll send it over to the cast for game 1.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, getting ready for the action here on this one. I think, yeah, Yakult's absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, I would be as well, because of the potential, as he mentioned, of course, between like the Fatal Bonds and the Magnetize. There could be some crazy damage numbers coming out of the team fight. All in all, though, do you like that? Do you think this could work out? You know, obviously they said as well, trying something a bit different out of the Alliance playbook, saying, hey, they did Warlock, it looked great, we want to do it too. Or do you think Liga might have this?
I like Liga's draft quite a bit. They are lacking a little bit in catch and control on their draft in particular, but it's very strong scaling in terms of every type of damage instance. They have pure, they have high physical, they have good magical that comes from the S. Maybe a little lacking in magical, a little bit in a way. Actually, not really, because Quappin is up. But yeah, good hybrid draft. IG. Yeah, it's a good draft too. It's just I think the overall like way you can kind of execute this draft is a little bit harder at times with this Earth Spirit, but I'm looking forward to it because I'm just hyped because of the Fatal Bonds. Yes, to be honest.
Because we've already seen. Have we had a game where those 2 heroes have been together?
if anyone did it was Alliance.
Because at least on our stream, we've seen Warlock, the damage from Fatal Bonds alone, look ridiculous when it's been connected with anything.
Alone.
And then we've seen Magnetize on its enemy game look incredible. So when you put the two together, if you find the right situation in these then sort of early to mid-game fights, it can be a nightmare to fight into.
So Alliance hasn't done it. So
they don't do us with their Warlock.
Nobody's had it, yeah. So
okay.
But it definitely has some cool synergy. It has some cool counter initiation and stuff like that can always come out versus like hook shot. But the one thing I'm also looking at from Liga is the Shadow Demon. I think this hero for me it's always just insane, the potential of what it can do, and the potential saves this game are very high. When you're playing versus like a single target roar, could just turn fights around just with a disruption. So let's see who gets first blood, because that's also been a dictator of who gets some of these games lately too.
Baboka. Whoa. Oh, they got the battery assault to set things up. Bushwhack will hold back the clock and the bristle, though, so he'll be okay. They didn't have anything else to go with by the looks of it there.
Guess he didn't want to go for the cogs? I mean, you would have trapped him in. Maybe he already had it pre-skilled. I didn't actually.
Yeah, and I guess as well, 1J wasn't in range for disruption by the time for the team to surround. But they didn't get the first blood.
Either way.
It happens.
Yeah, they miss it.
Yeah.
And to point out, it's a hookup. So Panto, he's done the hookup one again, even though we saw mostly expanded armature, whatever the hell it's called. He's gone for this one.
I like it. I like it. I swear as well, we've seen with some of the clocks, we're getting a lot of hook shots into the back of allies anyway. So you might as well have the facet that gives you the benefit from it.
Yeah, I've just been on. Yeah. I've been a big fan of this hero right now. I mean, we saw the win rate get pulled up before. I think it was what 68.3 or 68.8 with like 13 plus games.
It was
16 games. I don't know exactly.
I think it was 13 picks, 68.8.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. I mean, very. Thank
and
you.
then we got it now. Okay, 66.7. All right, way to call me out. Oh, no, it was 68.8. Yeah, good.
But yeah, 11 wins. It's looking good.
But it was 16 picks. Yeah, you're right.
BKB piercing disable.
Yep.
Right. It provides great laning overall, and it's a pesky hero. It itemizes well. It gets the constant solar crest and stuff. So yeah, definitely enjoying this.
Looking forward to see what goes down here in the mid. Because, of course, in this matchup, Adzantic, he's not playing the Earth Spirit this time around, but he does play a lot of it mid himself. So he should be pretty aware of, like, you know, how to lane against it. He knows the Earth Spirit mid very well, Adzantic. So we'll see how he deals with Emo on it.
And something that's cool that they did in this game too, when they go for this like Clockwork and SD, and then they have this SF carry, they end up taking the SD out of the lane versus the Beastmaster. So now it's put in a 4 position, which is not the most standard, I guess you could say, as an SD, but it's a better lane in particular for the SF to set things up like this.
Yeah, let's see how the SF goes. I mean, Chrysalis, what we've been saying over the last few days, he's been impressing a lot of people, right?
Yep, he's been unlocked. He's free. And he's been playing very, very well. And very, very aggressive and independent. Ollie.
He's looking like this will be the first blood. Toby's able to take it. As we've got that set up, and indeed, one of the things about the wall, it can be a little vulnerable. And the lane, when you get on top of him like this, not too much that Fly could do as the Drow either, when these two get aggressive against them. So.
Yeah, so it's a cool little switch up. Of course, you want the range with the melee core and stuff, but it's the fact that they're able to switch like this. It's, yeah, very nice as it's Antic. Taking a bit of a beating there from Emo. Their Spirit just doing very well lately. In a lot of these matchups, we even saw versus a Sniper, there was one good one that ended up winning that matchup as Xanthic is just taking a beating. 10-3 on the Sur Spirit already. 10-4. He's going to get a lot of extra denies. Those will matter.
Bottom lane. These two, they're getting beautifully aggressive. Sure, 1J goes down, but the job's been done this time. Toby able to kill off the carry, take out Fly. This Bristle's been set up for a pretty good aggressive start.
Getting kills as a Bristle early on, always going to prove a good one when you get able to back up with stacks. And you have a Shadow Demon, probably the best stacking hero in the game. So yeah, definitely a phenomenal start for Toby. Not the best in last hits, but you get these 2 kills. Phenomenal stuff. Top, Blood Grenade.
So if they can chase Chrysalis down, they've got the birds out, but not quite able to get in range.
He's got regen. He's got a salve, actually. It just came out on Chrysalis, so good read that he was going to take extra damage here. We'll be back up to full. And another thing to point out is Chrysalis, he did start with Quelling Blade. So since he's playing versus that Hoodwink, we will try to watch for when he does get these cuts versus the Bushwhack.
And just having a look as well, because there was interest obviously we had from Yakult saying that it was Ollie, you know, saying he wanted to play some Warlock. And just have interest. So last time he played it in Pro was 3 months ago. So it's been a while since he's played it in Pro. But he did bring it out in the pubs a last couple of weeks, he's played a couple of games, did lose both of them.
Okay.
So last win he had with Warlock was 2 months ago back in a pub.
I mean, there's literally
it's been a while.
There's literally only one player in the world that feels like playing it right now. So it's only been Kadaro.
Yeah.
And he's been making it actually look pretty decent. I haven't trusted any other Warlock.
Sure, but Ollie, if anything, is probably the closest because he's got quite a few games on it.
Sure. Yeah.
It's clearly something that he does like. So, and we'll see if he can have the same sort of level of impact. And yeah, win rate. What was his win rate actually in the pubs? 55% win rate, 65 games.
Not bad.
Not too bad.
Not too shabby at all.
I believe in pro games it was 44%.
1J.
Not as hot.
Checking bottom, but also potentially setting up for a kill. Blocking the roll.
See if it's going to be enough to allow them to get the damage down, but the fatal bonds coming out between the two of them is going to mean that they're going to have to blink back there at Xantic. Can't stand his ground.
Too tanky, Mr. Emo. And he's got the backup of both. And he's actually bottom raindrop nice and early, so pretty cool. Raindrop's on the rise in almost every single thing, because Matt buying this mana regen at this point now.
Oh, look at this dive top.
Very valuable. Zeal.
They're trying to line up the raises. That's not quite able to get the job done. Zeal survives this attempt. And looking at the last hit so far, bottom lane continues to be pretty even, despite those kills that Liga were able to get against IG. Farm still good for Fly's Drought, same as Toby's Bristle.
Good chunk of denies across the board, actually. Don't always see like 7 and 7 on offlaners or 7 on the mid, so yeah, both sides getting good trades out of it. And Zeal is going to be going for the Helm. Going to be very pesky for the Shadow Demon in particular. Hates playing versus summons.
This rotation.
They're popping the glyph.
They're ready to dive the tower here. Toby and 1J moving in onto Fly. A T people coming from Baboka. A bushwhack to hold back Toby temporarily, but 1J's got the catch with the disruptions to set up onto Fly. Take him down. Panto continue to dive in over towards Ollie. They'll be able to get the two of them. Maybe even be able to mess with Baboka as well. Further TPs are coming in. This time round it's from Emo, so they'll have to back off here, Liga. See if he can hit the connection onto Panto, roll forward. Not able to get the opening, but we'll be able to get the smash across and take Panto down. So at least a little bit of a punish there by IG, but of course overall Liga getting away with these aggressive plays around Toby's Bristle and continuing to knock Fly out of the lane.
Lacoste said it himself on the panel, something with Toby lately. Like, he's actually just having excellent lanes almost every single time, and he's transitioning to be able to go with his team a lot of times. This is a fantastic start for this Bristle. Synergizes really nicely with the lineup too, with the Snot Rocket. It's gonna be pretty cool. Just that SF, that big damage with the presence and everything too. A ton of minus armor that'll be kicking off in the mid game.
He's having to farm a bit more cautiously now, Chrysalis, with the amount of heroes that IG showing up to the top lane with. So back to the jungle he goes.
Yeah, whenever Emo's off the map, that is a bit of the concern, right? The safe lane and the mid are very at risk of dying to a rotation whenever Earth Spirit moves.
Oh, is Panto going to mess with this in time? He is.
He might be able to just kill this.
I mean, there's a lot of backup coming in for Panto. Fly, I don't think he's going to be getting as much. Underneath the tier 1 tower, they're ready to dive in. I don't think they've even got TPs available to help him out, so they're just going to have to let this Drow go down once again.
0-3. This Drow needs help, and needs help fast.
And this is definitely not one of the easier carries to recover from.
No.
You know, when you've had a bad lane. Hitting the jungle early on a Drow does not feel good.
And this can be a bit of the problem when you have a Warlock Drow lane. It's very, very weak. You know, when you have these Drows, these Lunas, even SFs and stuff that we've seen, and it's just the trend. Yeah, you want a melee, but you want like a big bruiser. You want either the tree, the clock, the tusk, something like this to be able to take the brunt of the force Fly.
Yep. I mean, it's just one of those lanes as well that you'd imagine probably in practice for IG. They just probably haven't played this specific safe lane duo.
No.
Like, maybe even ever with these two players together. It's a bit of a new experience for them to enter into the lane with, and it's getting crushed by Liga pretty single-handedly.
Drow is not really a super fast farmer nowadays, at least when you're this far behind. I mean, Warlock is having... Ollie is rich, don't get me wrong.
He's picking up a lot of action mid.
He's ahead of the Drow, so he has more gold than Fly.
This is his plan all along. He's like, well, I'm gonna start carrying the game myself. And we have seen Warlocks carry games, you know, a la Alliance.
And especially a game where they have the Earth Spirit, right? So they're probably like, you know what? We're playing around the Fatal Bonds. Fly, don't worry. We'll get you back in it. But definitely concerns. This Drow has literally nothing, and they're going to take the bottom tower to open up more for Toby and open up for him to maybe join his team too in fights. Smoke move. Emo wants to get involved, wants to find Crystallis, but he might walk right into them, actually.
Well, this would be a nice catch for IG. They just missed him. I mean, but if Crystallis indeed...
He's going to have high ground and see them. Oh, that's the dream
I mean, they were so close. They might still get away with the dive.
Go.
Yeah, they're diving in under the tier 2. Fortifications popped down. TPs are coming in. Drop the golem. They'll kill him off. They'll get the kill. Now, can they get out? Mass TPs coming in from Liga. They'll split up.
Ali consumed the Black Grimoire from that, just to let you know. So I don't know if he had the rock initially right at the start of it, but he ate he ate his book to get the 6 to be able to go for this dive play. I mean, Crystallis saw them, but he was confident that they weren't going to full commit, but yeah, they do. They end up losing something out of it. But space made for Fly.
A quick return to the mid here from Bowoka. Yet to see what Emo's going to queue up first, is it? Would you imagine just the blade mail first still?
Yeah, I would imagine. Especially versus
there's not too much kind of options as a Spirit to vary with, or?
It's Emo, so who knows actually. Let's just go with that, but I'd imagine it's just blade mail.
You're right. Here it comes. Sword comes out.
I'm always like, it's Emo. I never know what this guy could do. Absolute wild card, but he'll keep it standard.
Oh, smoke time from Liga. They're ready to get Toby active and moving around the map. They know how aggressive and strong this Bristleback is right now.
He's going to move away. I mean, they see Zeal with the ward, so probably not needing him.
Yeah, they're like, we got this with the 3 of them.
They'll just send him to mid to park and defend the tower. Zeal.
He's going to drop the roar and try and run.
Speedy.
I mean, he's going to get away from this. Oh, he's okay. Hook shots there. My goodness, that was very close to him having a chance of escaping.
Oh, yeah, the pushback from the roar. A couple of times we've seen it's been saving people in scenarios, but not this time. And yeah, heads up move, right? Toby just goes to mid, make sure they get no tower damage whatsoever. I don't think they would have really anyway with their Spirit, but heads up play to distribute your farm as they get a 2k lead now. And Fly is having, I mean, he is slowly recovering, but it is quite slow. You do not farm anywhere near as fast as a Shadow Fiend, who's had a free lane.
Yeah.
Versus level 9. So the separation between, actually level 10. So level 10 versus that level 7 Drought, and one has a Mask of Madness to speed up that farm. Going to be a slow one here for Fly. And I don't know, this hero when it plays like from behind, it's quite scary.
Yeah, at the least, as we heard from Yakot as well at the start, they do have a lineup where they've got these 2 other heroes that, in a team fight situation, have a pretty strong frontline presence with the Spirit and the Beastmaster. So if they can kind of piece things together and with good positioning in a fight, still a high chance that Fly will have the ability to just lay down the damage from a distance.
As long as, Clockwork, I mean, we'll have to watch how Panto, if he gets these hook shots into the back, it'll always prove very problematic.
Sure, and it's never easy trying to hold back a farmed Bristle from just running through the midst of the fight straight towards your carry.
And looking at his animation, he's just, I mean, it's become pretty much standard across the board on these offlaners, but yeah, for Bristle, Pipe, especially this game, playing versus the Earth Spirit, the Fatal Bonds that we were mentioning from earlier, they will group farm the Ancients, 4 heroes to be able to assist Fly. As Ollie still literally almost has the same net worth as him. 3,800 net worth Warlock, 38 last hits.
Temptation's going to be there to get the Midas into the Ags.
He's holding his gold. I actually was looking at it.
It was like, it's Glimmer or Force, and he's going to settle with Force.
He's versus Clockwork, so the Force makes a lot of sense. He was maybe talking about it, though. He's probably, guys, I'm level 8.
Yeah.
And Baboka's probably like, no, I'm the 4th position. I'm the extra core, not you, Ollie. Scouting some stacks, too. They'll be able to take these away, Ollie and Emo. A little bit of passiveness coming out here from the side of Liga. And there's that Blade Mail. So could definitely see IG look to take some fights in these next few moments. They've got Rock up. Magnetize is ready. I want to see the combo. But the question is Liga going to give them the opportunity to get these type of combos too? Or are they just going to kind of play this split farm after they've had good lanes? Feels like they can just play split farm. Put one of these cores in each of a side, have one of these supports playing at least between the 2 or between the 3 of them.
Now IG need to punish this.
They do.
They've got to try and make a move onto one of them whilst they're separated.
At least kill someone and get a tower. Like in mid maybe, just go for the straight dive so you can open up the map a bit more so you can get into these greedy positions.
They're going to settle for the dive here onto the mid, onto 1J.
I like it. As long as they can turn it into this tower. Let's see if Toby looks to try to hold it off completely.
Trying to get what damage they can in onto the tower, but it's difficult to do so whilst there's this farm bristle underneath it. Look at half the damage done, but they'll have to back off.
Chris, this is getting too much on. There's a level 13 SF, it's a level 9 Drow. Absolutely massive. It's only a 1k difference between them in the overall game, but a lot of gold, of course, being given on this Warlock. So this core is massive. They still have this ward top as well that got Zeal earlier. And Xanthic just blink daggons the Dominator, so maybe that could be... I mean, he's going to need the Overload. He's going to go for it, but yeah, maybe a bit of a funny oversight he has to watch out for in these next few moments. Free money for Xanthic every time.
Yeah, all three cores of League are farming pretty perfectly. As you can see on the net worth, pretty much neck and neck with one another. Flawless farm from the three of them.
A strong scaling Tricore too. We've seen these Earth Spirits have explosive mid-games, but eventually they do have a bit of difficulty toward the super later stages, even though Magnetize Undispellable is absolutely insane and stuff like that. But Pipe finished up now for the Bristle, so we'll be able to negate a lot of that magic damage that comes out from IG. Looking to try to catch, it seems like. 1J starting it himself.
Xanthic considering jumping in.
Just daggons the creep again.
Very difficult for IG to fight anytime when it's in this sort of a location at the moment. You just have to back off as soon as they get some level of reaction from Liga.
Nice little split away though. Roche could be soon on the horizon too for Liga. They do kill it pretty fast with the goo and the minus armor from the SF. It has moved up top too. So could be an opportunity if they see people split up or if they get a pick off. And Fly has gotten time to sit back. Sure, it's not at the SF levels of farm, right? He's still 2k difference, but hasn't died again after the laning phase, at the least.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bit of a quiet one, though. Thought we were going to get a lot more rotation, a lot more kills, especially from Emo. And he has 3, but I really thought he was going to go a lot more crazy with this type of dive play so far.
Yeah, that certainly feels that
it's contained.
Favors Liga pretty nicely.
Yep, does feel like it. But it's, I mean, Emo is contained. This is rare. Ooh, it's a nice ward. It does see Fly. Don't think they can set up for it there yet. Baboka.
And Panto, he's just walking in on them. He's got the backup, but Xanthic and Liga have Toby here as well. The Golem's going to get jumped down onto both of them. Jump away from Xanthic just in time. Panto will die for this one.
They want more. They used Magnetize. They used Golem.
Now they're not getting it.
Just going to get the clock. It's not what you want to see if you're IG. Can they turn into a tower at the least, though? Should be able to finish up mid this time.
It's a bit of progression, but definitely feels like it's not quite as fast as IG would hope for.
Especially now, 2-minute downtime with these ultis. Will we see Liga either look to force that Roche or force some type of other objective because of that? We'll have to see what their choice is, or if they just sit back and farm. Ooh. Deliver. Oh! Did he get the Lotus? I think he popped the Lotus mid-Sonic Wave, yeah? I think that's actually what might have saved him. Where's my fight? Oh, whatever. Pretty sure it did. So that's kind of big. I mean, Quap ulti now down. IG able to split up and farm. So not gonna, I mean, they're not gonna take advantage yet of that Chaotic offering and Magnetize being down. 20 seconds till Magnetize is back up, but Chaotic still 80.
And we'll see it again on the replay.
Yeah, he popped it. You saw it pop up in the middle there. See it on cooldown. So yeah, Lotus save. Nice little play. So close. Scan. Comes out, does catch the movement here. Magnetize back up in 3.
It wants to go in, Emo. Hook shot to the side. Very nicely done there. And that's meant that Emo gets caught underneath the tier 2. Panto able to dodge the roll with that hook shot and therefore cause Emo to end up rolling in under the tier 2 tower.
He's going to have hookup again, too. The hookup. He might be able to catch another target if he was a little closer to the Warlock, but heads up play. Uh-oh, Emo. Really wanted to force the issue there, but a beautiful dodge.
Yeah, very quick
There's
reactions,
a-
and there indeed it is. Straight over towards Zolly on the backlines. He'll try and force away. Has got Fly by his side, who turns and starts shooting into Panto. And 1J ready to help out. Disruption, it's there. It's going to keep the clock alive in and out. Allow the rest of the team to continue to chase down. IG, Sonic Wave comes in big time, pushing back the three of them there from Azantic. Zeal to fall as well. As these fights, I mean, IG, they're trying to go for stuff, but they're not getting it. But Boca, again, only just surviving these rocket flares.
Oh.
A couple of times they've come close to killing him off.
I thought Azantic might just blink under tower and kill him, but Emo was respawning. Beautiful save. The Shadow Demon Disruption kind of perfectly timed. And Panto's hook shot, I mean, the hook up fast is definitely coming into play there, and now they'll be able to back up into that rush. A huge win. Huge win for Liga.
It really is.
And Drow shows up. Fly, he has high ground, gets hit by one slow, and they have dusts. They're already prepared for the build that he's going to go for. Immediately sandwiched upon.
Yeah, we'll check this out again. That one little chance of maybe IG finding a kill, as you mentioned. Panto saved just in time, and at this point, it's just full escape. Azantic gets the perfect angle here, pushing them all back with the three-man Sonic Wave. And at this point, the fight is long but over here for IG.
And definitely going to be an issue for Fly in a lot of this game is the fragility of him, right? Look at his HP pool, 1200. He's going to get one-shotted from this Queen of Pain during most instances. Look at Azantic's build, too. Kaya, Veil, Dagon, everything's going to get amped up. Huge swing of momentum as 3K lead. They're starting to get firm control of this game. Ults are up. That's kind of IG's only way to fight, but playing into Aegis, playing into BKB, things are getting harder.
Azantic really wants to try and get this dragon.
They'll heal it. Is Toby actually going to go for it? They want to try to invade over here to prevent the Wisdom and maybe try to take a Tormentor, but the IG, most of them are set up.
And they're going to get the dragon. Plus 250. Well, they're rolling in. They're going to try and go in on towards him, and indeed, 1J's in with the save. Emo's rolled in for this. He puts the Blade Mail. Will be able to bail out with a roll away. Magnetize and Fatal Bonds, it's down upon them, but at this point, it's a bit underwhelming with the fact they're playing from behind.
Yeah, and Toby just itemizing beautifully with the pipe. It stops pretty much all that damage.
Bushwhack onto the bow for them, but most of their damage output already dropped, so they can keep this push going. Not a lot that IG could do to defend these towers here. 21 minutes in, Tier 2's taken. And the Wisdom Rune is theirs. They could take the Tormentor as well. As this game, it's not been the most action-packed in terms of kills, but so far it really does feel like it's all been Liga right now.
Yep. They're just one step ahead of everything, it feels like. They're splitting up and farming nicely. They're covering the bases with each other, and have to give 1J a ton of credit. Yeah, he's 0, 3, and 9. He's part of the 9 kills, but these disruption saves are absolutely beautiful. He's always going to be there to be able to protect versus either the main focus target or stop like the break. And he's actually potentially going to get shard here maybe from this too. Very nice one this game. The constant dispel to be able to remove the magnetizes or whatever. It's actually going to go to Azantic. I mean, still pretty good. I mean, more damage for Azantic. It's really good.
Just yet to really see IG find any moments in this game that really enable them to open up the map and get much done. They're just falling further and further behind. Liga,
and with a lineup that doesn't scale nearly as hard either, you know.
Right, it's very cool gameplay from Liga and just how calm they need to be there. There's just not much really being enforced upon them. They're not under a lot of pressure in this match.
Nope, and Azantic has yet to die. You know, we saw Sumail in the last game, died at the end, of course, everything, but had a really strong game. Azantic, this one, he's just got easier way to play. Can just jump and blow up the Drow 100-0. Very likely that this Drow just instantly dies if she's in the front line at all. Fly.
They got the hook shot. Panto's in. TPs are coming over, but Fly too squishy at this moment to last for more than a few seconds.
Doesn't even need Sonic Wave at this point to kill. Just too much damage from Queen. 1100 just from the jump. Looking pretty grim.
I just don't seem to have a lot going for them this game. IG.
And they just, even the wombo combos that we wanted to get, wanted to see a little bit there, they're just, they're tanked through it. They're ready to just push onto that high ground. The damage just isn't there, even if they land the combos. Full Shiva is now finished up on Xantic too.
And pretty much the Lotus basically done for Toby as well.
Yeah,
He's going to have that Dispel.
Yep, more protection versus that break in particular, or Dispels versus anything else, or Reflected Roar. Very valuable game for it.
Just taking away this high ground. 23 minutes in. I mean, IG, do they have anything to slow this down? I'll see. Panto is managed to get the catch on Azil. Back on their side of the map as the setup. Xantic's got the cleanup.
Clockwork just looking super good. Even with the hook up fast, like this is a really nice plays coming out from him. Attempted for a split push. Gets caught, and they're still in the area to apply pressure here. If IG steps out, could just immediately get gone on. Yes, Aegis is going to get reclaimed, but they're going to just probably look to take out these Raxes anyway. Emo.
Fly. Oh my goodness, he's lucky they don't have detection on the front lines there. We'll get out. Requiem's not going to catch anyone as IG managed to retreat in time.
Come on, Chorus, carry dust, one of you. Toby was before, so. Roll out, Emo.
Oh.
Emo.
He's going to get hookshotted, pushed back by the cogs. I'll get the second roll off away. Panto this time will die.
Risky play, but gets them a kill.
And they're tentatively chasing out the base here, IG. Maybe considering if they can get something else off the back of that kill.
There's no Requiem. Sonic Wave back up in 20.
Now Liga, not too upset with just backing off.
Just a 5-position clock.
And it's actually some of them, Liga, are still hovering around the mid. They've got eyes on Emo.
Hey, they're respawning. 5 seconds at Xantic.
They could sandwich them in. And there's the jump forward from Xantic to lead things in.
They were baiting
the Magnetize drop down. The Golem's being dropped. Defensive disruption provided here for Xantic. Emo will fall. They'll throw the Lotus down onto Xantic as well, allowing him to blink out to safety. That was the full kind of wombo combo dropped here by IG. It's not really got them the kills as now Liga, they're ready to move back in. Sonic Wave comes in, they'll tap out. Understandably so. They just weren't able to do much at all this game, IG. This one looking pretty easy for Liga.
Yeah, they played so well. I have to give so much credit to these supports, in particular Xantic too, but these saves so many times here, even this last fight. This was like an attempt from IG to maybe like go for a last hurrah and get a kill, and they actually got it. They baited Xantic. But the disruption comes out, he gets saved, everything completely gets turned, and they can't kill a single target. Very well executed, honestly. We've been talking about League a lot. They have 3 stand-ins, but there's a lot of synergy going on.
These guys look good.
They look good.
It looks like they've been putting together for so much longer than they actually have. I mean, each and every time, as you said, individually as well, some of the performances, it's like that game, it looked impossible for IG. You know, they were trying to make moves around the map, but they just never really able to find anything. Liga knowing the right and wrong times to split up, group up, and even in those moments where they were split up, IG couldn't really do anything to punish it.
Yeah, I have to give a lot credit to everybody, of course, but a lot of improvement coming out from Toby in particular, where he's owning his lanes, he's making rotations, building the right items. So, yeah, good on them. So, looking forward to this next game for sure.
Absolutely. Very impressive stuff from Liga and IG. They're going to have to try something different in Game 2.
All right, thanks a lot for filling there as we ran back to our chairs because, man, they called it. They'd had enough.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely expected something crazy to come from that game, but not just a GG out like that without even going to the high
No
ground.
re. GG, no re.
Chinese teams, they've been known to call GGs early on when they understand that there's nothing left to be played for in the game. I do respect that. Instead of dragging out the game for another, like, 10 minutes where you already have, like, your morale is down, you understand that game is over. You have no whatsoever counterplay, like no tiny Mars, no hooks whatsoever to be able to maybe reposition the enemies. But yeah, overall a very difficult game. Not sure if I'm liking the drafts too much coming out from IG. They had some idea with this Warlock, with this Earth Spirit, but they got ran over in the bottom lane. The Bristleback and Shadow Demon just completely dominated that lane.
Yeah, and that really surprised you, right? Because you felt that was a relatively, a safer lane, let's say.
It's definitely a lane that has no stun, really, so you should be able to keep your distance, and Warlock is pretty passive here. You should be able to, like, just throw upheaval down, just push the lane out, pull. But I guess sometimes you can just get in a position where you're just a little too far up. You get out of position, you get the goo on you, the stacks start stacking up from all the abilities, the poison, the goo, the cool spray, and then Flyfly just died. And after that, it just became chain feeding, honestly. And then he just ended up not having a game whatsoever here. And this is going to kind of showcase like what happened to that bottom lane. It was really ugly. Toby, he was able to get on Flyfly those first 2 times, and then after that, it just became a snowball effect. They kept bringing in more and more heroes, and they just ruined Flyfly's game.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was absolutely...
And we're going to see some of those
destroyed,
examples here. Like, this is the first death here. Then the second death, they rotate the clockwork as well. And a lot of this isn't necessarily his fault as well, because, like, he's trying to survive here. It's just a situation. This is how Drow kind of functions as a hero. Like, it's very easy to get on top of her, and if you do, you are going to die. And yet again, she's just trying to get out at this point. It's like, let me out of here. And then clockwork is there to disrupt it yet again. And then at this point, like, what can you do? You bring more heroes yet again. You're just 1 versus 3 in this bot lane. And if you do have a bad laning stage, like a Drow in like this particular game, there's no coming back from it.
No.
This is the hero that doesn't play well from behind. A lot of the times when the hero gets shut down in the lane, most of the time you're going to lose the game, or you need another like good 25, 30 plus minutes to be able to, punch back. But for me, what kind of sealed the deal was this offlane when they shut down Beastmaster, because he was also supposed to be like the playmaker with the Earth Spirit. They should play together until Drow Ranger comes online to be able to get stuff done, roam around, get some towers, but that never actually happened.
Yeah, and, look, I mean, we've said it already. It's worth repeating. Team League continue to impress.
Yeah, I think this team has looked really good, and they just kind of have like that Europe energy right now of like them playing the game and just saying like they just know how to play the game. The European teams in a lot of ways, they're just better than a lot of the teams right now where they don't need a lot of practice. They're practicing in their pubs, right? They know the good heroes. The EU Dota have like the best pubs in the world right now. So I feel like them in particular, they mesh faster than most any other region because there's not a lot they have to change. They all play these type of heroes. Like Bristleback is super popular. Like Crystallis, maybe he isn't playing a ton of Shadow Fiend typically, but he can play it when necessary. And Xantic, his Queen of Pain Grandmaster tier, it was phenomenal. Not a hero that I personally have seen him play a lot, but clearly he does, and it looked really good this game.
Yeah, and both of the players that you highlighted as well, Dom, you were talking about, Toby obviously had that immaculate Bristleback
Zero
lane.
deaths, both of them.
Yeah, and Xantic as well, just a fantastic co-op game.
Absolutely, this guy continues to impress me. I might need to stop because it's just becoming a staple throughout the tournament because Toby as well, he had a great laning stage, but at Xantic, he's the one who's tying things together. Like with his rotations, he's everywhere where he needs to be. We saw multiple men Sonic Waves as well, great positioning, didn't die a single time, great itemization, wanted to amplify all the damage. You see Kai, you see Dagon, also Shiva's Guard. So I think this team has a pretty good understanding what needs to be done in the game. I did mention the pipe as well when I saw the draft coming up from IG. So pipe into Lotus Orb. There was also Shard and Shadow Demon, the spell mechanic against Earth Spirit, against Warlock, and all that damage is going to be nullified.
Yeah, look, and obviously we're at that new patch stage. People are trying out new things, and so we have seen some drafts that are a little bit questionable. I guess the good news, obviously, for IG is that, you don't have to be committed to those ideas. You can look elsewhere. There were some heroes there that we were a bit iffy about, so probably next time we'll see something a bit more traditional.
I mean, maybe, but there are other teams running similar heroes and still winning. I was like keeping an eye on like the Navi MOUZ game, and Navi won with Drow. It's not like the hero's unplayable, right? Like you just have to give a hero the right condition to win, and they just weren't able to do it in this particular game. And it really came down to, I think, just getting outclassed in the laning stage.
I also wonder like what the comms look like for IG, like who's calling the shots. Probably should be Ollie. You did mention him being the most experienced guy. Something that both Emo, Zeal struggle when they played shortly for PSG LGD at the time was adapting to Zhao 8's playstyle, and I don't see like any of the playstyle. It's like cookie cutter type of a draft coming on from IG. They're all over the place. Even the games that they played, even some games that they won, I wouldn't say that they outskilled them, but eventually they won the game. So kind of getting a weird vibes from this team.
Yeah, I mean, Emo was definitely all over the place with his roles getting to tier 2 towers. So I think they definitely need to simmer down a little bit and figure out the team play.
Yeah, finding Emo was really not that hard because he was the one rolling in, and they didn't even need to initiate. He was in the middle of the like 5 heroes most of the time.
Fish graphic coming up after the break, probably. Well done. All right, we are going to take that break. When we come back, we'll get into the second map of this series. Yeah, welcome back. Liga Team versus Invictus, and Liga Team are ahead. We're going into that second map, guys. We're going to get into the picks and bans pretty quick, I'm told. So, just some thoughts. I mean, you talked a lot about like Liga playing with all of this wonderful freedom. They just got to do what they want. There's no pressure. They're essentially playing for all the sneaky recruitment that might be going on in the background at the event. So, I mean, it must be just a wonderful position for them.
Yeah, I mean, they must feel very free and no pressure whatsoever at this event. And it reminds me of like Falcons in a lot of ways, where they played and they felt like they had no pressure because early on in the lands, most of them they won. Day 1 or 2, like someone wasn't there because of a visa and they came later at the tournament, or they just had a stand-in. And just playing with that freedom kind of just like liberates you to be able to just feel like you can do whatever you want. Nobody's going to judge you. No one's going to yell at you for mistakes. There's probably not going to be too much replay reviewing.
Look at Dope. I've never seen him this relaxed.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It's the whole squad.
They're asleep during draft. It's so easy.
Yeah. I mean, this is like the state of nirvana you want to reach, you know, as a Dota player. But sometimes you get really try hard and you just psych yourself out.
Was that the OK Nirvana reference? Because we played
exactly
at TI.
That's how we
on
played.
The same team. Yeah, it wasn't very Nirvana oriented. It was pretty stressful, but didn't end too well for us. But here we are, back on the couch as a duo. I want to see some like more aggressiveness from IG, especially from like safe lane. It needs to change. Sure, they try to take something out of Alliance's book with this Warlock that Kadaro is playing a lot, but I also want to see something else. I think they gave them 2 good heroes. Like they gave them pretty much 5 meta heroes right now. If you check the win rates of the heroes that they played, you know, the contest rate as well. Shadow Demon, one of the most contested heroes. You have Clockwork, insane win rate on the hero. Shadowfiend, one of the best safe laners right now. Then you have Bristleback, which can be flexed. In this one, they didn't try to do so. And then you have, you know, Casual, Queen of Pain. Every single time I see this hero being played, the hero owns. Like, it's not like, oh, she really struggles. You're never going to lack damage. You always have a lot of team fight. And also, she's super survivable. Like, this hero is much tankier with Dagon build than most people think.
And I think, like, the other thing about that last game and why Queen of Pain is so good, as you mentioned, the Dagon. This primarily is used on creeps to heal yourself. And what better creep to Dagon than Beastmaster creeps, right? He kept going to his lane and destroying that Helm Dominator, and it was very stressful for him. And that's kind of what I said in the last game, and we've seen it a couple times now. This first pick Beastmaster, it's not it. I just don't think this hero is good enough right now to justify just picking in the first phase. There's a lot of counters.
Well, it's like you said as well, though. It's like it's not a flex. Like
yeah, exactly.
You know, so you know exactly where it's going to be and how to deal with it.
Yep, you show all your cards, and I feel like it's not too difficult to respond to.
And now you're focusing down on some of these heroes immediately that you just lost to. Bristleback, you have Shadow Demon, which leaves Omni Knight in the pool. Like, I'm not sure if you want to pick him up straight away, but this hero is still very good when paired up with any of these super late-game oriented heroes like Luna, even Shadowfiend as well. Shadowfiend loves to have some kind of a setup, but if you throw Repel on him, he could go ham.
Speaking of Shadowfiend, it could be a good Shadowfiend pick here, too, because... yeah, you could play it carry.
There we go.
You could also play it mid. This is a hero that Timber, where does Timber go? He goes off lane, he goes mid. So it matches up very well. You can just follow him to any lane he goes to, and you're pretty happy with that.
Please ban Clockwork for IG. Just remove him from the game. It's too good of a lane. Like, counters you can't use your Timber chain.
Roger that.
Removed.
What else should they remove?
They have one more ban. I'm still down for Omni ban.
With Timber too? I mean, maybe, I guess. I mean, Timber doesn't really care about Omni, but Omni is just a good Dota hero right now, so that could be reason enough. Outside of that, like, stuns and silences are typically what Timber does not like playing against. Like some Dark Willows or something could also be pretty interesting.
Well, Dark Willow is just a stable hero right now. Gives you everything, gives you a lot of team fight, damage with the new facet. I did prefer the other facet, but that one was completely broken. The Bramble Maze one. Thorny Ticket or whatever it's called.
When that one first came out, lovely. Really enjoyed playing against Dark Willow. I mean, the thing about Dark Willow that's so annoying to play against is you have to, and this is probably one of the only heroes in Dota, you have to increase your APM just to play against the hero, because you have to play a mini game of like weaving through the little the thickets. There's no other hero that makes you do that.
You're playing Pac-Man basically, navigating the maze.
And they're really thinking about it. They banned the Nigma, which that is not necessarily great versus Timber, but that is something that I think is telling that they want a hero later down the line, such as either the Luna we've seen be pretty popular and cannot really deal with that. So maybe they're eyeballing that Luna, and Luna got banned as a response, so that actually makes sense.
I'm just wondering what Toby's going to play. Bristleback gone now, Enigma gone. He did play that one game on Winter Wyvern. They didn't win that one, but the last hero is Visage, which we've seen. Like, if you pair Visage with any kind of this position 4 strong laner, which there aren't many in Dota right now. There is, some Earth Spirit, there is like Clockwork Tusk, but most of them are banned out, and they will go with the Dark Hole. That was a nice suggestion there, because it makes a lot of sense. Timber, like, goes in, Bramble, Terrorize. It's the cheap control coming out from your position 4/5.
You kind of have to show what you're doing now with IG. You got to pick probably 2 supports, I would imagine, is what they're looking at here. That way they can keep the Timber flexed for as long as possible. Generally speaking, you want to have 1 melee plus 1 ranged, but the meta right now seems to be ban all the melee possible 4s or 5s now, so there's not a lot left. So what can you really go for? They're going to go with the Alchemist, which is, it's a little bit of a block pick too at the same time, but it is a strong hero. Technically, it could be a 4. We don't see it too often, but it is possible. So it's a little bit open there. So IG's draft, still pretty flexible if they want it to be, but it's kind of like a weird flex. It's not like a natural one. It's where like Timber, yeah, it can go mid, it can go offlane. Typically best offlane unless you see a good mid matchup. Alchemist, almost always a carry unless you have a gotcha pick, and that's when you move it to support.
Was it Visage, Marcy? Or Visage plus Dark Willow, I wouldn't mind that. I want to see pressure onto Alchemist, but you said that it's potentially a flex pick, but this is a very fast-oriented lineup if Alchemist is going to be played as carry for IG.
Can I ask you about the Marcy? Because I don't think it's won at this tournament. I think it's been picked 6 now, 7 times. It's on 0%. What's up with that?
This hero is very difficult to play. As a support, if you have a bad lane, if you lose your lane as Marcy, you kind of don't have a role in the game a lot of the times. This hero doesn't farm, which is something that she was always struggling with that. So kind of hard to come back into the game. Solar Crest also got nerfed. There are other ways to itemize the hero. You can buy drums, whatever is necessary to but then again, your big item is BKB. How you're getting to the BKB timing, becoming another core. With Shadowfin, it also could be a lane, so they're going to decide whatever they feel like it's going to be better, but I do like what they drafted for themselves. We talked about the Xantic, Earth Spirit. Emo played Earth Spirit in the previous game, didn't look too good, and Xantic looked much more comfortable on the hero in those couple of games that he did play.
Yeah, and I was looking at the teams that did lose with Marcy and was like, is it just like a one-off strategy? But no,
skill issue.
Not really. I mean, L1 has played this Marcy already, lost with it. Tundra has played the Marcy, they've lost with it, so there's good teams playing this hero, they're just not finding wins with it.
They'll buff it when the anime comes out again. It'll be okay.
Season 4?
Yeah.
I think they're books.
Mark the dates in your calendar. That's when Marcy will be good again.
What's that date?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Not released yet.
Unreleased. Anyway, but
don't tell anyone. I don't watch anime. I don't want to get fired. But
fair enough. But Invoker versus I'm a little surprised by that. I feel like once you see that Earth Spirit, you could have just put the Timber mid, right? And that would have been an obvious answer to that hero.
Right.
But they decided to go for Invoker, which is also good versus Earth Spirit because you can continuously just drain his mana and you force him into a situation where, so now you have no mana, you can't make rotations if you have no mana. But generally that is good if your side lanes are being pressured, right? But I feel like Timber shouldn't pressure a Shadow Fiend in the lane, so this Earth Spirit might not care if he doesn't have to make rotations because I doubt there's going to be pressure being applied to get their side lanes because Alchemist as well, this hero doesn't particularly pressure his lane, he just wants to sit back and farm.
Yeah, especially with Phoenix. This is not a super strong lane. You might get some return kills if they're playing aggressive. Centaur is going to be banned. I'm still down for Visage on side of Liga team. I think it would tie their lineup real nicely. Buying any kind of aura, there is a lot of magic damage, of course, coming out from Invoker. You have as well Alchemist, and with Radiance. If that's going to be a carry, most likely it is going to be carry, judging by what Team Liga is banning here.
Yeah, I think it doesn't make a lot of sense right now to put Alchemist on support, unless there's like some crazy pick that could come out. But at that point, I think you've already decided what you're going to be doing with this draft, and I think Alchemist carry does look good because Timbersol Alchemist lane does not sound like a lane that is particularly inspiring.
They're laughing maniacally. It's a devious scheme, whatever they've got up their sleeve. They're loving it.
And I would like to see... Yeah, I mean, the Visage is probably the safest bet, I will say. But typically Marcy wants to pair with ranged heroes, which could just be the Shadow Fiend, right? It could be Shadow Fiend, Marcy lane, and they could just pick a melee hero to lane with the Dark Willow. The world is really their oyster here. And I do think, actually, more I think about it, we don't see a lot of the Dark Willow in the position 5 role. So it probably is just going to be your stock standard melee guy going up against this Alchemist. I've seen Slardars be pretty successful before. I don't know where that hero went, but if there is a game for it, potentially it's not now because Sardar's terrible versus Medusa.
Right, yeah.
Oh, they're keeping the flex.
The flex is open.
Between Medusa and Alchemist. Who's going to be playing that position 4 and position 1? Not sure if I like this flex. I mean, they...
So they keep offlane, let's go.
Keeping the flex between... I'm not really convinced by position 4 Medusa. Sure, some people did win the game. Boxy did win the game at TI, but I feel like this hero is pretty lackluster, what he brings to the table. But they are having a good laugh. Maybe they misclicked.
I mean, they were laughing way too much for that to be a misclick. They're having some fun. But unironically, the Slark offlane does sound good. Because, like...
he was laughing so hard, his headset fell off.
Because, like, if you lane versus Alk as a Slark, you're happy. If you lane versus Medusa as a Slark, you're also pretty happy. And this is something that I think Amar brought into the scene some time ago. And very rarely do I like to see it. I think the last time...
I think it's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I think the last time we did see it was at TI, and Devi Lama played it. It wasn't so good, but it was a worse game for it than this one. Outside of that, like, your stock standard Enchantress...
Is it offlane Marcy?
Offlane Marcy?
Is it Devi Lama offlane Marcy?
That's a great question.
It is.
It is, okay. They think that's the hero that's going to pressure the Alchemist or the Medusa the most, and it is the Medusa. Medusa is going to be their carry, and who's picking up the Alchemist? But Boka is playing it. I mean, Boka does like farming, but he usually does it on heroes that first give before they take, where I feel like this Alchemist kind of just takes and gives very little.
Yeah. Well, he gives Aghanim Scepter later on. Problem is how you get to that point. But I like Liga's team. I thought Marcy is going to be played more as a core coming into TI with, you know, IO again, potentially with the combo. But this time around, it's going to be Marcy from the offlane and Earth Spirit. If you shut down this hero, we've seen it. We're going back to, what's his name again? Devi Lama at TI had... really, really hard game on that offlane Marcy. I'm just not sure they can do it with the heroes that they have. So I think I'm going to stick with Liga team one more time. They were just too dominant, and I think the damage that they have, damage that they can provide early on, they're never going to lack damage with the lineup that they have. I think bottom lane's not going to be that easy for IG, and other than that, just feels like, you know, another day in the office for Liga team.
But Devi Lama had to be on something, though, right? Because like, I suggested the Slark, which he played. They picked the Marcy, which he played. So he definitely was onto something. We'll have to see if another player can make it work out or not.
All right, well, we're going to throw it over to Nomad for another interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with No Fear from Liga team. Firstly, this Marcy pick in the offlane, a little bit different. What are your thoughts on it?
We flex Marcy, but in general we pick it is on post 5 on support. But they pick Medusa, they flex Alch, and in Medusa we have not more hero, you know, and we use Marcy. This reason they have some Alch, but before they don't play Alch.
I see. So do you feel like they were trying to kind of catch you off guard with that last pick, Medusa, then?
I think it is a good pick, but you know, all pick not super good. They don't have pack. If they have pack, maybe it is pick work, but they have Invoker. You know, they don't have combo. Timber, Phoenix, Invoker is just pick for, you know, win pubs, hard to win. But if Timber big, maybe they have chance. Maybe.
All right, Nothith, thank you very, very much, and good luck in your game. We'll throw it over to our cast for this one. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Just getting ready for the action here in Game 2 of Liga versus IG. And it's going to be fun to watch the offlane from Liga. I mean, you were talking up Toby earlier today, right, on what he's been doing from the heroes he's playing. This time, he's going to have to try and do it on the Marcy, something that they shifted over towards the offlane. How do you think it's going to go?
Unsure, but I can see the reason why they wanted to do this when you're playing versus Phoenix as well. Later on, when you have Unleash, you'll be able to kill Egg. You can just deal with the Fire Spirit kind of slow and everything too. And it's kind of cool when you pair with these ranged heroes too. When you have the Bodyguard, you actually do so much damage when you get on top of a target when they're attacking and your Bodyguard hitting as well. So yeah, we see those facets being chosen. The only one that's a bit of a question mark, especially from the 4 position, we see the Mixologist has been taken from Baboka. So not going to have that extra gold, that extra 250 early on, but the frequency of his stuns and his Berserk Potion, I forgot what the name for a second, that'll be faster frequency of cooldown, which it is good now. It's really strong. It lasts 15 seconds. I believe the cooldown is like, when you have this facet during Chemical Rage, like 18. So it's almost 100% uptime on that potion if you get there. But yeah, we'll see if they do get there, because again, Liga, a very strong, high synergy draft. And Xanthic has looked like a monster. Kind of on all of his mid heroes. And this one, he gets his Earth Spirit that he was very flashy on the other day too.
Yeah, he really was. Well, we'll see how well he does. Yeah, obviously, lane a little bit annoying. He's going to have his mana constantly burnt here by Emo with the EMPs.
Should be able to see us just fine, though. And yeah, interesting to hear what Novia was kind of talking about with like the Invoker. I think with like, they don't have ways to keep heroes inside of this Deuce and Phoenix ult. Yes, the Stone Gaze plus Phoenix combo is this kind of cool thing, but they don't have this like lockdown of grabbing them. They have a Tornado EMP that can come from the Invoker and stuff. But, yeah, it could be a little bit underwhelming when we see Liga just able to dance around these ultis and just walk away. No Mars ult, no Puck Coil to grab them inside Stone Gaze and Phoenix ult. It's just like a concoction for the most part.
And going back to sort of the Marcy ending up in the offlane position, why is it that we don't see this hero as much in the offlane nowadays?
I think the hero overall is just a risky hero. So I think it's you don't see the hero as often as usual, because I think in 5 position, it's a lot easier to play, and it's also more forgivable, because if you make mistakes, you're a 5 position. But if you do it as a 3 position, there's a lot more downsides to it.
And in terms of build, are you still looking to kind of fit auras into your build as you are the offlane, or do you kind of have to build for yourself when you're playing Marcy
build
Core?
for yourself. So I'm curious to see what Toby's approach is, because I think most of the times this tournament, he's been building for the team. So we shall see. I bet there's usually not too much variety of the Marcy builds. I think the only variety sometimes we've seen like an Armlet or something there, or like the old school Battle Fury. Sometimes that won't happen, obviously, but it's usually just your phase, couple stat items, get your BKB bracers or BKB basher.
Okay. So I guess in that case, when you look at the lineup of Liga, there's not really going to be any of these heroes buying any sort of auras, right? Or who could?
Maybe Panto. Maybe you'll see the Enchantress start getting some potentially. But yeah, that could be potentially low auras, or maybe Toby does just actually do it. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see what his approach is going to be. Because he does have an SF, so that is the hard carry, but maybe wanting that secondary one.
And overall, do you like IG's option of resting on the Medusa for Fly this game as the carry?
It's his, for me, it's his best hero right now.
Okay.
He's kind of been struggling a decent amount with a lot of these other ones. This one's pretty tanky, can work well versus like SF because you don't worry about the minus armor with your mana shield and everything, but definitely can fall into risks of being fragile and getting gone on in the early game versus the way that Liga's been playing.
Chrysalis on this bottom lane playing very aggressively here with the Razors. Getting a lot of them lined up on the 2 of them.
These lanes should be pretty good here for this side of Liga. Bottom, definitely not the easiest one for Zeal. We see him only having 7 last hits right now. And they made this choice. They decided to have this Alk Timber lane, which is, as Fear said, pretty underwhelming.
It's not putting any pressure onto Chrysalis right now. And now Baboka, it's probably pretty dead. He's definitely pretty dead. First blood for Chrysalis in a lane that he's already getting complete free farm.
Okay, he's got stick.
This is as good of a start as you could hope for if you're Chrysalis.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the concept is with the Alchemist. I think it literally just is throw Berserk Potion on the Dusa. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it has too many other merits. I'm really, curious to see why they really wanted to flex it so much.
Now, this is bottom lane, keeps going as it is. I feel like it's going to get pretty close to the point where Chrysalis can maybe even just sort of handle these 2 melee heroes solo.
I think he can already. Yeah. I think they can start moving the Ents through the portal soon, and they can start ganking the Dusa. So they have a strong tri lane, and they actually have a double wave pushing in, so it could be pretty much perfect time for them to make that move toward top. Toby forcing the lane, and he's actually gone triple bracer, Owen, so...
No, definitely building for himself there. Yeah, triple bracer into the phase. It's going to... I mean, at this point, coming up to 5 minutes in, he's going to be incredibly strong. They're ready to dive in. As they're able to grab back Fly. He'll drop down the route onto the two of them. The mana's gone.
They'll get mid
a couple more punches should bring him down, and indeed, Fly's gone. To see if they can get Ollie as well. Blood grenades out. They'll dive away.
It's going to be close to the tick out. One more tap. Okay, 1J actually dies to the tower by accident.
Ollie survives, so a little bit of XP for him. But indeed, at the same time, what do we have going on in the mid?
Emo glyphed when Xantic was going for a creep. He got a good connection to Cold Snap, and they were able to dive. But Boca got a concoction behind tower, so nice little rotation. But yeah, Fly. Getting bullied again. We saw a similar rotation from last time. Liking to play around this glyph, well, this time it wasn't a glyph, but liking to play around the dive when they have multiple waves.
And Boca just popping by in the mid, trying to be annoying, throwing out the concoctions onto Xantic. Starting to put the pressure on as the 6-minute power rings are coming up. Top lane, they've got the setup once again. Let's see if Ollie can do enough to keep Fly safe. He can. I'll stand between them, so Toby's not able to continue to dive in for the Medusa. Has to back off. Dive forward. They're bringing Toby low, but they've got the heals out from Panto, so Toby should be fine.
Oh, and he max efficiencies. Look at that backpacking. Backpacks all 3 bracers, gets the extra heal from the Enchantress, and has a salve to boot. So back up to full. So Fly has to be careful how he sticks up here on this Dusa. Very fragile right now. He's not getting much CS. Zeal also struggling. 2 lanes. Definitely not going so well for IG here. The network's not terrible on the Dusa, but does have to be careful every time she steps up here.
Yeah, it's just the fact that overall the Timber is going to really suffer to find a way into this game.
And it's a hard game for the Timber in particular, across the board, right? Even when Willow's got levels, there's some high damage that can come out. Earth Spirit is always going to have good damage, and yeah, the SF in particular. Panto.
And he's got the heal off. And he does have the backup of 1J and Toby here, Panto, but with the rotation of Emo and the EMP, they've got enough to bring down Panto. So.
But Boca,
I mean,
might be in trouble himself. Nice tornado.
Let's see if he can run away from this. He's going to have one more concoction to throw out, but the Shadow Realm hit. It's actually going to miss. Uphill miss. Is he able to deny to Ancients? He might be able to die to the Ancient. Oh, get the Wisdom Rune. Ooh, no, not going to happen. Xantic makes sure that Baboka doesn't get even that. He'll secure his own Wisdom Rune and be able to secure the kill.
He's like, sorry, one of you supports. I'm taking this one away, but well worth it. Xantic, good rotation. Nice try from Baboka. Emo's having a good time. That is the one saving grace for IG at the moment. He is top of that net worth, level 7, almost level 8.
Rotation time for Chrysalis, ready to get it under the tower.
They have a ward right. They both have wards right on top of each other, so you will see it this time.
Yeah, they'll know. They'll just settle for the pressure onto the tier 1 here with this SF rotation. Try and take the tower off the map nice and early.
Does he go back through the portal right afterwards on Christos so he doesn't give the Zeal the lane? Might be the case, but they're actually moving up a little bit more up here. IG. Emo's coming in.
He's going to try with a setup here to the side. Toby's able to jump away in time.
They brought everyone.
They'll leave 1J to die here.
Yeah, they're only going to get that Willow. But Emo does get the last hit at the least. Lot committed to be able to hold on to this tower, but they will, and they can maybe go for the deny if they want to as well. It's at 100 HP. And they're making a heads-up move. They're actually making...
Well, this could be a nice catch, yeah. If they can... Chrysalis... the rest of the team actually not there in time, really, to do anything immediately. And now Chrysalis, he's probably going to have been spooked a little bit, so might not stick around the tier 1 and leave himself vulnerable to this sort of rotation.
Some good awareness from Chrysalis in these last few days. Seems like he's always dancing around these type of ganks. Now he's going to walk back into Emo, though. But there's a sentry down.
I got the cold snap, then interrupt the Requiem. And indeed the cold snap in a concoction causing a lot of issues for him. As Chrysalis gets taken out, Liga going to see if they can find anything in return. It's Xantic. It'll focus towards Ollie first. Ollie, it'll even tank the Magnetize as well that Xantic throws down. So they get something in return, but yeah, that is the Magnetize drop for it.
Yeah, he did not need to use that. Probably, maybe he was hoping the other people would walk in so he could spread it, but oh well, ends up using it there. Chrysalis was dancing around it, but wasn't able to get that Requiem off. Does get caught under the Ghost Walk. Emo, a much different game that he's having this time around.
Definitely a much more stronger start from IG on this game too, and getting a bit more done, putting the pressure onto this bottom lane.
Toby did queue up, by the way, so it as expected.
Yeah, it's build for yourself.
Standard. Yeah, I mean, I don't. This is like one of the few off-laners. I feel like if you don't build for yourself, it's really awkward. Zeal, trying to get the push here with Emo. Not quite level 6 on the Willow, so no fear, no bedlam to push them off of it. And Xantic without the Magnetize also. If you had Magnetize, maybe they look to defend that down there, but IG capitalizing nicely. Glyph comes a little late, but it doesn't matter. It gets reset anyway, but won't hold on to that tower any longer. Emo continue to be very active. And Fly overall, with this hero compared to a Drow, he didn't die 3 times like he did on the Drow, but this hero in particular does just have a much better time just backing up, going to jungle, get that farm going. And oh, I'm so happy to see this, Owen. No longer do we have the mana boot Medusa. Good old Treads, they're back. Makes me happy.
Yeah, if we're not seeing that here, we're probably not going to ever see it on any other carries in this batch, right?
I've seen the Razors all buying Treads as well too, so...
Back to normal.
Gone are the days. Good. Stop getting my arcane boots nerfed, stupid core players. Right. 1J. Trying to hang on to the tower here, soaking XP, trying to get that 6. And Xantic does have Magnetize available if they want to look to try to fight around mid.
And Chrysalis is ready.
Xantic. Not going to be able to go.
Yeah, IG no. They're not going to stick around. They're not going to try and over-push it.
Nope. And Zeal's game has recovered massively, just with these couple moves. Going to be able to queue up that pipe, get the farm going for himself too. So even though the lane was really rough with the Timber and he's still pretty low on that net worth, similar to the Marcy. So all in all, early game, pretty decent here for IG.
I guess now for Liga, what would you imagine is the game plan? I mean, do they themselves need to be looking for action, or can they afford to just sort of hold the game at this state, just continue to have Chrysalis farm up and feel confident in the scaling, or will they eventually run into issues against the Medusa? Over in the mid, we'll see. And get the takedown on between the two of them. Jump forward as well. They will get the pick off on Emo.
And that's your answer right there. They do want to play active.
You think so?
Yeah,
you don't want to sit back against this Fly Medusa.
Nah, you don't have to. You have a great lineup to be able to pressure. You also scale very hard, but you have options of pressuring with Marcia or Spirit. Panto. Hey, burst. Good gang from Mr. Boboka. I think whenever you have Earth Spirit, it's like, yeah, just play active. So Chrysalis is able to get nice free farm on the side of everything there. And that should be the Blade Mail almost done. 1 or 2 more CS. How's Emo doing? I think that is his Mage Slayer done. So yeah, they'll definitely have timings of these like, oh, actually, they switched the build. Oh my. I saw the pipe was being built on Zeal, but he's actually decided against going for it first. See if that ends up hurting. Maybe because the Mage Slayer is built up by Emo, he wants to be a little more greedy.
Xantic, not going to get the connection.
Toby. Gets himself out.
That's a good escape here. They're going to still try and see if they can get the concoction in range, but they cannot. So Toby should be able to sneak away.
Good awareness from him.
Closing in on that BKB, just a recipe away.
Pretty farmed. Pretty solid game so far again from Toby. His triple bracer build is cool too. The way he health.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
What?
What?
I won't lie.
Health? What does it?
What does that
that's
mean?
A bit ominous.
I mean, he seems to be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I was checking his camera too.
Yeah, is he right?
Yeah, he's coughing.
He's good. He's good. Very good.
Push getting together, grouped up as a team. Xantic has a TP at the ready if he'd like to make his way up top. Zeal is not there either. So fight does kick off. Liga could have the numbers.
Getting the free trade here mid. Tower's gone.
Yeah, Xantic decides not to. They're all too set up.
Yeah, not into kind of all these ultimates of the Supernova. It's a bit risky right now for Liga.
Stone Gaze just got put a point in now too, so for Fly. Can they steal the wisdom? Might be a big fight around here.
Yeah, this one Liga will look to try and hold.
Oh, yeah.
So 1J's heading in with the Shadow round. They got the Bramble connection on towards Fly. There's the World Forward from Azantic. They've got the fight going, but Boca gets torn apart in the front line. Supernova's dropped down. Azantic trying to get away from this, but he's caught by the cold snap. Can he get out in time? He cannot. The Supernova catches him, but the Glimmer Cape's there. Azantic will survive, and now he's ready to turn, keep the Magnetize going on towards Fly. Actually rolls back in. He'll die to the Snake for that, but at the least, the rest of the team will kill off the carry, take the Medusa out.
But Boca somehow got the wisdom in the midst of all of it, though. But either way, Liga come out with that fight win. They do end up finding that Dusa as well. Fly cannot retreat. I can't believe he actually got it. He got the concoction stun.
A very close start to this game.
And look at him run. He rushes to the next one. Very nice.
8-8. 1k lead right now for Liga.
Very close.
And Crystalis just that bit ahead in farm. He's had some pretty good games on his SF. And
he has been a menace. Zeal.
He's trying to come in from the side, Zeal.
A lot of damage, Zeal.
They're not really respecting how much Crystalis does to him as he just gets completely destroyed by this SF.
He still had the aura from the last fight, so he actually has 3 stacks now. That extra minus armor definitely coming into play. Zeal did not anticipate taking that much. Whoopsie.
And Panto. He's going to try and tease around with Baboka, but the Chemical Rage is out. Still got the 2 of them here, but Baboka, he also has backup. Azantic was showing the wave, but at this point, it's kind of a tough one to go for unless they do have the ultimates to try and take him in a team fight.
He only dies if he gets caught from Cold Snap and like a stun from the Alk. It's very difficult to kill Azantic. In most situations, he should be able to reset, roll out. That last one, he kind of gave his life. And that was him actually getting caught under the Phoenix Egg, too. He ended up afterwards giving that life. Now they're going to have the Vessel finished up. Pretty decent timing also for 1J. Very strong item. Not versus the Dusa in particular, but overall in the game. I think this item is going to be on the rise with all the buffs it's been given. Ollie.
And 1J was trying for the setup there, but held back on the Terrorize. Didn't feel he could get the angle to push him back into further brambles, and I guess didn't quite have the backup ready to go for the kill. Bottom lane, though, backup is certainly there. Toby and Azantic jump in, take down Baboka very easily.
That's the BKB. So now Egg, got to be careful with it, Ollie. You had to be careful already versus the Marcy with it, but now with BKB, she can kind of just full commit onto it in almost every single one of the fights. And this Glimmer is definitely going to be annoying if they have to make sure they have some type of dust and coverage for it too. Which they do. And is Azantic going the BKB? I thought he might this game, since he's playing versus the Invoker and the Phoenix and the Timber before going for that Shivas. So he might do so.
I think because, yeah, he's got the Ogre Club, but you're right, he's got both queued up.
I think the BKB is very valuable. Whenever you're playing versus Invoker, it's super valuable. Even to get it relatively early.
And particularly so just in a game where they don't have someone building like a pipe or something.
Yes.
So you got to have something to protect yourself. At the moment, it's just the Glimmer.
Toby?
He's going to try and commit in with the BKB to chase down Baboka. See if they can get him again. They can. 1J comes in for the side. He's on the cliff. Okay.
Uh-oh.
He's going to get put up there.
But Azantic,
and he's still going to get blocked off. He's backing away. Azantic should be able to survive. He gets away from this. The Terrorize comes down, catches onto Zeal. Fly. He'll TP off the cliff. Has to bail out of this. Zeal gets left behind.
What a play.
Another fight indeed. What was that? Just getting kicked up there by Azantic.
Got booted.
Very quick moves from him as well. And instantly, as he sees that opportunity, it's just BAM! Pushes Fly up on the high ground.
That was very heads up. Zeal is super fragile. And he's went for the Kaya build. Now he's going back for the Cloak and Pipe, but it's not even the magic damage that's being the problem for this Timber. It's the physical. It's just getting clapped even by Marcy. Ollie?
They're looking at Ollie in the mid. Emo is there by his side. They want to see if they can go for Panto. It's going to be a bit annoying here with the Glimmer and the heal's potential coming out. Toby's able to jump onto the 3 of them straight away. It's Andy rolls forward, drops the full combo. Emo and Baboka are dead. 1J will try and dive away, but they'll be in on top of him. And Ollie, he's actually the one to fall here as the cleanup occurs. They get the 3 of them, and the IG were just not ready for that whatsoever.
Toby. 3 man, you don't see that too often.
Straight in. Beautiful angle.
3-man rebound into everything from the Earth Spirit. That's not even magnetized, but he doesn't have it, of course, but decimating. Now maybe he can go greedy for the Veil if he wants to on the Earth Spirit because of after that fight, but we'll see.
I mean, these are rough fights, and these last few moments really setting Zeal back behind everyone else in this Timbersaw. Sure, he had a rough start, but was beginning to climb his way back in, but these last few plays where he's just getting completely annihilated, it's going to be tough for him to survive in these fights.
And Emo too, right? Like, he has to be careful of positioning in particular. If they get on top of him, very likely just dead. So you see the itemization. Emo's gone for a Force Staff. So trying to ensure that he can actually help his positioning a little bit. Liga considering going for the Roche, but it's going to shift toward bottom. So maybe wanting to wait for that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just checking as well to see if there's any sort of fight that occurs around this area before the movement at 20 minutes.
Fly start farm still is good. He's got the Eagle Song, so he's gonna be getting closer and closer toward that.
They feel they can do it in 15 seconds. We'll see if they're right. I don't know if they're right.
I think they get it.
Are they right?
I think they do.
Yeah? Are you sure? I'm not so sure. I don't think they do. It's fine. They'll be able to follow it and get it anyway. But Roshan... Oh! Okay, I guess that attack slow meant that he was sort of stuck in the attack animation that extra few seconds, and they do it. All right, there we go. The old Untouchable helping out in that sense.
Yep.
They got him. Roshan's there. Aegis as Crystallises. They can continue to rule the map here, Liga.
As they have been. And I'm waiting to see what Toby queues up. Waiting to see if it's just going to be standard Basher. He's going to give us something weird, like a Diffu. I was trying to think if he could do something like that since he's versed Dusa. But I think maybe he just goes to standard. It's just too good to be able to bash, lock down a target. Maybe a Blink if he wants easier form of initiation. Speaking of Blink, Baboka, after buying his Shard, he is going to be going back for that because their initiation on the side of IG is quite lackluster. And that's the BKB for Exantic. So 2 BKBs finished up on them. Sorry, 3 BKBs finished up on them. Apologies. All 3 cores at the ready to fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There we go with the push down bottom. Got the tier 1, they can go for the tier 2. Wisdom Rune's already been secured by Ollie.
IG's teamfight is quite reliant around those spells. I mean, these BKBs are going to be, like, around the Invoker spells in particular, so these BKBs are going to be very problematic for this next upcoming fight.
I can steal a quick and easy Tormentor. Shard secured for 1J. IG at this moment, not really looking fit to turn up and try and defend as a team, especially against the Aegis of Crystallis.
They're not really getting too much out of the map. I'm seeing, honestly, all 5 heroes on the side of Liga are getting farm. Alk Phoenix aren't getting farm, Invoker's not getting too much, and neither Zeal. It's really mostly just Fly getting much of anything on the map for now.
I mean, what's the prospects of this Medusa being able to 1v5?
Not at this deficit. Maybe if they get a big team fight with to like explode her into a next item, but not now. Still waiting to see if Toby does, which one he does queue up. He's holding on to 3,300. I mean, if he sees the butterfly, he might just go MKB, right?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So you're thinking MKB or Basher? Or?
MKB Basher or some crazy Diffusal or Blink or something, but the likely one is maybe just the standard Basher. We'll see. Another tower to fall. They're just getting anything they want. Emo's getting some farm over here, but in a dangerous position.
I'm going to try and tease around with Toby here. Just a little bit of a poke and a TP out.
Just being annoying.
Can these two do this? I was going to say, these two alone, I don't know if they can do that.
You need a third.
They need a third. There we go. The Crystallis, easy peasy.
And Panto does get it too. And Panto will also, like I said, they're all scaling. So these supports as well starting to get that good farm. Butterfly finished. Veil done for the Earth Spirit. And he hits 15 too, so big increase of damage for Exantic. Veil plus the 30% magnetized damage.
What's he gonna buy, Toby? Is there any need or benefit for just going for like another Fire Rush? No, he goes MKB. Yeah, you're right. Sees the butterfly. Yep, you're right.
I figured he was just waiting to see if he does go for the rush. So yeah, cool. Very smart. Honestly, like I said, Toby's been on the rise for me.
Yeah, perfect game. Well, 5-0-6 so far.
Yeah. 3-man. I barely ever see 3-man rebounds. So Deep Ward that was placed earlier too from the side of Liga. It's scouting a lot. It's soft Fly making his way toward the Ancient Seal as well. They have full information that they're just playing split and farming. But Boca's been down here for quite some time.
Yeah, Toby knows. He was seeing if he could maybe get a surprise catch on him with that rebound, but
Yeah,
Boca hiding deep in the trees.
Saw that acid spray on the wave.
Definitely slipping into sort of a similar state as game one, where IG didn't have a bad start, but I haven't really been able to do much with it, and that's just kind of allowing Liga to really play the game as they wish and progress in a way that IG just aren't able to match.
Yeah, now they've got these, double scaling cores. Well, double scaling cores and supports that are starting to scale, so the Dusa on her own just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough with the way that the game is just scaling more and more for them. And the way they're controlling the map, like they're getting so much more farm. The only one he's getting, like I said, it's just Fly and Baboka getting farm. Emo's being sneaky, getting some farm, but he has been able to finish off a BKB. Could help a lot for that next fight. And Aegis is going to get reclaimed, so this is probably go time, I would say, for IG. Can definitely be risky, but
they've got to do something.
Got to do something, it feels like.
They can't sit back like this, yeah, Fly, this farm's good, but not quite enough to be able to carry 1v5 at this pace.
No.
Of how much the cores of Liga are getting.
MKB's done for Toby. It's going to be a big problem.
And next thing you know, Chrysalis will probably be having his complete.
Pretty fast, yeah. It's going to be coming up. See if they can smoke and force a fight and get that good fight opportunity. It's still not an easy fight, obviously, by any means, but this might be one of their best options if they can fight nicely around a ward. They just have lackluster initiation. There's no blink on Baboka. He went Glimmer.
Well, smoke coming to an end.
Still is.
Not able to find the vision for the throw in time. And Chrysalis, he's out there. Doesn't even need to pop a BKB or anything.
The attempted Glimmer initiation. Almost get the catch on time. They were starting to split up. A smoke now, Liga also feeling their power.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Incredibly strong right now. Any sort of lead in they get, IG's going to struggle unless they get some sort of perfect stone gaze on top of a supernova.
They have so much damage.
And here we have it, straight in onto Zeal. He's going to get held back, and he's taken down immediately. And now with the silence on towards Ollie, they can roll in towards him. Bit of safety here with the Yules. They're coming from the side. Ollie will be able to get the dive off into the egg, but Toby's in on top of him. A couple more punches. Takes Supernova down. Flyfly's doing a lot of damage. Will be able to bring Toby down. Now they turn over towards Chrysalis, but Flyfly's out of mana. Triple kill for Flyfly, but he does die at the end of it all. Zeal, he bought back for this. He's going to try and see if they can continue to find anything more on the chase down. And the tornado over towards Zantic. Lovely angle there from Emo. Able to come in and cancel the TP out. Have to use the buyback on Zeal, but IG, not a bad punchback at all. Sure, Flyfly dies. He picks up a triple kill, and overall, they do take the advantage in terms of numbers in that team fight.
And look at his net worth. A huge surge. He got the stone gaze. They all ran to go hit that egg, and he just positioned himself perfectly.
He does a lot of damage.
Get them all stoned.
Yeah,
so, yeah, he
butterfly in the crit.
Very nice. Time when they needed it the most, it felt like.
Yeah, we'll check it out again. I mean, the way it started, Zeal, he dies so quickly. But other than that, this does at least give time for the rest of IG to set up for the fight. And Flyfly to get into a good position to do the damage. And little things like this as well. Ollie being able to survive just that little bit longer to get the egg off to the side. Sure, it gets killed off, but it's that distraction that allows Flyfly to go to work.
I was wondering what got Flyfly out of the fear. It was the Berserk potion from Baboka, because he was getting feared away from everyone. He gets potioned, and then he's actually facing them. So, okay, that was actually really cool. Because I'm like, what stopped this fear? But yeah, it's that potion, that dispel that comes from it. Neat. Very neat. On top of giving that extra attack speed, too.
Now, I would imagine after that fight going down as it did, next time round, Liga there, definitely going to be a bit more aware of how much effort they have to put onto the Medusa, just not allowing Flyfly to get the chance to hit freely as he did that last fight.
And Chrysalis didn't have the MKB last fight. If he had it, a couple of those misses that were coming up maybe would have been the difference to kill the Medusa first. Now they'll have it finished. But yeah, definitely have to give a little bit more respect to that Stone Gaze Egg combo that can't come out. And the Berserk Potion, I guess. I don't know. That was kind of a random one, but very cool little interaction. And 20 has been hit, so a big damage boost that will be coming out. MKB plus the damage per soul is online.
They're looking for Roshan. It's back up.
This might catch him off guard. They kill this pretty quick.
Yeah, with Flyfly's damage, they really do. This should be a nice and free one here for IG. Gonna get the Roche, get the Sages. I imagine Fly. Yeah, he'll grab that. A great little pickup there.
But it was from the other team. Apologies about that. Legal was the ones that killed it, so. So yeah, big. I mean, that's gonna almost be a Scotty too. Fly. Top of net worth.
And they're going to go straight for a smoke off the back of that. They do sort of split up across the map, though, IG, so maybe not looking to fight immediately. At the least, maybe wait for Fly to get his next item done. Very close to having the Skadi. And the progression continues to go very well for the Medusa.
Skadi and almost 20 talent, too, right? So the Stone Gaze Duration one, usually the one we see a lot of people take, can be super valuable. If he can actually get them caught inside of it, the damage is no joke from the Amplify. Impressive. I mean, like I said, exactly when it felt like they needed to have that fight go decent. Yeah, getting those kills on the most important heroes. Jumps her up. Damage continues to grow, though. Chris's MKB done, as we said, 20 talent, but then also now a small crit, so he's continuing to accelerate on him. Toby almost, actually not actually almost having the nullifier, but showing what next item we'll be going for. And probably we'll be able to prevent something like that Yules, because that was really important for Ollie to get that egg in the last fight since he had it. The exit's almost online.
He's going to have it.
Yep.
So again, continue to get back on track with hitting these timings, IG, as a team. And closing that advantage that Liga has. The next move, at least with these moments of the Aegis, could be pretty huge for IG if they get something good.
I mean, Fly is quite formidable now at this point. Giving him an Ags as well, too. He's going to be very tanky. Definitely proves to be problematic for Liga to just full focus fire him. This game is feeling pretty nice and even. He's actually looking like he's going to give it to Zeal. Okay. I mean, Zeal has really been struggling.
Actually gets him back in the game, you know.
Yep, but the one thing that goes, you're mentioning is the nullifier is being built up on Toby, so they will have an answer for that reactive armor at some points. They don't have a Yules. Yeah, they don't have a Yules for the initial dispel yet. But yeah, when the nullifier comes out, they'll have the answer for that. But I guess prioritizing just making sure that Zeal can actually play the game, because he has literally not been able to do too much in these fights.
IG, they'll want to try and force some action out here with the last 2 minutes of Aegis. They'll go for the tier 2 bottom. Liga not showing any signs of wanting to do anything about this one. The question is of how much IG want to try and push on forward. Emo, he's got the setup behind the tower, looking towards 1J. Shut the meatball down as well. 1J should die to the AoE. Indeed he will. Burn out. Ollie able to secure the kill with the Sunray.
I think this is a time to force for 2 minutes.
I think so, you're strong.
I think Liga wants to maybe avoid a little bit until that Aegis does code down, so let's see what IG is able to do and get with this.
Fly definitely at a point where it can stand on the high ground. Hit the tower, see what happens. And put the fortification.
It's Antic, Arcane Rune at the ready, Shiva's ready also.
They want to get as much as they can here, but Boka's ready to step up with the concoction, throws it down over towards the Enchantress.
It's Antic. Fly, gonna take a decent chunk of damage unless it's glimmered. Alright. Willow respawning. Aegis, 1 minute 30 seconds. Fly still holding onto this high ground. They're gonna go in.
Trying to enter him from the side. They get the setup on Zeal, but straight away the BKB comes out from Zeal as well as the Act. They turn towards Toby. Toby with his own BKB has to be careful how he enters into this fight. He's already been burst very, very low. Zeal's going to just continue to stay on top of the two and then throws out the Chakram, but Toby's got the control, gets him under the tier 2 tower. A timber change there off the side. Another Chakram flies back, cuts through 1J. Zeal is trying to escape, but Zantic will swing across, roll over, get in and finish him off as Zeal falls.
Can they get the Earth Spirit out? Can they disengage? Looks like they can't Panto. It's the Glimmer. Kaken in range. Bit of a split fight there. Zantic ends up forcing a lot out of the side of IG. They actually have to egg and pop the BKB on Emo to stop this spreading of this Magnetize. And Crystallis is actually able to reset himself out. So Zeal going a little bit deep there. But a great play from Zantic to split everything off.
He held that fight together, not only just pushing them away, but also making the correct call to kind of separate from that and just go and help them actually finish the kill on Zeal.
Yeah, he's super durable on this Earth Spirit, so he can like literally he literally jumped into 3 heroes when he was able to BKB reset his positioning. That's that Aegis timing. So Liga definitely can fight when there's no Aegis, and there is 40 seconds. Do remember, Zeal did buy back earlier, so he's getting that long respawn out of the way. Now look to take advantage of that. BKB up in 20 on the SF.
Oh,
they found Ollie.
They have to caught him out and by some safety with the Yules, but no chance to dive away. Ollie's out for 50.
Big kill. Toby, if he would like to, he pretty much has the Nullifier, or he can switch to the Basher, depending on which one he deems better. I think the Nullifier is pretty valuable versus these Yules and versus the Reactive, but we'll see which he prioritizes. Crystallis, Daedalus online. And are they looking to steal Tormentor? Does look like it.
They could do it very easily here with the Marcy and the SF, so... And that Daedalus, a hell of a lot of damage now from Crystallis. Shard for Toby.
Stus is getting really big. I mean, he also, Fly has got a Daedalus and is holding on to a Greater Healing Lotus. Can always make a big difference on a hero like Dusa. Making their way outside. And Toby did go Basher. So yeah, not gonna be going for that Nullifier, feeling like this is more valuable. He could just full 100, like, lock down like the Deuce and stuff like that, so I can get why he wants this. Even versus Zeal. Sure, he's got Reactive, but they might even have enough damage to pierce through it, potentially. Emo.
Opening onto its anti-buff to the side, but Boka's actually the one to get caught first by the movements of Liga into the triangle.
Dead in a second.
IG have to pull back and wait until they've got everyone back up before they look to try and take another fight, when obviously the next key timing is going to be that Roshan.
Probably the next biggest one, yeah. Both teams definitely want to try to get this Aegis. Liga getting up to that 7k gold lead again.
Closing in on the next round of big items at Xantic, just a few hundred off from having the Aghanims.
That'll allow him to, every time, just go in, reset positioning out, go back in afterwards. Or even get some type of crazy, you know, like put someone out of position. It could be potential. A lot of different things you can always do with this Ags. 18 hit for Toby, has queued back up that Nullifier, so they are chilling back, getting a little bit more farm here in this downtime.
Yeah, I mean, because imagine they do now have the blink on. Fly was going to say if he gets booted out of the fight, so we'll have a way to maybe get back in.
Yep, just has to, of course, remember, you know, absorbing damage with Mana Shield disables your blink, so. Does want a positioning item, though, to be able to get into the front and maybe protect the Ag as well.
And 1J, he'll get caught out for this, was trying to split on the top. Oh, actually, the TP is not going to get him out in time. It will not. The damage, just far too much from Emo's combo.
A couple times now, Mill's been able to find this Dark Willow.
And they want to try and get some pressure going on this top lane by the looks of it, IG.
5v4. They get the ward behind themselves as well, set up potentially for that Roche that's going to be spawning soon. Let's see what tier 4s they're able to get to.
Trying to pull him back with the EMP, but
nice
Hurricane Pike at the ready. Panto sits back, but does mean that IG will manage to finish the tier 2.
And Roshan's back up in 45 seconds. This is probably the biggest clash that we'll see for this game around that Roshan. Stormcrafter will be the choice. A great mana regen. Good movement speed, so more mobility here for Fly as well. And Liga might just have to clear this wave and smoke immediately because they don't know when this Roche is going to be up. They have to be able to contest if it is happening. And yeah, they'll do exactly that, the smoke. They're going to look for a long wrap potentially. They have the Centaur Courser actually in that pit to scout, so they did see 4 heroes.
A smoke up from IG now because they're going to know in turn that Liga's going to try and make this quick play towards them.
Oh, this could be massive. I mean, the positioning from IG, it's good. The Egg, the Stone Gaze combo could be massive.
And that's certainly the biggest threat for Liga. Zeal, he's going to go for 1J first. 1J's into the Shadow Realm. Immediate BKB from Emo. Toby's just straight onto Emo. Emo's going to get forced away. He's going to live. Gets under the Ghost Walk. He's able to escape out to the side of the fight. And Xantic rolls forward. He's trying to finish off Emo. We'll find him with the Stone Drop. Drops down another, but it's not enough to kill Emo. The Supernova's there. Now Fly to the side is chasing out Crystallis, who has the BKB and Requiem to push him back. And Xantic gets finished off by a Sunstrike from Emo. As that whole fight there, Emo just able to survive throughout it all.
The Vindicator's axe, the armor he gets while stunned, made him tanky enough, 20 extra armor. Glimmer, of course, at the end to reset, but beautiful fight. Nice try from Xantic to kick that Dusa out, but they got 2 split. Another great fight, IG. Making it happen.
They're certainly making it come together this time round. Things around Flyfly's Medusa is looking pretty fantastic. And yes, just sort of the catch-up that that Emo has been able to make happen, definitely meaning that this game does now indeed sit slightly advantageous for IG.
Absolutely. I mean, Emo has gotten a lot of good spell catches, especially onto 1J, but just I cannot believe that he survives there. Every small thing coming into play. Liga. Starting to have difficulties just focus firing. Starting to have difficulties just catching that one target and bursting it. Just keep seeing, I think I've seen Toby switch his items like 15 times. I mean, Nullifier could definitely still have its merits, but they're going to want to go for multiple halberds. Looks like to be the choice to try to disarm and deal with Flyfly. Kind of old school answer for the Dusa.
Very necessary though, with just how much damage he's getting done in these fights.
Not even 25 yet on the Dusa too, so it's just going to ramp up.
And pushing on forwards. Let's see how much IG want to try and pressure here with the 4 minutes on the Aegis.
I think it's now, after Flyfly just got booted, I think you go, if I push high ground, I might get kicked into tier 4s. So maybe they do end up giving a bit more respect to just go for high ground, even with Aegis. We'll
but at the same time, I feel there's a high chance that Flyfly gets booted into the high ground of Liga. He might just end up killing them.
That could definitely be possible.
You got to be careful where you kick this Medusa.
Very true. Yeah, we'll have to see what Xantic ends up playing the fight. Double catapult wave is coming in, IG. Still not going to force it fully. But they've got all the lanes pushing in. They've got Liga inside the base, so they're preventing any extra farm to come out. And yeah, there it is, Toby. Does go for that halberd. Prioritizing the defensive capabilities rather than aggression of Nullifier.
Whatever they can to just try and shut down this Medusa's impact in the team fight.
But Boca's almost got the other Ags now, too. So pretty much what? I mean, they have the Dusa Ags. They've got that Timber.
Well, the Hex on Ollie as well. So things really falling into place for IG. They kept their cool this game. And
Level 18 also on Ollie, so max Ag.
So they could chase down Boca here.
A lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Not enough.
0 crits. That's kind of unlucky, I feel like, for Chrysalis, but wrap around now.
Yeah, IG's coming in from the side. And once again, they're going to get 1J in the Tornado EMP combo. He'll force out at the side, but he's out.
Get in again.
And Ems might even be able to play around with Panto on top of this. The Ice Wall comes in from Emo. They're going to be able to cut down both supports on the retreat.
Getting beautiful catches. I mean, they caught them off guard there. Crystal's trying to go for a play onto the Timber, and they're able to just wrap around behind him with the amp damage Dusa. 6,000 gold on Flyfly.
Still a solid opportunity to see what happens when they approach the high ground. Wisdom's going to be taken. Crystal's able to hit the 25.
There's that kick.
And indeed, it's going to be deep under the tier 4s. Flyfly's able to put the Stone Gaze. The BKB's out, but with the Stone Gaze already there, they have to be careful how they turn towards Flyfly. He's just able to walk all the way back to the safety of his teammates. And that's the problem. Even when you get these deep kicks in onto the Medusa, Flyfly's just at a point where it's not easy to kill him.
Perfect Tornado. It stops the Requiem. If the Requiem comes out, then there's potentially no Stone Gaze, and they push him even further toward the base. So great spell cast there from Emo. And that was what? Both BKBs, right? That was Toby as well as Crystallis with the BKBs. Started to look pretty hard for them in that fight.
And now next time round, even if they do kick Flyfly in, he's now also got his own BKB. Yeah. So.
Oh, cool. Okay. I was wondering if he was going to go for this, just so he can prevent from getting that, fear and pushback and everything on top too. Feeling the strength. They still have a minute left on the Aegis.
Who wants to jump in first on Liga? Do they want to jump in at all? It's such a hard target to stop pushing in.
Maybe
Medusa.
It's like I think be careful. Like when the Aegis is maybe starting to tick out, that's when Xantic might go for an Enchant Remnant kickback next time. I think IG is definitely expecting stuff like that, though. They will back away.
They're not going to let themselves get caught out by that sort of play. Playing it sensible here, IG. They know that they've got this comfortable lead with how huge Fly is.
Just getting that injection of gold, of course, earlier from Baboka after having it. Blink. Okay. I mean, positioning, Crystallis is trying to get into a better spot for it. He does have 25 now on Crystallis also. So a lot more damage he's also obtained. How's it Xantic's level? Still 22. So not quite that 25. But they're going to smoke. Aegis is gone.
Okay. And Crystallis, yeah, fighting with a lot of effective gold out of the game because, yeah, Blink, you know, he's trying to make the Swift Blink happen. And, you know, 4,400 gold on the sidelines, Blink and the Swift Blink recipe in the bag.
Good positioning from IG here.
Who's going to surprise who? Baboka. Smoke dispelled.
Wards placed immediately.
They know where they are now. Dive forward straight away. Fly's going to look to get in position. Pots the BKB. He's going to tear apart the two supports immediately to take out Toby and Xantic. He'll be able to stone himself and kick out to the side. Roll as well. Nice attempt with the Sunstrike, but Xantic will live. Panto actually was Toby, not sorry, the two supports. I mean, he just died so quick on this offlane Marcy. Looked like one.
The buff ups, Berserk Potion, Alacrity, Fly hits hard.
Yeah, this Medusa is just too much right now. Liga seemingly not able to do much at all about this Medusa. Fly absolutely massive and into their base.
And the way that they initiate the fight is super cool, right? The double hexes that come out, Toby just gets 100 to 0.
Yeah, Fly just into the middle of all of them.
Yeah, and Xantic almost died instantly too. The amount of damage she was able to deal. And not even 25 yet. Rapier soon on the horizon. It seems like they've done it.
Got to get some sort of crazy kickback into Requiem Fear, pushing Fly into the fountain, it feels at this point.
Oh yeah. 40 seconds. No Enchantress. Final Rex.
And just the three of them. And defense very hard to put together. They need the full 5-man, and even then, it's not easy. Crystallis has thrown out Requiems, trying to push them back momentarily, but Fly steps back. If they dive, they got the Hex in onto Crystallis. We get forced out to the side. Supernova's there as well, but Xantic, he's caught by the second Hex underneath the egg. He's gone. He has buyback. Will use it immediately. Fly nearly killing off Crystallis. Crystallis will be able to get far enough away. Xantic tries to see if he can get the connection for the pushback on Fly, but he cannot reach in. Toby commits him with the BKB, but the Stone Gaze is out from Fly. Xantic's rolled past the rest of the team, so he gets caught on the back lines. He's out for good, as that's the dieback from him. They're going to push on over towards the fountain, jump into the base from Toby, will keep him alive, but they're 3 versus 5 hit. Liga, have they got anything left in the tank to try and push them back? The Mega Creeps are out against them. IG onto the tier 4s. They're going to have to make their final jump soon, Liga, if they want to try and hold on in this game. The tier 4s are gone. Crystallis, he's in with the BKB. He'll turn towards Fly, but he's just getting destroyed by the damage of this Medusa. He'll buy back, but the Ancient's exposed. Fly pushes on. Toby tries to jump in on towards Ema, but Ema has the control with a deafening blast. It's GG. Game over. IG take game 2 and push it to a game 3.
Very cool stuff. I did not think that they were going to be able to have it in them after Liga was getting all the connection, the control of the map, but that mid-fight was everything. The Stone Gaze connecting onto 3-4, all these little Yule Scepter to delay them, the Berserk Potion to dispel that terrorize onto Fly. That was picture perfect, really, for IG to be able to turn this game. And Fly, I mean, we do see why they decided to flex, go for this Dusa. This looks like his best here.
Yeah, a couple of times now, we've seen some fantastic stuff with the way that IG know how to play around Fly's Medusa. Looking pretty hard to beat when they're in this sort of shape with this sort of draft. 1-1 now, IG versus Liga. We're going to another game 3.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. Well, at least we know why they were laughing now. They saw the future. They knew they couldn't lose, no matter how bad their start was. And they've took it to a game 3 against all of the odds. Gentlemen, a really bad start. Well, we were convinced it was going to be a quick 2-0. It was looked on course for that. The Alchemist wasn't really doing a lot at the start of the game. And then, you know, Fly just had that pop-off game on the Medusa. Definitely the right flex. And the rest is history.
Yeah, it was definitely a standout performance by Fly's Medusa there. As you mentioned, that bot lane went horribly with the Alchemist and the Timbersaw against that Shadow Fiend. So that started snowballing the game. Mid lane looked pretty good as well. And then also this Marcy, there was glimmers of hope. Like, okay, Marcy, is it actually a hero? I think these are one of those fights as well where you're like, okay, things are looking really good here. Marcy's getting items. And then all of a sudden, all it took was one fight around this area of the map as well, where they lost it. They gave Roche away. And typically, whenever I played on teams before in the past, we had a very common saying before: when Roshan's about to spawn, you don't need to take an unnecessary fight, because if you do lose that fight, you give Roshan away. And I believe this was the fight that was the downfall of everything.
Pretty much. Medusa sitting in the middle of a fight, getting like multiple man stone gaze, and also having a free reign. Everybody's focusing down the egg, and she gets a triple kill. This was, I believe, the timing when Medusa picked up Butterfly Fly, so she had insane amount of damage coming out from her, and also evasion. They needed to get those MKBs up as soon as possible, but if you look at Marcy's itemization, like, she didn't have that MKB that early on, and Butterfly comes on much faster. Both of them did go, SF and Marcy, for MKB, but it was a bit too late.
I just think Marcy sucks right now. Like, it just doesn't look to do...
Hasn't won a game yet.
Yeah, it just doesn't look to do anything, which is like, you know, I mean, look, heroes are always going to be situational. Some are always going to be stronger than others, but people keep picking it, and it's not working in any position, in any role, in any situation, right?
Not yet. So far, like, this hero, it has its merits as a support, and some as a core as well, but, like, in this particular game, we saw the late game, even though you're 7-3 with this Marcy, which is not a bad stat line whatsoever, the damage you output is 13.3k, which is incredibly low. Let's go ahead and compare that to Medusa, 47.9k. Like, night and day difference.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And look, I mean, I will say this about Invictus. I thought everybody, once they got past the point where they were in the ascension and they had that Aegis and they started to come back, I think they all played really well. I mean, there was definitely some really nice synergistic team fights, very clean executions. I thought Emo did well as well there. So, you know, you can understand that there's positives now in this series.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about the early game coming into the third game, because they did lose, like, pretty hard.
Oh, yeah, it should have been
games.
over.
They called first game pretty early on. If they lost that fight in the mid lane, this game could have maybe ended in 5 minutes. It really depends. But, you know, glimmers of hope for IG. I do like the way that they tried to increase damage on Medusa, something that we've seen at TI when people were picking up Solar Crest, Solar Flare, drums, Invoker was also very popular, Alacrity, so we've seen that. We've seen Berserk Potion coming out from Alchemist. And also, I think the right play from Baboka was to give first Aghanim Scepter not to Medusa, which he didn't do. He gave it to to Timbersaw, which kind of worked out, because he was having a hard time, and then he became super tanky. They didn't have Nullifier yet at the time, and Fly.
Superfly.
Yeah, looking at some of his stats, he really carried the game. Like, they played around him, understood what needs to be done. And yeah, we're going to go to game 3. I want to see how they're going to adjust, because I still want to see something that can be like some more heroes who are focused on the early stages of the game. Like, you can't allow this to happen in the third game as well.
No, I don't think they'll do that draft again, or even share that philosophy moving forward. But, you know, they're in the series now. I mean, I didn't realize, I was kind of talking, you know, they kind of came in. It was an unexpected tournament ultimately for them as well. You know, they've brought the team together. And like we've talked about for Liga team, you know, the Invictus players, they're in the same position, you know. It's like, what could the future potentially hold if they play well here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the answer to that one, but potentially, if they do manage to do really well, they get eyes on them. And I think that's what's really important, whether they stay with that team or they're looking for teams in the future for this particular season moving forward. Doing well at this tournament is going to give you a lot more options, because, you know, everyone's watching the tournament. This is a tournament after TI.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to get the deciding map. We'll see you then. Welcome back. Yeah, we're in the thick of it. A Liga team and Invictus, the deciding map about to start. You've been with us all day, you know where we are. No need for reintroductions. All right, gentlemen. We've seen interesting approaches from both of these teams. Not a lot of curveballs have been introduced in this draft because everyone's kind of feeling it out anyway. Any ideas as to where we might go on this one?
Absolutely no idea.
Excellent.
We had the off-lane Marcy, we had the support Alchemist. Moving forward on this one, anyone's guess as good as mine, but we'll have to see what they're looking for. I think in general, Fly does want to play more of these harder carries. And then after that performance, his team probably wants him to as well.
Yeah, very impressive.
Picking these heroes that can just make Fly farm fast, and then on top of that, add on top of it, these alacrities looked really good. Just find ways to buff them up and play that 4 protect 1 strategy, while kind of trying to fix the situation on the laning stage.
The laning stage was a huge issue. Having double melee against double range didn't really work out for them. One of the reasons why Zeal was lowest net worth throughout the whole game pretty much between all the cores. So I want to see some adaptation coming into the third game, because first game they first picked Beastmaster, which didn't really also work out for them. Then they picked Timbersaw, which didn't look too good until they started winning a couple of fights. But they got shut down pretty heavily in the laning stage. So I want to see some better laning partners. So focus down more on the lanes, because a lot of the times we see we saw Timbersaw plus Shaker, but Alchemist plus Shaker doesn't work as well because you can't manipulate the creep wave. You don't have the block. Then you can't drag the creep waves as much as you would like to. So definitely that's something that they should work on. And I gotta say, first game, Crystallis, he looked really good on Shadowfiend. In the second game, these Requiems, they were not connecting. I guess he was afraid of Medusa as well, getting on top of him. If he gets hit by Scotty, he gets slowed down. Very difficult, even though you have BKB still playing into Stone Gauge, could be a little bit tricky. And at Xantic, he had a great time. One more time, he was on point with his spell casting. It's just that they got shut down. And the man himself, Emo, popping off. That's why we said that this guy, he can be, calling GG 25 minutes into the game. This is something that he's been known for, or they can dominate, and he did dominate on that Invoker.
Yeah, very impactful in all of those team fights, and as they turned the game around. I will say this. We've seen Liga team while they've been here. We've had interviews with them. They're pretty chill. They're not feeling any pressure either. They're under no stress. So it'd be interesting to see what they're going to pull out here. Might just be some comfort picks.
I don't think any team is under stress here, except for the ones that.
Well, the ones that are meant to win it.
Yeah, Falcons, the Nouns, these teams that just have stuck together. You have a sense of pride, right? You don't want to lose to these teams that are just freshly formed and have a bunch of stand-ins. Everyone else, they're just chilling.
Yep, and that man there, he's been loving it.
He has been. He's had a great tournament. Unfortunately, that last game wasn't one of his best games, as mentioned by Lacoste. His ultis weren't particularly on point there, but I think it really just came down to they really wanted to make this Marcy in the offlane work, but it just got outscaled. And I think in general, Medusa was, in hindsight, a really good pick for them, because what Shadowfiend likes to do as a hero, he likes to just minus your armor and kill you. And Medusa, and the way Mana Shield works, doesn't really factor in minus armor to the equation. So that minus armor, your whole ability kit, does not matter. And that's why we saw in all his team fights completely negated. Same thing with Marcy. You want to right-click down this Medusa, but if Medusa ever gets her ult off, what do your BKBs do at that point? You're just stuck in place, and now it's a free game for these other heroes to get into the team fights. I really liked how Ollie did pick up the Scythe of Ice as well in this game. That was very critical for their late game success.
Yeah, having double Hex in the late game, so they need to pop their BKBs early on, otherwise they might be Hex. But to touch upon Marcy's item build, you have triple Bracer, Magic Wand. Sure, you are putting some early pressure, but this is hero, again, does not have any farming capabilities whatsoever. You want to go in, use your rebound to get into the creeps. You still need to hit every single creep twice to be able to clear the creep wave. This has been the downside of Marcy ever since she's been introduced to the game. Or you need to pop, or you can pop your ulti and then you don't have the ulti available, which feels really bad. And also, BKB, first item. I thought we might see something different. Maybe some Diffusal Blade playing into Medusa, try to put some more pressure. It was straight up BKB. You're playing into 2 BKB piercing abilities with Supernova and also Stone Gaze,
yeah.
but I feel like it could have been something different, like an item in between. We've seen a lot of Armlet Marcy when played from the off lane, when paired up with Wisp in the safe lane. You need something, like something small. He tried to go for triple Bracer, which is fine. Maybe it was fine in the previous patch. In this patch, it's not going to double post 25 minutes. So one of the reasons why we see less Bracers, most of the time you will go for one of those, maybe a Null Talisman on a core, but other than that, you're not overdoing it. Even Centaurs are not getting more than one Bracer.
Yeah, no point in stacking it. No value. So we got these bans coming in now.
Yeah, we see some adjustments here. Like, a lot of things we're talking about, like the Marcy, Medusa. Those are the later picks going into this draft. But early on, we saw the Timbersaw first pick responded with a Shadow Fiend. So I was curious how they would adjust to that. Apparently, they decided, okay, we don't want to let them have Timber first pick. IG is going to have first pick again, so they will ban that one out. And the change that they made for that one was, let's see, they had Shadow Demon, Naga, Bristleback, and Tusk last time. It looks like Tusk and Bristleback will make it out, so the Bristleback will be picked up immediately.
This also leaves Doom in the pool. There is Tusk, there is Clockwork. If we're talking about like strong position 5 heroes, /4, depending where you want to play the Tusk. But Bristleback as a hero we've seen him so much. I know Fear doesn't like him too much being played from position 5. Yeah, but as a core, the hero feels so much better. I mean, the reason why you are first picking these heroes is because you have a flex potential. Can be played as a carry, can be played as an off lane, and also if you want to, if there's too many counters like Vipers and stuff, you can always put them into position 5 role.
And just lose immediately. It's interesting that they gave away the Bristleback, right? But yet they still didn't know what they wanted. They took a lot of time to really think about that one. And these are the two heroes from the last game that were in the ban phase. So they do get picked up immediately, showing that they were in that ban phase for a reason, highly contested by both of them.
Remove Visage, I would say. Tusk plus Visage, one of my favorite lanes. It just gives you so much. I think you also need to remove Enigma, because this is the lane, one of the stronger lanes when it comes down to the off lane. Carries really hate to play into this type of lanes where they're not getting any farm and you always have a kill threat.
I would say for sure Visage. Enigma, you could think about it, but I would say as well that Bristleback is pretty good as a carry versus Enigma, so at least you have something that can deal with that one.
Yeah, farewell Eidolons.
And there goes the Visage. That one makes a lot of sense. That's a weird matchup nowadays. Like, we saw recently teams pick Visage into Bristleback, when in the past, a lot of the times this Bristle used to be good versus Visage. Now it just feels like I don't even know this matchup. I think you have a small advantage of Visage now, but I'm not entirely sure why.
Yeah, you start with Magic 1 triple branch in this type of a lane, so you have as much mana, like the biggest hero pool, and you want to spam Soul Assumption every single time it's off cooldown, use it on Bristleback, so you can actually trade. Like Bristle, what he wants to do, if he's paired up with a strong laner, go in and try to grab a kill immediately, but those things have changed when it comes down to BB against the Vizzy-Rizzy matchup.
In Viper, as per usual, we saw MOUZ try this Bristleback into the Viper. Well, it's not a good time, so I do respect that ban there. And it's looking pretty good so far. Like, some of the best heroes against the Bristleback have been removed. Like, Shadow Demon Ags is one of them. Talk about the Viper break. Like, pretty much breaking Bristle is how you kill him.
Yeah.
So that leaves you with Silver Edge carriers, which are going to be like your ranged heroes that want to buy those. Could be like these Mortas, Linos, these type of heroes are pretty decent as well.
So this says Bristleback is going to be played as a core after seeing Viper. Visage was more like a lane thing, but you are not banning out the Viper to counter position 5 Bristle. So I think that's out of the option for IG. They want to run it most likely, I would say, as a position 3. Fly doesn't strike me as a Bristleback player.
Yeah.
I can check whether he played in the last couple of days any Bristle matches.
Doesn't seem like his type of hero for sure. I think he, as mentioned before, he wants to be like that traditional hard carry 4 protect 1 type of player, so Bristle does not really suit that. Bristleback is more of those, you know, I'm playing carry, but I'm also playing offlane at the same time. They do the same build. You generally pick another offlaner that also plays carry, so you have like some duo or tri-core type of strategy going on here. And meanwhile, we have the Tusk. Do we pick a hero right away that wants to lane with it? Probably not, just because like this Tusk is a flex. It can be 4, it can be 5. We don't really know where it's at. Earth Spirit, same situation, but like I don't really believe in supporter spirit right now, so it's probably just
it
their
is
mid.
Xanax, right?
It is, and I checked. Fly does not play Bristleback. At least he didn't play it in the last 8 days, so that means that most likely it's going to be from that off lane. We've seen how effective it can be in the first game when they were playing against Earth Spirit plus Warlock combination. You can build into pipe, become super tanky in the front line, provide vision for the team if you have any kind of a jump for the back line. So that's going to be pretty good, and I want to see what it's going to be paired up with. Ollie's hero pool, there's still like Clockwork available. I don't know if they want to show that immediately. They had great game on Phoenix in the previous one. These two heroes, they don't kill the egg by any means, and you would have something behind Bristleback, some extra protection with the Sunray and the egg.
But would that lead pretty well into a Snapfire pickup for L1 here?
I wouldn't mind. I think Morana, it's not a dead hero. The hero has been nerfed. I still think the hero is pickable, but I would prefer what you said, Snapfire +1.
Yeah. Most likely just in the future, because LM does like that hero too, that he'll probably pick up that Snap next, but they need to pick another support to deal with this, or they can slap down a mid if they're really confident that this is going to be a mid for certain. And there's not a big
if
downside.
Clock's available, you kind of have to,
right? Which hero, sorry?
If Clock's available.
Oh, I see. Pick a Clock right now. It could be good, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Clock is definitely a really good hero. You can pick that out, but they're going to go for more of like a niche pick, where Clockwork, you can just get kicked out. You can kick the Clockwork out of the cogs, right? And just roll away. This one, the Magnetize will be on the ground. You will carapace it. He will get stunned. It's more of a reliable way to kind of like deal with the Earth Spirit.
It's also, I mean, we've only got a small sample size, as you can see at home, but 75% win rate at the moment.
Yeah, and something that Fear did mention is potentially a Snapfire pickup. Nyx Assassin blocks Snapfire pick, because you don't want to use Kisses when Nyx Assassin has Carapace available. You can still pick it just to have something to kill the egg, but there are other options as well.
But are they good? That's like the question, right? Like,
Well, I mean, Morana's still fine if you want to pick it.
Yeah. Well, they don't care.
They don't care about it. Okay.
I think, like, it's going to be situational, right? Like, maybe you just have to hold your Kisses until Nyx shows. And if you shoot them from far enough away, you're going to get like 4 or 5 of them off anyway before you get stunned. So that is definitely an option. And more than anything, it makes the Phoenix think twice before he starts using that egg nearby.
A lot of damage on their side. Tusk, whether he's going to go for tag team or drinking buddies. And Medusa, one more time. IG, they just had a great game. We'll pick up 2 of the same heroes, Phoenix and Medusa. This might be, I mean, they could run Phoenix as a 4 even in this game. I wouldn't mind seeing it, because if you want to have something in the lane that has a stun, you can just bang out Nyx Assassin. But knowing Baboka, he loves to go greedy. You know, some double null talisman with no boots into Dagon could be really good here.
All right, guys, hear me out, all right?
All right, I'm listening.
Marcy off lane.
Yeah, no.
It can kill the egg.
Let's see if they
let's
address this.
Slark off lane.
Again.
Yeah, good for.
I mean,
looks good.
If you're having the Medusa, obviously you're gonna want something for that mana drain, right? So the Diffusal Blade carrier, not the worst.
Yeah, Slark.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
It'd be good. And plus, first we saw it earlier as well in the MOUZ series, right? The Slark against BB. Just keep hitting him, get the stacks. You can't outdamage the Shadow Dance region as well. I'm going to keep pushing for this, even though I have no idea if Toby even plays it. You have to be a specialty type of offlaner to play that in the offlane. So, yeah, something.
It's a shame as well. The Marcy was like a rare misstep. Toby's been great this tournament.
Yeah, you know what Toby plays? Like some good old Centaur if they want to run a double melee lane. But I wouldn't mind seeing Winter Wyvern. You know, this is something Toby likes, and you have a melee position 4, so you can deal some damage.
Dusa?
I don't know. You don't like it as much?
Well, the thing is, like, Dusa does percentage-based damage, right?
Yeah.
And Medusa just doesn't have much base HP, right? So that's the only reason why I wouldn't like it. I know he likes to play it, but I think it's really hard to play against Medusa just because, you don't actually do any damage to Medusa as a Wyvern.
I was more thinking about controlling. You know, you can use the curse, kill the egg, somebody's near the Medusa, that hero is going to die immediately if you pop the curse, and it's just his comfort hero.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't think it's great this game, but if it is comfort for him and he can make it work, all more power to him. They banned the anti-mage, actually. they were thinking about... Offlane anti-mage also has been a thing against Medusa in the Tales of Dota time. Both Amar also was playing that one. So we'll have to see here. I think they do need a mid now that deals with the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, some QoP. I think it's fine. Like you always call for QoP. Every single time I see it, I feel good. It's always a good QoP game.
Truly. Oh, this is your boy.
Not this time. I would not predict Void Spirit this time around. But yeah, we'll give them the jump in the backlines. There is not much catch, so anything elusive is going to be good.
What else can be played from the offlane that counters Medusa? Because, like, we have to realize last game he just played versus Medusa. This Medusa ends up super scaling, and I guess they're going to go for stock standard.
Yep.
No need to overcomplicate it, seems. This time around, they will have a way to disengage against Egg and against Medusa. Stone Gaze is going to be the big one, because I think they have the tools to kill the Phoenix Egg with the Snapfire, with Luna, and, you know, Earth Spirit can roll in. This hero gets a lot of levels played from the mid lane, but yeah, I would say another good lineup from IG. This time around, they have heroes who come online much faster than in the previous game, so I think this one should be pretty even, but I'm leaning towards Liga team.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely like what IG's cooking here. You have this Nyx Assassin, which seems pretty cool in concept against the Snapfire. You've got the Egg to hide it as well. And then you have like 2 carries, right? Instead of just the one Luna, that has to be like 4 protect 1. So this BB and Dusa can get really farmed. And Emo, he's always the X factor to me. What can he do on this Void Spirit? Should have a pretty decent laning stage as well. But I kind of like what IG's got going here. I'm digging it.
Yeah.
I think Emo, he needs to pop off in this one as well, and I want to see what Bobica can do on Nyx Assassin. This is one of the slower heroes when it comes down to the laning stage. The big buff was where you can kill the creep, so you can like run around, use the Mind Flare to kill the creep, get some solo XP, take the enemy farm from the jungle because you only kill one of those creeps. But you also need to make some stacks for Zeal because he's playing Bristleback, and you want to get him online as fast as possible as well.
Well, I can bring in the commentators as well for this game and get their opinions quickly. We're about to go into the action. You don't get to do a lot of analysis or panels, so, you know, come on, take it away. Tell us if you agree or disagree.
What do you reckon, Fog?
I mean, I don't know. I think the Emo got a little overshadowed in that last game because everybody else played so good, but I think his Invoker is actually super clutch, and I like that hero a lot more than Void Spirit. That's my biggest worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to agree. I don't know how much this Void Spirit is going to do. We saw you guys bring up the stats, 0% win rate so far. I have a feeling that might not change after this game.
All right, take it away, guys. I'll see you in the green room. We're getting into the action. Go, go, go.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, looking forward to it. We'll see. But yeah, Void Spirit, it's not been doing great. Can it gonna do something here with it in the hands of Emo?
I mean, we'll see. It's one of his specialty classes.
It is.
But I think he actually did quite a lot on this Invoker last game. Some like, I don't know, even the Alacrity buff-ups and stuff, which helped quite a bit versus with this Dusa. This game, they have no Amplify. The Amplify is going to be coming from Goo, right? Maybe they'll build a Solar Crest on the Phoenix, but last game he was getting Alacrity, he was getting Berserk Potioned, and I think Emo did so much work in just messing with the supports and stuff. Like, I don't know how many times I saw 1J get caught off outside the map, get caught in a position where he just gets burst by these Invoker rotations. So I'm hoping that Emo can make this hero look good, because so far it's just not been looking great. But let's see what we do get, because this time Liga, more standard draft, not going for that Marcy, like, you know, they did last time. Toby had a very solid first 20 minutes, but the latter half of the game kind of just was non-existent. He couldn't do much versus the Stone Gaze. This is a standard. I buy auras. I play some normal game, and I can disengage versus Egg, and I can disengage versus Stone Gaze a little easier. So
I mean, I think that's kind of the key thing as well when it comes to disengage. Not only have they got good tools to do it on Liga, there's just not a lot on IG to stop them from even regularly just backing off as a team, right? In terms of lockdown, it's a remnant and a stun from the Nyx Assassin. Everything else, you're just freely able to run around and move the team around the team fight as you wish if you're Liga.
Yeah, and overall, like the snap in this game, there's going to be the case of looking at the team fight from IG. Last game, it felt like they had quite a bit that was coming in. Zeal, even once he started getting online. The Phoenix Egg, it's going to be hard to protect. Every time the Shredder comes off, it can get focus fired. So we'll see how that ends up going down too. If they keep people inside of it, and if FlyFly can have that same type of game as last time, because he did own. Honestly, he really got online. Team played around him kind of perfectly as the game got to those later stages.
But yeah, as you say, the setup around him very much different this time round.
Yeah. So we shall see. And I think overall, the big thing for me is just Toby's playing a more. He played really good the first 20 minutes. I do have to say, just it started to fall off pretty hard, just not having that standard offlaner. The auras, all
which
these
was
kind of things.
Definitely, as you said, not down to his own fault. That was something that as we had discussed at the start by the coach, was a switch around that they felt was necessary in the draft. They had to say, we're going to take this master to the offlane. And yeah, it pretty much did as much as he could do in that game. It was not an easy one for Liga to play out. IG being able to rally around FlyFly's Medusa very successfully. Now looking to do so again here this second time round.
Do you see that alt chat, by the way?
We got some banter.
Very funny. I don't see Corden in PGL here, but Secret's entire team is here. Old Secret.
That's true. A lot of success on some of these ex-Secret players. This, again, just sort of Liga. Sure, they lost a game here in this series, but Crystalis looking very good in this lineup. Again, a lineup that kind of got thrown together because the stand-in situation, very last minute.
Yeah, that last
and you couldn't tell, the way that they've been matching up against other teams in the tournament so far. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that last game, I heard Clinton mention it too. It's like the play that ended up happening all around that mid lane. It was when the Roche was kind of spawning, so maybe there is where you're like, okay, so some of these teams with more synergy would have probably called for that more defensive kind of style to get the Roche, play a bit safer and stuff like that. But hey, we like crazy Dota. We like people taking risks. Always makes it for fun. But yeah, one of the rougher games last time for Crystalis, even though he did have a pretty okay time. Couldn't get Requiem's positioning was hard. Blah, blah, blah. This time he'll be playing OP Luna.
Yeah, Luna's look pretty good.
That stuff's good too. But yeah, I think Luna just has this potential of just beaming people once you get 20 and then gets pretty absurd.
And how does this sort of spirit matchup go in the mid lane versus Void?
Void Spirit usually does pretty good.
You think? You'd say Void Spirits have the edge in that 1v1?
It might be pretty even.
I guess because I feel like it's close, but with the Void Spirit's attack animation is a bit nicer than Earth Spirit's, right?
Slightly, yeah. That's the one thing. And I mean, your damage will go up a little bit higher based off all these stats and your universal stuff, so maybe slight edge for the Void Spirit. I haven't seen the matchup too much, so I could be wrong.
No, yeah, we don't see a lot of it, but I think what the stat was, we had, 3 picks of it so far, and hasn't won a game yet, Void Spirit.
Look at this positioning, too. Teams wanting the first blood.
Yeah, they've been hungry for it today. So many 5-man smokes looking for first blood opportunity.
Zeal, will he fall for it? He knows something's up.
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Will they still wait for? Nah, they're going to just go to their lanes.
He's going to take the very safe route over there.
3 for 1. It's a sacrifice that happens, right? You're starting to set up for the first blood. They're able to set up for the runes. Nice little positioning from Baboka. And seeing what Baboka's going to do, immediately eats the range creep. He's body blocking the wave as well, so that bottom wave is actually going to be under the tower. So nice little plays. I mean, this man, he's ready to play these greedy position 4 melees. So yeah, directly under the tower. Crystalis should be able to secure most of them, especially as Luna. It does make it a bit easier because you have the beam just in case of anything.
And we'll see if, we've had some aggressive Bristle play today.
He missed one. He missed the range creep.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Crystalis. It had 2 HP on it, so just misses it. Baboka is going to just go for these wave pulls and stuff. See what Panto can do to stop him. Tusk is actually not terrible at it because you have the shards, and he did go tag team, so we'll be able to at least slow down if it does come to the case. And Baboka just okay. He doesn't even care to pull the whole wave. He's just gonna pull it backwards and then just go eat a creep. Interesting.
Now, I guess what this is just with a preferential way to play because they don't want to take the lane head on at the start of the first level.
Definitely not. Double melee. Bristle and Nyx provides pretty much nothing inside the laning phase unless he's playing with something probably like Visage or something. He's just all about playing his own game, being greedy, mind flaring camps, either going arcane boots or the double nulls that we've seen popularized by a lot of players. But it should be a pretty much free farm lane down here for Crystalis. In mid, yep, slight edge right now for Emo, 4 CS ahead.
And this top lane setup, are they able to put much pressure onto FlyFly? How easy is the early game for him?
It's a strong lane. I love this lane combo in particular. Pretty much Snapfire plus any melee with a stun always feels nice. And overall, Centaur, he's the thing that I always hear from players that's super obnoxious to play versus him. It's just his high base damage. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit annoying for Fly in terms of just securing some of these last hits early on and the aggression that can come out. Yeah, just 77, right? Medusa 57. So quite a big disparity coming in there.
Bottom lane, they're stepping up in level 2, has been hit, level 3 on Crystallis. They're trying to fight.
A little bit scared of the Zeal.
Yeah, difficult with the coil spray stacking up on the both of them.
I thought they actually would commit there with the ice shards, but decided against it. But Boca, with that, will be able to get a side pull off Zeal.
And Panto very much looking for a chance. But, not quite able to grab it there, but Boca and Zeal stepping back far enough to stop Crystallis from being able to run them down.
They'll get both Lotuses? Lotuses? Sure, whatever. And will Crystallis get all these CS? He does not get the Dark Troll Summoner, but he should be able to secure at least the rest of those down there. So yeah, 20 on him. So he's going to have a much better time than that of the Dusa. And Baboka overall, we'll see him just go around looking for camps. He knows that the sentry, they're prepared for him. We'll have that sentry to deward the hard camp. And he will actually also get the high ground ward with the sentry that he got. So very nicely done from Baboka.
The top lane. Going to try and get aggressive onto Fly, see if they have enough burst. Not quite. Zolly holding the both of them back with the Fire Spirits.
Ali's holding Mango too. Not something you see traditionally on Phoenix because he's playing with the Medusa. So even though Medusa looks low mana, there's these 2 Mangoes that can just come out and turn things a little bit there. So, but they still want to keep applying pressure, of course, here on the side of Liga versus Dusa as much as possible in these first few levels. As she is starting to catch back up in CS. It's time Zeal.
So if they got the damage to take him down this time, if they set up with the shards, it's still a risky one to go for. They can't push too hard for the Bristle. It's completely out of mana now, though. It's getting some further mangoes sent out.
Oh, you guys are lucky. You don't have the quill bug that I have. Luna has
just have quills stuck
50,000
everywhere.
quills stuck all over the place. So it's a good thing that you don't see that. But yeah, Zeal, as long as he keeps himself like above 50% HP or something in this laning phase, he should be able to waltz out in most situations until more levels kick out. I think level 5 might actually make it difficult. And Luna is getting a crazy amount, 33 and 6, literally every single last hit pretty much. In mid, we are seeing Emo get a pretty good advantage actually versus Xantic.
Just going to be a question of what he can do with this sort of lead, how impactful the early rotations will be from Emo.
And what his itemization will be. That's what I'm curious about too. We've seen a lot of Ags Rust, I've seen a couple of Mage Slayers and stuff. So
this time, but they really want Zeal. They're bringing in 1J. And with the cookie,
these quills.
It's a lot of damage being kicked out by him. They got the kill. Crystallis is also incredibly low as well. Ollie turns up with the TP, dives over. Baboka's able to finish off 1J. And Crystallis is going to try and deny the Ancients. He won't succeed. Ollie, he gets the last hit. So they dive in for him, but they lose all 3 for it.
Look at the damage from Zeal. 1,500 just from the coils. With a cool kind of build. Did you see that he started with this double Fairy Fire build? So just kind of playing to like kind of trick them up a little bit when they think they've got the kill. He gets an extra burst of coils off.
I mean, it was a very risky move.
Yeah, it was.
Even though they had the 3 of them trying to go for Zeal when he was underneath his tier 1 tower.
That's a massive deal because look what Baboka's doing. He has a double creep wave that he's pulled with the catapult to bring it to Zeal with these stacks. This Bristleback is completely back. We'll be able to get one of those denies on the range creep there, Panto, but that's Zeal. Really good stuff. Almost pretty much level 6 done. After a lane that is very difficult.
Now, unlikely that they'll try and make that move anytime soon again, Liga. Up top at the same time. See TP come in from Emo. They want to try and make a play for Toby. They've got the haste rune on Emo. Of course, yet to hit the 6, so no Stampede at the ready for Toby. Not really much he could do other than try and waste their time and maybe hope for a deny to the neutrals. Won't happen. Emo gets the kill.
Panto trying to play around it. Might end up just giving his life for the attempted steal. Let's see if he gets it.
Gonna have the snowball.
Zeal
Won't get
gets
the
it.
pickup. Zeal able to secure it. And should indeed be able to secure the kill on Panto as well. Try and block them up with the shards, but Zeal and Baboka, they've got him. Final quill spray for Zeal to seal the kill. These early bits of action go in the way of IG, 5-1.
Impressive stuff, really, from Zeal and Baboka down here. Last game, they did some crazy stuff with the weak lane as well. This time, getting Zeal in a good position even earlier than last time. Pretty important. And yeah, Emo, great rotation with the haste rune. Shuts down Toby when he's doing that annoying play top there. Got to make the move. They want to try to kill the Dusa. They're bringing 4. Xantic.
There's level 7. It's pretty strong here for this early rotation. See how prepared Fly is for this.
He does not look very prepared.
Straight in to put the Stampede, everything in on top of the Medusa. Fly's gone. Not a chance of saving him.
They even bring Crystallis just in case. We have 5 heroes committed to get that, and IG is maximizing around the map, so Baboka's getting more of these stacks going. Zeal's pressuring Tower in the meantime. Emo won't get lucky with the rune spawn. But either way, great moves as 1J. Probably put himself into a position where he is just dead.
So if they let the kill go to Emo, they will.
And it will be a Mage Slayer build, so versus that Earth Spirit, definitely going to be pretty valuable. Zeal should probably finish off this tower here, too. IG, looking good in this early game. Liga with some errors that they made on their own kind of volition, just making that type of play onto the bristle there. So
Panto, see if he can...
He's trying the juke.
He's trying.
He's trying the little juke.
Yeah, it's not going to work. They have the vision and the setup there. Emo's able to find him. He can waste his time a little bit. But slowly but surely should go down. He's definitely making him work.
He can TP. I think he's going to get out.
Remnant's back up. Ooh, not soon enough, though. Emo not able to find the chance to throw it out and stop it. So indeed, he actually lives.
Nice little play there. Bought some time. Tower does get brought down. A 2K lead. Dusa able to get back and farm too after that death. Much better early game from IG. Ollie soaking mid as well during the meantime. And okay, I mean, Emo, I had some of my slight doubts for him with this.
It's a good move so far.
Very nicely done.
Now up and down the map. And not falling behind in farm at all. Top net worth, well on the way to a great Mage Slayer timing.
And Baboka, it's not going to be that... I'm actually astonished. It's not that full greed coming out from him. Arcane Boots into one of the nulls, but it's not this like super fast Dagon that we usually see on the Nyx. It's going to be a little bit more delayed, if he even opts to go for that, which he probably will.
Eyes on mid.
Not a single point in the silence right now for Xantic, so definitely difficult to go for Emo. You have a good amount of chain stun, but he's also fairly tanky. Won't end up going for it there.
Radiant are scanning.
I imagine both teams are going to be pretty content as long as their carries are able to farm this portion of the game.
This one definitely feels like it's going to be a bit more of a farmy one with how those lanes ended up going. I mean, Zeal, he's going to be able to likely finish open Aghanims quite fast in this game after what should have been a very, very tough start.
Panto farming in a bit of a dangerous spot. Likely to pay the price this time with the 3 of them there. Oh, actually, maybe Stampede will save him. Is it enough to get him out? Fire Spirits, the goo thrown in, and Emo rotating over. The Stampede will not save Panto this time.
And that's the Mage Slayer done. So good timing coming out for Emo. He also has the Occult Bracelet, so a little bit more magic res on top of that too. 1J has found the 6 in mid. But yeah, Emo, and the side of IG, finding more out of this early game. These kills, they add up. Especially when Deuce is just being able to be left alone.
I mean, what sort of timing do you think League is going to be looking towards when it comes to going for pressure around the timings of the Luna's item progression in order to try and do much more than the Medusa can early on in response?
I blink on Centaur and Blade Mail on Earth Spirit.
And then you go.
Imagine that would be more of a kind of go time thing. I'm also seeing the itemization Christmas does not have any Mask of Madness or anything, so it's more of a little more of a fighting build, but he'll probably just farm. But yeah, I think the Centaur blink and the Blade Mail, that'll probably be what they'll try to get more aggression out of. But IG is the one making the first moves.
Yeah, they're super quick.
No Stampede.
And they know indeed Stampede's not going to be at the ready here for Toby.
He's a bit durable though.
See if he's durable enough. They got the jump forward, they've got the backup, and it's enough to get him out of there. Toby
Zantic
will
off the mark.
survive. Zantic did roll in on this one. A little bit awkward. He's going to try and run, and he's got the roll back up, so we'll be able to back away. Liga as a team able to keep Toby alive.
Another rotation, though, that Zantic doesn't connect. They do keep Toby alive, but they've rotated to try to get some kills out of it there that don't end up catching. Do you have a salve, though, Toby? We'll be able to heal up at least a bit off of that one. Has to backpack his items to get that extra heal. And yeah, Magnetize was an attempt onto Emo, but very unlikely to be able to go for that without the point of silence, especially.
They jump onto Panto. Snowball buys him momentary safety. The stun from Baboka's going to miss. They dive forward with the spirits, the dive, and they get him. And again, not quite able to punish IG for making these moves happen. Starting to add up this lead. 3K advantage for IG.
No, Emo's killing it. I'm sorry, my friend. I did not mean to doubt you. You owned on your Invoker, your Void Spirit too. Looking good. Level 10.
Let's see if we can keep it up. I mean, this may be the thing. I didn't get to see the other Void Spirit games, but you never know. There could have also been games where the hero kind of pops off, but then might not be able to close up the action.
Sure. But so far, I mean, every move has been on point. I like his item.
Yeah, his play's been perfect.
Good. And yeah, now Zeal, he's got Naganims. So big timing's being hit for IG. Liga, as we mentioned, timing for the Blink, I believe, on the Centaur, and that Blade Mail should be done on the Earth Spirit. So go time to try to find a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They want to go for bottom. Or maybe at least into the triangle, see what they can find at the moment. Baboka and Zeal pushing out this bottom lane.
One of the three cores at this point is what they want to go for. Zeal.
They want to get something.
He's not that fragile, though.
TP's immediately coming in.
They know.
I think
Panto again.
They might have to bail out of this one, Liga, and leave Panto behind. Yet the full team of IG turning up. Tries to block him off with the shards, but ends up trapping himself in. Panto goes down. Liga not going to get away with making that sort of smoke move that easily. IG, they're on top of it.
They are responding so fast. Panto's still not even level 6 on this Tusk. He has 5 deaths. Just really on top of the movements, reading the map beautifully. Should be a Wisdom Rune exchange, though. Should be able to get the other one on the side of Liga. But yeah, so far IG making the better macro moves, good aggressive plays, and yeah, Seal is completely online. He's got the Voodoo Mask coming too. They can probably look to start forcing stuff pretty hard on the side of IG.
Absolutely, they're looking to sort of swing across towards the mid. Maybe see if they can collapse in upon Zantic. They get the Remnant to drag him back. He's going to get the follow-up stump on the low ground, but Boca had the extra bit of lockdown, but the Stampede's back up, but Zantic will be saved. Only just, though. Still just having to run from IG each and every time right now. IG have that much of a lead, and their cores are just that much more terrifying. I mean, with 14 minutes in, and with the advantage they have, Fly, he's able to join, turn up for these pushes. He knows that there's not a whole lot Liga can do to stop this.
Yeah, and he can do the same, the standard Dusa build too, right? Get that Manta into that Butterfly, very strong into something like Luna. Yeah, you build Conda, but MKB is usually not that build that Luna likes to build up, so a fantastic advantage they've been able to build up, and they just keep having stacks too. Every time I look, they at least have something there for Fly to continue getting that growth. Christos is still very farmed, very high level as well, 14 in comparison to the 11 or 12 of the Dusa. But Zantic is having one of the more quiet games. 0-0-1.
Jump in on towards 1J. Emo's got the catch once more with the Remnant. Christos is going to pop the ult from the high ground, but they've got the stun control. Baboka locks him down. Jump forward from Toby. He's going to be able to hold them back away from getting the chance to kill off Crystallis. So Crystallis will manage to retreat, but again, IG just getting these kills, not losing anything in return, and just continuing to creep further and further ahead. 6K advantage, growing with every moment.
And just standing those stacks. This Dusa, even though she's a bit under-leveled compared to that Luna, will be able to catch back up quick. And Baboka, very nice awareness there. Could have almost maybe got the Luna. It was close. If you had the Dagon, then it might be likely a kill, which he is getting pretty close to. 7K lead. I mean, last game they were having the deficit with this Dusa. This time they have the advantage. Sure, she doesn't have those buff ups like she did last time, but the early game is infinitely better.
Yeah, they're absolutely crushing it so far.
Yeah, look at those stacks. 17 to the 11. Baboka's been busy. And I feel like he's been everywhere too. Like, he's rotating while also getting lots of great stacks. He sees a target. 1J shows himself. Will be scouted.
And for Liga, how do they piece together a play? Like, what is the move now? When you're getting pressured as heavily as you are, and the couple of times you've tried to team up and get something done, it's just been complete fails.
It's difficult to say. They still have to try to get some big catches, especially with this blink on the Centaur, if they can get a follow-up to pop some targets. But IG's just ready. They're ready for every move, it feels like.
Zeo can just start charging at them here as the Bristle knows that there's very little that threatens him.
1J shows himself bottom again. Flyfi is actually maybe considering to go for like a solo kill. And now Baboka's here.
And he's ready to help out, put a stop to the TP.
They are running away with this one, 2-11. Even though it's a farmed Luna, the other two cores not getting too much done. And Baboka he's farming hard. That Dagon, it's pretty much finished. They're just gonna force a Roche. Challenging Liga to try to go up here. Not an easy place for Liga.
No, I don't think they want to. They need everything. They need Snapfire up with the kisses.
They've got Crimson Guard, so they're very durable in terms of versus some of this physical, but there's a lot of hybrid damage.
They're going to try.
They're going to try it.
TPs are coming in towards the top tier 1. Can they really interrupt this? It's a risk. It's under the ward as well. IG's going to know what's coming. Liga, can they time it? It's already gone. Aegis picked up by Zeal. IG, they're more than happy to take this fight now. Zanik tries to jump in. Get the silence down on Uima. They get the follow-up stun as well, but the Supernova's in from the side. There's going to be a Zantic going down. Toby's going to try and TP out, but they've caught him in the stuns. It's just a little bit too late there for Liga with the jump in. And even if it came earlier, it's a point of this game where they're just that far behind that it's so easy for IG to take these team fights.
They got there too late. It's level 1 magnetized. The damage isn't really that high from this until you get that level 2, especially at this point with when everything's been slowed down so much, and might even lose more Panto.
He's out with the TP.
Get out.
A lot of damage still though from those quills coming out before Panto's able to TP away. Baboka's got his eyes on the mid. Looking at 1J. Won't find the chance to go for it there. Doesn't quite have enough burst.
This is the best game I think I've seen IG play here so far.
I think so. Yeah, maybe
very clean.
Been sort of warming up after the past few days because the potential is looking fantastic here.
I mean, especially Emo. He seems, I mean, at least these last 2 games pretty contained. Playing very, very clean. Not doing any overextensions yet. Aghanims is now done also, so it's Zantic's game getting harder and harder. Might actually have to switch to BKB instead of going for Shivas now. Who knows if that even is going to help.
Emo making the Void Spirit look very good. Something that other players just haven't been able to do.
He's really, really farmed. But Baboka also got the Grove Bow. He's got his Dagon. Definite kill threat. I mean, he could one-shot some of these supports. Maybe not the Tusk, but the Snap, perhaps.
They want to team up for the Tormentor here. Liga.
Things are accelerating quick though. I mean, Flyfi's Butterfly is about to be done. Yes, Luna is matching in that farm here, as we mentioned before. These other cores just massively falling far behind, and Luna running in versus Dusa can be pretty complicated. Pipe's about to be finished also for Zeal, so already, I mean, is Xanthic just having a really difficult time? Get that Mage Slayer, get that Pipe. It's going to completely negate the damage that he throws out, and the Kisses, which... Have we even seen Kisses?
Not.
I don't think so.
Pretty sure we have not indeed so far this game.
Just unable to find opportunities of much with the way that IG's just played around the map beautifully. And Baboka, another deep ward. 1J shows himself. Baboka immediately wants to try to go for a play. Ob Sentry's down.
Because Baboka, he kind of senses it.
Yeah, they saw him.
He knows he can't get away with that entering or across the mid before the tower, but he's going to try and wrap around potentially behind it, see what he sees coming out on the map.
Nice little information gathering. Yeah, it's pretty much the Butterfly. Butterfly finished, Pipe finished in a few seconds here. Could definitely look to force this year. 2 minutes on Aegis even.
Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy. I mean, I feel like we've seen some of the games where it's been IG that haven't really been able to do much in the early game, but yeah, this time round, completely flipped on its head, and even more severely so for Liga. They're They're just not able to do anything whatsoever in this first 20 minutes. They're just falling further and further behind. No sort of openings to try and make a move. As IG, they've got all bases covered.
Yeah, these 2 item timings could be the nail in the coffin, really. Like for these next upcoming 3 fights at least.
Yeah.
It's definitely looking quite difficult for Liga to get a control back into this game. I mean, they never had control. Get any control in this game.
No, not at all. No, this game's only going to get stompier and stompier, it feels.
It feels like it's all up to Crystallis or some type of crazy moves that happen where they overextend somehow. So nothing seems to have gone their way. The 2 supports in particular, I think, having the roughest game I've seen from Liga. 0-5 Snap, 1-5 Tusk. And IG, yeah, just cleanly moving around. Ali also has a AVULUS finished. I believe that was a few moments ago, but yeah, another way that he's going to be able to prevent them from popping the egg, or killing him before he can get egg off in a lot of situations, as we saw last time. And they're starting the siege. Bristle can join in too.
I just might have to let this tier 2 go. And try and put everything into piecing together a high ground defense. Fighting IG out on the map right now is just not an option for Liga. They're not ready for it.
Guess they're maybe wait for the Shivas and it's Xantic, get the BKB on Crystallis, and then it's well, we got to try to take a fight when they don't have that Aegis and try to catch them off guard. But yeah, Emo yet to die. Difficult for them to catch him. And this Deuce is just too tanky. Same for Zeal. Just not really the best targets for them to go for.
Now IG, they've got a lot of flexibility with how they want to carry this game out.
Yep.
They could look to push the advantage, but they could also look to just continue to out-farm.
Absolutely.
And just have Fly become this unkillable beast as he did eventually in the last game. Bottom lane, they've got the setup. Stampede not going to get him out with the stun control that Baboka's able to offer up. Another kill for Emo. The map, just anywhere that anyone goes for Liga, just proven to be an absolute death trap. IG, they're set up and ready for anyone that dares show.
Baboka, an absolute nuisance this game, just really being super annoying with his wave cutting and all these type of things that have made them, made that whole thing happen for Zeal, where they sacrificed 3. And now he's just getting pick-off after pick-off, giving so much info. And sure, why not? Give him a shard. Not a very valuable one, this one, but either way. Not this game in particular. BKB done, almost 20, so I mean, maybe it is just wait for 20 Conda, and that's your fingers crossed for Liga.
That's true. We've seen it do crazy things.
We have.
Crystallis, he's going to have to carry this game harder than any of the others he's been in so far.
Definitely feels like that. Toby is... I mean, pretty much nobody's had a game on the side of Liga. Toby is trying to go for the Halberd build, because as we mentioned last game, versus the Dusa, can be one of the value build-ups, but... they're just not getting a whole lot. Baboka has surpassed Toby now in this game.
And just for that, all the farm that Crystallis has, it feels like he needs so many items to deal with them all.
Yeah.
Up top, they're going to try and turn towards Baboka, but Emo's in with the backup, jumps in with the Astral Step. Panto's gone. Xantic will roll forward. They're trying to make something happen out of this fight. Baboka's going to tick loads of the Magnetize, but he's not going to die. Yeah, Pipe comes out at Xantic. He's going to try and escape, but the Remnant catches him. They just cannot make these plays right now.
IG too prepared. Can try to get one kill, but then, yeah, Pipe comes in, counteracts pretty much everything. Literally nothing's gone their way this game. Except for Luna farming.
Yeah. And as I said, Crystallis, he needs a lot. He needs the Kanda, and then maybe even needs a Silver Edge to have a chance of fighting it against the Bristleback, and then obviously needs the MKB to fight against Fly's Butterfly. He's got a lot of money. He's very farmed on the Luna, but he just needs an incredible amount to be able to do this 1v5.
Ooh, heads up BKB TP. He knew.
He's doing his best here, Crystallis.
He is trying. Trying his hardest. Just not getting the most help around from anybody else. But they still have a Solar Crest. So they do have that one buff up. Snap is going to go for... I mean, he has a Glimmer, but... maybe it's just some shard for repositioning. 20 has been hit. Smoke up IG. Looking to force a little more here. They have the wave pushing in mid, wave pushing in bottom.
Pretty impressive stuff, though. I mean, the game's 17-2. IG have a 13k lead, but straight up on the GPM, Crystallis, he's getting more out of this game than Fly is on the Medusa.
He's been avoiding them pretty well.
Inside the base, Zeal just walks up, kills off the Snapfire. Outside of the base, Toby's been caught, tries to stampede away. They've got the Yule's control. They've got the lockdown. And they can slowly but surely take him out once more.
And
Monster
Panto.
kill streak for Emo. They'll move over to Panto. As Panto, a moment of safety inside the snowball, but as soon as he comes out, he's dead as well. Godlike for Emo, double kill. Definitely one of those games where you'd imagine, in terms of morale and as a team, everyone's probably wanting to call it on Liga, apart from Chrysalis, who's like, guys, I got this. You got to trust me. Just play on. Don't give up. This is Chrysalis. He's going to do his best to carry these teammates that are just dying left, right, and center.
Can you imagine if he's somehow able to do it?
If he carries this game...
Then Conda needs to be deleted, probably.
Yeah. I mean, Chrysalis, right, he got a lot of flack in the past, and recently people are like, oh, you know what, this guy, he's actually pretty good. And, a lot of praise for him recently off the back of his performances here. If he carries this game, that's going to be like the peak of his redemption arc as a carry.
He got Nemesis Curse, step 1.
Okay. Can he do this? All eyes on Chrysalis.
If
he carries this game,
though. Deuce is going Scotty too, so it's just pretty much. I mean, same build as last game, but just always so good versus these range cores.
Yeah.
And it's not like she's on her own. I mean, Zeal is.
Ooh, look at this.
Massive this game.
The call's been made.
Go
Chrysalis is like, right, let's try for something.
Not the Conda though. So
Gonna
trying to catch him off guard.
See if they get a quick and easy pick. Zeal's probably not the target for this sort of move.
I would imagine not.
Unless he walks really deep into their half of the map, but even then, it's not going to be appealing. They probably would have settled for anyone else other than him, so unfortunately for Liga, not likely to find that quick and easy grab that they'd hoped to get Chrysalis involved for.
Emo trying to bait them there with this illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
back to farming.
A very nice pick up for him.
In terms of Roshan, it's going to be back up in 10 seconds. IG can look to get that for themselves again, and that's probably going to be the key for IG to start stepping things up for the high ground push.
Absolutely. Key.
So I guess the scramble here to at least get the Conda done, which he should have. He will have the Conda, just a few hundred off the recipe, so we'll have that for the high ground defense. Chrysalis.
He's just really, like, literally the only one who's gotten abs. Like, no one's gotten, like, anything else. Halberd's almost finished, I guess, for Toby, but BKB still not quite there for Xantic. We're just seeing him getting controlled from Baboka in every fight, too. Well, the small fights that there were. The 2 times he's gotten caught. Carapace stun. And yeah, Emo, I'm glad to eat my words.
No, it's good to see. I mean, I did not believe in the hero, but no, Emo giving us quite the showcase that Void Spirit still viable in the hands of a solid player. And yeah, Emo, probably one of the mids who's played the most Void Spirit games, at least of this tournament. One of his favorites, and showing that it can still work. He's just on fly flat. Trying to bring the waves in here, IG. Preparing for an attempt at breaking the high ground. That's Chrysalis. What's he going to go net for next after the Conda? Yeah, it's going to be the Silver Edge.
I think so.
I like the Silver Edge, and then, yeah, the Rapier.
I think it feels necessary this game.
Sure, you're not going to have the MKB against the Medusa's Butterfly, but just having the damage to destroy the other heroes could give you the chance to carry the team fights out.
You can still just beam her, right? So it still like, does work in a way, but yeah. Panto gone. Zeal, this is the time. Waves are coming in.
He's immediately back to join the defense, Chrysalis.
How can they do it? There's one beam. The banner is down, but I think the creeps all died.
See how they can get in on this. I've got the disarm down onto Fly Fly. Slowly getting through his mana with the loosened beams. Chrysalis having to force back to safety. The tier 3's falling.
Playing it smart, just having these 2 sieging. Emo just waiting in the sidelines.
Mana's pretty much gone from Fly Fly in this first life.
It's big damage. Sakanda.
It's going to get healed up. Get the stun connection onto Chrysalis. He's also pretty low himself. Have to back off. As IG able to claim the melee racks. And not quite losing the Aegis yet. They'll have a chance to push again in a second. Still 2.5 minutes with this.
The fact that they just kind of have to watch, they know they can't actually force a fight there is painful for the side of Liga. Full SNY for Zeal. Hey, potentially even for these like next fights, Zeal can just be the ones that walks up and goes for Siege too. when there's no Aegis, if Fly wants to be super careful. He still has the Aegis for 2 minutes, though, so don't have to worry about that just yet.
And Chrysalis making further adaptations. He said, screw the Silver Edge, just got to go straight for that Rapier.
Could be necessary, yeah. He might feel like he doesn't have time to get Silver Edge plus Rapier. Right?
Exactly,
With the way that they're just forcing the buildings. 1J has shown himself again, but Boka's in the area. But he'll get the heads-up TP out.
Chrysalis going to play that top side of the map. The safest spot right now whilst IG are pressuring in against his high ground.
Smart. He's at least shoving these two waves, right? He's shoving bottom, shoving top. They only have the mid wave that's going to be coming in, and Xantha keeps clearing it. So trying to prolong as long as possible so you can get that Rapier. But they're just going in.
They are. Emo tries to get the grab this time, won't get the connection onto Panto. Fortification comes out, Chrysalis TP's back, ready to join and try and stop the push once more.
There's no creeps, so backdoor, it's back. So they're going to have to back up. And sit back like 4 times.
Full Daedalus now on Fly. That damage is going to be pretty ridiculous when he's able to step up and get in position. Very difficult for the majority of Liga to survive.
It's pretty wild how they literally have been like completely neck and neck in farm between the Luna and the Deuce in the entire game.
I'll get the Tormentor.
Waves are coming in.
Shard for Xantic.
They still got 60 seconds. They can force this.
Back once more they come, Liga, here for the defense. Tier 3 can't be saved. Has the jump from Emo, gets the Remnant grab onto Chrysalis. Forces back, the space here for Fly to continue taking down the melee racks. As IG, they'll be able to get the objective once more. At the full set bottom, they can swing across the mid if they want to go and finish up the range racks. They've got that luxury, 21 to 20, 20k lead. Indeed they will. The second set completely finished off.
I don't think I've, well, this is random, but I don't think I've seen Zeal activate Warpath once, just an FYI. It's kind of funny, because he has the Seeing Red facet, but he legitimately has not used it once, I don't think, the entire game, I don't think. Hasn't mattered.
It's pretty spooky when you use it. You can't see anything, though. It's scary. Yeah. Your team's like, go on this hero, I can't see them. I mean, the way it limits your vision.
But usually it's just about, like, when I usually see it used, it's like you're sieging and you pop it and you get like 2-3 hits on the tower. And but whatever. I was just pointing it out because I just thought it was kind of funny. I literally was like, am I seeing things wrong? Does he have the wrong? Does he have another facet? But no, whatever.
And Chrysalis, the Rapier Dream, it feels pretty real. He's getting close to the gold for it. Just got to hope that the rest of the team can kind of hold this defense long enough for it to farm out that final few thousand of gold to have the Rapier.
I don't know if he's going to have time. He's got to come back soon.
That's the jump in.
Delay it.
And they're really trying to do their best.
Yeah, he's coming back. It's the last set of racks.
And BKB's done for Xantic, so he can stand a bit of a better job of initiating. He's going to try and do so. They move straight forward. Chrysalis in with the Eclipse. Look at the balls fly. Fly's having to get the stun gaze off, but indeed the mana's out for Fly. But straight away they're in on Chrysalis. He'll get the BKB off. He's trying to run with the final seconds, but Emo in with the Astral Step, jumps in, takes him down. It has to be a triple buyback coming in from Liga. They did manage to kill off Fly. Xantic TPing out the side of the fight. He'll survive. Panto, he'll fall.
Fly's not the real carry. It's Zeal and Emo. 12-1, 10-0. Fly 0-2. They do get him, but it costs so much to bring down this Dusa. Bristol's able to just clean up. And he still didn't use the Warpath. Nice. Didn't need it, though.
3 buybacks, an expensive hold. Keeps the game alive, but obviously that buyback is going to push back the Dream with the Rapier for Chrysalis out in the mid.
Emo again.
1J steps forward, he's out for good. 70 seconds, no buyback on the snap.
30 seconds still do.
They're going to try and burst Emo. Have they got enough damage? They don't. No. He's able to jump out to the side. He'll turn with the Remnant, get the drag back onto Toby. Toby's very tanky. We'll slide back up to the high ground here. Drag back to safety. They'll reset once more.
15 seconds. They can just wait. Back up, reset, and wait for this Dusa. And they can fill up the bottle. Keep Emo healed up. He's actually going to ask for that, it looks like. Or go for a Rune. He'll get a haste. And they've got the waves pushing in, so they can just linger in this area. Go for that final push. 30 seconds till Snap is back. So much was expended, though, from the side of Liga, and they could only bring down the 1.
This next push should be the final hurdle for them to jump across. It's not going to be a very big one. for IG. 27k lead. Up into the base they go once more. Onto the barracks. Panto trying to get some sort of setup here on the front. Comes towards Zeal, but Panto, he's out. Still has his buyback available. Zanti's going to get the roll in. They're going to go straight in towards Flyfly, fully trying to focus the Medusa, but Flyfly's able to step back to safety. Chris is committed with the BKB, tries from Baboka, but the Yules is there to protect Baboka. He's fine. Xantix dove in, but the Supernova comes out, and he's out for a minute.
And Zeal is zoning 4 heroes.
He's chasing them back towards the fountain. The space is there for Flyfly to continue to get the job done. Taking the Rex, Baboka comes in with the wraparound, will fall, but sets up for them to take out 1J. Both supports dead, and Panto caught out. Triple kill for Flyfly. It's just Crystalis and Toby left alive. Zeal tanking the fountain, killing them off with the quills. It's game over. All 5 are dead. No buybacks left. GG is called. IG take game 3, and with that, the series 2-1 against Liga.
This one was super dominant. Emo with his moves around the map, Baboka with his scouting, and Zeal. What a performance on the Bristleback. In a lane that could have been difficult. It was only difficult for, what, 5 minutes or so, 4 minutes, and then boom, triple kill.
Yep.
Well, not a triple kill, but pretty much a triple kill to get himself enabled. And yeah, 32-5. IG looked a completely different team than some of the other games that we saw.
Yeah, they did. Everything really fell into place for them this time round. Fantastic stuff from them, and excellent to finally see Voidsprit getting some success in the hands of Emo. It looked fantastic. IG, they take this series today 2-1.
Yes, and in fine style. And another kind of, I guess, upset, although these were 2 unknown quantities. You wouldn't have wanted to necessarily call it beforehand, but we'd already seen Team Liga, as I said at the start of this series, probably one of the teams that have impressed me the most here in terms of expectation to reality disparity. But there, they got absolutely battered on that map. And we were just sat waiting for it to end, really. We've just been sat here going, this is over.
I mean, L1 was also just waiting for it to end for a very long time in that
Death
game.
by 1,000 cuts.
Pretty much. I mean, that game in particular was very difficult for them all across the game. I really think that they drafted pretty okay. I don't know what happened with this IG team over the course of the series. They went from, okay, they're not looking too good, to, all right, they're getting a little better, to like just absolutely dumpstering L1. Like the evolution of this team in just this one series is pretty incredible to watch.
Yeah, with each gameplay, they're just getting better. They did not allow Liga team to get a kill for good 25 minutes almost, which is pretty impressive. Sometimes it does happen. I like how they allowed Zeal to like stay almost on the top of the network throughout the whole game, him and Medusa, because they were dragging the creep waves. Boboka, like you're playing a double melee lane, so you have to do something while also stacking in the triangle, allowing him to get the big item first, Aghanim Scepter, and also like there are a couple of these like small things that you can do in game. Toby did not have a game. He's playing against Nyx Assassin. One of the recent changes in the last years that you can use Carapace before, like during Vendetta. So he pops that, deals a retaliate damage immediately. So he has enough time to use a stun, so you can stun lock him for good like 4+ seconds, which is really nice, and he doesn't get the chance to play the game. There's also going to be Magnetize on the ground, so very good Earth Spirit pick.
Yeah, and you can see from the scoreline here, just no one on Liga team really in the game. But now we've seen some very clean games coming out from the likes of Flyfly. Obviously, the scoreline doesn't reflect it, but the Medusa very good across 2 games. Emo as well on the Void. You know, didn't die. You've been talking about that hero as one of those potential B tier, A tier kind of picks that you might want to work into the game.
I think it's very situational, but for Emo, this has been the hero to like play when he's out of options. It's always been his hero. But I want to talk about Zeal. This guy was an unstoppable monster, and the damage.
Who did that one?
That was me.
Oh Lord.
The damage.
Godzilla.
The damage taken. Like he was very active on the Bristleback, almost 80% kill participation, and tanked quite a lot of damage. Like he was in the middle of a fight. His itemization. I did say that he did go for Aghanim Scepter as his first item, so wanted to play slightly more greedy. Then decided to pick up, this pipe so they can actually group together. You're playing against Earth Spirits. I want to have some magic damage reduction.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good, I say it's a good bristleback pick, but it was overall first pick of the game. So this hero just looks really strong. I'll rephrase that. Like, how do you kill this hero? Like, he eventually will get stacks, right? He will get his farm, and it feels like there's no answers outside of maybe the Viper that has a reliable break to kill this bristleback. We're seeing Wides in the ban phase more and more throughout this tournament. I'm very curious on how people are going to respond to this. But yeah, I do have to sing a little bit of praises for Emo. He played incredibly well this game on a hero that we don't see very often. But everyone on the side of IG really stepped up for this particular series, because I did not expect this. I don't think anyone expected this one.
Not at all.
Like, I was like, okay, their laning's not very good. Like,
especially after game one.
It's going to have to be some late game throw by, you know, the other team. And it just was domination from start to finish. Where was this IG? I hope I see more of it, because they look really good when they play like this.
I said that they need to focus on the lanes. I didn't mean this hard. Like,
yeah, complete 180, dude. Anyway, we've got Nomad with a victorious Ollie right now.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed. We're here with IG, the winners of the series. Ollie, you know, a big turnaround this series. Game 1 not looking great, but then 2 and 3, you take it. What improvements did you make through the series to take the win in the end?
We realized we have to just like stabilize the lane, and then we can move on and go on the play in the mid game till the late games, because we always have a late game better hero. So we just try to stabilize the lane.
All right, get through the early game, make it through to the late where you can be stronger. It was a winning strategy for you. But going back to that first game, you went for the Warlock, which wasn't something you were kind of super comfortable with. You know, you saw Alliance play with it. Why do you think it didn't work out for you guys?
I think because we fuck up on the lane. I died for the first blood, and the Bristleback keep snowballing from our lanes. They just keep coming and kill our drones. And then he just get like the team items, and our spirit say, "Oh guys, I doesn't have any damage anymore because he has pipe, so we cannot fight."
Fair enough, but you know, after that first game, of course, you turned it around, and I think we could all see the mentality in your team. You know, there was a lot of laughter, a lot of cheeriness coming in from your booth. Does that kind of empower you guys and make you feel like, you know, it doesn't really matter if you drop a game, you're all just feeling good anyway?
We don't really feel down after we lose. We just like play confidence and draft what is good in the game.
Absolutely, and that certainly worked out for you in this one. Well, last one for me then. Yakult, you know, your manager kind of turned coach. You know, he seems to be leading the drafts and also leading the laughter as well. You know, what's he like as a manager? What's he offering to the team as a coach as well?
Maybe some kind of jokes.
Some kind of jokes? Is that it? Is that it? That's all he's doing as coach?
Yes. I mean, the second game is like, he was playing Dark Willow against Alchemist. Then he told us that Dark Willow is good against the Alchemist. Then the second game we picked the Alchemist into the Dark Willow, I think. Then we we were laughing about it.
I see. So he's sharing his pubs with you guys and trying to get it up. Well, it seems like he's doing a great job helping you guys get in the right headspace. And yeah, fantastic job. Thanks for coming to talk to me. And best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
Ollie, oi. What an interview. That was brilliant. I love that. Yeah, it turns out that the guy is offering jokes. He's got a burgeoning stand-up career.
I mean, hey, you need a joker on the team.
Yeah, it's true.
If everyone's always super serious, then you're not going to be able to relax. And every team I've been on that has had some success, we always had the joker. So it's an underrated role.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, fantastic for them. Obviously, we've talked a lot about how they came here last minute, and sometimes when that happens, it can be kind of a little bit embarrassing. You're underprepared, you're up against better teams, getting battered every game. It's not a nice feeling. So, yeah, you do have to keep your spirits up, and if they can turn that positive energy into wins.
Yeah, with a lot of these teams here, they came in last minute as well. You have a lot of stand-ins. I think they just need more games under their belt together to be able to, because you can feel them progressing. They first game completely stomped, then second game, you know, back and forth. They got that one big fight 30 minutes in, and third game they just completely stomped the enemies. So want to see what they else have to offer for the rest of the tournament.
I'm really looking forward to it. Let's take a look at the results. That's been going on over the course of today. As you can see, we had Azure Ray versus Team NGX. Azure were able to win. Lots of criticism coming in for Team NGX there, but of course, remember, their win was a forfeit win, so you know they're struggling to get game time. We just saw Liga team there obviously lose to Invictus, another shock. And then coming up next, we've got Team Falcons versus AVULUS and Heroic versus Tundra. So 2 more games that we're really super looking forward to seeing, and Heroic especially, I'm going to be watching that one. Also, just for everybody at home, just an update about the tournament. I can't read it from there, but fortunately I've got it here in front of me. There's been a development in the tournament, and I'll just read you the statement that PGL put out. AVULUS has been issued a level 3 penalty for the entire series against Falcons following an altercation between Seneco and ATF in the hotel lobby. We condemn this type of behavior as it goes against the values of sportsmanship and respect that we uphold in our tournaments, and the incident has been reviewed thoroughly and appropriate action has been taken. I just want to say, guys, I for one am absolutely shocked that there could ever be an altercation at an esports tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think fair enough that it shouldn't be treating players that way. Like, just play the game, you know? That's what I think. Just play.
Yeah, that's what esports is about. We are sports, after all.
We are lovers, not fighters, guys.
E-athletes.
Yes, indeed. So, guys, great hanging out. Loved it. It's been another wonderful long day, which has been, you know, soothed by your presence. So thank you. Anyway, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to have a content piece coming for you with the great Nomad and Stormstormer. When we come back, we're going to switch in the later crew. So from us, goodbye, but don't go anywhere. More games coming up now.
Hey everybody, I am here with an interview with a classic Dota player at this time, Mr. Stormstormer from AVULUS. How do you say this team's name?
AVULUS.
AVULUS.
Yeah, it's new.
All right, where'd this come from? How did you put this team together? What's the deal?
I mean, to be honest, the team existed before me. It was actually called Team T, and then the sponsor AVULUS came to it and picked the team up. And well, the team existed before me. They played with Mikey, who was known from Nigma before.
Yes.
But at some point, they parted ways with Mikey, and then they asked me to stand in for, well, the qualifiers for this exact event that we're on right now. And that's how I got in here.
So are you on the team now? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
fantastic.
I am on the team.
I did not realize that was a sponsor. I do apologize for whatever you guys make or do. My apologies there. So what do you think about this team? You've been on a lot of teams in your history. You've seen a lot of, gelled with a lot of guys. Most prominently, many know you from Entity, but what do you think about your squad? Tell me a little bit about these boys.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like, I really only have good impressions. Like, honestly, like, Eki has been a guy I've been following for a long time. Like, he has been on my pubs, he's been ranked 10, like, this random +4 player who just talks all the time. And, like, I was like, where the hell did this guy come from, and why was he a coach on Secrets? Like, I was generally so confused that, like, a high-ranked guy was coach first. And, yeah, he was always an exciting player to play with. And then, of course, Soneko, a well-known name. I don't have to say much about that. I didn't know much about him before, but really, like, I can see that he's like a very driven captain and like very invested in the game for sure. And yeah, the other two, so Xive and Svein, I did not know so well yet, but they are really like super nice and humble people. Really nice just to be with them and also hang out outside of Dota. So far super good. And Svein and I especially, like he, in the beginning when we played these qualifiers for this tournament, I'm gonna be honest, like I did not expect us to like, fully win it. I was like, let's give it a try, because I'm just standing in. We didn't have any practice coming into it, We played 1 week of scrims and we suddenly won it against Secret, OG and MOUZ Esports.
Yeah.
So he really impressed me on those qualifiers as well. Like all in all, everybody's like super nice and chill to be around.
Good. Sounds like you're pretty happy over here. Then,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, fantastic. Now, I did want to talk to you a little bit about Soneko and you. You're a big ideas guy. You come up with ideas on your teams, from what I've heard of. You are a leader in your own right. Now he's leading this one. What's that dynamic like? Are you guys kind of sharing ideas or talking to each other, or are you now just backseating and you get to be a nice employee?
It has been true that in Entity I've been more of a leader, but it's mainly because also I just adapted to my teammates. I mean, I'm an open person in general, but in Entity also people were a little bit more reserved. It was mainly like Fishman who was communicative, but the other teammates were a little bit like, like reactive when it comes to things. So they just really it fit in really, really well. But I actually do not mind like sitting back a little bit and let others do that job as well. So I actually, I kind of like it. Because mid lane is also a role where you get really rewarded if you just focus on what you're doing, right? Like, I mean, I'm playing like all these matches where I can invest 100% of my energy into, and if I don't have to invest it into like all the outside kind of stuff, I kind of like it. So far it has been working quite well. And there have not been like really any conflicts. If there's something that he likes to mention, he does it. If there's something I like to mention, I do it. And like, we just go hand in hand so far.
I gotta say, I'm really loving your energy, man. You seem genuinely chill on this team.
Yeah, no, so far everything is chill. You know, I'm just looking forward to being back in the scene again. Like it's been a long time for me looking for a team. It was not easy to find a new one, and this happened out of nowhere. And I'm just glad to have like a new team backing me up. I consider ourselves underdogs. I'm not like, you know, I'm not gonna be like, oh, we're a tier 1 team immediately. You know, like if I look at this tournament, like there's some other favorites, but you know, it's nice to be just back on a LAN again.
That's good. I mean, you need your chill though for mid. There's a lot of mids now. Would you say that mid is one of the most competitive roles out there right now, or do you think a different role?
You mean as in there's like a lot of mid laners in general?
Not just like, you know, skill-wise of like the rock stars on the team.
For sure. But I mean, it's always been like that, I think. I mean, mid was always like a star role. When you look at names like at Miracle or Thompson or whatever, like they've been big names always on Nisha now. But what I also think is that supports get to shine these days a lot more than the past. I think mid is still very competitive, but I like it that like if there's a shining +4 or +5, they can really like shake the game as well. So I think everybody has to be really good in their roles these days.
Yeah, well, it used to be until they nerfed Arcane Boots. Now,
yeah, now
it's over.
The supports are shit now.
Supports are back.
Thanks for the patch, Valve. Thank you.
I mean, but a lot of people, in all seriousness, have been saying that the mid role has gotten a little bit less from being like the tempo controller of the team and more to like, this guy just needs to do well and kind of exist. Do you believe that? Do you feel like mid's prominence in the game has decreased a little bit, or you still feel like it's really important?
I think it depends on the team style. For example, I think like tempo control, like just shaking the map and stuff, like in some teams it's still very, very popular. I think some really fast-paced teams, like for example Gaming Gladiators and something, they thrive of it if there's like fast tempo coming.
Sure.
But there's also just some mid laners who, for example, I consider myself that, who focus more on their own scaling and being stable all the time in the game. So honestly, I think what the patch right here gives you a lot of like variety. What you in the end need is like a team that plays the way you want to play, like that adapts. You know, like there's mid laners who will gank your lane minute 5, and there's mid laners who like me are AFK bots and just hit jungle creeps for a while, you know. So yeah, as long as I think you communicate with your team what vision you have of playing the game, I think then everything can work.
Fantastic. All right. Well, one of the best things I like about you is in your wins, you're humble, you're happy. Also in your losses, though, they don't seem to really destroy you that much. You know, it's like a learning opportunity for you from what I've seen before. First, you agree with that statement, or is that all right?
I mean, I think every sportsman honestly would be like, it's hard to say that losses don't touch you. I just lost 2 scrims and I was like, fuck, you know? Like, we threw those games, I did feel bad. But like, yeah, I understand that like, as long as I believe in my team and I think it has a future, that's what like keeps the drive going. And that's like, hey, we can improve on this. I only start getting frustrated and I feel like, okay, we've hit like a plateau. We cannot keep going. Like, we're kind of hitting a wall. We have to change something, you know? But after like small mistakes and everything, if the big picture is filling, then usually, yeah, I'm a guy who's like looking at that mostly.
Well, we are so blessed to have you back again, and I, for one, am super excited to see how this new squad treats you. I'm sure it's going to be good. The vibes are good here, so we will find out very shortly. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Mr. Store, for coming in once again. Can't wait to see how the boys do, and we will see a lot more from them coming up soon. So, back to you.
Hello and welcome to the evening panel, where we will see 2 teams secure their spot to the playoffs. That's where we're at right now. We will also, on the secondary stream, see 2 teams get eliminated. But we'll keep you informed about that one. We're going to focus on the winners, because we're going to have 4 teams coming your way that all have not dropped a series. They might have dropped a game here and there, but not a series. And we're diving right into Falcons versus AVULUS. And for that, I have my panel with me. I got T-Gov, I got Lizard. We got a draft penalty, as Richard has already informed you guys about. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there and how much impact it will have or not have in the draft. And I want to just focus on these two teams in general, because going into this, maybe people thought, oh, you know, Falcons this should be an easy win for them. But I think yesterday, to just actually dive straight into it, T-Gov, yesterday is not a great vote of confidence for Falcons' performance so far.
Yeah, sure. Their first series that they had to play, because of course Nigma did a forfeit in day one. They didn't really have strategies. In the interviews with Aoi, they themselves said that they didn't really have like a key textbook, which surprises me because the letter patch that we had post-TI didn't really change everything in one go, so I feel like you could easily copy-paste some stuff from TI, but yeah, yesterday, very strange series from Falcons. Of course, still testament to Alliance doing well to make it competitive, but I'm expecting Falcons to be infinitely better today.
Yeah, definitely, but at the same time, like when you copy some things from the patch that has been just completely changed in some ways, these things might not necessarily always work. I'm looking at you, Sand King, like this hero, he worked up to this patch, he was the best hero on that offering, right? Suddenly, I don't think he's that hot of a pick, and if you're not also proficient on the hero, which they definitely, unfortunately, are not, then it might look even worse. But yeah, let's see what they can do versus AVULUS. I think that AVULUS are maybe on the same level of Alliance right now, maybe even a little bit stronger of an opponent, and we'll see how much Falcons can do, because they finished not exactly where they wanted during TI. And you could see that in their statements afterwards. We want to grind, we want to continue playing. I'm wondering if there's some burnout as well, because it's not that easy to play a full season and then not take a break at all, go headfirst into it. Might be rough.
Might be rough, and AVULUS is coming in strong, T-Gov.
Yeah, and when you look at the roster, it's a kind of a band of misfits that didn't really have teams during the TI season. They form together, they go online, they start winning some qualifiers, they do pretty well in some online events. Like, I think it is quite refreshing to see the kind of the free agents of Western Europe, Eastern Europe kind of blending together and doing well, because you see here, right, they're formed in August 2024, and this is kind of the interesting thing for me. Coming into this tournament, they have played some notable teams, right? They played against 1W, incredible run at TI, beastcoast as well, great organization, OG, struggling, MOUZ again, relatively struggling, and then you have Secret, Nigma, and Alliance. It's like they've yet to really play the Liquids or the Gamings or any of the real big titans of the scene. So now Falcons, it's like this is their first true test. They've only been formed since August, and they have to go up against one of the top 3 teams in the world. This will be like the perfect demonstration of how good they truly are.
Yeah, and this is a team, Lizard, that has been in those qualifiers and is qualifying for the tournaments where they will get the opportunity, or more opportunities rather, to face these tier 1 teams. So this is a team that is looking to push their limits every time and to be able to just continue playing with the big guys.
The way I see it, they're already there. They're already in a place in which they're ready to qualify and play these big guns. The only question remains is, are they ready to make some upset? Are they ready to make a big name for themselves as well? Because right now it's kind of lonely on the top, but very crowded in the middle. That's how I look at the Dota scene. So Falcons, they're definitely one of those on top, and let's see if AVULUS can perhaps even take it a step further to perhaps join them in this tournament or maybe in the future. They're making a name for themselves, like Stormer was talking about the vibes are good. You guys don't see it, but when you look at the lobby and when you look at their names, their nicknames, it's not only Stormer that's stormy, the whole team went into rainy, sunny, cloudy, windy, so I don't know, look at them, they look like a band of brothers. I really think that they gelled well together in the team.
They really have gelled well together. They so far have 2-1 beastcoast and 2-0 MOUZ to get to this position, and they are looking to do the same thing against Falcons here. We'll see though if they can do that. I want to talk a little bit about the style, because Lizard, you mentioned earlier that you compared them a little bit to Alliance and maybe a little bit above that. With Alliance, you can really easily say they're playing their own style. This is what they like to do. This is how they execute, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and it has worked quite well for them so far. Is there any particular style that you feel is pure AVULUS?
I would say that maybe Alliance are a little bit more peculiar in that way. Like you can see a draft and think, okay, this might be Alliance, especially in this tournament. I think that AVULUS right now at least are a little bit more run-of-the-mill when it comes to the heroes, but maybe you know some things.
This might come across wrong, depending on where the audience comes from or the fans. But I feel like Jibe, Skylark, these offlaners, they all kind of sit into like the S4 archetype of offlaner, where they like to follow a good script. If they follow the script, they're exceptional. But if they ever falter, if they ever have a bad lane, their recovery, it just isn't as reliable as the likes of the MOUZ, of course, 33s, etc. Right, and that's where I think for me, for AVULUS to do well, it's a lot of pressure on Jibe. He's been within Div 2 Western European teams and DPC for multiple years. He's yet to ever make that big break, but now he's on a team with players who have had moments of that big break. So I think from the offlane, it is going to be a big fight between the two of them.
I just love that you mentioned Jibe, because I was looking at their stats and how well they did previously, and Jibe, he's the best KDA player of the tournament right now. Unless something has changed in the last couple of series, he's had multiple games in which he's died 0 times. Yep. And when I say multiple, I'm kind of stretching it because it's 2 games where he died 0 times, but all the other games as well, he's had 3 or 2 deaths, no more. So from the offlane itself, like, this guy is doing pretty damn well at the moment.
Yeah, he's improved a lot.
Yeah, and what's crazy about it as well is, well, it's not really crazy, it's self-explanatory, because sometimes Stormer is the one that they pick first. So they have a lot of heroes that Storm can take as the first phase pick. So you have these Vipers, you have these Earth Spirits. They kind of open up the game for them, and for Xibe to have later on a pick that actually counters someone in the lane. So his life is easier.
Now, to take a little bit of a trip down memory lane, Stormer in the past, any team he was on, and even when Invoker was not in the meta, it was a player that you would first phase pick Invoker for. Is that a possibility here, or are we out of that? Because now Invoker is actually considered to be very good at the moment in the meta. Maybe not as first pick, but maybe with Stormer you would.
People are still banning it against him right now at PGL Wallachia. MOUZ and beastcoast, their 2 opponents so far, have banned out in the first phase the Invoker. And that is where a player like Stormer is a very good commodity to have, because it's like, just I need to respect it.
Definitely, I would ban it out. Like, I played with him in some stacks when he played Invoker in games, and against him as well in some stacks when he played Invoker a long time ago, albeit he was already owning. Like, it's just a different aspect to the game, like the way he plays and how much effort you have to put into shutting down his Invoker. At least back in the day, was much more than his other heroes. However, right now I do believe that he is a more complete player. The recent kick, the recent German replacement of the mid laner in some other teams, and the fact that he had this recovery R going for him, I think it's made him even stronger, and I think he's even more rounded up as a player.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more hungry as well.
Definitely.
Especially coming in with a fresh team that has already done well in qualifiers before this as well. So they're just looking to make their mark on this tournament. And against Team Falcons, as you mentioned, T, this would be a great team to start winning against and prove that you belong.
Yeah, it's the perfect test. And we're at a point in the group stage now, or the Swiss stage, sorry, that winning this series, it puts you into the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's like, it kind of completes the group stage for them. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. And again, we have to remember that AVULUS only have 20 seconds of reserve time, and something that Falcons
gotta go fast.
One of the weaknesses, right, from yesterday was their drafts felt a little bit kind of all around the place. They're kind of still trying to find themselves again. So losing reserve time, AVULUS won't be able to apply that pressure throughout the draft. They can't, hold that.
Can I do a comeback on that? Like,
hit me.
Falcons also have less time to think.
Because that's true. They can't use the AVULUS reserve time.
Because AVULUS, when they lose their time, Falcons are also losing time to contemplate what's happening. So for me, AVULUS, let's see if they work well under pressure or not. Because it's not that simple. Like he said, of course, I'm joking a little bit, it's much harder for them to instantly respond with the heroes, but then
go quickly.
I mean, they thought this out. I think because they already knew you go in with that deficit of bonus time. You go in having a plan in mind, and if you make it so that you don't even use your full amount of time that you have to pick your one hero, you do put that extra pressure on Falcons and allowing yourself to maybe have some more time in that way. They could be working out for them. So we are in game number 1 of this best of 3. AVULUS will be on the Dire side, Falcons Radiant side, and the first pick, a sniper coming out. And I know, Tigov, you are very vocal in regards to whether you like or don't like sniper. He does have a 50% win rate right now.
You as well, nice.
Yeah.
TI was rough.
I
for me.
hated him. Every game I casted TI, I hated him.
The issue was, it's like, you're seeing it work on support, right? But in a certain style. But teams just didn't understand the style. And it's at TI. It's like, it's
like
the big leagues.
You
It
play
was
him as
bewildering.
support and you're useless for like 15 minutes after the laning
Yeah, I was
stage.
gonna say after the, yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
Unless you're Team Liquid, where you can actually win the game in 20 minutes. It's
Yeah,
like,
but this guy got nerfed quite heavily on that support position. So
But quickly down the side though, I will say in this position, I don't mind it because Falcons is a big puck team. Picking sniper early on prevents Falcons comfortably picking puck at any phase in the first or second, and then they can flex it if needed. And all the other teams so far in the tournament have banned it against them. So clearly, AVULUS have utilized this very well. They've understood it from TI, and this isn't just like a teams are doing it.
Prepared for Falcons more than for most of the teams, so they know what they're doing with this opener, even though it's looking a little bit out there. SF on the other side, not so much out there. We've seen it today multiple times already. We've seen it played by Miracle because Kuroki is picking that SF every single time now, if it's possible, which makes sense. The hero is really damn good.
Yeah, and this is where Falcons, compared to yesterday, today, we probably will see Shadow Fiend first phase. There's no Tusk ban, so they'll enter the next phase with a Tusk pick, and then AVULUS will have to respond with a strong GB offlane. Like the draft doesn't feel like it's going to be too out of the box, and that's where Falcons often dominate because you know what's coming, and they just play so well.
Yeah, I'll counter the Tusk idea, even though I like the Tusk idea. I love it. I think we'll see it.
Are you going to say Clock or Marcy?
I'm going to say Clock.
There we go.
Yeah, I won't say Marcy. Like I feel that there is a place and time for Marcy, and it's only in some games that she looks overpowered. I don't think she's a constant pick. Clockwork, however, for me, I just love the hero. I don't think he's buffed up out of his mind or anything like that. But what are we seeing very often in teams is they have no reliable stuns. Like you don't have a stun in your in these drafts many times. And when it comes to BKB piercing stun, that's non-existent besides some Beastmaster. So Clockwork, there's a reason he's having such a high win rate, not only because the hero is strong itself, but because most of the teams, they're stun deficient.
Yeah, I agree. Clock is going to get pretty big in this tournament, and we'll see where it goes after. And Falcons, they go for Omni Knight after all the melee heroes. They go for the the fourth one. But it's securing.
This matchup is kind of nice as well, right? Like the Enigma into this is your offlane 99%, even though they can't play.
The Enigma sniper, you mean? Yeah. Or is it
Enigma?
Yeah,
just
Enigma
the Enigma.
sniper.
I don't know about the sniper.
We'll see in 2 picks time. Let's flex.
They get the Clockwork. Like this sniper can be a support. I think he's garbage as support right now. I'm not sure, but the damage is pretty nerfed.
It works in this instance because Omni and SF, after laning phase, they don't break into the game. Omni Knight wants other heroes to play, and if it is sniper support, sniper plus Enigma in lane will always give Enigma free passage towards drum, but towards like map playing items.
Completely fine with that, but I haven't seen a single sniper support since the patch, in my games at least. And I think it's kind of garbo. I think Ghillie Suit is what you have to go for. I'm not sure. I might be wrong. Maybe they'll put
I have
it on
seen
4th.
Scatterblast in
But in any case, when it comes to Enigma into SF, I think this lane is a little bit better for Enigma than you might expect. That's why they picked it. Like the Eidolons have a ton of magic resistance, so
the cool thing is AVULUS will just have choice on what strategy they want to go for, right? If they see a key mid laner where it's map playing and quick on the map that can utilize the Enigma sniper doing well in laning phase, they'll go for it. If they don't see that opportunity, then they'll put sniper to mid. They'll secure it with another strong position 4 for Eki to play with Enigma, and then the draft continues. Like we're kind of getting caught up in the flexibility of it. It exists, but for Falcons, they don't care. Congratulations, you're flexing your sniper. This is the bread and butter of Falcons. We have Omni SF, strong lane. We have Falcon Snap, strong lane. Yeah.
They've got everything. They got good combos. They have this ATF Mars, right? Like we don't really have to talk much about it besides the win rate right now that you just saw on the screen, which is pretty damn low, 38%. Sometimes stats do lie. It depends on what team plays it, but they get the puck, and this leaves it's sniper, I guess.
It's about go, go,
Unless
go.
you want to play it
Look,
safe lane.
No. You're getting caught up too much with this, right? It's
Yeah.
just about the go, 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 right? Like you said yourself that Sniper does really well in the first 10 minutes of the game.
But does he even do well anymore? Like I feel
Yeah,
like
he does. It's fine. It's still same thing. The point of Sniper is more after lane. What is your purpose? If your team sits back and farms, support Sniper is a grief, and it will lose you TI games, lose you PGL Wallachia games. If your purpose in the team is to
Lose
go
your pumps
forward,
as well.
then it can work. Like Clockwork wants to play into the map. Puck with Witchblade Blink wants to play into the map. Enigma goes drum, goes pipe, plays into the map. Like the whole 4 of AVULUS' lineup is to play lanes, get 1 or 2 items, and keep pushing forward. And that's where Falcons, they're accepting this invitation. Like, please run at us. We'll counter you with Omni. We'll have Arena. We'll have Mortimer Kisses. We'll Requiem. Like, it's kind of offense versus defense with these 2 lineups. But I respect AVULUS trying to go for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's offense versus defense, but the offense is like Bosnia versus Brazil. The defending team is the Brazil Falcons. For me, at least, looking at the draft so far, not looking that great, in my humble opinion.
It seems you're very convinced that this sniper is not going to work out.
You know what? Every time you're this convinced, it works out, and it proves you wrong. It's always like that.
Maybe they'll prove you wrong. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan too much of support Sniper myself, but at least we can, outline what it does.
What if they debate us and they actually put a safe lane sniper?
And then I called it, and I'll be
Like
the
sniper
greatest
clock
analyst.
is actually a lane, like, but still sniper safe lane. Do you want it? Probably not.
Not really. Yeah, no, we're good.
Nobody would see it coming. So
Again,
that's
it's a good lane, but I would rather see Smiling Knight on a carry.
Yeah.
That he wants to play rather than forced to play.
I mean, he's played a lot of different heroes so far, and he's played some heroes that are kind of out there. Like he played some Slark as well. In a perfect game, that's something that Mag talked about as well. He was like, yeah, they said it's a perfect Slark game, so I gave them Slark.
I just
Is
really
this
like.
a perfect sniper game? I don't think so. It's first stage, so first.
And they have no reserve time.
They get
And
the
here it is.
Dragon
They could DK.
That's a nice and stable one.
Further the point, I'm intrigued to know if Smiling Knight will go for the Skitter style of DK, where you go blink early to play into the timings that we mentioned because of support sniper, etc. Or if he goes for Armlet into like Sanjay Yasha to stabilize the late game and, hey, we're going to go chaotic, and if you ever fall off because you mis-execute, then my DK will be the kind of the insurance policy for AVULUS. But again, they've come into a series against being the underdog, and they want to be the aggressors. So
I
we'll see if
like it,
works there.
and I feel this draft only wins if they are the aggressors. Meanwhile, they get the Sand King on their side. Will this be a mid? Yeah, it's a mid Sand King.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said at the start you didn't expect to see Sand King. You didn't really like it.
Mid Sand King much better off lane Sand King.
Okay.
And also in this game, it allows them to play the game a little bit faster. Like it's still one of the best heroes if you want to pace the game yourselves. And it's also really good into a team that runs at you. So if they run at you, and it's always like that with Sand King, right? You see some support dying, meanwhile Sand King is channeling his epicenter somewhere sneakily in the trees. So they jump someone, Mars Arena, Sand King, Snapfire. The team fight is amazing from them. Maybe they have, in my opinion, even more damage in the team fight than the other side. However, the other side should be, AVULUS that is, they should be the ones pressuring the map, taking towers and just taking control.
Okay.
As much as I help describe AVULUS' lineup and what they need to do, the ability to do
You
it.
still don't believe in it?
No, not really.
Yeah.
It's very difficult because they need to execute so highly. You're like, imagine Enigma early game goes towards a tower with his little eidolons. What's he running into? Arena, Monomer Kisses, Epicenter. Like there's so much stuff being thrown at any defense that if AVULUS want to take the siege, they're going to lose numbers doing it. And with this type of lineup, they often like taking towers where they don't lose heroes after. It's quite a very quick 12 minutes, take top tower, mid tower, no pressure has been applied, but you have the entire map. They're not going to happen this time around. So if they are to win this game, it is like an insane masterclass of like strong lanes, constant pickoffs. Yeah, Falcons just look better right now.
Yeah.
A bit more stable. in their lineup.
Exactly.
I feel like maybe there's something that we're missing, but perhaps if Puck has a really good start and he starts rotating around the map, Puck is Stormer's damn good hero at the moment, and the hero itself is in a really good spot, so maybe he can make a difference, jumping those backlines, buying all the necessary items, those right-click ones that might complement very nicely with the Dragonite. I can see it happening. I still hate sniper position 4.
It's just, if AVULUS win, it's just very impressive.
Yeah.
They're the underdog. Their draft is high execution based. So if they are winning, it means a lot about the team and this like kind of newly formed team. So I'm excited to see if they can do it because it'll be like a hats-off moment if they do.
And we said earlier that Zibbe is, we're going to look extra closely at Zibbe because he is the one that we're expecting to step up. In the role of Enigma, do we feel like he is set up for success? He can do it here?
It's a hero that literally can win games.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it in this one, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Before we'll see if he can do that, we're first going to see Slacks, who's standing by with Coach Mag.
Hey, thank you so much. Yes, I'm here with Mag. How's it going, Mr. Mag? We had quite a draft there. First pick, Sniper. We got a Sand King. I'm getting some TI vibes here. Why the Sniper?
Hero is still good. And, yeah, cannot say much.
Oh, okay. Keeping it to yourself. That's very good. All right, fantastic. Now, I'm not trying to freak you out, but they say this Falcons team is pretty good. Maybe many consider them to be, favorites for winning the tournament. What's the strategy going in? Seems like you guys want to get aggressive, play your own kind of game, but what did you talk about with your team before you got into this match about it?
Probably the main thing is, of course, to discuss how they play, but the main thing is what we want to do in these games. For us, main priority is to play our game and see how it goes. We're facing first time such a strong team, so it's just good to see what we're capable of.
All right, now you said Sniper was still good. You think Sand King's still good? I mean, you guys didn't prioritize it.
I remember you was really good at Omni Night. Are you actually, isn't one of your...
Yeah, that's one of my boys, for sure, absolutely.
You're probably rooting for Falcons.
I mean, I would never choose sides at all. I choose the underdogs in this one, and no offense, but consider you guys the underdogs. So I hope we get a good game. Hope we get a game 3 where game is coming in. Anything to say to your boys while they're playing? They're playing right now.
Just have fun.
Well, okay, boys, have fun. I'll see you guys in that game. Off to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Have fun. That's all you need to do to have a good time. Sind, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm ready to have fun. That sounds good to me. I'm here to have fun too. So
absolutely,
it's not just the players. And I will say that it's as much as some people will interpret that type of attitude as a sign of weakness, almost it's like, yeah, we're the underdogs, so just go out there and have fun and do your best. I think there's something positive to be said about not putting pressure on yourself, right? Like just go out there, you know what you're good at, we're not going to be too tight, we're not going to be too nervous and too worried about it. We're just going to play our stuff that we've prepared, we're going to do it our way, and like you said, have fun. Like, take off the stress, take off the worries, and do your best. And it is one of the things that a lot of the times happens in tournaments that is really interesting to see is when you do have an underdog team that's on a little bit of a roll, because there's absolutely no pressure on them, they get to play with a different kind of freedom sometimes. Nice little detail there by Stormstormer, by the way, going in to take the tower shot on purpose to get that restore from the puckish innate. It's a very, very nice little detail you can do on this hero nowadays for a free refill.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I will say I kind of agree with a lot of what the panel was talking about. I'm personally not the biggest fan of Position 4 Sniper either. It hasn't won me over. I think at TI it was the most overrated Position 4 out of any. The first few days it was played a ton and it had atrocious win rate. You can see what the purpose of it is and what it's trying to do. He might actually find a... Oh, he missed the blood grenade, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. You hate to see that one.
But... yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that, and I do see some potential concerns for the lineup of AVULUS here, that if things don't get rolling, their lineup can kind of fall into this awkward spot with damage issues, I think. You have offlane Enigma, doesn't do the most damage. Your mid laner is Puck, who does good damage but wants some sort of follow-up, but your carry is a Dragon Knight who's gonna, be farming for a while with the Fire Dragon form. And then Clockwork Sniper supports. It's okay. But on the side of Falcons, you have a very stable teamfight, strong lanes lineup that also has Omni Knight as the X factor against the damage that we were just talking about, that problem. So, looking for AVULUS to have a good start in the lanes to really set the tone for this game, if you will.
Right. I mean, that's basically what we heard a lot of from the panel, and not just like, the high execution and the issues with the damage, but of course that defensive offensive analogy that was put out there. When they do eventually get the damage out, you've got one of the best heroes in the game to deal with it in Snake King, who can just turn everything back around. And I guess one of the big things will be how good of a game does Skeeter have, as they're already doing some pretty good deeps to him. And in fact, Repel does nothing. Right click dead.
Yeah, great start here. I mean, the thing is, this is what Sniper does best. And when I say I don't like him as a 4, it's not because of the first few minutes.
Right.
This hero has been owning a ton of games at TI in the first few minutes. It's what you do when you reach minute 10 to game end. Like, what's your purpose? How are you finding impact comparatively to other position 4s? But so far, so good. This Sniper Enigma lane is incredibly powerful. They find a nice kill on the SF, and they've also burned all of the region out of Snaking, who's probably going to have to send out additional tangos here. I don't think Skitter's extra 3 will cut it.
Well, and it's also worth thinking about as Crit takes out double of the cogs and then immediately going to go for the cookie play. Amar pins Seneko to the tree, trying to find a kill here. A couple more punches is all they're going to need, but they won't go all in for the move. Still, forcing back that clockwork pretty nice right now, as Snaking also forced all the way back by Eki, who, I mean, is just being super annoying. He's also gold tier on this hero, which I feel like for a support player, since this just recently started happening, this is like the equivalent to Grandmaster, right?
Yeah, it's quite unusual. That's a fair point. Support players generally aren't very high level on this, but Eki plays a lot, and Sniper definitely one of, I'm not going to say it's one of his specialty heroes, even though maybe it is, but it's not one we've seen him on the most compared to other stuff, but definitely very well capable of running that for Sniper. Now, the mid lane we haven't touched upon too much. This is what Sand King does with Dust Devil. We saw yesterday a couple of players, I believe, choose the other facet.
Right.
This Invisibility Sandstorm, the good old one. And honestly, I was kind of surprised, because as far as I'm concerned, the nerfs that this one got, the Dust Devil, to me are not significant enough to not just run this basically every game. I still think this facet is superior. It gives you the possibility to move around while farming. It ramps you up way faster. It opens different build paths with itemization. And the invisibility aspect of the Sandstorm has like very niche edge cases where it's useful. At this level, pros will generally have detection to kill you in fights. I don't know. The ability to just do this, right? Like, he's just farming the wave as he is moving it. He's going to farm a camp. Now he's going to stack or farm another camp. On mid Sanking, I think it's more so obvious than off lane, but I still feel like Dust Devil will be the choice down the stretch for every Sanking player. I don't know.
You don't believe that the nerfs are big enough, basically, to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I just think the facet at TI was so incredibly powerful that even if you nerfed it, like, I don't know how many percent, if you will, that they nerfed, let's say at 15, it's still just extremely powerful.
Snaking was taking a big beating there again. He hasn't really been able to play at all in the lane, just trying to sort of block off any pulls from going on.
Oh, good aggression onto Skitter.
Movement over. And on the other side of it, they're also doing damage onto the Snapfire. Crit in a little bit of trouble. The Blood Grenade, it's not going to be able to do enough. And, well, as you're talking about, Skitter does survive down bottom.
Yeah, Snaking had to TP from the jungle to the tower to save him,
Epi going in for it. Stormstormer just going to jaunt away, but forced all the way back now, it feels like, and Malrine still kind of chasing here.
He's just going to farm now with his Sandstorm. This was something we saw at TI as well with Sand King as a mid hero. I think this hero is theoretically basically uncounterable in the mid lane. Because no matter, you put Sand King in his absolute worst matchup, you always have the option of cutting between the towers and just pulling out to a side camp and farming both with Sandstorm. So you're seeing here, he's kind of, you know, he's maxing out. The farm on Stormstormer is amazing too. They're both having a very good game. But historically speaking, if Sand King played the old Sand King way, he would be losing this lane, right?
Right.
But now he can draw by just pulling and getting extra neutrals. And even against a terrible matchup like Huskar, you're able to do that when you get level 3.
Well, Crit
nice kill.
Takes a little bit of a walk in his own jungle and realizes it is not safe there anymore. They're going to block the hard camp and then also steal away the creeps from there.
Yeah,
so another solid move, and so far, AVULUS having a good time.
And this is a pattern that Falcons do in basically every game, which I think is why AVULUS are prepared for it. Crit will generally, around this 5-6 minute mark, will go and stack both camps and maybe do it twice. And they're just, after the first stack, they're intercepting him, they're blocking off the camp now with a sentry, they steal whatever's there, and they call it a day. So very well done. Malrine going to be coiled, has protection from Snaking.
He also has a shield rune, so he's just going to go ham now.
Yeah.
Can pop that one if he wants, can keep going for more. They missed, though, although able to go for the cookie. Still a little bit scary, and now the shield rune is going to be used. Malrine getting perfect value out of this. Baiting them in a little bit longer, and now finally Crit and Maureen are going to have to run away.
And they even got the TP out of Zibe there, which is very good news for Skitter, who finally now gets a little bit of breathing room down here. I think this is the worst safe lane Shadow Fiend start we've seen all tournament. He's 6th on net worth by a significant amount, too. He's very far behind the Enigma in 5th. So Skitter really needs some breathing room after he got bullied so hard in lane, and this pressure mid by Malrine as well as Snaking is going to free him up and give him some nice solo time down their bot.
Well, still a really good start for the Sand King. Can maybe be that alleviating factor for the Shadow Fiend as well, more than just the TPs, because as you said, need to eventually have him come online and be that big right-click damage dealer for this lineup, because they don't really have it from anybody else.
Never say never with Amar on Mars.
I mean, that's fair.
There is a build.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it, but there is one.
What's the build for the? Is it just Deso?
Yeah, you can get like, you know, the good old Deso Rapier.
Yeah, okay.
Late game Mars stuff.
That's fair.
Unlikely to see it, but you never know. If it's the right game for it, that's a player like Amar will never shy away from doing what he thinks is best, even if it's extremely unusual. I think this is a game where you go very standard items on Mars, but you could make a case for deviating a little bit when your mid hero is a Sand King.
Yeah.
Because you could argue these two heroes fulfill a somewhat similar role to an extent in terms of just AoE control and stun and that teamfight aspect. But I don't know. Yeah, he is actually going for the Yules. All right, so sometimes Amar goes for this, sometimes he goes for the Blink, sometimes he rushes BKB. Update for the Yules here. Bot tower's gone. First tower of the game in the way of AVULUS.
All right, doesn't kill the Omni Knight, but does take his little courier. So that's got to be a little frustrating there. But yeah, tower down, what you would anticipate at around this 10-minute mark from the Enigma. Yeah. Amar, they do have a catapult up here, and smoke's coming, but it looks like it's maybe heading down south. So want to get involved with Crit. Does not have level 6 yet. They see Stormstormer, thinking about the Epi, but they don't want to go for the play.
I'm surprised they didn't commit for this. I think there was... Oh, okay. Well, with Crit only level 5. It's still a level 3 full bore Scatterblast plus full Epi Burrow.
This is a better kill, though.
I mean, this is a guaranteed one.
Oh, is it guaranteed? Yes, it is. Okay. Definitely going to get that one. Even throwing out the Requiem.
Yeah, that was a...
Skitter just wanted to be involved, you know? He wanted to be a bow. Amar gets caught. The coil, the chase down, drops the arena, wants to get away, and, well, he's doing some moonwalking in the pig pole as he tries to get out of there. They find him with the rocket, still in some trouble, though. Can they get away?
There's no way he stick TP's out here, right?
Oh, Sineko's on the hunt. They want to find him. Can they get him alone in the woods over to the side? Chase all the way back. Amar's taking him on a little trip.
He has to one here.
The Assassinate barely getting away. 50 HP.
Oh, spear to P.
He's going. Run, run, run. Get denied to neutrals. Get denied to creeps. He's trying to make his way in A, but Sineko eventually chases him down. He's farming up the creeps and eventually dies to tower.
Oh my
Space
God.
created.
I just want to say how much of a masterclass that was in understanding of Mars. The fact that he got that far.
Yeah.
Almost every player will die there on the spot. But the way he placed Arena, turned his side toward the enemy heroes and used Bulwark, blocked all of the ranged projectiles by covering himself with the Arena and then found that escape path. He does die ultimately, but it was still really beautiful to watch, honestly. I think there is a world he lives.
Right.
But he doesn't have the vision that we do. But there was a situation that he could have speared the clockwork and TP'd to base. But it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing. Because if you do TP to base and you die, then you're going to have to run all the way back to lane when you respawn. And that's a lot of efficiency lost, so...
Crit has level 6, so too does Sineko. Trying to find an angle, doesn't need it. Instead, managed to find the Omni Knight here. Does have GA, but no more repel means...
Nice and easy.
5 kills in total.
Yeah, AVULUS kicking up the pace here and now bringing Enigma to mid as well. This tower is gone. So this is what we wanted to see from their lineup, and what they kind of needed to do was to set the tempo early on, and mission accomplished, you have to say. With these 2 towers down, the map is now way more open for them. They're not losing their own tier 1 top because they have Smiling Knight sitting up there with an Armlet DK. Very difficult kill. Falcons will need to bring at least 3 heroes to kill this guy. So, to get more and more space, and this should lead to a net worth increase over the enemy team if they can play with all this space and control it without dying. Zibe almost has a pipe now on the Enigma as well, will make him a really difficult kill too. Drums pipe minute 13.5 is a very good look.
In the way this game is going, I'm feeling better and better for this AVULUS roster. I mean, there's still obviously that worry of this support sniper falling off, not being able to do a ton, but at the very least, this feels like if they were going to be able to win the game, it has to be at least this good for them.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think,
Well, this is, have I punished them? Oh, but never mind. Snako finds the hook shot. Now the turnaround black hole. They get Malrine, but immediately going to be broken. Now Repel, GA, Snake King in trouble. Skitter trying to throw out what damage he can, but still getting interrupted by Snako. He ends up dying finally. Now the assassinate hit. Jump forward, silence. Can they get a little more? 2 dead, looking for the third, and it's the biggest one of all. AVULUS find the fight.
Yep, just a raw numbers win. Mars not involved. Amar, I think, might not have had TP ready after he TP'd top to farm, or he felt like the connection point was too far away. That's what happens when you lose your tier 1. Like, he has to TP down to the outpost. It takes longer to connect, and not going to be a part of that play. But as you said, like, this looked like such a clean opening, but the hook shot onto the Snapfire really delays that damage. Zibe walks off to the side, gets the black hole off. This cookie is really important, by the way, from Crit, or this would have been way worse for the side of Falcons. But at the very least, he got to interrupt the black hole so that Malrine got to get out of there and keep his 3-0 streak alive. Yeah, Skitter being involved on Shadow Fiend, not ideal. Well, rather just be off farming right now.
And at the end of the day, all those Pyros sitting in the Midnight Pulse, a little off the mark. Snako's still thinking about chasing. Throw out a few cogs here and there. I mean, they're running into 4 heroes.
Uh-oh.
Coil out. That's not what you wanted to do, Stormstormer. But the pipe, does it keep him alive long enough? Yes, it will. Oh, and now the problem is no black hole. The fear, the arena is down. Snako walking in, trying to be a body in front of this Enigma, but it won't happen. They take down 2 in just a fight that never seemed like it was going to work.
Where do you think you're going? Yeah, they might get more if they get any vision. Malrine.
Oh, and Eki caught. God, that scatter blast damage is just so insane. Juke's back, but there is no escape from that one, so the hits just keep on coming.
Now, the good news now for AVULUS is that they do get the Blink Dagger on Puck. I think this is a crucial item for them to pick up because they're clearly very reliant on hitting silences. I think the problem is, even though he gets a good coil, as long as Omni Knight gets to cast and as long as they get to reposition their heroes, we have this situation that we were talking about, which is damage issues, right?
Yeah.
Like, even when they're bringing these 4 heroes to the fight, they don't really burst. So... Okay, Illusion Rune. Snako, he's going very deep for this.
And with a little bit of extra help, do they have enough to kill him? Crit jumps away. Repel, very good spell.
Yep.
Snako free casting.
They find nothing. In the meantime, Amar as well as Skitter are just farming away. So Skitter starting to catch up and looking at a potential top 3 net worth placement within the next few minutes after being well in 6th 5 minutes ago.
But they are all very close together, you know, less than 2,000 gold separating all of these players.
It's mainly Enigma that has slowed down.
Yes.
A couple of deaths here on Zibe are a bit of a concern, and I'm curious to see where he's going to go with this. I feel like this is the type of game where getting pipe and then looking at a Blink BKB is a real option. You're playing with a lineup that I think needs you to get a good Midnight Pulse Black Hole for the damage as well, not just the control. Like, you really need to get that output. He's currently eyeing up an Aghanim's Shard for the better Malefice, but I don't know. You're looking at the enemy team. They have 0 BKB cancels. So you have a guaranteed Black Hole. Their right-click damage is only really Shadow Fiend that can kill you during it. So I know it's not really trendy to go Blink BKB so much on Enigma right now, but this feels like the type of game where it's worth a consideration, in my opinion. Amar will get Malefice up, Repel, and Hookshot's going to miss, and that's it.
Was not anticipating the Repel, and the tips start coming out. Zamar did not get caught right there. 18 minutes in, 8-8. This game feels like it could blow open pretty quickly if they manage to find one good fight on the side of Falcons. This is where you can start taking over a game pretty heavily.
Quite deep here.
Are they going to keep going for more?
Back out. Repel on cooldown. Snake King
has to be careful. Snake King caught first is never a good thing. Spear is out, but The king is dead, and now looking for more. There's the stun. Arena down, Snako. They jump away, and oh, he couldn't see inside. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, Malrine with the haste rune, as well as the blinding Arena. Not even close. Did they see them black hole, though?
I'm sure they did.
I actually don't know if Falcons saw it. Did they have any vision?
I mean, I guess they might not have. Yeah, that's fair.
That. Malrine, by the way, with the Bloodstone, I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but he is beast mode right now. You give this guy a repel, he's invincible.
Oh, yeah.
He can literally walk into all 5 heroes and just cast his stuff, and, well, Soneko, nice cogs, will stop the cookie, but
no chance to get out of there.
Skitter's there for the finish, and they'll get this tier 1 tower as well. There's no defending this whatsoever.
We'll take a replay of this one and see as, again, Amar, really nice play here to get this Arena up that actually puts them in a position where they weren't anticipating he gets out. And was that the sniper? I think that was it the concussive grenade that
did
pushed
he knock him out?
I think he concussive grenaded him out of it.
Oh no.
I thought it was a cookie, but no, he wasn't there on Snapfire.
Position 4 sniper past 10 minutes,
Lizard
man. You know
was
how
right.
It goes.
Lizard was right.
This hero.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, you'll look at the set he's wearing as well. It's like this, the hero is cursed. Nice grenade.
Look at that.
That's
Sniper, so good. Okay, well, he might be in some trouble. Snako. Cogs.
Oh, well.
Kisses. Spear and
the
done.
kiss of death. And they still have a couple of heroes smoked up. Now, this rocket's actually going to give that away because a couple of them were visible a moment ago, so they might realize this is happening. But if they don't, well, Smiling Light does have the BKB, so he's probably okay. Stormstormer, though. Amar, Kid Yule into Spear. Ooh, good reaction.
Nicely played, that one. Yeah, and Amar full defensive right now. Has the pipe, has the Yule Scepter. So no way to hunt down that puck, but it does mean very likely to live through any initiations that happen onto him. And still, this sort of steady state that we're in this game could go either way. In towards the Tormentor next. Blink Dagger going to be on the docket for Zibe.
Shard for the Dragon Knight, getting that fireball. Extra damage, always good. Throw it in the black hole, maybe. For some more output, and of course allows you to push waves in an easier fashion sometimes. Just breathe fire, put a fireball, and move on.
Well, how much damage is this DK going to be? Like, I know that we've talked about like the damage issues, but I feel like he's very farmed. BKB, Armlet, like, it's going in for a Silver Edge next?
Yeah, his net worth is a little bit misleading because he got 1,400 for free, right?
Okay.
So in reality, he has roughly the same net worth as the Sand King. I mean, he is still farmed, for sure. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, his right-click damage is not that fearsome just yet, but give him another item or two and we'll get there.
Now, they know about this smoke that was coming in, and now Falcon's going to smoke up themselves. Smiling Knight, Invis, spotted Malrine.
Malrine has a Shield Rune bottled. He is stupid tanky with Shield Rune, Bloodstone, and Omni Knight.
Amar maybe looking for an opening. Smiling Knight, Stormstormer under vision. That ward there giving every bit of info that they need. But who do they want to jump on? Zibe shows, jump forward, Burrow Strike onto 2. That's a good one. They back away for a moment, stun out. Still has that shield run ready to go if they fully commit onto him. Stormstormer with a really big coil, but do they have a way to get out of there? Or do they have anything to follow up?
God,
on AVULUS, there's
imagine
nothing.
A Blink Dagger on Enigma there. Imagine.
Oh.
They were 4 heroes together. The only hero outside was Omni, and he couldn't have stopped it. But that's a moment of opportunity. You're not going to get it very often.
And they think they're skip it up.
Though?
Yeah.
All right. They're just letting them have it. Well.
Will Rocket Flare, and don't know if Falcons know about this, but it does seem like now they're realizing that nobody's coming in to contest this, and so it will be a free Roche. Yeah. Well, Silver Edge still eyed up for the DK, and then we saw on the SF the other big bad boy in this one going for the Daedalus.
So there's 2 good reasons to buy Silver Edge here. One is you want to break the Mars, so you can just hit him from the front, but I also think it's a good item for the purpose of specifically assassinating Omni Knight. If you can somehow get vision with the puck, and Dragon Knight can just make his way around the back. He can probably solo the Omni during a Dragon Tail, or maybe he needs a little bit of help, but it's not much. Like, obviously, with some of the changes that we've talked about in this patch, with supports being less tanky, this Omni Knight is running around with 1400 health.
Crit found underneath the tier 2. Nobody coming to help him out at the moment, it looks like. Oh, the TPs do start to come in now, and Seneko in too far.
Glimmer Cape OP, man.
Yeah, that
Did
was...
they not have detection? Or...
I guess not. Yeah, pretty bad.
Eki is dead. It's just a matter of when.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with 2 seconds. One. Okay.
You messed up, man.
It's 1.5.
Really embarrassing.
Sorry, my bad. Smiling Knight. Uh-oh. Amar has an idea. He sees that this Watcher has been selected by the Dire, so... Yeah, Smiling Knight's just gonna TP out of there. A very error TP.
Ah. Okay.
Right. Well, that's a kill.
So dead for 30 seconds. What can they do? They gotta find a fight, and they're looking for it. Right now, on to Malrine. Stormstormer's still looking, hunting. It's 20 seconds away from Coil, but Skidder left completely alone. And obviously, no Omni Knight means he's dead. Can they get him a second time? This is the perfect fight. The black hole on one, not normally good, but that is much better. Oh, and now Skidder turning right on to Smiling Knight. This DK is really strong, though. And now they have to back away. Does Amar have enough to chase him down? Blink Dagger back up.
Tier 2.
Can go for it if they want. Malrine, stun. And they push him back. Amar, spear. Onto the tree. Requiem. Just spear him away, but yeah, there's nothing there.
Well, they're showing off the spells they have.
True.
So now AVULUS will have learned that these spells exist.
Good.
And they will be unworried about the damage, apparently.
So what do you think about that play of just like black holing the Omni Knight? Is that viable going forward, or was it just like that particular situation?
I think that was just a heat of the moment. You know, you get this opportunity to kill him. I don't think there was a like major plan behind that of, okay, I'm killing Omni guys, we can't lose this upcoming fight.
Okay.
I don't think it's that simple. And again, I think this type of fight is the perfect illustration of what I'm talking about, where, I mean, sure, they take out the Omni Knight in this instance, so there's a little bit less in the defensive way of Falcons, but the heroes are tanky enough now that you need more damage. Sniper deals pitiful damage. Puck does all right damage. You need Enigma to come up big. Nice ult here from
good
Amar.
duels. And then the spear to get him away.
Yeah, that's going to lead to nothing. So I feel like it's actually game deciding here what Zibe puts in his quick buy, and I really want to see BKB. It gives them some other avenues of engaging fights as well, where this Dragon Knight Silver Edge can just start the fight, and if Falcons turn on him, that's where your Enigma can get that combo off, get that black hole running.
Right.
It empowers your Clockwork and your Puck as well, because they know that if they find any sort of good engagement on 2 or 3 heroes, the big-ass follow-up is going to be there. So we'll see.
This is a big moment, potentially. Amplified damage rune on the Dragon Knight.
Yep, that'll help. That'll cover the damage aspect for a bit.
They would love to get a fight in the next couple bits here, although Smiling Knight is actually out farming. So maybe they're just going to use this one to farm up. It's almost half duration now. Mar runs into Eki. Now they go.
Well, this is a good bait if Smiling Knight gets in. And
yeah, that's a good chunk of damage right there, and immediately dead.
Yeah. Silver Edge and amp damage. Easy pick.
And
they want more.
They buy a gem. Can they find anybody else?
They need the hook shot to land here.
Hunting, hunting, hunting. Get to the far side of the creeps, and Snako not willing to go. Instead, they spot Snake King. Passes right on by. Repel, and does he have hook shot? No. Still on cooldown. So 14-11. In terms of where you thought we were going to end up being, how impressed are you with these two squads? Is Falcons kind of doing what you expected? AVULUS getting above and beyond?
I think this game is going kind of... I don't know if I would say according to expectations, but I'm not really surprised that this is the game state and this is where the teams are at. I think AVULUS did well in the early laning stage, which was expected of their Enigma sniper lane. And now I think things are slowing down, which is to be expected from the type of lineup that they've constructed for themselves. So all in all, if I'm Falcons here, I think I'm pretty comfortable until I run into the next problem that has to come from itemization, in my opinion. So Dragon Knight needs a damage item, Enigma needs BKB, and then I'm still looking for potential. I mean, Puck is also the kind of hero that can get out of control. This is actually a hyper carry late enough into the game. But you need some time to get there for Stormstormer. He's keeping up his farm pretty okay here. But definitely for the time being, I think Falcons are in the driver's seat, just in overall lineup strength. And it feels like they think the same way with this move. Aggressively invading the enemy triangle, getting vision out. They are looking for a fight with this newly picked up pipe on Amar, blocking even more of that damage. Gonna see the courier. They'll hope that this is leading them to the puck, but as a matter of fact, nothing will be found. So nice keep away here from AVULUS. Nobody getting caught.
10 seconds on TP for Zibe, but he's going to be able to survive that one. Yeah. Very much a dodge situation. Does kill Eki's courier.
That's 2 couriers, Farmar.
Not bad.
Bit of a hot streak.
On the last tier 2 tower, going to be taken down now as we approach the 30-minute mark. Do have a TP coming back the other direction. Amar out on the hunt with Malrine nearby. They see both of those guys, and yeah, Snako is just done. Although now Puck goes up, he'll find a ward with that gem and start to do some extra D-ward missions.
Full BKB now for Malrine. It's going to give him a lot of freedom in the fights. Only really has to worry about Black Hole. The physical damage, as we've said many a time now, not enough of a problem. He also has 30 armor, by the way, anyway. So I think as long as Malrine gets his stuff off, he's borderline unkillable.
And then, in your opinion, the DK alone never gets to the point where it's going to be enough damage. It has to be the Puck coming online as well, basically.
I think so. Also because, again, there's always going to be the Omni Knight factor, right? Right. It means that you have to buy Nullifier on DK, which it's okay, but it's not, you know, an S-tier damage item. It's an item you always buy out of necessity, never because you want to. So he will have, let's say, half a slot less than a truly decked out Dragon Knight would. Oh, bit of mistiming here, but oh, nice phase shift. Does get it off against the spear.
Has the blink, tries to get away. Another phase shift at the ready. He's saving that one for the moment.
BKB
Coils.
Barrel. No BKB. All right. I actually think he could have killed him there, but now I think he's
away.
out.
Blink,
We'll
blink.
see. Oh,
He doesn't have mana.
Oh, no, he didn't have mana.
He needed to be a little bit more puckish there.
Yeah, a rare issue for Puck to run out of mana 30 minutes in, but he had spent so much of it farming.
Yeah.
That's a Tormentor steal. It's
And
gonna
a
give
gem.
the shard to Skitter. Relatively irrelevant, all things considered, but might open the door for a bit of high ground. Zibe, though, big item alert. Here it is.
BKB, they're at the ready. Smiling Knight gonna step forward. He is invis, hit, immediately stunned. Where's the follow-up? Malrine caught, taking some good damage. They're pushing him back into the black hole. Connects, but it didn't get onto the Sand King. Still Malrine taking damage while it's happening. Snako tries to back away, and Malrine is living for the moment. Second round of stuns, they got him. They take down 2 for 2, but it's a bigger 2 to get. So I believe they got their gem back there too, most likely.
And having to buy back Stormstorm there, well worth it. This is a good defense. And that's the BKB reveal. It's everything.
Yeah.
Zibe, like you said, maybe not the perfect black hole, but he gets it fully onto the SF. What a time to get that item just as the enemy team is pushing high ground, and the whole surprise factor in this. Skitter feels pretty confident, you can tell. With the Omni Knight behind, instantly gets repelled. He's just turning around, standing his ground and fighting here, but there the black hole comes out. If that would have clipped Sand King as well, as you pointed out, this would have been even better. Soneko wouldn't have died. At the very least for them, they still do get Malrine here with the coil last second on the TP out.
And of course, this all means that now you get Roche as AVULUS. This is a pretty nice pickup for them. At the moment, taking it with these 3 heroes and obviously Roche's banner to boot. Don't know, how do you feel about their ability to try and push out these towers? Is this going to be like a pressure Aegis or more just farming from them?
I don't know if there's like a clear-cut plan with this right now. I think maybe it's a matter of eventually when they get Black Hole ready, they might make a smoke play, and if they find a good fight, then they can turn it into pushing. I don't think they're just going to walk down a lane and be like, hey, we're going to push your tower now. It is a possibility for them to do it, but with the Aegis on Puck instead of the Dragon Knight, you need to be a little bit careful with how you just go in and siege the tower. If DK just goes and hits it and gets chain stun comboed with a Blink Spear into the tower, Sand King Epi, he might just die on the spot. So might have to be a little bit cautious with it, but a very big pickup here for AVULUS. I think this game right now is very even. Execution is going to be the X factor here, and well, there's a little bit of an extra help.
Yeah.
Sniper with the Ags.
I mean, I think we should also mention, based upon what we've seen from the past couple of days in these teams, these both squads are 2-0, and it's showing. This is one of the better games that I feel like we've seen throughout our matches that we've covered. I wouldn't be surprised to see these two meet again in the group stage later on, or rather in the bracket stage later on, and potentially in the upper bracket, as depending upon how it all works out.
Yeah, I think given the competitive field we've seen so far, I would be very surprised if these two teams don't both make a 3-1 score or better.
Right.
Obviously, one of them will be 3-0, or at the very least 3-2. Like, it would be crazy for either of these teams to lose 3 series in a row with the level of opposition we've seen and how with what I'm not going to say relative ease they won their series because it hasn't been clean, but it still has felt like, all right, they are probably the better team overall in the previous matchups.
Big smoke up, and then they find him. Looks for him.
Blink out. Very clutch.
Does the Bulwark remove turn rate or something?
There's something about how you're... Because like, you can, if you start turning your hero and then you press Bulwark, I think your hero is technically... For the purpose of Blink, I think he's facing the other way, but he's pointing forward because Bulwark is forcing him to, right?
Interesting.
Oh! It's Arena!
Do they have the follow-up, though? Yes, they do! Malrina onto both of them, but the Black Hole turnaround! Can they get Smiley Knight in, though? They didn't have the damage! He couldn't get in on Smiley Knight to hit! Oh, that is tragic!
And in all honesty, I don't know if it would have been enough.
Yeah.
He can only nullify one guy, and that's the one guy he can damage during this Omni ult. So who would he have chosen there? Maybe you find one kill, but then it probably comes at the cost of your own life. And one brief moment of opportunity there for Amar is a major payoff. They get 3 kills, and they could probably just go straight down mid, because how are they going to kill the Falcons side without Black Hole?
No, there's nothing.
There just isn't enough in the tank.
Oh, this
in the way of damage.
And it goes to show how important getting the black holes off in good situations are. And that was the absolute worst case scenario you could get out of this. Now up here on high ground, hitting away at tier 3s. I mean, Smiling Knight doesn't even have dragon form. Move on in. Got him caught there. Drops down the fireball. Need a little bit longer, but it's going to be the full melee racks in Snako.
Yeah.
That was not going to happen. Instead, they coil, and the chase continues. The Hex is out. Smiley Knight, he got Dragon Form back up. Starts hitting away. Stormstormer in trouble, and Malrine now looking for the hunt. Can they find these heroes? They come back up on Stormstormer. Cannot get the Burrow Strike. So Aegis gets used with a minute left on it. Is Smiley Knight going to chase again? They see
needs
him.
to be careful here. They still don't have Black Hole. If they get
Arena comes out from Amar in the stun follow-up. That DK is gone.
90 seconds, no buyback. They spotted him with a sentry in the river, and everything came out perfectly.
Yeah, this is minimum another lane of racks. And a Clockwork.
Amar,
nice and easy find.
Looking fired up, taking down Snako here. Crit gets the last hit, but they're going to move forward and look for a little bit more. And I mean, depending upon how this goes.
Do they go for game here?
Oh, they take away the creep wave mid.
All right, they'll work on lane number 2.
And now the Glyph. Stun comes out. They're trying to buy more time. 50 seconds until DK. He is not buying back, but they also don't have a creep wave mid. They do have one bottom.
The back door isn't even going to kick in. Okay, it barely does on the range racks, but...
And that BKB getting popped means no black hole, even though they had it in 15 seconds.
No, wait, did he just misclick it?
No, he BKB TP'd out.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Yeah.
It might not matter, though, potentially, because like they're going to run down top, but I don't know if they're going to...
There's a decent chance he'll get it ready again. I don't know if Falcons are looking to try to get Megas in the next minute. Probably not. I think taking their victory here, calming down, maybe starting to prepare for a potential third Roche if they want, or at least getting taking control of some sort of area with vision. They have a good lane ward down bottom. Actually, it's going to get removed now from Stormers, so won't have that information to work with any longer. But yeah, just push out the waves, set up good vision in the top half of the map, and just play around your wards. And make sure you keep formation and don't get jumped. Is this a full butter for Skitter now, or? Yeah, all right. He's big.
Should also mention, we have another save now coming from Crit as he finished the Aghanim Scepter and also his Telescope. So that gobble up may be an opportunity.
And there are certain things that not even a black hole can keep in.
Like Mortimer's mouth. Burrow Strike finds the DK. Dude, that sentry again. And the second time they get it like this, black hole out, but there is no damage going into Skitter. Immediately interrupted. Smiley Knight just BKB trying to run away. But that DK is likely going to fall again. Both heroes dead. Amar finds another. Dead on Eki. GG is called, and another tip as they head out of the base. And more tips keep on coming. You know, there's a little bit of extracurricular activities going on as they get ready to end this one out. Unreal.
This was kind of the feeling that you might have watching this game for the last 15 minutes, that this was... One of two things was going to happen. Either Falcons were going to win the game like this, or AVULUS were going to stay in the game or even pull significantly ahead off the back of a huge black hole. I genuinely think in terms of how they drafted, that was the only avenue they had to solve the game at that state. And Falcons are a really good team, so they were the ones to find the initiations, they were the ones to avoid the big black hole, and that's all it took. A couple of good moves, and the game just ends right there.
Well, it ends right there, and we still have another one, at least, maybe two, but for now, we're going to head on back to the panel and let them talk about it.
The game ends, the series continues, as we will prepare for a second game in this best of 3. Winner of this series will move forward to the playoff bracket, so it's a very important one. And Falcons is now 1 game up. Let's talk about how that went about, because we had our doubts already, Lizard, with the draft for AVULUS coming into this. I kind of feel like the start of the game went better for AVULUS than we were expecting.
Yeah, it went a little bit... Well, I wouldn't say it went much better than we expected. The early game was never a problem for them. Like the early game in this kind of a match where you have the sniper clock as supports, I feel like it's solid. Like your Dragonet as well is a decent laner into most heroes on the offlane, so he shouldn't be losing. Puck as well into Sand King. That's not a bad matchup for the Puck. He can rotate around. There's a lot of very tasty lanes to rotate to for a Puck, like a lot of kills, a lot of movements that Stormer could make. And they did make a lot of moves early on, but then it all kind of stalled. And the moment where it begins stalling, that's the moment where it kind of gets rough. Sand King gets his levels, gets his items, Mars as well gets his levels. Suddenly, you can't just approach them, and they're constantly counter-initiating on your attempts.
Yeah, and you can see it from the highlights here, the net worth disparity that AVULUS kind of created for themselves, right? The Puck wants to make map movements, Enigma's progressing the early tier 1 towers. Around 19 minutes, they're taking all 3 tier 1s. But because they're making all these moves, it's like Falcons go, all right, please, send 4 heroes here, send 3 heroes there. We'll just keep farming. And DK's top, and then moments like this happen where you have an arena on 2, then the Rec Room to follow up, and look at DK, he's like, I can't really get in, I don't see anything. Jibe's inside the arena, so he can't right-click because of the Bloodsport facet, and I think the entire kind of post-laning phase, it was just clunky for AVULUS because your sniper doesn't have any items, Clockwork's not finding any hooks, Jibe's not hitting any black holes, DK's still farming, and Puck needs someone to play on, and no one's able to do it. So it's like the entire draft was built on momentum, it didn't get created, therefore Falcons will, of course, outscale and outplay you.
Yeah, it's good to have more power spikes in your draft. Like you don't necessarily have to be linear, and you don't have to crush the laning stage. Sometimes it can be multifaceted in a way that you can be good in early game, and then mid game you're maybe a little bit weak, then strong late game as well. I feel like this is maybe one of those drafts that was like that. I do think that AVULUS actually had a pretty strong late game potential in their draft that all appeared, like you asked yourself, is Zibe going to be that strong later on? Can he make a difference? Well, once he got the BKB, it made all the difference. Like they defended that high ground, they managed to kill the SF. Unfortunately, I feel like this game was more on skill than on draft. Like draft as well played a big part, but I do think that Falcons, they just showed up with their A game.
Yeah, it was tough to see, for example, the black hole there at the very end without any follow-up, and that could have been prevented with having a little bit better communication, trying to maybe bait out the arena or place a ward inside the arena so people can see, small little things could have changed that.
I was with T. We were talking in the green room, maybe even the different facet for the sniper, so that shrapnel lasts longer, gives vision in the arena. But then you're even more useless as a support, so that probably won't work.
And I'm sorry, Eki, but this is why we don't really like the support sniper. Because after your laning phase, you see the game time on the top, right? It's 24 minutes. Right now, his inventory as a support, mana boots and a cloak. He is going for Mage Slayer, and he did actually have a couple components on his courier, but he didn't have the full item. But still, at 24 minutes from the 4 roll, often you expect a solar crest, maybe even like a mech, a force. Like you have some key aspect of utility that pushes your team into the fight. And unfortunately, the way that sniper operates, he often wants to go for Mage Slayer or for Gleipnir. Rarely do you see support snipers go for the solar crest or auras, because it kind of prevents your scaling into the game as you are a greedier hero. So if you're not winning your lanes, if you're not breaking the map early and getting free items due to taking towers, taking Roshans, helping farm the odd stack or two, then you become this type of sniper where at 24 minutes it's like, oh, I hope my team's going to win me the game because...
He got 100% kill participation, T, at that point.
Well, didn't destroy the enemy's ancient, so unfortunately it doesn't matter.
Not a lot of kills though, as well.
Sure. No,
but still,
it also backfired at some point,
That is testament to how Eki plays, though. Eki is a very aggressive player. He's always seeking the fight, and I enjoy when he gets to play like Lion. He played a lot of Monkey King back on like Secret Days and stuff. Like he's a very aggro 4 player. Hence why when I see him on Sniper, I feel like we lose that ability for him to break open the game.
Yeah. Okay. Even in the last couple of series that they've had, he really did a lot. Like he had high impact on his position 4. His task was, it was perfect. Like his ice shards were blocking heroes that I didn't believe were blockable at certain situations in those games. However, with Sniper, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
And Tusk was still in the pool at that point. This was the overall first pick Sniper, actually.
Again, like draft-wise, it does make sense. It prevents puck. They got puck themselves, open up opportunities. You can flex it around. Like there's a lot of cool things to do with Sniper, but we've seen it fail so many times at TI. Like it's not as if we're like, what do we do to the support sniper? Like you know what's coming, you know how to beat it. Like it's not that some
but it feels
insane
good
strategy.
Winning lanes,
Yeah, sure.
Good, like, stomping some Shadow Fiend, you roll in there, you use your shrapnel, he dies once, he dies twice, you tip him, you feel great, then you do nothing. But
we are also harping on Sniper a lot.
A lot.
There is obviously the big picture of this is like the way that Falcons did draft this lineup, like the last pick Sand King to open up the map play. Then you have like this entire lineup of Falcons is a lineup you expect to see, winning tournaments.
Yeah.
Like it is such a foolproof lineup that I think if AVULUS is to go up against them with equal mindset, like they need to change one core hero to be able to actually break the early game, because you can't out farm a lineup like this, because this lineup 20 minutes into the game is near impossible to break them.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen in game number 2. I think maybe first phase Sniper probably won't happen, and maybe a better preparation to avoid a last pick Sand King might happen as well. But if you want to find out what happens, stay with us. We'll be back after a break. Let's get ready for game number 2 between Falcons and AVULUS. Falcons is now 1 game away from getting 3 days off. That's just the reality of it, T. Because if you win here, you're guaranteed playoffs. That means you're positively out of the Swiss group stage, and means you move on.
That's mental, and also that's 3 days to scrim, to have fun, do whatever you want, enjoy Bucharest. But yes, that's pretty cool. So 1 game away from a good advantage compared to the other teams.
Yeah. There's so many nice things you can do around here. Like you can visit Dracula's castle. There's a lot of nice parks around Bucharest.
Yep. Go on, keep going.
Food.
The entirety of PGL is watching right now. So anything you say will be highly judged. Off we go, boss.
There's this drink, Tuitze, something like that. That's also very nice.
That's 3 things.
Leave me alone.
No, there's a lot of good things to do in 3 days, including, as T says, a bit of a competitive advantage of A, getting rest, and B, getting extra time to study your opponents. But again, maybe getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because they still will need to win 1 more game against AVULUS. AVULUS is also with a 2-0 record here in this spot. A game down, sure, but 2 more games means that they have that advantage that we were talking about. Let's see if they can come back after this loss that they just had. A lot of changes need to be made, but I think me here on the panel have one very simple change in mind that might just change everything with the banning of or not touching of the sniper.
I think there are better avenues that you can take. Like the way T justified it for me is unjustifiable. For T, it's the puck.
Yeah.
You pick it up early and then you prevent the puck from being picked. For me, I think there are better ways, and they have showcased that they can play heroes that are good against puck. I know they're not in the meta, but they've done Lion very nicely into the Storm Spirit. I think that's also an option. And then again, they just showcased that they have a mean puck on their side as well, so no need to protect yourself from it if you can just draft it. So maybe an option to consider.
I mean, also the fact that AVULUS had no reserve time to use all of that opportunity to then go for a first pick sniper. I think first pick sniper requires so much kind of just thinking about where it's going, why we're doing it, how we're enabling it, that one wrong mispick with a support sniper will instantly cause you to lose. And the fact that they went for that as their first pick strategy, when they already know they have a level 3 penalty, it's very bold and also just high risk. And you don't want to have high risk concepts against Falcons, who are one of the kind of lower risk teams.
You're spot on with the concept, because when you have this amount of time to draft, you need to have a pre-assigned concept to what you're drafting, what you're picking, and you're just rolling with it. You're not necessarily straying away from it way too much. Besides, okay, they picked this hero, we need a slight adjustment in a counter pick, that's obvious. But besides that, I think that they need to have their just idea already sorted out, pretty much.
That's also why we see some team, popping off right now at PGL Wallachia, where I feel like Alliance, they're a type of team that they already have the concept built where the first 3 or 4 picks, you already know if they get them, they're always rushing towards them. And at least so far with AVULUS, they're doing extremely well. They're 2-0 in the Swiss stage. This is their 3rd series. But every draft feels like there's a slightly different identity. Like you can look at one where it's like DK Visage. The next one is a Batrider and a Viper. Then you have Underlord and Slug. Like every single draft, it's like the creativity is just present in the moment compared to other teams, which is strategies.
Just throw Stormer into the fire once again. Pick his hero first. Go Viper, go Earth Spirit. If it doesn't get banned, build your draft off of that. I feel like that's when they look the strongest.
We have not seen the Invoker band in the previous series, previous game rather. That is still an option for this one as well, if they want to go for that route. For this game, AVULUS again is the team that first picks. It seems that so far we have seen Falcons opt to go for the, if they have the priority, they opt second pick.
I remember actually in the previous draft, you asked about if you should ban it against Stormstormer, and I just kind of blindly just said yes. But I remember actually, Stormstormer loves when people ban it against him, because he doesn't want to play it in first phase. Like, he might sometimes go for it, but he's not always rushing towards it. But all right, they're going to run it back. Sniper again.
Well, okay, so let's theory craft this, because we did hear Mag in the interview, and he said he didn't want to. He says it's still a good hero, and he didn't want to say much about it afterwards to not reveal anything.
Eki used to work with Secret, with Puppy, and if you talk about stubborn drafters, there's a couple in the world. Kuroki, Puppy,
Can I go back?
Eki, you know,
I love that you mentioned that, because I remember a long time ago there was and there is this legendary support position 4 that kind of started with all the position 4 invokers and stuff. His nickname is Yapzor. I remember him in an interview a long time ago. I think we had the same panel on Mega League. We asked him, when are you going to pick something different? He's like, yeah, I'm asking for Sniper, but Puppy won't let me. I remember that. So even back then, Puppy was wise for his time. He wouldn't let it.
He wouldn't let it happen.
But maybe there is something. Like, look, last game, even though Sniper pretty much did as well as we kind of expected, I feel like the last game wasn't on the draft. It was still on the execution of Falcons. Like, they played the mid to late game team fights to perfection. Some high ground pushes were iffy from them, but all the fights on the map that aren't on the high ground were in their favor.
And here's the key adjustment, right? They're going back to the first pick Sniper, but they're already banning on the Omni Knight. You know, preventing the sustain in lane, preventing the kind of mid game, because we have truly broke down Sniper quite a lot in the last hour or so. But to the same point, it's like Sniper after laning phase, you need to find kills. How do you not get kills? When there's purifications, repels, and constant buff ups to prevent that. So I think, you know, again, credit to AVULUS. They lost the game quite handedly, but they're instantly reacting and trying to find solutions. So rather than changing up the script entirely, they are, you know, and again, Snap for as well, double banning out the support duo.
Yeah, and in the previous game, what we did see put into play from Falcons is the combination of those two supports, and when Sniper and Puck went in on anyone, they can just repel and cookie out of the Dream Coil, and you can just walk away, and that is very low cooldown.
One Glimmer Cape as well, now Assassinate is doing nothing. So yeah, it's very difficult to play into, but they've respected it. If anything, you could argue they've shown that Sniper could just be the 4 position with the type of bans, but again, we'll see where they want to pivot here. Falcons, of course, they'd go back for the Sanking. I think they will be flexing this between mid to off lane, but so far from what we've seen from Falcons, and also my personal preference on Sanking, I think mid Sanking is the best version of the hero. You can go for the early Blink Dagger, connect to the side lanes.
The problem right now with him is the laning stage itself is way too difficult for most of the heroes that he's played into. On the off lane?
Yeah, from the off lane.
From the off lane. On the mid lane, it's definitely easier. You can create a couple of stacks for yourself as well. Or if your off lane position 4 is creating it, like you can go into the triangle earlier. It's not even that bad. Even if you take the invis facet, it's okay to farm the stacks with. So overall, I think this hero recovers very fast. And from the mid lane, I do like this though. They're taking the clock away. Yeah, they banned out the Snap, the Ench, the Omni. A lot of position 5s are out, so they take the clock for themselves. If I'm looking at Soneko right now, if I'm looking at his hero pool, I don't like it that much with the Sniper. Maybe something like a Phoenix. However, if they do go for that, they need to compensate on the course for those stuns, which is something that they're lacking. Sniper as a support complements Clockwork complements him very nicely, because one brings the damage, the other brings all the control that you need. There aren't many position 4s that do, or 5s that do what Clockwork can do.
Okay, this is a good thing. I was about to say, if they don't go for a support that can actually smoke gank, Sniper also then has a really difficult game. Because Sniper after laning phase, if your support's like a Chen or any hero that kind of is a little bit more independent, you're not invading the jungle, utilizing that shrapnel and breaking down the map. So yeah, I like this. It's Sniper plus Visage in lane are annoying. Sure, they can still put Sniper mid if they want to, but a much better looking lineup.
Having Visage as basically one of my most played heroes, about 1,000 games on him. I feel like Clockwork is maybe not talked enough about when it comes to the laning stage. Like, this hero can be a little bit difficult. He actually enables, like, okay, Clock versus Tusk is a different deal because you have that snowball to run away from him and the cogs as well, but it can be a little rough for Visage if he just rotates behind him. Basically on Visage, what you're doing right now is you're getting a lot of stats early on. You're not getting movement speed. So it allows Clock to go through the trees, get behind you, get you in those cogs, and then someone like an Alchemist can do wonders. I'm not saying this is going to be an Alchemist, but something like that can work. Anything that brings burst from that position 1.
We've seen it before, but I'm actually enjoying Willow returning as a position 4, and that would amplify Falcon's ability to fight into. Like, when you snowball in, if you're going into Bramble Maze, it's quite difficult. I'd like to see that. And also, Luna, when you have Clock and Sanking, is incredibly strong. Like, you hook shot in, you Burrow Strike in, counter from a Lucent Beam, throw in, like, there's so much damage from a distance that I could see them going down. I think Nigma Galaxy have also done this type of lineup as well earlier today, but like, it's incredibly strong. But
ooh, how about a gyrocopter instead?
Just throwing damage in is the key theme there.
The lane itself is all right. It isn't amazing. I feel like Jaro, so basically when you're playing against this guy on AVULUS, what you want is you want some burst damage, because then he doesn't get to hit you too many times with Soul Assumption. Jaro is, yeah, he does have some burst, but it's over time, right? Like, he follows you around with Rocket Barrage.
It's just an objective defensive as well. Like, we saw it in the previous game, that's why Falcons are able to prevent AVULUS from feeling good. They go towards a tower, they have to run into just a big team fight. Here, it's the Sanking, the Clock.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a very good Morphling game. And I think the thing for Morphling to have a good time is often the map needs to be played without him, and then he can join when he sees a good opportunity. And that's where I think Falcons' entire draft concept against AVULUS feels very good. Because when the Visage wants to go make the move, 4 heroes will join without a problem. Like, there's not a single hero on Falcons where it's like, they might not want to fight early on. Like, Gyrocopter Ultimate, Clock, like, they're ready to bring mass numbers.
It's like some lineups, you need levels and gold to get to that point of being able and ready to fight. This Falcons draft, you need gold. You need gold on Gyro, but everyone else, all you need is 1 Wisdom Rune, those level 6, and you're ready to rock. Like, they're really strong post-laning stage. I do like the Morphling. And for me, like, when I look at these 2 drafts, if Sniper is anything different, You'd be
very happy.
I'd be very happy with what they've got, but I'm such a Sniper hater at the moment.
Would you prefer to put the Sniper now as a pos 5, or would you still go for it 4? Like, how do you want to see it?
That's also a good point.
Please, just no. If it's support, it has to be 4.
It has to be 4. That's also a very good
because then it's going to be Visage Sniper lane, right? And
it
then
is.
Tusk
Like,
with the
look, there aren't many heroes that can sustain themselves against that. It's a lot of damage. So even a Clockwork that kind of takes time to waddle on top of you, like, you hit him with shrapnel, 2 Soul Assumptions, he needs to waddle back to Fountain. So it's still solid. Like, it's still a very solid lane.
Okay, we got a Mars and an Earth Spirit removed on the side of Falcons, respecting the fact that the Visage could still be...
Stormer plays it.
Yeah, going mid.
Stormer plays Visage mid, so they're respecting that little adjustment that's possible from AVULUS, because like you just talked about Sniper and Visage, you probably were alluding to the fact that they're both kind of ranged and they do the same thing on the offlane. Usually you'd like some bodyguard, which he doesn't have here. So let's see, maybe. No.
Invoker. So we get to see the Storm Invoker, and he doesn't have to pick it first. He can pick it last for his team, and second to last overall here. Now the question is, would you like to play Sand King into that, or do you want to pick something else? Because that flex is still open for Falcons.
Entirely depends on if Malrine wants to play like Broodmother here or something. Like, if Malrine sees I know my hero to absolutely remove Invoker from the game, then there we go.
Nice.
Easy game.
Nice. Yeah, it's a
I feel disgusting.
Sneaky,
and they're putting actually even on offlane.
It's Amar that will play the Brood.
The great thing here is I actually was thinking, like, no matter what, I wanted Brood in this game for Falcons, because like, who defends the towers early on? Like, Visage wants to take towers, so he's running into Clock and Sand King. Morph needs to farm with a map that's progressed by other people. Brood is the one to obliterate that, because there's no time to take towers, so you have to defend towers. And yeah, I think Brood was really good. It's kind of cool that Amar takes it rather than Malrine. And I guess goes back to the point originally that Sand from mid lane is more active.
Yep.
Sand into Morphling would be very awkward for Sand to play. So I like the fact they've got this. Broodmother is still the key hero here.
Yep.
What I wanted to see. Very
it's
good
about
stuff.
the comfort zone as well,
Yep.
right? Like we've seen the Sand King played by Amar. It was a little bit rough. With the Broodmother, I feel that they get what they needed from the offlane. Like on one side you have this Visage cheese, now on the other you have Brood. They hit you with the Visage problem, you hit them with an even harder problem of Brood. Eventually he has to play into her as she's taking over your tier 1 tower and mid tier 1 towers as well. And he does not like that. Like all of these heroes, like T said, like they hate playing into Brood.
But what's the?
There's no but. I love the Brood.
What's the glimmers of light here for AVULUS?
Well,
how would they go about forcing this third game?
So this is a really good Morphling game.
You're gonna have to earn your paycheck right now,
I'm gonna go with this. Like this is a really nice Morphling game. Like Gyro, Luna-esque heroes into Morphling are always the worst Morphling later on. Or basically I should say Morphling is better at what they do when he clones into them. So later on in the game, I can
How late later on here, boss? Set
like
the scene for the people.
60 minutes, you know, like very late.
Here we go. Now we're getting there.
They're defending the throne. They have mega creeps on them.
Epic
but it's Morphling.
comeback.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you guys feel like this is like an outdraft and a half?
And there's also Stormstormer in
Oh, happily to say it's quite the outdraft. And in game one, it was quite a difficult journey for AVULUS to win it. It was based on independent stuff. This time around, Smiling Knight is going to have to be the absolute GOAT carry, see every perfect fight, join them, get all the items, get an item advantage on his enemy, and do everything. But it's like, if Morphling at any point is dying and even net worth into the game, you're going to feel the pressure on you. So I would be very surprised if AVULUS win this game.
Okay, wow. Well, according to my analysts here, they are expecting this to be a 2-0. But perhaps AVULUS can surprise them and prove them wrong. Let's see what's going to happen. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Lyrical and Cinderin.
Thank you so much, Shiver. That's right. We're getting ready to hop into this game. Sind, a last pick Brood, super disgusting. How bad is, I mean, the panel was like, this is the worst thing ever. Do you agree?
I mean, I will say the worst thing ever when it comes to Brood was years ago when it was just, all right, this game is just over status. Right. It's solvable, but I do think it was a very good pick. I think it's probably the single best hero they could have chosen for this game for a couple of reasons. So first of all, like the panel was talking about, the side of AVULUS don't have the best ways of dealing with the Spiderlings when the level 6 push starts coming out. None of these heroes really want to play defense, and many of them can't at all. I would say this is one of Sniper's worst matchups in all of Dota, and the Sniper's a position 4 in this game, so it'll be even worse. You won't have much to fend for yourself with. The Visage, I think, also struggles against Brood quite a lot. It's a tough matchup, so definitely a couple of problems there. But something else I wanted to highlight about this draft was when game number 1 was over, we were sitting in the green room backstage, and I was saying, I was saying to you, I feel like Sand King is morbidly underrated this turn.
Yes.
I think this Dust Devil facet is still amazing, and I think the hero is still incredible. I don't know why he didn't take it this game. This is a really big surprise for me. Like I would love to pick his brain on why this is a Sand Shroud game instead of the Dust Devil one for the Sand King. But either way, I feel like this hero is still incredibly powerful, and it seems like Falcons agree with it. Last game they last picked it. This game they first picked it. They were like, all right, we've still got it with this guy, and of course they can play it as a flex, they can play it mid, they can play it off lane. They've definitely bumped it up in priority here. Is this just that good for the mid matchup against Invoker to have the Invis? Is that the logic here? I mean, so far so good, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think it's a bigger radius too, is it not? Or am I wrong? I haven't played Sand King since the change.
It's bigger radius when you take Sand Shroud, but doesn't follow you. So it makes certain farming aspects of it harder. As Snaking will be first blooded. Nice little bonus here for Zibe with the death toll.
Oh god, that feels so good as Visage. So much gold, brings out an entire Null Talisman now, along with the Mango in tow. This is going to be really good, although I think that's actually back in his stash. So,
and I'll say even more so than the previous game, I think it's extremely important for AVULUS to have a good laning stage.
Right.
I feel like if they don't do well in lanes, this game is very lopsided from my perspective, specifically because of the Brood. So if they can get off to a good start with 1 or 2 of their lanes at the very least to just keep things afloat, that is going to be the name of the game here. It is, can you handle the pressure that is inevitably coming your way from the Broodmother from around level 6 until minute 25? Can you solve that problem? And if yes, then you will get your Morphling to the critical mass point that Lizard was talking about. You will get your Invoker online. Stormstormer, one of the best in the business on this one. So it's a matter of getting there.
And the other thing that stands out to me is that obviously when we think about Brood, we always hyper-focus on the spiders. But there is the other aspect of Brood, which is just trying to gank and kill her, which you could do. As Zibe is going to go down. And I think that Tusk is sort of an underrated hero at being able to do that. Catch her in the shard, snowball chase down, that type of dynamic can be kind of cool. Okay. I'm reaching here. I'm trying.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I think that's a bit of a reach. It's like we're trying to find the best solution that AVULUS have against Brood, and it's a passable counter.
Okay.
I think your wording there was actually very indicative of how good of a Brood game it is. Was that, yeah, but when I look at this hero, there are some upsides to the matchup. It's tough, but this hero is by no means the auto win that it used to be. If you go back some years and you didn't have Root Mother Spiderling clear, you would just lose the game, right? Like it would actually just be that simple. Nowadays, it's solvable for most lineups. Also, a lot of heroes that didn't used to have some sort of AoE clear have it now. It's easier to itemize and find solutions to different problems in the game. So, but it is a very good Brood game.
Did he not get the deny on that Observer Ward? I think they actually got, yes, the creeps got it for snaking. That's kind of crazy. So a nice little injection of gold there for the clock.
Yep. Snaking's going to get a fast level 3 here. I play a lot of Clockwork. I feel like this is one of the heroes in Dota that gets the most out of level 3, out of anyone. The 2 points in Battery Assault is a crazy increase. If you think about how most abilities scale in Dota, this ability gets more than twice as good on level 2 as level 1. It goes from 20 to 45 damage.
Wow.
So the impact you have against a hero like Visage now, if you get boots or just get in on top of, oh boy, that was not a kill I was expecting. Crit, finding the kill here on Smiling Knight's Morphling.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for Visage up top. Lizard was pointing this out. Visage doesn't buy, or T was, I believe. Lizard, wow.
Lizard doesn't buy it either.
Lizard doesn't buy move speed. Visage doesn't buy move speed, generally speaking, early on. So despite not having boots on the Clockwork, he's still faster than the Visage by 25. And that means that he can just find some sort of angle, get in and get the cogs out. And effectively, Visage will die. If Visage gets caught by Clock, what's your counterplay? You don't have any save, you don't have any stun, knockback, anything with a Sniper 4. So they have to be very careful up here. And in turn, that should make for a nice laning experience for Skitter. Because it doesn't feel like Tusk Visage, or excuse me, Visage Sniper can ever truly go aggressive up here as long as Clock is nearby. The counterplay is just too strong.
Right. No, it's if you get caught out by that one, it will be a quick death for sure. As Malrine does run on over and clear out that camp. Level 5 for both him and Stormstormer. Going mass stats right now on Stormstormer, in fact. No boots as of yet. It's coming out on the Courier. But he has a whole chunk of armor and some good damage on those right clicks.
We've seen a couple of players opt for this double... Nice damage there. This double Wraithband build into right click. It is the popular way of playing Invoker right now. Cog's not going to reach. Counterplay from AVULUS.
In trouble and dead. That is the power of boots if you can get them. And now Skitter taking some more damage. We'll have another Soul Assumption. Will it be quite enough? No. Only 2 charges on that one.
And it's funny, right? Because we're talking about Visage doesn't buy boots early. Well, exactly here, he will. And you're seeing the reason just there. It's very good understanding here from Zibe of the matchup and of the potential problems. So he was either going to have to do this or play extremely cautious and opts for the boots. And I have to say I completely agree with this choice over the classic Visage approach because it's necessary. It made all the difference there. And it will keep making all the difference until Clock gets boots himself. He has the Windlace now on Snaking, and it is nighttime, so he's actually pretty quick. Currently with the same move speed as Zibe, but Eki with a nice... Well, Eki's probably the one in trouble, but it's a better death.
They'll go in for that Sniper and does stay alive for a while. Drinking Buddies and then the runaway. Malrine takes some more damage, tries to Burrow Strike to get away, and the Bushwhack hit into the Blood Grenade. Do they have enough to kill them all off? Skitter double, can't quite get the triple, but nonetheless, what a great fight for Falcons. And more tips keep on coming.
That is such a huge win for them. This also leaves Brood in a 1v1 against Morph, and that is just,
I mean,
so easy.
Look at the CS that he's been able to get on him, too. Like 18 denies against the Morph?
Yeah.
That's gnarly.
Yeah, this is a very one-sided affair right now, and it's only going to get worse. I genuinely fear for AVULUS the moment Brood gets level 6, with how good this early game already looks for the side of Falcons. Like, oh my, he's taking the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, he's ready.
6 real fast.
Amar
I
knows.
suppose in this case you don't need to take it on any of the supports because Crit just got the double kill up there. So your supports have enough experience that you don't need it shared between the two of them. The Brood can just grab it, go back bottom. He's now going to be level 6 against level 4 Morphling, and he's going to go straight to work.
Right, and in the meantime, they are trying to make things happen up top, going on to Skitter, see if they can find that kill, and
they can.
It is not enough, 10 HP!
Oh dear.
Oh, the bubble is too good, the safety bubble, and now Seneko gets turned upon. Oh, and they managed to bring him down just like that. Oh, man.
Keyword. Smiling Knight has made his way up top because bottom is unplayable.
Yeah.
This is...
I mean...
Well, maybe Stormstormer will at the very least find it. Okay, they have to find something here.
Well...
They will.
Snake King is going to go down. It's a consolation prize at best.
They're losing their tower bottom.
Yeah, and that is a lot of spiders that Amar has working right now.
Oh, there's more coming. Don't you worry.
Jeez. Okay, is going in for the Guardian Greaves build. So this was like, you know, obviously we saw in the Bloodthorn in the past, other things like that. This feels more like the pushing-oriented build, I guess?
Yeah, I think Greaves' pipe in this game is completely fine. If I had to guess, Falcons' read on this game in general is we are going to reach a point of critical mass at minute 20 that they cannot possibly deal with, and we'll just take over the entire map. And I think it's the right angle. I don't think you have to go carry items on Brood here necessarily. I think the Aura build's completely fine. I mean, Smiling Knight can't play down here. But
no,
somebody has to, right?
He TP'd because he was so low and they were worried about him coming through the gate. Oh, that's pretty rough. I mean, yeah, who does play down here? I don't...
They don't have a good hero for it. There's just...
Oh, so this is the problem we were talking about.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Because sometimes it can be an amazing Brood game and the enemy team also have a hero that can lane against Brood, but the hero's just that good.
Oh.
But this is even worse. They're going to try their best here.
This is what you have to do. They've got to get this kill. If they bring everybody and they don't get him, it would be bad. But Amar on the far side gets away.
Oh, dear.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, that's rough.
Okay, so to put things in simple terms against Brood, it's not actually this simple, but let's try to simplify it a bit. You want one of two things. You either want... Okay, first of all, you want your mid-hero to not die, but that's too late.
Okay.
Check. You either want a hero that can live against Brood. That is not Sniper Eki, by the way. You cannot... Okay.
Yep.
So you either want a hero that can live against Brood.
Dude, he's not even there.
No, that doesn't matter, apparently. So either a hero that can live against Brood, or you want a really good kill squad. And because Brood effectively simplifies the game in the sense that it takes up part of the map. And you now have two choices. Either you don't play against it at all, and you play the rest of the map, but then you have less map than the opponent does, or you play there in one of two ways, which is either killing or sustaining. The problem is in this game, the kill squad isn't the best, especially when Tusk isn't 6, and you have nobody that can inhabit the area. So it's like the worst case scenario, basically. Oh, Smiling Knight. He could just get blown up here, Malrine.
He waits for a second, and they just bring him on down right from the start.
This tower is gone, too.
Catapults, spiders, the whole enchilada. Snake King going to be the counter kill as he does go down. Zibe claims that one for himself. In the meantime, Skitter's just farming. Even if he can solve the Brood problem, you got all these other heroes that are pretty good too.
Oh yeah, it's just Brood just takes up so much attention, and that's also why we're giving it so much attention, is that it's the story of the game.
Yeah.
But it's not the only story of the game. We have a free farming Gyro. Sand King is mega farmed. If you look at the CS right now, this is telling the story of a team of AVULUS that is constantly under so much pressure and having to solve problems non-stop that they don't hit creeps. The top CSs are 90, 90, and 80 on the Dire side. On AVULUS, it's 60, 50, and 40.
Snake, crit, they move in to try and help him out. Is it going to happen? They keep him alive! Skitter lives through it all, and everybody dies to Malrine! Oh, 8,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. Panel, don't get comfortable. You might be coming back quick. This one is looking rough.
This is possibly the most one-sided game of the tournament, at least that we've cast, without a question. But maybe the entire tournament so far. If you... Here's the problem. I'm struggling to see the solution at 12 minutes, okay? Like, sometimes you're behind and you can be like, yeah, if we do this thing, even if it's a hard thing to do, all right, we might need to execute this 20% chance play or whatever, and it's going to swing the game around. I'm not seeing the 20% play here, Gabe. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Like, you're actually just, you own, at this point, probably 30% of the map, 12 minutes in, you're losing all your towers. The enemy team now is going to have Guardian Greaves on you. They have the top 3 net worths by a long shot, and your lineup doesn't have good team fight.
Right.
So if they just group up with their auras, how are you going to fight back? This top tier 2 is dead as well. I think you're just conceding everything. You're just saying, Falcons, take what you want.
Right, and like the scatter shot isn't even like a real solution because you've got magic resistance, and of course, as we've talked about, the mech is there and going to be ready. So, I mean, yeah, they are in full control. Another tier 2 tower taken.
They'll just go straight mid, I think.
Yeah, why not? Speed run this.
Lead. You can see the lines here being drawn by Eki. Push out mid, push out bot, and I think he's just going to sit up top. And yeah, in reality, the best play you probably have right now is to play keep away, but the problem is it's also not a winning strategy. It's just the least losing one, because you will still be out-farmed. Like, the enemy team has more map than you, so you will lose gold every minute, but this is probably the way you lose the least.
Okay.
So sometimes you have to pick the lesser evil. But you have to, at the same time, be careful that this doesn't happen. Smiling Knight didn't get the... Oh, he did get it off. Doesn't matter.
They're going to try and defend their Wisdom Rune. And if they can get a kill here, it would be good, but it's not easy. Snako shows will get a Wisdom.
Yeah.
A very Pyrrhic victory. And Snaking, they would love to get another kill here. Going in on him, burn through the mana, hook shot over to help a friend. And now Amar up on the high ground. He's going to roll in at all of them. Zibe jumped upon right at the start. The Guardian Greaves keeping Snaking alive a little longer, but only for a moment. Can the rest of the team get here in time and punish this? Chasing down Snako. Amar, he's been hungry for this one. Wanting to get this kill if he can. Still, the Brood steps further forward, willing to take this fight. Malrine, blink forward, finds a stun. They focus in and take down the Tusk. Can they get more? Aki knows he's dead, so they'll get that kill also. And they're just getting picked apart bit by bit by bit. Zibe sends in the birds. I mean, he's going to die too. Smiling Knight, waveform in, tries to do something. Burrow strike to try and turn it, doing some damage. But with crit in the area, Malrine, maybe a chance they have enough to get him. He's not going to get brought down.
Smiling Knight needs to be careful now, too, not to overextend here.
Yeah, this fight has lasted a while, but they're going to get outlasted. A second round of Guardian Greaves, and now with Skitter showing up, this Morphling in trouble, going to die. 13,000 gold lead as Zibe. Hook shot found, Snaking on him. Burrow strike on to 3. They're all in the cogs, they're all dying. Skitter cleaning up. All 5 still alive for Falcons. Ultra kill for Skitter. The tips, they do not stop. They came in with a chip on their shoulders. They are
just
owning.
Want to live in their base now, huh? I mean, it's 15 minutes in. You can dive tier 4s. That's fine.
My God.
Greaves are available again in 5 seconds, so they're going to get some nice refill here. Going to drop the Seeds of Serenity as well. Yep. All right, 16-minute barracks.
My God. They take it down. Racks are falling, waveform, just to try and do anything, but they really cannot stop this train from rolling.
This is such a big sandstorm. It's just standing all the way out on the edge. Finally will break it as they take the range racks, and they will back off and claim this, call it a win. Get their next round of items. It's actually not going to be the pipe for Amar. He's going for the Crimson Guard against Visage plus the right clicks of Morphling.
Man.
I think both items are equally good here, to be honest, so don't mind it.
I mean, this is the biggest beatdown that we've seen.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, what do you do? Like, it's just... Sometimes games are just like this, where You get outpicked on the last pick. You have one avenue to the game, which is your lanes have to go exceptionally well. They don't, then you lose a couple of engagements, and it kind of just feels like an ultimate checkmate here.
Absolutely. A draft victory, not one that we see all that often nowadays.
Dude, Visage is level 7.
Yeah, dude, it's not good.
Christ.
He's the lowest
That's the
in the game.
Amar's level 13 on Brood.
Yeah.
Visage is level 7. In terms of raw experience, that's more than double, I think.
It's pretty rough.
It's got to be more than double. Yeah, and next on the menu for the side of Falcons will be an easy Roshan.
Oh yeah, that's 540 versus 220. It's more than that.
Yeah, that's 2.5 times the experience on one offlane over the other. You don't see that every day.
Man.
And with this Aegis, you would imagine that Falcons will at the very least go and just immediately take the top melee, and then we'll see what's next. And of course, we should mention, this is a game, this individual game, if Falcons win it, they will be 3-0 in the Swiss format. They will be top 8, and they will get a 2-day break.
Oh, yeah.
Because by being 3-0, they have 0 games left to play while the rest of the Swiss bracket plays out. And we obviously need to play until teams have either 3 losses or 3 wins. So ultimately, multiple teams will be playing 5 games toward the end. And each team is playing 1 series a day. So, yeah, here comes Skitter. He wants that break. He wants to go and enjoy some nice local Romanian food. Maybe go bowling with the boys. Not at all inspired by something we want to do ourselves. As this top barracks is gone.
We'll take
AVULUS. Well, AVULUS have their mid-tier 2, Gabe.
I mean, it is 18 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
This is not a situation that we have seen ourselves in a whole heck of a lot.
All right, give me your best speech for AVULUS.
Okay, listen, oh, look at these guys. They can't even hit a hook shot. There's no way that they're going to be able to take you down.
You are so lucky he missed that, so you got them.
Stand up, they're going to dive. They're not going to respect you. You're going to get the kill. That's right. Don't worry. Look at these scrubs.
Oh, man.
It's not happening. The sniper is dead.
I thought your speech was going to be something along the lines of, guys, it's okay, we'll be 2-1.
Oh, no,
we just need to win another series, you know. This is not the one. Today was not our day, but it's okay, we'll have more tries.
No, look at how bad
But you went for the haha, they can't hit a hook shot. By the way, we're 20k down. Which is also an interesting morale boost. Little known fact about you used to be a basketball coach, as a matter of fact. You got fired halfway through the season.
That's not true,
Okay,
but yes, it's good.
Believable story to me, at least.
Okay. Why? What are you talking about? They ain't gonna lose a bird. Burrow, oh, misses that one. Look at them. They're crumbling right now. Falcons cannot handle this pressure. AVULUS, you can take this one. At this point in time, I believe in you. Well, the buildings are falling now, and they're gonna drop rather rapidly. A whole host of spiders. Skitter, Aegis still 2.5 minutes. And Maureen ready to run in. The Burrow Strike does hit that time. They push him back with the grenade, and now the turnaround. Smiling Knight trying to do it, and they get the kill. But they lose everybody else. 3 dead as Maureen does die. But another set of racks. And, I mean, holding on at this point in time, you got to give them the Tenacity Award because...
The Tenacity Award for holding on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, there's, I mean,
what
this...
basketball team did you coach? Good job, guys. We got to the second quarter
I did
without fainting.
I did play soccer back in the day, and I remember one time we were... GG is called.
Right, okay.
They're done. They're going to take the game with a couple more tips coming out. And, of course, on to the main event, Falcons. The team to beat in this tournament, and they're showing up in a big way. Do not give them Brood last.
Yeah, this is... It's one thing that they go into this tournament as the favorites, but then when they also can pull something out of the bag for a game like this and just make it look that easy, it's obviously an ace to have up your sleeve that you not only have some of the best players in the world on every position and on multiple heroes, but you also play some of the, you know, the last pick cheese. We've seen them, not so far in this tournament, obviously, you know, there's also that Malrine Huskar that could come out at some point. You know, they have these, like, additional heroes that they run, and Brood this time just made it way too easy.
Well, with that, they're going to move on. AVULUS needs still one more victory, but it is Falcons moving on to the bracket stage.
Oh, this game was over so fast, guys. According to my panel, it was over before the horn had even sounded, as this was considered to be the biggest outdraft so far.
Yeah, easily. So far at PGL Wallachia, this was the biggest outdraft, and it was self-inflicted, I think. You know, you've had all this time to prep for Falcons. The Swiss format is a beautiful format to enable you to bring your best to every series. You play a day, you have the evening to prep for the next day. Like, it's like the perfect format to not have these moments. And AVULUS, you know, they shot themselves in the foot. You know, of course, they removed their draft time. They had no reserve time, sorry. They picked Sniper first pick both times. They tried to understand why from game 1 to game 2, but fundamentally, their drafts were just not to the level at, you know, making deep runs at this tournament. So they're going to have to really step it up for tomorrow. Because their drafts in previous days, they were good. I have just no idea what happened to them today. It was not what we've seen them have success with.
It's like they didn't have time to draft. I'm not sure. But besides that, there's also the fact that they first phased Sniper. You have enough time to think about your first phase. Both games in a row, they first phased Sniper. When in previous days, they sometimes first phased something for Stormer that's a little bit stronger. Game 1, at least they had a shot. Game 1 was playable. This game 2, I think it's also, well, it's very difficult. It's one of those 90% you're losing, but it was one of those games where you're 90% losing because of the draft, and nothing is going well for you in the lanes. Like everything that can go wrong in the lanes went wrong for them. Okay, you start your game with Visage first blood. Sure, it happens. It happens very often because the hero is that strong early on. But then you miss the kill on Gyro multiple times. You don't kill the Brood with Tusk Invoker +1 combo. Your Morphling dies multiple times in the lane. He leaves the lane. He goes top. He can't do much there. He goes back to defend against the Brood. He can't do that. Sniper dies to the Brood again. It was just one of those games where Brood Mother takes over and it ends like this.
You did mention, though, that all lanes struggled. So I'm wondering if the Brood would not be a Brood, but anything else. Would they have had a much better game because it felt like the other two lanes also struggled?
No. I don't think so. I think it would be much better for them if it was something else than a Brood. I think it's still difficult, but it's kind of difficult in this situation because it spills over. Like your Brood is dominating so hard that the Hoodwink is free to roam. She gets level 6. The other supports get level 6. Like they can do whatever they want to on the map. Meanwhile, the rest of them are kind of cowering and trying to at least deal with the Brood problem. They failed and they tried to be like, okay, we can't kill the Brood, let's try to kill the Gyro. And that's where the game completely fell apart when they couldn't kill Skitter around Twin Gate on top.
Yeah, we have a lot of people on the side of Falcons that did not die a single time in this second game. So you could make a case for anybody to be the MVP, even for Snaking, because he tanked a lot of the ganks that did come out. So you can make a case for anybody, but as you saw, we chose our MVP, and it was none other than the Hoodwink player, Crit, who is right now standing by with Slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. I am here with Crit. Quite a beatdown, if I may say so myself, in that one. Now, that last pick Brood, of course, we saw that coming out there. We'll talk about you soon, Crit, but I have to get through this. I know. All right. What should they have done against that Brood? What did they do wrong? You comfortable answering that one?
I think they just kind of messed up the bans probably, because I think they gave us like a free Brood game, and then Amar is like, he's not like the classic Brood specialist, but if it's a free Brood game, he will just win the game.
Absolutely. Now, you got to play the classic Hoodwink again. Do you ever get bored of this hero? I mean, you constantly kick a lot of butt on it. You know, you guys, it's one of your biggest comfort heroes. So would you say it's your favorite hero?
I think I played this hero for like a year now. Like since this team started, I think every patch I've played this hero. So I don't know. There's something fun about it just because I keep playing it. Like it's weird. Like I think I'm over the hurdle where I don't want to play it anymore, and now I'm like bouncing back, you know, and I enjoy it again. So it's nice.
There's a lot of people that are, you know, make a lot of really weird with Hoodwink, you know, like draw pictures. You're not one of those?
No.
Okay, good. Just want to get that out there for the audience now so they can stop sending you pictures. So that's good. All right, so congratulations. You guys are living up to expectations. You know, you were under a little bit of pressure before the tournament started. I remember you guys were saying hopefully you do well. You feel like you're living up to where you should be, or has this been a hard road for you at all? You guys practicing a lot?
I mean, the def win in the first round helps a little bit. But I think yesterday we were tested a little bit more than we thought we would. And I think it was just nice to get like a bit of a wake-up call as well and just realize like we have to be on our best to win this tournament. So I think today was much cleaner. I'm happy with how we played today, so hopefully we can maintain.
All right, absolutely. Well, I'm sure you guys will. Congratulations on a fantastic series. Nice and quick. And we will head off to our next one. So thank you so much, Crit, and we'll see more from Falcons.
It did seem like yesterday's series against Alliance was a bit of a wake-up call, and we saw them awoken in this series just now. A strong 2-0 for Falcons. What?
No, please. No.
Okay, well, don't make hand symbols while I'm talking.
But we're
very
hyping.
distracting. I wanted to say that Falcons gets 3 days off, but AVULUS also gets 1 day off because tomorrow it's actually the 1-2 teams playing. So they get a little bit of time to learn from a series like this. T, how much is there to learn?
A lot.
Ban, Brood?
No, yeah. I mean, Crit also touched on it as well. Like in the draft, in the final phase, they're banning Doom, they're banning Puck because they respect Visage going mid. But it's like, do you care if Visage goes? I don't know. There's like, no, Visage wasn't the correct thing. I'm misspeaking. But the point is, they don't need to ban Puck, for example. I'm moving my hands around. You're now confusing me. Yes, production.
I tried really hard, but then...
Okay, but I misspoke. The point is, they did miss up the bans. I don't think they had to go that way, especially with Brood. Like, when you have such a vulnerable lineup, when you pick Invoker, no matter what year it is, in my mind, I always, if I see Invoker, is Brood viable from lane into game? If yes, ban it out. And that's no matter what patch you're in, it seems to always be the case. And in this case, it should have been a thing. So I think they blundered on draft, both in first phase and closing phase. And that is something that you can have an off day for if your drafter or your coaches aren't filling it out and understanding really what you need to do. So that's where this day off will help them a lot. Because, again, the first couple of days, good drafts. Today, yeah.
I feel like no matter how far we are in the Dota history or Dota games, like year after year, the same scenario repeats. These cheese picks eventually will just take games, and then everyone gets reminded, and then everyone bans them.
Yeah, I think that that's an important point, because if you are going to get brooded, then at least have it done by A, the team that is, according to many, going to win the tournament in Falcons, so the strongest team here. And then B, if you're 2 series up, so you have still got a lot of time to recover and to come back, and that is the position where AVULUS was in, so they will get to play again. They still only need that 1 series win. We don't know yet who their opponent will be, but I'm sure that after today, they're going to come back stronger for it. Now we're going to move to another series that will see another team seated in the playoffs, and it's going to be between Tundra and Heroic. And to start that one off, we're going to listen to 33.
Hey everybody, I am here with 33 from Team Tundra. So good to see you here. Thanks a lot for taking time. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Doing great. All right, we have a lot to talk about. Mostly what is on everybody's mind, and this changeover from Liquid to Tundra after TI. Now, we heard some people talk about it, about your plans to develop a new team and all that, but I find it fascinating that a man has left a TI winning team on his own volition. Can you just talk about that whole scenario and what happened?
Yeah, I guess I kind of made up my mind before TI. I had an option to go and build my own team in Tundra, pretty much, and I had to decide between that or staying another year in Liquid, which obviously was really nice for me. So it was usually in a shuffle you have to choose between a lot of like bad choices. I was in like an unusual spot where you choose between 2 really nice options.
Yeah.
So that was good. Yeah, it was a pretty hard decision. I was thinking it over for a couple of weeks, and I kind of decided that I should make up my mind before TI, because I didn't want like an emotion. Like TI is usually an emotional tournament, and I didn't want like the emotions of after TI to kind of get in the way. Leaving Tundra after we won our first TI, I would never even imagine it because of the feelings that you get after winning like that. It's like it's much different. But now it was nice. It was a big tournament. It was an important tournament, but it wasn't like some life-altering experience for me.
Sure. But the third one, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Well, that is just incredible to have that, drive to say, hey, I'm really passionate about doing this, and then even winning the tournament and going through with it. Now, going into TI, did you think that you were going to win, honestly, or was that like an up in the air kind of deal?
I mean, I thought we had good chances. Okay. Obviously, you never go into any tournament, at least I don't, thinking, yeah, this is our tournament, so fucking easy, we're going to destroy everyone. Bootcamp was great. I think we figured out nice hero pools. The patch suited us very well. I could kind of play any hero I wanted, buy any ore item I wanted. Mika's heroes were like, all of his signature heroes, you could just literally first pick them.
Sure.
So it was, yeah, the patch suited us really well. And yeah, preparation was good. I think it was just really, great tournament for us.
All right. Well, let's talk about Tundra then. So you wanted to build your own team, and this is it, huh? You hand-selected these guys, or talk to me about Tundra, this team that you wanted to make so badly.
So at first, it was mostly for me that I wanted to play with Saxa again. And I kind of talked to him a bit to see, are you even interested in playing? How can we make this happen? And yeah, we had some slight talks about players before TI, but nothing like too concrete. Obviously, most people don't really want to have this kind of roster decisions or discussions before TI. Yeah, so I guess Whitemon, we were both like really impressed with how he plays. I've never played with him before, but I heard like great things, that he's just very easy to work with, very nice guy, no problem, very high skill. Like what else can you ask for? So yeah, already from the start, we kind of thought that if he would want to stay, we would love to play with him. And we left the core players pretty much in the air for after TI, because you never know who's going to be available, who's going to be interested. And then, yeah, I guess TI ended. We started talking to people. Nightfall, or Saika, is a guy I always really wanted to play with. I've always been like a big fan of him. Even when he started, he was just some random guy in pubs. Like I played with him, added him to friends. I was like, okay, this guy, he knows what he's talking,
Sure.
And for mid laner, it was a bit more complicated, I guess. We had a lot of people we were considering. The main guy we wanted was BZM, but unfortunately we were not able to make it happen. And yeah, then we asked Lorenov, and he immediately agreed to play with us. So that was great. Yeah, I guess in terms of coaching, we are going to be keeping Moonmeander.
Yeah.
Which I never really played with him before, so I don't know him too much. So I was pretty much saying, if you guys liked Moon, then let's run it. I'm happy to kind of see how it is to work with him.
Sure.
And yeah, the guys, Whitemon and Saxa, they liked him, so we decided to keep going with him.
Wow, very cool. I mean, that really sounds like you had your eyes on specific people. You went for them, you got it to happen, and now you have what you would consider a dream team, if you will, of dudes that you kind of handpicked.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm really happy with the guys we got.
That's amazing. So why back to Tundra? Because if you're making a new team, you could have done the OG secret route of just, make your own org and all that and have it be, the 33 fighters or whatever. But you go back to Tundra. Any particular reason why?
I think it's always been really great for me, this org. Like the people here, very nice to work with. And it was, I don't know, it just felt natural. It felt easy. Everything kind of came into place. Also, Zai was very helpful in kind of managing the whole chaotic reshuffle.
Sure.
So it was nice to have a lot of times someone from the org side, like they know business, but they don't really understand Dota. And then it was great to have Zai that is able to kind of help, talk to players, see what players would be interested, which players would be available. Yeah, he made the whole process very easy.
Cool.
And yeah, it was nice.
That's awesome. All right, last question for you. So traditionally, whenever someone wins TI, the rest of the year is going to be kind of tough because they're going to be specifically targeted to get nerfed. Play styles, heroes, all that stuff. How do you think Ice Frog and the boys did at nerfing you? Do you think these changes are good enough to keep you down, or are you going to continue your prominence here?
I think for me, most of the heroes I wanted to play are still good. So I don't feel like, sometimes you play and then like you know, I really liked playing Brewmaster, and then one day I wake up, I read the changelog, and I'm like, okay.
Never again. That's it.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore. So that hasn't happened to me, this TI.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm happy.
Not too targeted then. All right. Well, very good. That means that you're not doing your job out there, Ice Frog, and take this guy out 100%. But no, thank you so much for your time. We're excited to see how this new iteration of Tundra goes at this event. Should be a very fun one to follow you. And thanks a lot for your time, 33. It was a pleasure. We'll be seeing more of 33 and Tundra here at PGL Wallachia. Yes, I said it correctly. That was it. Thank you, guys. Wallachia.
Of course, we knew the reason why 33 left Liquid, but it's really cool to hear him talk about it and to really explain the process of how he got back with not just the players, but also the organization, Lizard. I think that gave us a lot of insight.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice when you leave good impression on people, right? And sometimes even TI winning champs such as 33, he goes back to his roots, right? Like he won with them before. He went back because he liked the organization, liked the people behind them. And also keep in mind, Zai is obviously very helpful to him.
Yeah.
You can focus on your gameplay, perhaps on the in-game leadership role, and Zai can handle everything else besides that.
Yeah. Imagine being BZM. You know, he was mid for OG, couldn't get to Tundra because Tundra wanted him, and now he's not playing for OG, but he's like with Na'Vi or standing. Yeah, no, that's again another one to go down. But great insight from 33 there. You know, actually hearing
I
like
don't
his
think
first
the last word has been spoken about that.
That's true.
Down the line, see where BZM.
That is true, and a lot of us are standing as well. But it's kind of cool to see like the actual choices because often we only see the this is who we got. But again, they are currently playing with 2 stand-ins. They are. Again, evolving every day because sure they have the foundation for their team, but it is exciting to see, you know, there's little bits of improvements. And I said this before, I think Tundra will be the team that probably makes the most improvements of any team here, as I think they have the caliber to actually dissect the problems and instantly capitalize on them, rather than maybe a team that like an IG or someone on Alliance, if they were to struggle. This is kind of first land in a while. So.
I'll be very honest though, the opponent that they've got going here today, Tundra versus Heroic. Heroic is one of the strongest teams here. This is a squad that... This is their squad. There's no standings. Yes, they changed one player after the international, but overall, this team, Lizard, is looking to be another team next to Falcons that might be the team to beat.
Yeah, Heroic definitely are impressing me at least. Like I've been following them for quite some time now. During TI, it wasn't great. The tournaments before as well weren't amazing. However, this is probably the best performance that I have seen from them ever. I would even say. Very impressed. Like impressed by the carry, impressed by their gameplay overall. The hero pool on some players maybe impressive, on some others maybe not as much, so far in the game at least. I believe the Vailama has played 4 out of 5 games on Mars. We'll see if Tundra bans that one out. But overall, Heroic, yeah, they're definitely carrying that SA flag proudly.
Yeah, let's focus our attention a little bit on that carry player that is new, because when you're talking about hero pool, Lizard, this is as much variety as you can get.
Yeah, there is one loss out of those 5 games. Like he lost with the Luna, but like you said, as much variety as you can ask for. This is reminiscing of Yatoro with Spirit when they went into their glorious run. We'll see if he continues with these 5 games, because in some other tournaments he has copied the same heroes.
Quickly, I gotta place in.
This was me during the previous game, by the way.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
But no, I think the key thing what you mentioned with, let's say, the offlane for Heroic, not a flashy player, not a star player, does his job well, does his job, and that's what you need when you have a carry player who wants to pick 5 different heroes, doing different stuff. Like, you don't want your offlaner to be another star player who also wants creativity, who also wants to, like, you want foundation somewhere. So it's like, that's where, of course, like, kind of the Vailama sits in. Like, again, I'm not going to expect much from him. He'll do his job.
life continues. And that's where, yeah, it's kind of exciting to see them. And if you are a Heroic fan, this is the tournament that you expect them to, honestly, to get to the top 3, to even maybe make a grand finals. Like, there's no Liquids, there's no Game-Ins, there's no, the other big titans that have knocked them down throughout previous tournaments. They're going up against Falcons, again, Tundra, arguably, again, a top seed in this tournament. Like, if there ever was a time for Heroic to break the curse of being a 6th, 7th, 8th place team, it is this tournament. KJ just staring at this thing again?
I think the last time this happened, they kind of had a stare off. This time the
camera was like, we're not going to do that again. No, it seems like the team is also having it's in a great mood because indeed on paper they are doing well. First of all, both of these teams are. Both of them have played 2 series and both of them went 1-2-0 and 1-2-1. Which, by the way, I will say that if people missed the series with Tundra versus Liga team yesterday, the first game they played of that series was incredibly entertaining. I would recommend you to watch that one, which I'm hoping that we're going to get similar situations in this one. I just want, and especially after last series, I just want T-Gov. It's very simple. I don't have high demand, so I just want an even competitive game.
Yeah, and it's going to come to you. I think this is going to be a perfect showing between both. You have Tundra, they haven't had a flawless run here. It's not as if we're talking about a Tundra that has instantly molded their stand-ins to be exactly what they want. They dropped a game to Liga, and same thing for Heroic. They beat Azure Ray, a relatively weak team in the tournament. They beat Na'Vi 2-1, who also, you could argue, has been a underwhelming team so far in the tournament.
Which is to be expected, right? So, like, with the mixes and everything, again, so you can't expect greatness from them immediately.
Yeah, and this is where this becomes the true test for both of these teams, right? It's like Tundra, again, Heroic, you expect both of them to do well, and one of them is going to go straight to the playoffs, and the other one is going to continue their journey throughout Swiss stage, but exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff is on our screens as well as the draft has begun for game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Heroic on Radiant side, Tundra on the Dire side, and first pick going the way of Tundra. And I didn't get a chance to ask, but are there any heroes we should be on the lookout for with these 2 teams? I know there's 33 in Tundra, so there's always a couple of the zoo heroes you got to keep, in the back of your mind.
I feel like Beastmaster is a huge one. Like, we've seen it not in the last series, but in the series before. I feel like that's something that 33 might go for. Visage as well in the pool for now. When it comes to all those games that you guys have listed, like, both of these teams lost only 1 game, and both of those games were with Luna. So both of these teams have a Luna loss. We'll see what they opt for.
Are they going to do it?
No, just simple SF.
What they did do is ban out that Mars that you talked about.
Yeah, and no, I don't mind that at all. Like, Tundra already, they are kind of setting themselves up for we banned Mars, we picked Shadowfiend. Mars, great counter to range carries, because of course Arena.
Is it? By the way, last time Centaur was a big deal, but okay, never mind. They go with the Beastmaster instead. Like, you talked about the Cent a little bit as well in, I think, one of their games previously.
Yeah, I expect Tundra potentially to go for it themselves, but we don't really see saves available because SD's always banned out.
Yep.
Nug is banned out with the song. We don't see OD anymore. So, like, all the kind of old school counters to Beastmaster aren't really available. Therefore, the way to kite them out is
for Abaddon 5.
Yeah, ooh, okay, the return.
Yeah.
Probably not, but
probably not.
So often the way to deal with him is to kite him, keep killing him. In the early game, it's like more aggressive.
I know it's not. It's still good, actually. I'm taking that back. Enchantress is in the pool. You see this Beastmaster. I believe Ange has always been decent in the lane, forces him to go for axes. If he does go for axes, right now the build is Helm of Dominator anyway, so it gives you a little bit of time to play around that as well. Wouldn't be that terrible. Ange plus SF, stable lane, possible for Tundra. They've played it on both 4 and 5, and they ban it out themselves. I take all of that back.
Moon's already on page 3 of his notes. It's only second phase of the ban. That's worrying.
Nah, he was just fact-checking something. It's all good. They're all well, because they feel like maybe if Heroic is not going to ban it, they want to pick it up themselves, so they have a plan of their own.
I'll be honest, Shiva, I have a little bit of bias in this series.
Oh.
1 o'clock this morning, I played up against
like
KJ.
AM? Yeah,
yep, in a ranked game.
Sure.
Did you win or lose?
Well, I was playing POS 5 on my team. Well, there's a story to this. He played POS 5 on the enemy team. he crushed his lane so well that he made my team give up. So No, KJ.
KJ,
yeah,
you would
he-
never do that.
He destroyed my offlane that they just decided
He
to...
made your team give up?
Yeah. They just stood in the trees as KJ danced around on Witch Doctor, slaughtering my MMR, which is okay. I didn't double down. That was the next loss. But yeah, I've got a little bit of, yeah. It's
Wait,
okay.
does that mean that you think that if you can't beat KJ, Tundra can't beat KJ? Or does it mean you have bias because you want Tundra to beat KJ for you?
Yeah.
Which one of the two?
I would love to see him succeed, so then I've lost to a tournament winner. There we go.
There
We'll
you
go for that angle. The
We got
wholesome
Omni
version.
Knight coming out. We've seen that be incredibly strong in the previous series already. Great save. Shadow Demon already removed, so Repel is safe.
I feel like they're also taking away a lot of heroes that are good with SF in the lane and decent against Beastmaster as well. Tundra, they go back to the Bounty Hunter. It did not look amazing in the last time they played it.
But
However,
they put it 4 though.
They put it 4, yeah.
Okay.
Like this time around, are you going to put it 5? I don't know. I still don't like it. I like this hero. I know you prefer 5. I prefer Bounty Hunter way more on 4. I feel like he does more. But at the same time, yeah, we'll see how they roll him. I think in this kind of a game, like you're playing with an SF, it can be a decentish 5 as well.
Yeah, I think if they put it 5 here, you're naturally going to have aggression, by level 3 with Shadow Fiend having 2-point raise. And then if you do get a couple kills, your ability to make that move to mid lane, to go top lane, it's not as if Shadow Fiend suddenly needs help because he has that raise as a kind of defensive measure. And Beastmaster, you know, I could see it maybe being a good safe lane. But if they do this, I need the pos 3 and pos 4 for Tundra to be killing, to look for that next kill, to be aggressive. And I would have never suggested in my right mind the Pugna plus Bounty support duo.
Maybe Pugna is a core. Maybe Bounty Hunter is a core.
I would like to see... no. Luckily our faces weren't on camera there.
Very unlikely.
Is Topson playing? That's a different version of Tundra.
Pugna could be like a core. We haven't really seen it way too often.
Just decrep against Raw is probably the feeling I have
Exactly, yeah. Like you get that. Like I literally don't know what this hero does anymore. The facets and stuff like
it. He did get a buff to Never Ward, where it's 10% more damage for the cost of your mana. So it's now 40%, I think, instead of 30%. But that aside, it kind of feels like Tundra gone, okay, Beastmaster with the changes, we've seen Helmet Overlord being purchased. So it's a lot more physical damage, style aggression. Therefore, we now go for Pugna. It might force Beastmaster to go for Axe Build. Like, there could be some nice logic there.
Cooking here, yeah.
Yep.
Like the combo of Bounty and Pugna as well is a little nasty. Like Pugna, if you get a good laning stage, you can start pressuring real hard, real soon. And Bounty Hunter can enable that in different ways as well. Maybe go behind the towers, track people. So overall, I don't mind it. It looks silly as hell.
Yep, it's volatile.
It's very volatile, yeah.
But then who you want them both as supports, or are you assuming now?
I'm assuming
I don't want
they're
either of them in
supports,
the
but-
game, to be honest.
Okay.
But we're going to have to talk about them.
But do you want which one? You want 5 and which one 4?
Bounty 5, Pugna 4. Because I think Bounty can enable Shadow Fiend in lane because you're a melee body, and then Pugna can have good move speed to not get hit by the Omni Knight, so you keep right-clicking from a
Decrep
distance.
them and hit them with raises, man. Come on.
But no, again, I think Pugna laning against Omni is going to be good. Bounty with Shadow Fiend is good laning. The only reason there's hesitance here is because if that momentum breaks, Omni prevents Pugna from feeling good in the fights, Beastmaster gets a pipe, you play behind Luna. Like, it's a traditional lineup from Heroic, and Tundra going completely off script here with... Sure, we've seen Bounty Hunters so far, but again, like the Pugna. And,
This is like the glue. They needed something like a Sand King. They've played it before, of course, as well. They played it on offlane too, and I do believe that they needed a Sand King-esque hero. I think he's the best at this, just being a little bit more aggressive and just bringing that extra stun in every single team fight, maybe counter-initiating as well if SF gets gone on. But I just feel good. Like, when I saw Bounty and Pugna, I felt terrible.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling, okay, I can see.
You're happy now.
I'm happier. Yeah.
There's some fun little combos.
It's still like a low amount of happiness, but it's there.
But think of the combo, right? You track the hero, you decrep them, then you throw in an epicenter on top. Like, the speed in which you'll blow up heroes Can Omni Knight react in time?
In the meantime, Heroic has got some very statistically good normal heroes coming
Yes.
out. I know they didn't win their game on the Luna, but statistically, Luna is one of the most successful heroes in PGL Wallachia so far. Just like Hoodwink. What?
Yeah, they didn't win one game, they won the others. So they still have some
there you
success with the Luna. And this looks like a very good Luna game. Not only do you have Omni Knight to help you out, you have also the Beastmaster auras to play with. Overall, you farm very nicely into the SF. Is the matchup great? Might not be at times, but I like the Luna pick.
Tundra needs to respect Broodmother as well here, because Heroic, with how stable their side lanes are, the support's not able to really gank mid. Sure, you have track to find Brood, you have Sand King as well to kill spiders and stuff, but just the map play and pressure will give life to Luna and Beastmaster to get online, so Brood can kind of just do all the things in the early game. And yeah, Tundra respecting analog with the Earth Spirit ban. Another type of hero that does this, right? So I think as long as Heroic's mid lane is noisy in the first 15 minutes, their entire draft will feel really happy, and they can cruise through to Roshan and try
If
and
you're
punish
Tundra,
them.
just get something as chaotic as possible from the mid lane. If this is the last pick mid, get some Pango for mid one again. Get something like that and just play tiny even. You know, like these crazy heroes. Get something with burst damage that combos well with Pagna and Bounty. Go roll the map.
Yeah.
Basically play pub Dota. That's how I feel like. I see this draft.
If it
That's how
works,
I
it'll be
feel.
very fun
Yeah,
to watch, though,
exactly.
because it is just going to be, you see a hero, you're not stunning him, you're decrepping him into then an abundance of damage after the fact, right? So, again, I love the quad ban. I think Pango's a great suggestion. And, yeah, mid one just needs a hero that is... Again,
Well,
they-
Heroic is on the same page.
Yeah, they get rid of it. I think it's not only about like how the hero fits with their draft. Sometimes it's also about just the comfort pick. That's something
Brood
that they
ban,
play.
yes.
And Puck is fine too. I'm surprised that this hero actually went through the whole time. On the other side, now if you want to punish him, there's DK still left in the pool.
Don't you just pick mid sniper here? Your side lanes don't need rotations. Or is it banned?
Okay.
Full circle. No, it's not banned.
Yeah, because we've seen during TI how mid sniper destroyed Puck. The entire concept of Tundra's lineup is break the map early. So if Puck's recovering, then Sand King has to do all the work with Pug and the Bounty whilst SF farms.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Or a Huskar.
Yeah.
Okay. First pick of the tournament as well, and
We've seen it banned a
many
couple of
bans, yeah.
times. What? So talk to me about the Huskar in this situation. How's it going to do? Do we
same
like it?
kind of logic that I was bringing. Like, you want a hero that pressures Puck to think about recovery, and the supports, because they're so momentum pickoff orientated, like they don't really kill core heroes, right? They hope other heroes do it. We've described decrep and magic damage being a key aspect of the pickoff game in the early. You put a Huskar in there, it's gonna and repel and Omni. It's a nice way just to pressure the execution of Tundra. If Tundra mis-execute, they're gonna feel it as Huskar armlet toggles his way through the game. There we go. Whew.
Got through it.
That was really
well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, AVULUS, they got cheesed in that last game by a Broodmother. This time around, Tundra were like, we're not getting cheesed by Brood. They ban out the Broodmother.
Yep.
But instead they get Omni Huskar. Like, everyone understands this feeling in your games. We've all felt it. Huskar is a menace to deal with. Vessel has been buffed though, so maybe someone like Whitemon on Bounty Hunter can go for it. If they overplay their hand, Huskar can fall off very quickly. However, I really like Heroic's draft.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. This Huskar has been banned out 13 times so far here at PGL Wallachia. So picked first time here. I'm down to see what all the fuss is about, you know?
Yeah, Huskar's super annoying to deal with, but for Tundra, we're going to have to see the support duo just pop off. And luckily, they have some of the best supports in the world. So they're going to know how to apply the pressure points to Huskar.
You mean in terms of players rather than in heroes?
Just to be very clear, I mean the players, not the heroes. But that's where they are going to have to excel.
One problem that I see with them as well is these heroes are very squishy early on, and the Huskar, the way it's played right now is with Incendiary, I believe, the facet. So he literally hits you 3 times, you lose half of your HP. It's not fun to play against. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes for them.
Would they change up their lane a little bit? You think? Is it that bad to play?
I think
into
you cannot change the lanes. Your Puck is still going mid. You still have to roll the same lanes and hope that as every Huskar player, you get this Huskar mindset. You lose a little bit of your brain when you play this hero, and you want to overextend. You feel that
be ready for it.
You feel the need to davai. You know, it's full Slav spirit in this hero. So maybe you can be ready for it, like T said.
Yeah.
also maybe keep Omni Knight under-leveled. If Omni's under-leveled, when Huskar wants to go, you take away the 7-minute wisdoms, and then there's that awkward minute 7 to 12 window where Omni's not really ready to help Huskar correctly. That could be another way to play into it. So again, Tundra, the first 10 minutes is critical for this game.
Let's see how Tundra themselves feel about this last pick Huskar with Moon and Slacks.
Absolutely, Sheever. It is the dreaded last pick Huskar with healer, not Dazzle anymore. Omni Knight, the healer of the tournament. You spooked? I mean, it's better than a last pick Brood, right?
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's just last pick Huskar, no biggie.
Do you think Puck can handle this? I mean, you know, Puck wants to be a little aggressive now. We got fire and nightmares coming that way. I mean, are you scared about this draft at all? Or are you kind of prepared for that, Huskar? It's the first pick in the tournament.
I mean, just a Huskar mid. Then there's not much stuns. They don't have like a walrus punch and stuff. And right now, the theme of this event right now is a lot of physical violence. So they don't really have that much violence on your team, so we don't really care.
I knew. Okay. Well, let's talk completely off that subject. Shadow Fiend, first picked up by you guys, and a lot of people are doing this now. Are there just no counters to this hero?
Yeah, this hero is just broken. If you lose on it, that means you're getting like you're choking and stuff.
Okay, thank you so much, Moon. It's such a pleasure to do these interviews. We're gonna go ahead and straight into the game. You know what? Really appreciate you. We're gonna head outside.
It is time to go into this game. Is it the final game of the night?
It's the final series of the night.
That's crazy. It's gone by so quickly. I can barely believe it.
Well, the first series weren't that fast, but the previous one got us a little bit back on schedule, you could say.
That's true.
Especially that second game that was like 20 minutes. That'll help. But yeah, off to the races. This is there's a couple of things to talk about here. Obviously, the panel talked at length about Huskar, but just like we spent half of the last game talking about Brood, this hero is the center of attention in every game it's in. It is very polarizing in the sense that it generally either completely takes over games and runs with them, or it dies a couple of times and it feels awful. You'll struggle to find a more polarizing hero in all of Dota, as a matter of fact, for that reason, because everything about Huskar is an equilibrium, right? It's a very unique hero because you need to be ahead of the curve enough that you can play quote-unquote over-aggressive.
Right.
And if the enemy team finds ways of solving that and you misstep a couple of times, like the panel talked about, if you overextend and you do get punished, some of Huskar's win rate expectancy graphs can look quite funny.
Yeah.
Where, all right, it's an 80% win, it's there, you die 3 times, things can very quickly go the other way. So it is kind of all in, but I think it's a very, very good pick this game. You look at the side of Tundra, what I generally look for when it comes to countering Huskar is either you have really reliable anti-healing or you have significant single target damage. And guess what? The only hero doing single target damage in this game is Shadow Fiend. There's nobody else. Sand King's AoE damage, Bounty Hunter is a support with pitiful damage, Pugna, it's magic damage, and then you have the Puck as well, who is generally just AoE magic damage. So with that magic resist that you get from Berserker's Blood and the HP regen that Huskar innately will have, there's a lot on the shoulders of the Shadow Fiend, I would say.
And look at this, though. The decision that they're making in response to this is to try and get some pressure from mid one onto the tower. 33 is being zoned out of lane, but Saksa dragging the whole first, or the second creep wave, I should say, behind the tier 1 tower to give mid one a bit of an easier time. So they're getting dual lane support on mid. Very, very cool.
It's a very creative solution that we generally don't see. Like the panel was talking about, Puck is forced to play against the Huskar this game, which is not a particularly great lane matchup, but a little bit of a helping hand here can go a long way. It does come at the expense of the Sand King, of course. Yes. 33 yet to get his first CS. But sometimes you got to look at the big picture, like what is going to win the game. And getting Puck into the game and trying to slow down Huskar's dominance a little bit might be just that.
Right, and depending upon how well they do the blocking and all the other stuff, you basically have a reset of the lane, except each side already has level 2 now, which helps a lot. Because I feel like the phase shift at the very least is going to be a big thing that, mid one can maybe play around a bit. Should also mention Whitemon playing on this Bounty Hunter, playing at position 5. Mm-hmm. We've seen these bounties start to get used a little bit for like wave cutting and other stuff when they're doing their shenanigans back behind towers. It's kind of a cool way to see it get played.
Yeah, you can play Bounty 5 when you're playing it with a ranged carry in particular. In a way, Bounty Hunter serves the same purpose as someone like a Clockwork does for Shadow Fiend, where You're a body in front. You're deceptively tanky. Bounty Hunter has one of the highest armors in the entire game. You see him rolling around right now with 9 on that bounty. So if you can just be in front of SF, steal some gold, give information, be a nuisance so that Shad can CS, that's good enough, generally speaking. So I was wondering when I saw the picks if that was actually what they were going to do so that they could Pugna with Sand King, and that's exactly the logic here that Tundra were going for. That said, though, Bounty Hunter's major downfall as a 5 is that he has nothing to protect himself with. So when this happens,
it's all over.
You die.
Llama.
You know, your only escape is Invis, which you generally don't skill on Bounty Hunter necessarily on the first 2 levels. And even if you do, if the enemy team has detection, does it really matter?
Right. Yeah, it's a problem for sure. We'll run into that issues here. Meanwhile, down bottom, KJ going a little bit toe-to-toe with, again, the lane where things are not looking quite as good for them. They are going to drag this wave and bring it on over. Trying to turn onto the Pugna War, take that one out as Schofield dies off screen. Was trying to go in onto Shad, but couldn't make it quite enough happen.
That's a good
Analog! Oh, and you can see the reaction from both of them in the camera. Analog very frustrated, and mid one gets the smile off.
Yeah, that is not supposed to happen. This is the biggest kill of the game, and almost no matter what happens in the next 10 minutes, this will be the biggest kill of the game. Like I talked about beforehand, Huskar is so much about momentum. Just getting 1 kill on him in an unfavorable matchup here for the puck and getting a little bit ahead is so massive. Now, mid one could still lose this lane ultimately.
Oh, yeah.
But compared to expectations, the fact that you find a kill, I would argue even if you, let's say, have less net worth than the Huskar at minute 10, I would already consider this lane a win. But sometimes winning the lane is relative, right? It's relative to the expected outcome. And if the expected outcome is that you lose, then if you draw, it's a win, right?
As we'll see this replay here, and you can take a quick little look at what happens. Very frustrated at himself, Analog.
I think he didn't get his magic stick and fairy fire off.
Yeah.
That's why he's frustrated. He was trying to set up a bait, but was too slow.
Now Schofield taking a hit from Whitemon level 3.
Oh,
Llama turns around, and that is going to be enough to get the kill onto Whitemon. Llama might not be so lucky as 33 salves up, tries to run away, will manage to escape, but they get the kill top on Shad. Multiple rounds of initiation happening across the map right now. But 33 will survive against the pressure early on.
That Helm of Iron Will on Devi Llama making all the difference there. Getting that extra regen during that long fight and having that armor so he can maintain his presence in the fight against Shadow Fiend. And that is huge. I mean, this is going to be a massive Beastmaster. He is going for the Helm of the Dominator, which I think we've seen every Beastmaster do so far. We have seen the Drums of Slom fall out of favor a little bit. This is an extremely aggressive tempo-based hero that plays very well together with Huskar in terms of the overlap of when they peak. So if Devi is having a great game, even if Huskar's isn't the best, maybe he can help bridge the gap, so to say.
Devi is also known for doing sort of funky and weird things. Do you think there's ever a world where he goes for the break creep? Is it too bad?
The break creep.
Yeah, there's one of the creeps that gives you break. It's like it's only for a second. I gotta find it around here.
Right, but what do you want to break?
The Huskar.
They're in the same team.
Yeah, he's gonna break his items.
I had to do a triple team. I'm looking at all the Dino Heroes like 4 times. Like, what do you want to break?
I was just so excited for it.
Like,
I wanted to see something.
I mean, I guess breaking Presence of the Dark Lord is all right, Lyrical. I don't know if I would go for the creep just for that, but.
Dude, I got so excited about the break creep. Please look away.
So to answer your question, no, I do not think he will get the break creep, but he will get the tower.
Oh my god. In the meantime,
Coil down bottom.
They got him caught with the burrow strike.
That's a lot of heroes. Repel.
The turnaround,
He's
maybe
strong.
an opportunity. Glaives.
He's really strong.
Oh, but he's Invis. Oh, Invis 33 meant no chance for a kill in mid one, just running circles around him. Goes for a finish, not gonna happen.
Dude, that was very close to a total disaster for the side of Tundra. Fortunately for them, they do make it out of there with low HP on 3 heroes, but if that would have gone wrong, that would have been really bad news. Oh, Shad. Is he gonna get... He's getting solo. Devi.
This is just a complete and utter meltdown. Look at him.
4,000 net worth. Shadow Fiend has 2.8k. he is just owning. He took the tier 1 tower minute 7. He's now pushing into the SF, taking him out in the jungle. Soxa gets killed by Parker.
There's just stuff happening everywhere. 11 kills in 7.5 minutes. This is definitely full Divide Dota. Not sure who is that's going to... I mean, it seems at the moment that it's Heroic coming out on top. 33 do not die to these Ancients. It's a little bit scary, but it looks like he's going to be able to finish them off.
And this is the hero to watch for the foreseeable future in this game now, this Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Because there's so much about what's happening in the next 10 minutes that is just dictated by what Divide wants to do. He has the option of farming up an absolute storm here and just becoming a monster, but he could also use his farm to immediately go mid and try to take the tower with Huskar. Maybe it's unnecessary, though. Maybe they're just getting it regardless. They're putting the pressure on right now with Analog, with King Jungle covering him. And Divide will just keep the farm going. So... if this were 33 playing the Beastmaster, he would stay on top of net worth for the next 20 minutes. He would just be number 1. And that doesn't mean he won't make moves, but he will definitely focus a lot on his own game and making himself a monster. Divide, generally speaking, is a little bit more on the aggressive side as a player. So we'll see if he does indeed go for those mid plays. Oh, Schofield and Analog.
A battle before 6 on Bounty. They get them both caught. The silence, it's pretty good, but Decrep keeps them alive. Now turning. They need to be careful. 33 moves in, only gets the Bro Strike onto 1, but with the Epicenter down, it might be enough damage. Analog starting to fall, but he gets the stick off. That keeps them alive. Do they decide to go for more? Shad interrupted, and it looks like they'll back out. So another exchange of 2 for 1 into the favor of Heroic.
It's a 4v5.
And this is without the Beastmaster.
That's the thing. This is such a major win for the Radiant side because they're using fewer resources and they're still trading favorably.
Yeah.
So not only did that fight go their way, they used only 4 heroes. So they get a 2 for 1 in an outnumbered situation. We have Helm of the Overlord in 1 minute. It's going to be a 10-minute Overlord for Divide, unless they find a kill on him. They're scouting him now with Whitemon. He's tanky though. Raindrop, 1400 health.
I mean, if they could manage to get a kill on Divide, this would be huge. The only problem is they're bringing just about everybody.
Yeah, this is
on
there it is. So that's the move to mid. He did end up making it. He will take the tax here with the last hit on the tower and say thank you guys and back off. Invis rune though, giving it to Analog. Surprisingly, I thought he was going to take it himself and look for a roar play, but he will go and farm up some stacks here.
I mean, this is tough too because you've got this question mark now of how does the counter offlaner really play in this game? And he's 3,000 gold on Divide, right? Sand King would love to have some survivability armor.
Insane how far ahead he is.
Or like a Blink Dagger or something, but he's just too far behind. So the only playmaker really at this point is Puck, and he doesn't really have anybody to play with.
Yeah, that is the issue, and also his targets aren't the best, right? Even if he did have someone to play with. The Huskar is a tough kill now that he has Armlet.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster, as we've already established, is mega farmed. So then your only really good core to gank is the Luna, but, you know, what kind of a 5 do you not want to gank against?
Right, Omni now.
Omni's going to be following Parker around and making him feel very safe, so your avenues of attack are very limited, and that's not what you want to see when you're playing with Bounty Hunter. You want to get this level 6 on Whitemon, you want to start finding track kills, but the options that you have are just very unappealing.
And Divide Llama is doing the 33 style that you talked about of just getting super duper farmed. Gets the Black Dragon as soon as that Helm of the Overlord is on. And
they saw Whitemon not going to connect the dust though.
Yeah, that is a fast Helm of the Overlord.
It's very fast.
Gold.
He's working on a dagger. All right, he changed it into pipe.
I like that.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Heroic lineup, it really wants to take complete control of the game at like 20 to 25 minutes. With a Huskar with 2 items, you want to get value out of your Omni Knight when he's at his peak. You want to use the Luna tempo. So I think the pipe is actually the perfect choice here, because that's when all your things are really going to come together beautifully at the right time. And on top of that, the enemy team is like 80% magic damage. So it's just a good item regardless, but it's like it feels extra valuable when it really lines up with when your lineup is meant to win the game. So, yeah. No complaints here.
Into Roche they will go.
Yeah, this is just free, right?
That seems like it. They are smoked up right now on mid one and Whitemon, and they're starting to head down this direction. It seems like they know that this is going on, but I don't know if they're really going to be able to get here in time.
It's going to die now.
KJ wants to cut them off. They see the ward, and now walking in, 33, not going to be able to get there in time. Did not have Blink Dagger yet. And in fact, this fight, if it still goes off, I mean, this can't be good. 33, it's not looking like what they want. They have to back away. Tries to stay alive a little bit longer. They get the track, but there is no kill as of yet. No way to bring down Parker. Sox is also going to die here as soon as that decrep wears out. And guess what? Mid one, he too is going to be done.
Yeah. All right. This was an absolutely key moment for Tundra to get something going their way, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think they didn't even bring the Shadow Fiend.
No.
So they tried to contest the Roche 4v5 against a team that's clearly ahead and just has a stronger composition right now. I think that flat out is just a swing and a miss, right? I think this fight was borderline impossible to win as only these four. And you saw for Heroic, it was pretty straightforward. You put the Repel on the Luna, she can lead the charge and play very confidently, just going straight in onto the Sand King. And the moment the Beastmaster arrives and takes care of Pugna, this fight is just over. So, very, very easy for the side of Heroic. And you would imagine that this game is just going to snowball out of control at this rate. Because the Dire lineup doesn't really have very good solutions, as we've already established, to this level of pressure. The Beastmaster pipe, we're looking at 3 minutes here, I think, for Divine. That should probably be in the bank as well. He's missing 1,800 gold, so with a 600 GPM, he'll get there. What else is on the docket?
Manta for Luna.
Manta is complete, so she's a harder target. And what do you have to show for yourself? Shadow Fiend has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance. It's not like his farm is terrible, but it just doesn't match up. It's just the enemy team is just that farmed. That good farm is not enough.
Right,
to really match.
Realistically, like, you need more levels on these heroes too. 33 would love to get 12, so he has level 2 ulti. Well, just walk in dust and then has to blink away. At the very least, you have Blink Dagger on Sand King, and they do have good heroes to try and cut waves. I mean, even, you know, Bounty Hunter, 4 points in Shuriken Toss with that little through and through facet.
Very late wisdom here for Sox, huh? Speaking of cutting. Cut between the towers and took that.
But yeah, that seems like it has to be the play at this point, is try and delay as much as possible.
Now, the question is, are Heroic just going to force high ground?
Right.
It might be a little bit too early for that, so perhaps you do get a little bit of breathing room. Oh, Whitemon's finding 2 Curs. Can he get a third? Oh, he backed off. He had a third.
He might still.
He might get it. He'll get it. Oh,
bang! It's a slaughter. Well,
the triple.
I mean,
how much gold was that?
That's what?
900 gold?
Not bad.
Not bad. 1k gold swing here from Whitemon killing couriers.
Mid one. Roared, though, and that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, he did. You see King J just went north and placed a ward here that is going to spot Shad. This ward is going to pay dividends soon.
Is completely alone here. If they could get a read on this that nobody else is nearby, maybe they could try a snipe play?
How do they kill him? Puck is dead and Shadow Fiend is under a ward. I actually think they can't kill him.
I mean, yeah, I feel like when you're behind tier 2 like this, sure, if you bring like maybe if you bring everybody, it's enough, but then you like lose out on the map wave cutting abilities, so maybe it doesn't matter.
All right, let's see. There's a TP from Shadow Fiend, and the Puck is trying to connect. Not committing.
That's unfortunate.
So he forced a Shadow Fiend TP with this, cut the wave, and now he's getting mid tier 2. That's... The panel was talking about it. When you play Huskar, you lose a couple brain cells, and there was a possibility there of some serious nerve damage, but he did get out.
And I mean, there's a minute left on Aegis anyways, so it's not like you're losing that much, but I mean, it could have stopped this push, maybe. They're going for it.
Minute on Aegis.
Couple hits, staying alive. Mid one, grabbing the next wave. But they will pop.
33 has to get something done here.
Burrow strike, good damage. Is it enough though? No. He is going to be able to go for the armlet toggle purification out. Mid one tried to find him. He's going to have to jaunt away from that one.
Well, they'll defend, but it takes all 5 heroes and they lose half the tower, and now they have no map control whatsoever.
No creep wave though. Silver
That's true.
linings.
So the push is going to stop now for a while. The question is if they can avoid bleeding now, because when you all 5 TP back to base and you're cornered like this, the tricky thing is getting out on the map unscathed and finding farm. We still know that there's this ward top that's going to oversee Shad, so they will get the information about that once again. And it means that Heroic now have the choice of how to move their heroes around the map, if they want to just take over the right side, plus the enemy triangle at the expense of the top half against Shad, or if they want to make a smoke move to try to take him out entirely. And it looks like for now they're just happy to trade farm and look at the bot tier 2. Although, Analog is still on the hunt here. He's just pushing out the wave. But
try and go for him. What do they have in the tank? Is it going to be enough? Does not quite look like it in 33. He's going to have to TP back home.
Oh, the Lotus!
He's living.
He's dead.
He's living. He's living. No, he's not living.
They did everything they could. They gave him a healing Lotus from an ally, and he bought a Fairy Fire, and he's still burnt to a crisp in base.
I mean, this incendiary thing is pretty gross.
It does a lot of damage. All right, in we go again. No Sand King now, so Analog, knowing that he can't get stunned by anything else than Coil, and with the Omni Knight at a relatively safe distance. Interesting, King Jungles is actually pulling the mid-wave to them.
Yeah.
Feeling that confident here.
Want to keep this pressure on. They are not concerned about a thing. Coil down, does not manage to break it.
Yeah, now the coil is just used, so now you don't have that tool either. They forced out the pipe.
Don't have Epi. But it looks like, with no Aegis, Heroic are finally going to play a little bit defensive here. Maybe they just wait for the wave?
That's a good question. I mean, now that the base tower is down, Luna, it becomes a serious threat as well, right?
Yeah.
Just taking out the barracks pretty quickly with the glaives. He's also going to finish his Conda in a moment. This is a very early Conda, mind you, from Parker. He went Manta, Dragonlance, Conda. So that artillery is going to come in. And already you see the damage here. This is pre-Conda. That's just Phylactery going to work. And they find Whitemon. Easy pick.
Yeah. Nice play there by Parker to send in the illusions, try and mess a little bit with the Bounty Hunter. So 10,000 gold lead now as we approach the 20-minute mark.
Yep. The luxury here is if you don't need to repel the Huskar. I think Luna is an equally big problem, if not more. We've talked about the Huskar a lot, but of course, he has been the attention, he's been the lightning rod the entire game so that Parker can do whatever he wants. And now with this very early Conda, Parker is doing ridiculous amounts of damage in the fights. You just put repel on him and he's going to go to town, win any 1v2, 1v3. All right, they get a shard on their Bounty Hunter, so now has that friendly shadow, can turn an ally invisible, which is potentially useful. It's a lot less important when you're inside your own base, though, and you can't really get the element of surprise to the same extent. But if they do get out on the map and make a move, perhaps it could open some doors. High ground, though, seems to be on the cards here for Heroic. Top tier 2, no towers left now. Outside the base. Let's see if they want to force down the bot lane that doesn't have a tower, or if they'll just keep this aggressive positioning.
I mean, Roche is capable of being up.
They found
33 does get caught here.
No follow-up.
But with Roche capable of being up, you can imagine they might go back. What they don't know is that it's going to be a long respawn on this one. It looks like instead, looking for the Wisdom Rune, and then, of course, you know, if they want to, you can make some type of a move forward.
Yeah, as long as the mid-wave is connecting, they could just siege bot. The mid-wave is close enough for them to be able to go in here if they do want to.
It's a lot of laughs come out, but nothing doing. So yeah, just going to continue to control this map here. Shad waiting for his courier to respawn, will have completed Daedalus, so just all-out right-click damage. He's depending upon his team to do the control, and he just needs to get whatever damage he possibly can in.
I mean, this is 100% the right choice in this game when you're playing against this Huskar. If Shadowfiend goes a quote-unquote standard build with BKB here, I think you don't have enough damage. So it's by necessity. All right, nice little Ancient kill there from mid one. He will take out the Ancient Dragon. So Devi is going to have to find himself a new friend. Okay, Schofield and Devi want revenge. They'll get it.
Roar immediately, and the bushwhack done.
They might push high with this.
Yeah.
40 seconds is enough to get this wave in and potentially force a buyback or get a lane of barracks with the Luna.
They do see the Luna.
He has amplified damage as well, by the way, on the Luna. If he gets to hit literally anything with a beam, this Conda is going to hurt.
They kind of are in the area right there. Although it looks like the amp is about to run out, so they're in the base on the other side of this one.
Yeah, this barracks is toast, surely.
Appy jumps in, the great burrow strike, the damage though, the repel, the GA, and Parker still living through it, and well, gotta walk away on Shad. Way too much damage out there. Goes to show just how strong that Omni Knight can be against a single target, and base instantly gone.
They didn't even GA.
Oh, really?
That was just repel and pipe.
What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much magic damage. If they pipe off half of it and they just heal up,
oh no,
they will still have that GA if a follow-up fight is to break out. So despite Shadow Fiend also laying into them a little bit, that was still not enough.
It looked like he was doing nothing to that Luna.
Yeah, pipe is good.
Man. I guess it was also the solar.
He was repel. He did repel the Luna, right?
Right. It was repel and solar, I think, was what it was. Pretty rough out here for Team Tundra. And meanwhile, you can see KJ, I think, was playing with one hand there for a moment.
Omni Knight's a good hero for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just stand in a good spot and make sure you can press repel and press the right target at the right time. It's not too many combos going on when you're playing Omni Knight. It's much more a positioning hero and a timing hero than a lot of mechanics.
Mid one.
Second Aegis.
Claiming the Wisdom Rune. In the
Parker
meantime,
gets eyes on Saksa.
Yeah, they find him. Not going to be able to chase him down there, though, it looks like, yet. Maybe they can if they find 33. Wanting to get away. Burrow. Slowed. The damage. Yules. It's Blake.
Lucid Beam. Okay,
33.
Nice escape.
Look at this. This is a highlight if I ever saw. Oh,
Fancy footwork.
Oh, Whitemon is dead.
A potentially game-winning play from 33.
Yeah?
If they were 20k gold less down.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah? Oh.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. I think the death push is inbound now. Second Aegis, they have the banner. Huskar now has BKB, so you can freely... Oh, Saksa's dead, by the way. He's getting cooked.
Mid one.
They can safely just repel the Luna now that Huskar has one of his own.
If they coil him here, it's going to take him longer to walk down the lane.
Yep, some serious silver linings going on from Big L.
They will kill off that wave.
It is true, though. It is the only play Tundra have is to try to cut waves so the push can't come.
That's right.
It's going to cost them their puck, though. And he does not have buyback, and they still have a wave mid.
Oh, no.
I mean, this one, it's just done and dusted, right? How do you possibly stop this? Parker doesn't even care for the barracks. We're straight onto tier 4s.
Starting to hit him away.
He knows where this one's going.
Of course, they do still have Glyph, but these are all dropping so rapidly. And buildings fall. They don't even get the refresh Glyph, obviously, because the one racks had already been down. Whitemon moving in, dying to the glaives. They jump in, Burrow. Shad doesn't do a thing. They have the turnaround. Shad is gone. 33 is gone. GG is called. And Heroic come in with a stomp. 2 games in a row for us, where the last pick just completely destroys the game.
Yeah, for sure. The Huskar was definitely a very strong pick in this game, but you got to give credit where it's due to other things as well, right?
Oh,
We're talking about the Huskar. Beastmaster crushed his lane. They absolutely stomped top with the Beastmaster Hoodwink lane. The Omni Luna lane was also winning. So in reality, the one lane for Heroic that went worse than it should have was actually the Huskar lane. He died solo to Puck, and it did not matter in the slightest. So honestly, just I think clear out strategizing here. I think they played a very solid game, understood their timings, bought the right items, and just made very quick work of Tundra.
Well, Tundra are going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they need to do next. Heroic 1-0 in this series.
Very strong performance from Heroic in game 1 of this best-of-3 series. We'll find out in game number 2 if they can keep this up, but I don't think that the Huskar last pick was the the overall nail in the coffin. I think there were a lot of other things that couldn't be solved by Tundra on this, from the side of Heroic.
Yeah, they couldn't stop Beastmaster from farming. They couldn't make any ganks with Pugner and Bounty Hunter because the heroes don't really work together that well. You had Luna, who was free farm, Omni Knight, who could save the Luna or the Husker or the Beastmaster if in a world in which they tried to gank, they went for it. Like, SF doesn't gank the map. Sand King needs time, gets a blink, then he's blinking into... for all of the drafts that I've seen, the last couple of games that we've had on the mainstream have just been just pretty bad. Like AVULUS Game 2 draft, Tundra Game 1 draft. These aren't the drafts I'm expecting from these teams with, you know, the caliber that they have. So hopefully, for Tundra's sake and for the series' sake, they do change it up because, again, Heroic, if you draft poorly, they are very good at their prep work. They will just... They'll do this.
Yeah, I have to say, though, like, if it's not Huskar mid, even though they won the Beastmaster lane, I feel the other two lanes are going very differently. Like, your Puck is having maybe even a better of a time. Getting a kill is great, but he still loses the tower, loses the lane handily. The problem is, your Pugna is trying too much to help mid, which is leaving him kind of stretched out between mid and bottom. He goes to try and pull the waves to... Look, leaving your offlaner even for one full wave is basically a death sentence. Like, you're completely ruining his game. Like, 33, he had full recovery to go from, and Beastmaster, on the other hand, had everything given to him. Because they could rotate to him, they didn't even need to. He was doing fine already. So, yeah, completely different story from the two position trees.
Yeah, so you feel like the Huskar mid, even though that lane was not as one-sided as we thought it could be, the fact that it was there and required as many resources that it did from the side of Tundra meant that the other lanes were kind of set up for fail.
Exactly. It sets up other lanes for failure, and also they didn't truly have the right answers for him later on in the game.
No, then they did not have time to draft anything because overall last big Huskar, sometimes that's just the way it goes. I think overall though for Heroic, I mean apart from the Huskar, this game did feel very smooth. Everybody on the same page. Of course, when there's a new player in the team, that is something that we look at with Parker there.
Yeah, I mean, it's why Heroic has been the best South American team for over a year. They have good philosophies. They know what they want to do. There's no element of kind of craziness built into what some SA teams have. Like, this is a team that feels, you know, somewhat westernized. Of course, they do have Devi Lama in the team as well, but you know, they're very, when they hit their stride, they follow it quite nicely. It's rarely a blunder, especially in like this game. It's Beast top net worth. He doesn't die at all. Parker pops off with his farm. Again, it was just a pleasant game from start to finish.
And Analog, I don't think he ever went full Huskar. There was
because you were a little worried that he might.
There was one moment when he's diving the tier between the lane between tier 2 and tier 3 with Huskar, and he only has armlet at that point. He did have Aegis though, but they were all dead and just starting to get their TP to maybe catch that opportunity. But he knew what he was doing. It was on point, and they couldn't really capitalize. So yeah, never went full Huskar. Played a solid game, went for that first Aegis very early on, which was enabled by a really big Beastmaster as well. Closed it out in style.
Yeah, later on, I think also it's important to note that they continuously did respect what Tundra could bring, because they didn't just run high ground and stayed high ground and continued, you know, diving tier 4s potentially, or diving tier 3s in this case as well. They took it slow, methodical, and it did not give Tundra any option or any chance to come back.
I mean, it's also KJ and Schofield, the vision that they placed, where they're playing. Like, the whole team knows exactly what they want to do on the map. So when they have games like this, there isn't this kind of moment. It's like, they're not ready to punish. They're always ready to punish. They just again, I'm just very happy watching that game. It was like, if you want to know how to play a Luna lineup with an Omni, like if you want to learn any of these heroes, you watch this game, because where they were positioned, how they moved, like, it is textbook stuff that you want to see from a team that is expected to do a deep run.
Yeah. Now we did have some questions regarding the Pugna and the Bounty Hunter as a support duo. I don't know if we can judge them, though. The way you're talking about it, Lizard, is that we didn't really get to see them do what they were supposed to.
That's me being very nice as well. You know, like 33 was talking about his current stack and how he never played with Moon before, like how this coach, he needs to kind of adjust to him. I feel like
this was a test.
This was a very big test.
Will you let me pick Pugna Bounty Moon says yes. I got you.
Got him.
You weren't meant to allow me to do that.
Falcons did something yesterday where they put 2 players on 2 very uncomfortable heroes for themselves, and you couldn't even recognize the Falcons for what they usually are. Today, maybe that's something that happened. They overcooked a little bit. Bounty Hunter, they played before. They played it on 4-on-5 as well. But Pugna and Bounty Hunter, maybe overcooked bros.
This is one of those moments where Bounty Pugna could maybe work together, but not when you draft it in this order. Like, you need to do it with a bit more like kind of class. You can't just go, here's my Bounty Pugna, here's my Shadowfiend carry. Like, there's no like deception occurring. There's no like, where's the heroes? What's this? How strong is it? Like, these also aren't like broken heroes. So I think just it was a weird draft. They were confident in what they were doing. It didn't cook. It was bad.
An experiment.
And experiments fail sometimes.
Which is fine.
But you still learn from the failures.
And that's hopefully what we'll see in game 2. We need to see that they've learned from game 1, and we don't see this type of draft structure because it isn't going to let them beat. You're not going to beat Heroic with this.
Oh, well, let's see what exactly they learned from game number 1 when game number 2 comes around after a break. failed experiment from Tundra in that first game surely will teach them a whole bunch for game number 2. And we're about to witness Tundra versus Heroic game 2. It also means that Heroic, with that victory from game 1, they're 1 game away from securing their place in that playoff bracket and therefore getting a 3-day break where they have extra time to prepare for the oncoming double elimination bracket. And also means you're part of the top 8 teams out of the 16 teams here in Bucharest, Romania. Let's see if Heroic can indeed punch that ticket or if Tundra will force them to a 3rd game. Lessons regarding Bounty Hunter Pug now probably learned, but I don't think that that's all that there is to learn from a game like that. I think also one thing that I think we keep coming back to, Lizard, is this Beastmaster, because well, of course we saw it played by Heroic in game 1, but I also know, and I think a lot of people know, that 33 is a mean Beastmaster, so priority is shifting.
Definitely, look at them hugging it
The
out.
huddle.
Yeah, the huddle.
They do it every game.
It's nice.
I love
it's very commendable, and yeah, like you can feel it in the game as well. They work as a unit. When it comes to the offlane that you just mentioned, like the Beastmaster, I feel like they opened up the draft very damn nicely. The bans and the pick. Like I was thinking about Beastmaster maybe for 33 as something that they can pick. Instead, they let it go through. They snatch it instead, and now you have to play into that Beastmaster. The other heroes that were banned out, also very nice, which left, I believe, something like only Sand King and Bristle. I believe Bristle also banned out. So overall, very nicely prepared for Tundra. And yeah, but I don't know. I'd maybe rather have Tundra win the series and go on a break, because these guys are actually going to explore Bucharest, enjoy it a little bit.
You think so?
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Heroic, like you look at Parker, he played 70 pub games besides the tournament games. This guy also played 70 pub games in the last 5-6 days.
7-0?
7-0. I mean,
that's very intense, because you can imagine they probably also are scrimming at the same time as well.
That's around 10 games a day besides the scrims.
That is perfect.
And
that's like that's the kind of a dedication player you want on your side.
Yeah,
it's, yeah.
Then they've got 3 extra days to play those.
Just play pubs.
Play pubs. I wouldn't say no to that either. So, and you still get to enjoy potential good Bucharest food, because you can just order it in. You know, I think Heroic would also be very happy with getting that 3-day
Absolutely. All jokes aside, absolutely. And if they continue playing like they did in game number 1, they definitely deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easily becoming a top 3 favorite in the tournament. Of course, they'd be in the top 2 of the Swiss stage, so it makes sense. But yeah, I think coming into this second game, Tundra might want to look towards the offlane of Heroic a little bit more. Again, we said in the pre-show that Divide is a player that has quite a like a smaller hero pool, but he excels at kind of just rallying the team around him. But when he doesn't have a good game, things can fall apart a little bit, right? We've seen them struggle throughout TI, but so far in this tournament, he's played MOUZ. Again, Beastmaster, like you mentioned, is a big hero from game 1. I wouldn't be surprised if you want to try and force him back to the kind of the uncomfortable stages. Like, if Divide has choice, he sometimes picks a bad one. You know, things don't go so well. But if he's playing a MOUZ or a Centaur or a Beastmaster or a Timber, he's going to own the game for his team, and then everyone just makes moves around him. And he's very vocal, this player. Very, very vocal.
The one problem that I see maybe that's happening in Tundra headquarters right now is, like, you have 2 stand-ins, right? And because of that, 33... he can't really have as much freedom when it comes to his heroes, because he has to think about these other 2 as well and how they fit in. And if they're heroes, like mid one, I'm looking at him, like so far his hero pool, he impressed on some heroes, some weren't as great. Very understandable, because he hasn't been a part of a competitive scene for a very long time. So maybe you have to, after all, take care of him and make sure that he has a good time.
Yeah. Very understandable. We did see in the previous game Tundra was first pick, and they had the chance to first pick Beastmaster, but they picked the Shadow Fiend to indeed, as Lizard say, get their stand-in in Shad on a hero that he is very comfortable with.
Shadow Fiend, yeah, makes sense.
Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. By the way, the 2 bans, amazing. Beast and Omni got him instantly out. Like, they get rid of what really was the problem in game number 1.
That's the only reason why the Pugna Bounty Hunter did not work. The only reason.
I do like the fact that you bring up Shad a little bit, because as a player throughout his time on like D2 Hustlers and other European teams pre his stand-in here, he was a carry player that often got
4th or 5th pick for his team. Like, he was a later pick carry player. Sometimes, sure, with like Luna or something in meta, he might go first phase, but the fact that he's entered Tundra as a stand-in and somewhat uncharacteristically is a first pick carry player, again, meta could dictate that Shadow Fiends and Lunas are fine in first phase, but
even a Windrunner this game, right?
Yeah,
this tournament.
He's sacrificing his traditional draft position to give 33 his position. So I think it is again a lot of kind of learning required for Tundra to do it, because I think Shad's in an off position for his carry to draft normal. So we'll see.
But it also comes to the patch, right? Like sometimes in a patch, carries are picked exactly like this. Heroic, they instantly just open up with the Luna. Game before this one, I believe they also won with Luna. They lost one game before, so right now looking pretty damn solid for Parker. We'll see what they combo it up with. Clockwork obviously will not be a possibility for them, but there's a lot of really nice heroes. Tusk banned out, Omni Knight banned out, Shadow Demon banned. Okay, not too many. The ones they played before was Jakiro or something, but that was into a Timber, so that was mostly the reason.
Whatever happened to Treant Protector? Because I thought that he also was a good beefy boy to have.
I think we were just not seeing him on this stream, but on the secondary stream I see a lot of Treant games. Okay. And this morning I believe it was played as well, so we were just unlucky.
Unlucky. Perhaps we would get lucky with this upcoming game. We do have the Enchantress removed, so that's a support that is out for now, and it will be up to Tundra to select one other hero to remove. And they don't really have a lot to go for, so it could just be a support that would otherwise pair up well with the Luna.
Yeah, there's one world where they ban MOUZ here, hope Heroic don't pick Centaur, and then Tundra go like Centaur +1. Again, there's a lot of options, but the real question is, does Tundra care about Devise, MOUZ and Centaur prominence of the tournament? If not, then we might just see it ignored. But that's at least the two heroes that I think are decent value bans.
I think they banned it last game.
They did.
They did. In first phase, they did the MOUZ, yeah.
Would you consider Clockwork a counter to the Mars because of the vision thing is no longer a thing with the player?
It's definitely an asset, right? Like having some vision in that arena definitely helps. I feel like Bloodsport is an incredible facet, completely changes the hero. Some facets are kind of meh. That one is definitely anything but. But we'll see. Clockwork as well, Tundra didn't play it so far in the tournament, but Heroic played it a lot. So they're kind of doing the same thing that Heroic did to them with the Beastmaster. They're taking away their comfort zone. They didn't ban it, they take it up for themselves. And also, you know that this Luna is in the pool, so not allowing that combo to be in is nice.
And they banned out the two strong 5s that Heroic been using to bring Luna into the game. KG's been playing a ton of Witch Doctor, a hero that we haven't really seen, but MOUZ with Bengen would play it. I could see a world where they just want another strong 5 position. Maybe I'm getting a little bit carried away here, but they go for the Willow, which is rising up at PGL Wallachia so far. Great hero, loving it a lot. Bramble, Terrorize, Fight Control, good laning. Win rate isn't really reflecting it, but
stats sometimes lie, it's fine.
It's just a hero that in draft, it doesn't feel bad drafting it. Therefore, a lot of teams will go for it. And obviously, when everyone's picking it,
she's very solid. Like I'm really enjoying a lot of games of Dark Willow in this tournament. Like even this morning, I believe it was Miracle that dies solo to a Dark Willow under a tier 2 tower, where he's trying to make a play and then gets terrorized into brambles. She dishes out way too much damage with one facet or the other, and we're gonna see it again. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's impossible to pick Pugna though, so we're fine.
Unless it's a core. But yeah, definitely, I wouldn't enjoy that.
Repel also gets rid of track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So see, it was just the Omni Knight that's the sabotage.
Oh, there was Omni, there was Huskar as well, Beastmaster. Maybe this will be a better test for the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Bounty needs people to be aggressive, to skirmish, to play the map, and this is
full melee.
Yeah.
Is there something that in here that Tundra that Heroic can abuse?
Of course, when you see a lot of melee heroes, different ideas.
Lock them up in one area.
A Mars,
like
by chance.
A Mars, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes,
with
Mars
also Willow. Great combination. The
maybe
wombo
some
combo.
coil as well there.
Yeah.
I hope Tundra saw that coming.
We have it, and imagine like a position 5, like a Phoenix or something with all of that. Like
potentially.
Why
not?
1 out of 3.
Okay.
And you know what as well? This Mars, he can't let you run away. Like you cannot run away away with a little surge from that arena. Nice. At the same time, though, when it comes to Darkseer into Luna, you get a very nice illusion to work with. You also have this sick combo with both the Bounty Hunter and the Clockwork, a lot of Ion Shell damage, a lot of AoE damage as well, which isn't that bad. So this is, out of all the drafts that they've had with Bounty Hunter so far, this one is probably the best one.
Yeah, it plays
for him, that is. Plays into his strengths, right?
Yeah, and at the moment, Heroic, sure, they have good team fight with Willow and MOUZ, but the way in which Darkseer lineups play, if you survive that arena with the Greaves and a Pipe and a Crimson on your Darkseer, where there is no second team fight Heroic. And that's where maybe these next two picks... For now, exactly. Yeah. And that's something to consider. Will Heroic continue down the line of MOUZ is our everything? Because some lineups, they do that. Rewind a year or two in Dota, Kunkka was the pick where it's like, okay, we have no team fight, we'll pick Kunkka. The modern day version of that is MOUZ, but when there's a Darkseer in the game, it's a high pressure situation to force the Vailama to always hit the correct arena on the correct hero, and they do go for the Phoenix. Yeah.
2 out of 3, let's go.
Again, Heroic, they are a relatively textbook team.
I love that you can like see their draft the way it's most likely going to finish 3 picks before. But yeah, when it comes to Phoenix, right now, one thing that I like about this position 5 is if you don't have a counter to him, Phoenix carries games from position 5, which is kind of silly to say, but you need to have one hero that deals with him. So far in the tournament, Lina was an option. Marcy was also an option.
Yeah.
Both of these heroes right now, Marcy probably not playable. Lina may be an option from the mid lane.
Nature's Prophet is an option. If
not bad.
Like, you need BKB relatively quickly though, and it can fall off due to the fact that there's so much team fight that TPing in can be uncomfortable. They go for the puck,
Get the puck themselves.
I mean, the puck was still in the pool. They had 3 melee heroes, some extra...
It's always a weakness, though, with Heroic's lineup. You see it so many times, though. It's like MOUZ plus Willow and Phoenix or any team fight. Like, you swap MOUZ out for a Tide. No easy stun to lock down any Spirit hero, any puck. You can go yours and MOUZ, of course, to deal with it, but...
Which he probably will, right? Like, even with the Darkseer and everything.
Yes,
like,
it's a very good duels game.
It's a good duels game. But one thing that I dislike about Tundra right now, I like their draft overall in general. I think this is an amazing Phoenix game, and they need to find a way to get rid of him first, which isn't an easy task. The secondary thing is you need your carry to be the one dealing with the egg. And these heroes that are good against the egg...
It would have been Alchemist.
Alchemist
that could have been a good option.
Alchemist is actually, I would say, the only good one from position 1 right now. Everything else, kind of meh.
In the past, it was always Juggernaut or Lifestealer, but both are not great at the moment
like
in the meta.
Built-in BKBs, but he has played a lot of heroes. So
How
maybe
about Medusa for Tundra? It's not about playing with the timing of Darkseer, but there's so much aggression from the first 4 picks that Medusa will always get to Manta Butterfly. There's no crazy map progression for Heroic because Luna does need to farm for a good 15-20 minutes before really pressuring tier 2s and invading. So
if
I could see them just going, hey Shad, what carry do you want? And Medusa right now looks very good.
We did see Alina carry earlier today, right?
It was
it was a mid.
It was mid Lina with an Aghanims build, which also deals with Phoenix Egg, but I don't like her that much here, even into the Mars. We'll see. Like, they can go full comfort, go for some just team fight oriented hero in position 1, something like a Gyro-esque, or actually, you know what? There's one hero that they haven't played yet, but would fit this game very nicely, Morphling. I think that's probably the best pick for them that I can see right now. Lifestealer, sure,
that's
great
a Shad specialty,
but that's yeah. Do you really want to play Lifestealer right now?
Nah, it's a little bit of respect shown as well to Shad, which is indeed nice. So for the side of Heroic, they are still lacking the hero that would deal with puck, and we still. I mean, I think Huskar is going to get banned. Would imagine. What are you saying, T?
I think couldn't Tundra still go? Actually, I'm getting carried away. It's more predictions for the fun of it, but yeah, right now very simple. It's like Brood ban, Huskar maybe ban, Sniper maybe ban. Like whoever shuts down the lane. But also you could argue there's like a Void Spirit or Tiny. There's multiple options for anti-puck right now. Either dominate in lane or punish in game, and Tundra just needs to pick which one
hurts the carry potentially that they're going to pick after.
And also how they want to play the game. Like if you go for something like a sniper, maybe it's a little bit more on the greedier side. If you go for something like a tiny, the team...
I really want to see Void. Sorry, I'm all excited. I did want to do more
You mean
predictions.
Faceless Void?
Yes, Faceless Void for Tundra. I'm trying to think of like what's a carry that can be active, that can punish the lack of control, and then bring multiple pressure points and like dilation.
Wow.
But this is probably Medusa now with anti-mage.
Wait. They ban out the anti-mage?
For Medusa most likely.
I mean, the Void is also...
Void. I like Medusa or Faceless Void. They would be my 2 top tier picks. But yeah.
Nice Medusa call, yeah. For me, I honestly still think that Morphling maybe would have fit a little bit nicer here, but yeah, I'm all down with Medusa as well. The problem that I see for their draft right now, it's very well rounded. I do see some issues, even though Medusa is like this ultimate hard carry. I do still see some issues going very late into the game. Like Luna, level 25, her talents are incredible, and their team fight, they still don't have a way of dealing with Yag. So if you initiate properly around that arena, like maybe some refresher on that Phoenix, I'm looking down the road, right? So for me, for Heroic to make this game plausible in that late game scenario, they need to get something from the mid lane that will get them there. And they get the sniper. Again, not my favorite one, but it does do very nicely against the Puck and against the Medusa. It used to be one of the main counter picks for her.
Yeah, and it will hurt Tundra because the entire lineup is built to make Medusa like the 1v9 hero. And now there's a sniper shutting down Puck and a Luna. It's 2 big scaling cores versus a Medusa with the MOUZ arena to help mitigate that range damage as well. As the arena will soak it up.
There is one nice thing though as well for Tundra. Like even though the sniper is a problem, and on paper you don't have too many things that get on top of him, if the lane on top goes well, I think on top, right? They're Radiant, yeah. If Saxa and Darkseer do well, which they should be able to, then the Bounty Hunter can rotate around, maybe pressure that sniper. I can see a world in which that is the case.
This is going to be a fun draw from Tundra because it's all about like breaking the map, not allowing Heroic to be greedy, because this is very greedy. Supports that can't really invade the jungle, MOUZ who has to hit the perfect arenas, Sniper and Luna who need to farm 2-3 items. Like there's a lot of economy needed for Heroic, so you expect Darkseer, Clock, Bounty, Puck to break the map, and Shad, he has to find the perfect time to join his team. Yeah. Like if he joins too late, he's going to get outscaled. If he joins too early, he'll die to the terrorize the arena, the egg, and then he won't have the farm. So it's like, I think Shad, as the stand-in, he has to choose, like, is it man to butterfly? Is it man to Skadi? But when he joins, it needs to be, like, perfect. Otherwise, again, the problems I just mentioned.
And for Heroic, that maybe means that they might want to pressure Shad a little bit more on that Medusa. They might be looking for those fights. Will be very interesting to watch. Before we're watching game number 2, though, we're going to check in with Slacks, who's standing by with Coach Calves.
Hello, yes indeed. Coach Calves is here. He said it's been a long day. He's a little tired, so I got to hype him up. No, he's all right. Calves, you're a sick freak, man. Huskar last pick in that last game, and now Sniper last pick. I'm seeing a lot of dirty heroes coming out from you guys, in my personal opinion. How do you feel about your drafts? Are they honorable drafts?
I think so. I think if a hero is there, you should just pick it, you know?
Okay.
You're always allowed to pick it.
Nothing's off limits? Support, Tinker, all that techies, all good?
Sometimes.
Oh, there.
Before this patch, Ringmaster was off limits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's limits to everything, you know.
All right. Well, let's.
Big difference between a 60% win rate hero than like just a sniper, you know?
Yeah, he's like 40 now, but it's 40 something. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about this draft, right? They get that last pick, Medusa, trying to take a little page out of your book, banning that anti-mage, picking that Medusa. You too worried about that Medusa this game, or you think the Arena and Phoenix got that on lock?
Yeah, I was surprised by the Medusa pick. I think I hit the bands, right, for them to pick Medusa there. And on top of that, we get another counter, which is the sniper. He can go Diffuser Blade. So I think we're really happy going against that Medusa.
Okay, so very confident. Out of 10, what do you think? Chances of winning?
Whoa. Wow. Probably it's a 70-30 draft.
Okay. 10 out of 10. That's what I like to hear. Thank you so much. We're going to go right in that game, and we're going to see if he was right. 10 out of 10, he said.
I don't. I'm pretty sure
that's what I heard too.
Yeah, he's lying all the time. That's a good strategy for interviewing. Just lie about what they said.
Yeah, or he is claiming that the interviewee is lying. And he was just being nice with 70-30, but Slacks knows how to interpret the facial expression. When he was like, oh, wow, what can I say that's not 10?
Yeah.
Guess I'll go with 7. So, you know, think of a random number. It's never really random, is it?
I guess not. No. I mean, I'm still not sure I'm following your logic either, if I'm going to be completely honest. But yeah, that sounds great. Let's keep going with it. Perfect. Beautiful.
This is a very good sniper game, to get back on track a little bit here.
Yes.
I think this was an excellent last pick coming out from Heroic. The only issue Sniper really faces in this game is the clockwork, but you naturally want to buy Pike anyway, and you're playing with an amazing front line with the MOUZ, who's going to probably buy some auras here or there. And you have, of course, the Phoenix as well to help protect you when enemies get on top with the Supernova plus Sun Ray. So I really like what Heroic are bringing to the table once again. I felt like in the first game they had a superior draft, and I can't help but feel the same way this time around as well. This Bounty Hunter has not won me over just yet. They had a game yesterday, I believe, we cast where they did win with Bounty, but it didn't feel like it was because of Bounty. They just ended up winning the game anyway. It was that kind of awkward game where they ended up ultimately winning with pincering heroes with Brood and Beastmaster coming in from the sides, and it felt more like that was the deciding factor, more so than playing this early pick Bounty Hunter to massive success. But we'll see. They're definitely committed to the idea. Once again, they've played it multiple times now. See if they can make it work this time around. But
and to be honest, the other thing with it is that it's a better game for it than it was last time with the Darkseer. By the way, I'm just so you know, I'm going to struggle to not talk about this hero.
Understandable.
The entire time.
What's your favorite hero? I'll talk about Clock every time you talk about Darkseer. How about that?
That sounds great. I love it.
I actually love Darkseer too. This is a bit of a problem. It's also one of my favorite heroes.
We're just going to talk about him the entire time as he's pulling
only
these
talk
pulls
about
off.
Darkseer.
But one of the things is that 33, one of the best Darkseers in the world, and knows how to enable these heroes, knows how to catch back up. You can see already they're just continuing to pull the lane over and over again, and that is something that Bounty Hunter allows you to do. Is didn't quite get the Gorgon's Grasp, and in fact pushing him back into the brambles. Divine Llama paired together with Skullfield and your little courier too.
It's a great start for Heroic. They kill Clockwork. Unfortunately, he was not Darkseer, so he did die.
Yes.
But speaking of Darkseer, he is up top farming behind the tower. Just doing classic Darkseer things, has pulled the wave. And we'll get another wave coming his way in the tower. So, yeah, this is definitely, you know better than anyone how much it matters to Darkseer to get level 3. Like, this hero is all about getting out of the early laning stage unscathed, getting your first item, and getting those levels up. And so far, so good. Now, the thing is, on paper, Heroic have a favorable mid matchup. And in this bot lane, now that they've got the first kill, the MOUZ now has a pretty meaningful advantage against the Medusa as well. So what I'm looking at is, where are Tundra going to find success? Like, where do they have kills? Top lane is probably going to be rather tricky. See the Luna already skilling Lunar Orbit, playing against 2 melee heroes.
I think they're going to dive here, though, with the Ion Shells.
Yeah,
they're getting in at them.
It's not easy, though.
They move forward, wanting to make something happen onto KJ with the Ion Shell, and will force the dive away.
Yeah.
So even if they don't necessarily get the kills, they can at least make things somewhat uncomfortable. In fact, making the move forward and trying to slow won't be enough. Yes. So 33 gets the kill with that Ion Shell, and I mean, this is the nice part. And oh my God, is he actually going to do it? So he is queuing up right now on the Darkseer treads.
Yep.
So for those of you that have not seen this, the Quick Wit has been nerfed a lot, but there's still a lot of ways that it's pretty cool, and there's potentially some strange builds he can go for, depending upon how this game goes.
So you're hoping he gets a build that takes advantage of making illusions of Luna with not just the wall, right? But also getting eggs?
Yes.
There is an angle to that. My concern with it is I feel like the team really needs auras, and nobody else is a good candidate unless Bounty has an outstanding game, right?
Right.
Like, you need a pipe in this game. It feels like you want Greaves, but I think the Greaves are optional. Pipe feels mandatory to me as, Dark Willow, caught in the cogs.
Gets the
even
cog
taking a
pushback.
knockback here. Schofield has Bramble, so he will be okay. We'll get out of there. Yeah, I'm curious to see the Darkseer build. This is... It's not new tech, but it's uncommon.
Right. I think it is new in pro games, though, yeah. in terms of people going for it. I don't know if I've ever seen a Treads Darkseer before, but this is also what 33 was known for when he played this hero, innovating constantly.
Yep. He's a very creative player with itemization, and he has some fresh ideas. He's going to go for the Soul Ring now, so that's a more standard old-school Darkseer item, and you have to get at least one mana item. If you're not buying Arcane Boots, Soul Ring is mandatory. Like, this hero cannot play without a mana battery. You would imagine that perhaps Soxa is also going to get Arcanes on the Bounty Hunter. That would definitely be a big help for him too. This might be, you know, a pairing that they have scrimmed and tested this exact combination before.
Right. Well, and the other thing is that if he does end up eventually going for an Aghanim Scepter on 33, it's not just the Luna, it's also the Sniper that can get definitely brought out. You can see Analog speccing into a lot of Agi items. And meanwhile, the Lotuses will be traded over. Whitemon going to force Divine Llama all the way back across the river there.
Yeah, having Lotuses on Medusa is awesome. It's the best hero for Lotus defensively. It's a lot of health on this hero to get all that mana. So that's the good news down here. It will be difficult for them to kill Shat, but at the same time, Divine Llama is also farming a lot on the Mars. Like, their lane, Clock Medusa can't really threaten Mars very easily because Mars has 2 knockbacks against Clock. So whenever you come up close, you don't even need to hit the spear. You can just rebuke Phase Boots and run away. 33. Brambles. Nice sidestep. Good movement.
Ooh, assassinate damage and...
Oh, got a big stick, never mind. He's still burning.
Barely surviving. The Treads coming in clutch there to keep him alive.
Was there a healing Lotus there too?
And Whitemon, oh, they missed the spear! He gets it! Tundra get the double wisdom rune!
That is huge for them.
Divide.
And that should not have happened.
And seeing some real restraint from Whitemon to not tip Divine Llama right there. My God. I would be all over that. Are you kidding me?
That's big. It feels like Tundra kind of needed something like this already with their supports not... You know, if Clock as well as Bounty Hunter are both starved for levels, it's going to be hard to find moves across the map for this lineup. But now on the flip side, Heroic supports are both level 3. That is very good news. They're going to immediately go on to Parker up top now with a Darkseer as well as Bounty.
Doesn't quite have level 6 yet, though, so cannot drop
Mars
that wall
TP,
down.
Has
And
Arena.
Immediately needs a runaway. So force a rotation, no big play afterwards. They will lose a courier, but you want more than that as this Mars moving.
Yep, that's a great result for Tundra to poke and prod here and get that out of them.
Yeah, and you were right. He is just immediately going for the pipe on 33, which makes sense. Oh, coming to contest. Oh, and the arena down. Oh, it's as bad as it could have gone. They take the stacks and they get the kill onto 33. All right, well, that makes the trip worth it.
Yep. They have a nice ward there placed from more than a minute ago. Obviously, 33. It's one of those situations where you're kind of kicking yourself that you didn't pull the creeps to the other side.
Yeah.
But he has no way to know that this is even a play that's likely to happen right now. So ultimately, the failed Mars rotation now bears fruit with that kill instead. Not really where he was expecting it to begin with, but getting the job done.
Well, 9-minute mark coming up right now, and mid one so far has been doing a pretty okay job. We do see him level 7 without the coil skilled up yet, opting for just more of the lane type of plays, and does signal that probably not going to be rotating anytime.
It's a very farm-focused puck build, trying to make up for the shortcomings of this lane. I mean, at this level, Puck can't win this lane.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. So you're doing what you think is best to give yourself a game, and sometimes that is just completely looking out for yourself. Sometimes it's activating yourself through the help of your teammates. But yeah, like you said, hasn't really felt there was a good opportunity to rotate with the coil. As a result, this sniper is going to get a lot of farm, not just getting the full waves mid, he's also getting side camps. Analog will be going for the Maelstrom first. Cav said in the interview that the sniper is able to buy Diffusal, which is a classic way of solving Medusa. But I'd imagine he wants the Maelstrom first to make sure he gets that nice farm curve going. And then we'll see if Diffusal is even an item he wants to buy. Because it's not mandatory. It's just good against that particular hero.
I will
nice
say,
rune deny from Analog. No invis.
If your coach says, yeah, he can buy a Diffusal Blade, and then he doesn't and they lose to it, like, you might have a talk afterwards.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
As the coach.
Saksa doing some damage onto Parker here. Actually, really good damage, but...
Forces out the Eclipse, but they'll be willing to take that.
I think Parker doesn't feel forced. I think Parker says thank you.
Wall, though, Wall. 33 thinking about it. Doesn't manage to get in there. So no.
Yeah, they were trying to be cute there with the Iron Shell Bounty Hunter. A very classic play to give him shell and then trace someone in the jungle. And it wasn't obvious to Parker that it was happening because he was taking damage from creeps simultaneously. So I think he didn't realize it immediately, but the way they reacted was very quick. Sniper was in range for the assassinate. They get the vision and they get a nice and easy kill for their Luna.
Now rotating in now, hoping to find somebody else. They can go for a surge forward, running at the Luna. Mid one on the hunt.
Yeah, this one would be big. Coil.
Got him immediately. Coil down, and the silence, the finish.
Big kill.
Can they get more? Phoenix off to the side. Gonna be chased now. And KJ trying to run away, but suddenly Shad is there too. The Gorgon Grasp is enough to secure that one as well.
Yeah, this is a full 5-man rotation for the side of Tundra, so really committed to this play. It's going to cost them their mid tower. And only a little bit of damage on the bot one, so I think job well done for them overall. This is quite big for them to find that kill on the Luna. And it's also big for them to activate Clock. I was just about to point out, we're 11 minutes in, he was level 4. And that was after getting 2 Wisdoms.
Yeah.
So definitely having a very low-level game on the Clockwork, but getting him involved, getting that 6 soon is going to help them a lot in the way of playmaking. Nice stacks here from the side of Heroic. Tons of gold going their way once more. Still is Shad at the top of the board. So finding a very good amount and very healthy amount of farm on that Medusa.
Definitely the way that you want to, and I mean, you know, we've been talking about these other lanes. The main hero that hasn't really been touched that much has been Shad, who, like you said, is off to a good start. That's going to need to be the hero that they play around eventually, once this game fully comes online. Manta, Scotty seems to be the choice for Shad here. And that Maelstrom is done now for the Sniper, while you can see Tundra still just trying to farm around. Saksa making the rotations, trying to scout things out, and could be getting into this position to try and steal another Wisdom as Divine Llama gets the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he does have a dust on him, though, so he's already prepared for the possibility.
Right.
Okay, they're going to Arena. Dusting it up. And easy pick.
Yeah, that one is pretty simple.
Yeah. That's, I mean, if he wants to try for the bounty rune, it's still a possibility. He's respawning in 20. He could TP down, Shadow Walk, and get over there. Now he knows Mars won't have the dust anymore.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't blame him for giving that a go. Let's see what he does when he spawns, because there's not much else to do on the map.
Right.
Medusa's farming, Puck is farming mid. You're not looking to play super aggressive right now. Darkseer just wants time. He really wants to farm up his pipe. Although I say that, mid one... Oh, the hook shot doesn't quite reach.
And now they get him with the cogs, though. And Schofield in some trouble. Egg down. They get the kill. Meanwhile, Spear, just barely off the mark there. Shad running into the Ancients with Saksa here. Gets some good damage onto Analog. Wants to throw out some more hits. The Mystic Snake, a couple more punches. It's enough. That is exactly what they needed from the Medusa and not from the Mars. And now KJ, one more hit's going to come in. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Now they drop down the wall. Pull on in Parker. He's in further trouble. Now drops down that Eclipse. Need to be careful about their movements. Very, very low on this Luna, getting punched and pummeled and killed. A triple kill for this bounty hunter. All tracks. 33 wants to run away. No spear for 5 seconds, so he just TP's out.
Oh, can Saksa even get the Wisdom here?
Oh, that would
it's
be
still
enormous.
There. He's going to go check it, I think.
Oh, and they're scanning.
Yep, it's too late. He's going to get, okay, 4 Wisdom runes for Tundra.
Wow.
And a really important sequence just there where they found a lot of kills. This could not have gone any better. Analog is late by a few seconds here.
Man.
So this is what the bounty hunter lineup wants to accomplish, is finding these early mid-game kills, ramping it up. Saksa will be assassinated.
And And the counter kill, though, coming in. They want to try and bring down Divide. Not going to work. They went in a bit too far as Whitemon is going to die.
All right, this is not what the Bounty Hunter lineup wants. It wants to get the kills, not get killed.
True.
So a little bit of a swing and a miss there, but overall, experience really is the big story of this game. The support levels, 8 and 9 on the side of Tundra, on the side of Heroic, 6 and 8. So Willow, not looking too shabby there on Schofield, being level 8 with 0 Wisdom Runes is actually really impressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phoenix is the big loser in this exchange overall. Has so much ground to cover. Let's see what Saksa builds, by the way. This is a different thing we haven't talked about too much with the Bounty Hunter. Did call the Arcane Boots, but after that, this hero has a ton of build paths. You can buy whatever utility you want for your team. Currently has the Solar Crest. Is it going to be something like a Force Staff? Is it going to be some sort of Aura? Potentially, he could buy Greaves. I mean, the Darkseer isn't. So.
Yeah. Oh,
good
Coil. After that first round, they get the track and into the kill, and now another track onto the Willow. These little snipes here are really looking good. Is Schofield going to be found? Tries to throw out the Terrorize. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They also find another track kill on the Phoenix. They just keep on getting taken out one by one. And so many kills getting laid down. Can vacuum Divide Llama back in if they need to. As this Mars taking damage. Do they have enough for the finish? Yes, they do. 5K gold lead out of nowhere.
This is really a matter of formation and Tundra just punishing it. They're getting all this intel with their bounty and clockwork, and Sniper being the first point of contact is the dream scenario. Without a Force Staff on him, they can just go on top of him and kill him off immediately. And Heroic, they have to do a better job of protecting the right heroes at the right time. This is not Sniper who's meant to be jumped here. If he's in here farming, you have to have better formation on the other heroes to be able to assist. Mars is way off to the side. Phoenix is not even remotely close. And if Sniper wants to farm these camps, I think he can't stand in the middle of the triangle. He has to stand off to the sides. He has to stand to the north when farming Ancients. And standing there in the middle just makes it way too easy for the side of Tundra to isolate and kill him off. And they will now build a massive lead. This is starting to look extremely healthy all of a sudden. That's Bounty Hunter for you. When things go well, when it rains, it pours when it comes to gold in this game.
Well, and in a lot of ways, you're seeing just the enabling factor that you have from this hero, not just in the laning stage, the Darkseer, but also like a puck that can go in and follow things up. Like, you know, the combination of throwing out a track shuriken, 300 damage nuke, and then you also have a puck that jumps with all of his stuff, but then also Clockwork, 3 points in Rocket Flare, only 1 in the cog. So every time they jump on one of these supports, it's a kill opportunity.
Yep.
Oh, in the bottle.
Speak of kill opportunity.
Do they have enough to bring them down? Yes, they will. Even with the shield rune, still a puck.
It's a pretty big kill. Don't think Heroic can get too much more out of this, though, but we'll see. Maybe this is going to work.
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
there's a very good defensive ward.
Saksa steps forward. If they get caught right here, this will be pretty rough. Arena down! Catches onto the Darkseer. That's Vanguard Pipe, though. They are all very, very tanky, but they are still in that arena. 33 takes more damage. They turn down, try and kill off the egg with the Medusa. It's gonna die. Now Stone Gaze ends up proccing, hitting away into this Luna. They're getting further into this fight and still willing to stick around behind Big Bad Shad as they Manta throw a couple more hits. Saksa needs to get another shuriken toss out, not gonna happen. They kill off the Clockwork, 2 right now. The only ones left in this fight, although Puck gets back into it, he doesn't get him! Woo! Just barely able to get away.
Wow. Honestly, the play call from Tundra to even take that fight is actually baffling to me. Mid one was dead.
Yes.
They saw the enemy team advancing toward them under their own ward. They had time to react. And 33 just caught this bait. He was like, let them go on me. I could survive everything. And he was right for a good 30 seconds. With the pipe and the Vanguard, as you pointed out, he tanked ridiculous amounts of damage and hits from that sniper. But ultimately, they finally did get him with a spear. And it honestly, the choice to make that call is... I don't know if I'm impressed or disappointed. Because it's like, it's really impressive to make that decision, but I feel like all in all, it was very risky. It was like high risk, medium reward. And I say that despite you having Bounty Hunter, it's just you're outnumbered, you're getting flanked by a Mars with Dagger Arena, and they still chose to take the fight. but ultimately they get out of it alive for the most part. Like it was a relatively even trade.
Right, and you think again about what that means for the game going forward. If they kind of, you know, don't lose that fight tragically without their mid there, what happens when all five are there?
They're crushing them. So, but it was their choice.
Right. Coil. Speaking of crushing them, that is going to be
easy pick. More
Dead Willow.
gold. Bounty's level 12. It's time for more monies.
That's a lot of money.
Every kill is 225 for him and 80 for allies nearby. So a minimum of 305 gold per kill if it's with 1 assist.
Oh, and that's Spirit Vessel coming out right now.
Yep.
Analog. They see some creeps.
Not the item I was expecting from Saxa, to be honest. It is a nice item against Phoenix, but the thing is Mars is buying BKB and Luna's buying Manta, so the dispels are already part of the equation here.
Big battle coming in. They don't want to give up this Wisdom Rune. Unfortunately, it happens again. For the third time, they are not going to get a Wisdom
all game.
No.
All right, that's some foresight. I think this game is also going to have 28-minute Wisdom.
Okay.
We'll see if they get any of those.
I mean, this game's going to be over at that point, Sen.
Okay.
Crimson Guard done with the pipe. And Shad Scotty. I mean, as far as the timing goes, I don't know if you like have one that hits harder than this. Like,
it's a really, really strong moment right now, that's for sure. Oh, they're in on the sniper. No four-step still.
Getting this kill is devastating. They're going to try and go now onto this Medusa. This is not going to work. You have to run away with all the rest of these heroes as the Dark Willow in trouble. They will hook shot in, manage to find Schofield and finish off the Willow as well.
They are getting so much track gold.
Yeah.
My goodness. So many heroes involved, and really, I feel like the deciding factor in this game that has made such a big difference is the 3 picks they found on Sniper. They've really slowed down Analog's game. It was looking to be absolutely amazing, and it's such a good Sniper game. But these multiple picks that they found with the Puck and the Bounty Hunter are really shaping the story of the game. If they can keep this up, if they could get him another time. It also begs the question, was Dragonlance the right choice?
Right.
Should he have bought the 4-step first? And is he actually not even buying it?
And now, oh man, Luna going to drop, pulls her in, kills her off. Everywhere you look, it is all going Tundra in this game number 2. Yeah, I mean, and he's sort of at that situation where I kind of feel like where the Shadow Fiend was also last game, where he's just like, I just need to go for damage, maybe.
He has to be extremely aware of his positioning. The reason I like the Sniper so much this game was in part because of Pyke, and it's not even in his build.
Yeah.
He's finishing a Mjolnir now, and now he's going BKB as his defensive solution. The problem is, I mean, I guess you have the concussive grenade, so maybe the Pyke isn't fully necessary, but having both makes such a big difference for your freedom to move in fights, especially when you're playing against heroes like Clockwork and Puck. You might want multiple repositioning tools on the Sniper, but it's going to rely on just the one. See if it's going to cut it. So far, has not really been the case. And it's also, let's say you only want one.
Yes.
You already have the Dragonlance.
Right.
Isn't it just better value to finish the Pyke anyway then, than buying just the shard? See you later, King Jungles.
Unfortunate. I mean, yeah, I guess. I hear you.
I mean, I'm unsure. It's probably kind of close because Concussive Grenade has secondary uses as well, right? Like offensive casting and whatnot, where it's harder to use the Pyke for that, but...
Maybe he's just thinking he only needs an answer for if Clockwork jumps on him. I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think the coil is just as big of a problem, and having both allows you to break the coil with one, and then as they collapse on you after, you can get out a second time.
Right.
But yeah.
I guess that's where BKB comes in, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if he gets the BKB, he can probably just, BKB run out of coil, and then it's fine, or BKB grenade out of coil.
But that's also not a winning formula.
Not exactly, but it's more of a winning formula than just falling over and dying every fight and getting nothing done. So kind of have to choose the lesser evil here.
And Shad going back for a Blink Dagger.
I love this. I love when Medusas buy Swift Blink. I feel like this is underutilized just play super aggressively. He can just blink into the enemy team, activate his ult, they can vacuum or coil. There's so much nice synergy. And you're in a position in the game where I think you're tanky and far enough ahead that you can take this aggressive approach. So...
Well, and I also
like
feel like the underrated part about that, it's like one of the highest damage items you can get in terms of agi. Like, you get 35 agi when you get the blink off. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's... Medusa's one of the best heroes for it because she really benefits from the mobility.
Yeah.
And she has the luxury of buying it because she's so inherently tanky. A lot of other carries in this position need to buy another item slot that's like utility-based, like BKB. But Medusa in this kind of game can...
This is a cool move right here, though. Look at this. They're going to try and blow up 33 while Roche is going on. Terrorize out, good damage, and dead. And now more onto mid one.
Mid one just killed himself there with a TP. That would have been terrible, but yeah. Uh-oh. Whitemon.
Divine Llama. They go in on this? I mean, he hook shots out. That gets him away alive. But showing some pretty cool stuff here. From Heroic, making a move when the Roche is being taken.
At the same time, though, how long did that Darkseer kill just take?
Yeah.
That has to be a bit of a concern.
Saksa, underneath the ward, they see him.
All right, another freebie.
These kills, just a little bit too cavalier with the movements on Tundra.
Yeah, eventually, when you're playing this aggressively for vision, and at some point you're going to get caught. It's been a long time since Saksa was punished in this game, so... You know, got to cut him some slack as well. The bounty hunter, it's a risky job, but somebody got to do it, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes you will get caught out, but you're right. These kills are pretty impactful. Heroic are 9,000 gold behind, which isn't great, but looking at the big picture here, if Sniper and Luna get 1 or 2 more items, the tankiness problem that we're seeing right now with the Darkseer popping everything will get less and less relevant.
Yeah.
And then it's a matter of, can you handle Medusa? And I would argue, yes, you have some really good heroes against her. Mars is great against Medusa. I would say Willow is really good against Medusa. Sniper is an obvious counter pick to Medusa. And we were just talking about Sniper. Man, he's going BKB. He's got it now.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Probably over 1,000 GPM here the last 3 minutes for Analog.
He has really pulled the stuff together. And, you know, this is also Solar Crest getting thrown around. Going to hook shot in, take down the Willow.
Exploring the world.
Yeah, this one will be an easy one.
Did they not track him there?
Might not have come up in time.
Because I would say Schofield made a reputation for himself at some point of having a lot of like chaotic deaths around the map and just being, you know, drawing attention to himself, wasting the opponent's time.
Right.
That strategy is significantly less good against Bounty Hunter. So got to be careful with not bleeding too many kills. Dalai Lama might be forced to BKB. No. Yes.
Wow.
Actually, yes.
He's
hello?
dead anyways. Oh, no, he's not.
He waited way long on that one. Oh my god, he almost died to Parasma. That was...
Sin, though. Heroic, they got their first Wisdom Rune. Let's go, Parker. Yay!
Wisdom Rune.
They got it.
I don't remember the last time I've seen this. That team get their first Wisdom Rune minute 28.
It's pretty nuts.
And let's not celebrate too much. They got 1.
Yes.
They are not going to get more than 1. But yeah, it's something. King Jungle's blown up. Not a track kill, though. This was just mid one doing it all on his own.
After Parasma going in for the Octarine Core, too.
Parker, okay, he changed it up. He was about to buy Nullifier, and I was like, I don't know about that one. But he has changed it up now to the MKB.
Makes sense.
Anticipating a butterfly on Medusa because he sees the Eagle song. But it's smoke and mirrors.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if... Oh, but he already bought the Demon Edge now.
Yeah, who's completing... Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, who's completing their item first? But Parker's actually committed now.
Interesting.
If he knew that this was a Swift Blink, I think he would buy another item entirely. Mid one has the read, but Parker's out of there in time on the Luna. As Shad will take the bottom tier 2 tower, so only one stands in the top lane now between them and the Dire base.
I wonder if when he sees the Swift Blink, if he's going to switch over to, like, you know, a Daedalus or possibly like a...
He already has 2 more components.
Oh,
I think
no,
it's too late.
Done.
Yeah, he's committed.
Wow.
All right, here comes the siege. Heroic might look for a Blink Spear onto Shad to start things off here.
Nobody else is here. Luna is over by the Ancients. You've got Sniper out farming. It looks like they're just going to sort of accept some of the losses here.
They have Glyph. Is there a meaningful item? Okay, they were waiting on the MKB, I think. Oh, Shad just blinked in.
Now speared back. Got him caught. How much damage do they have? Shad hitting low, 48 seconds left on this Aegis. Couple more punches is all they need. They got him caught there. The fear, the damage out, and he's gone. If they can manage to bring down 33, and they will, this bodes very well right now for the side of Heroic. Parker steps in, wants to take down Shad, but he's turned to stone, and they're hitting into him. It's way too much damage. Can they keep him alive? No! It's not going to happen. The Sunrise still is pretty solid. They're burning through all that mana. They need just a little bit more in Analog. The second carry, the little dwarf that could, is standing strong. BKB takes down another. Soxa in trouble. Mid-1, trying to walk away from this one, but whoa! He messed up completely. Divine Llama is going to die, but that is 5 for 2.
It's 6 for 2. That was an Aegis as well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, if you're going to go high ground like that, this was my concern when I was looking at Shad. He was down to like 30% mana, and then he swift blinked on the spot to increase his pushing speed. But then Mars just blinked in, speared him to the tower, and on your respawn, you don't have swift blink ready. So they just run him. They just run him over. And Darkseer came in and did his best to protect. You're going to see the replay here. So this spear, it was almost missed actually from Divine. That would have been a travesty, but you see 33 going in aggressively here. I'm not sure exactly what he's looking for. He just completely compromises his position. Will pop all of his defensives, but this arena is blocking off the entire team. It's a very easy pick on him. And Shad caught in this really awkward spot. It is a good Stone Gaze, and they do petrify the Luna here and find that kill, but it comes at a really expensive cost here, with all of them dying in the end to the chase through.
Right, and in this situation, you know, who is that other damage dealer for Tundra? It's kind of the Puck, but at the same time, he took so much damage, he couldn't really go in wholeheartedly. And yeah, you saw there at the end a little bit of a unfortunate play, jaunting right onto the spear.
Yeah.
Worth noting now, Sniper did purchase that defusal blade.
Uh-oh.
Hook shot.
Yep.
Schofield, Orchid, Soxa onto him. Mid-1 runs in. Silence, damage out, good hits, dead. Now Coil connects onto Divine Llama, immediately beating away his Analog. But they're going to back out. And wait a minute, 33? 33 in no man's land. They drop down the wall. I don't know if that's going to be good enough, though. He got so excited about killing Sniper. He does end up giving his life for him, and now maybe they can do enough here. Although outside of the arena, he's staying alive. On to Parker. Do they have enough damage to throw out there? It does not look like it. Has to TP away.
That was a really good result for Tundra with how that started. Darkseer effectively just getting out of position, but he does set up the kill on the Sniper, which is extremely valuable, of course, and they find themselves a pretty good fight. There were a couple of major item reveals happening here as well. So the Darkseer shows off his Shiva. We see the Orchid used there for the first time by the Willow, a very interesting choice from Schofield, with other options available, such as a Eul's into Wind Waker potentially to get people out of trouble, or could have bought a Force Staff, could have bought a Glimmer Cape, considering how much of this radiant damage is magical, but he's going to go for that Orchid here. Mars now has a Hex. Very, very big item against the Puck. There's no defensive item on mid-1. He has to be super careful now. If he gets blink hexed and pinned to a wall, Sniper will kill him in a matter of seconds.
This feels like one of those games that is so dependent upon how the fights start. Like, in a lot of ways, obviously, you've had very strong movements from Tundra. They've got a solid lineup here. The Medusa is fat. But at the same time, if they get caught out of position, it kind of doesn't matter almost, I feel like. We've seen the potential of Heroic to blow up that one hero and actually to, like, find the finish for the kills.
And at the end of the day, when you want to win this game as Tundra, you got to go high ground.
Yeah.
And this lineup is stupidly strong on high ground. Mars, Phoenix, Willow, and Sniper. Probably all four of those heroes would be in like my top 20 hardest heroes to push against.
Yeah.
We have four of them in the same lineup. You have to deal with the constant threat of the arena. You have to deal with the terrorize combination. Brambles are super annoying to push against. Phoenix, one of the high ground absolute powerhouses on support, and then Sniper needs no introduction, right? So you've got to be really careful as Tundra with how you access these fights, and ideally, I think you try to find some sort of fight anywhere else. Like if you can get a skirmish going outside the base, if you can find some sort of a team fight that just gives, even if it's just one kill,
yeah,
like just some sort of way of softening the engage into high ground will help them a ton, but Heroic are going to be playing super tight. They're well aware of this. They know they're playing against Bounty Hunter, so they'll just group up as 5. And that's the thing about this gold bleed is, yeah, it's 7K, it's all nice, but how valuable is the gold?
Yes.
4,000 of it is a BKB on Bounty Hunter. Doesn't feel particularly valuable to me.
Right. There is a lot here that could go wrong really
It really is
quickly.
a matter of, like you said, who initiates, right? Like finding the right opening. There's so much volatility. Any Blink Hex on the puck into a burst is huge. Blink Hexing Darkseer is also amazing, mind you. If he doesn't get his auras off, that's also huge.
I also feel, I can't help but feel like this Luna does have some of this like wasted net worth though, in a way, with this MKB.
That's fair. The MKB is definitely not ideal. Closing in on a Conda will help him out in the damage department, but you're right, the MKB not great right now.
Extra vision being granted by Luna at night, but they're going to move around to the side, and up there they find one Schofield. Very close to dead. Now they jump though, find the bigger target. Hex onto Darkseer. Where's the save? They don't have it, but they do get Stone Gaze off. Good damage though, 33 is dead. Amazing wall onto the Luna. Gonna start to tear into her. Shad though, no more mana left in the tank. Doesn't matter. They've already killed everybody that they need to. Shad, can he survive through this? He looks like he's gonna be able
the last
to.
Fire Spirit missed. That's so huge. If he dies there, the push is not going to be nearly as dangerous, but with Shad here, they can get a ton done.
Oh.
Just barely living, and he's going to continue this push.
And the difference there of not getting the spear hit onto the Darkseer. If he doesn't get that wall down.
Exactly. The Luna Illusion did a ton of damage in that fight. And just caused a lot of issues for them. Okay, I say a ton, 600.
It doesn't exist. It's bugged. It's bugged.
It's bugged?
Yeah,
All right,
it's
so
more than that.
First of all, it's bugged, and secondly, he got all his auras up, right? So, yep, that's just, it's game, right? That's the difference. We were talking about, it's about getting the right initiation. It's about getting it the way you need. Heroic, they try to find it with the Mars, but that missed spear is just everything. Tundra get all their stuff off. They get 3 lanes of barracks. They get the Darkseer combo out. They get the Medusa to just stand and deliver with the Swift Blink.
Oh, man.
I mean, looks like they're not going to tap out against Megas, but...
I mean, they've got a high ground defense, but they're already on your high ground. It feels so hard to imagine a comeback from this scenario. But to be honest, if there was heroes to do it with, I still think this is a decent chunk of them. Luna always has that potential.
And you know what? I'm going to come back to it a little bit again here. I feel like this Orchid on Willow has been a big mistake from Schofield.
Yeah.
We've barely seen any use of it. And we've seen 2 or 3 fights in a row where he's actually the one getting caught by Bounty Hunter, and they just kill him. If he has some sort of defensive item for himself, if he can Yule into Shadow Realm when he gets opened on, if he had some sort of Glimmer Cape to mitigate damage, whatever it is. Because this last fight that we saw, as much as we're talking about the missed spear, let's remember it was also 4-on-5.
Yeah.
Schofield was already dead, so they chose to take a 4v5 and try to use the positioning to their advantage. But ultimately, being a man down is a huge hindrance, especially when it's your key combination hero in the Willow, who's meant to land that Terrorize in the arena, who's meant to land those big brambles.
And out of the base, too. Like, you have the high ground defense. You don't need to fight out there.
That's true.
But nonetheless,
mid one's in, fights the Phoenix.
Immediately onto him.
Has buyback.
KJ gone.
But yeah, these rockets with Ags, so much vision from Whitemon.
Tundra.
Lighting up the whole base.
Ready to make a move if they want. And Darkseer buys the BKB. So making sure that if he does manage to not get chain stunned, they'll just have an easy pathway to get all of his abilities off. But Roche, going to be claimed. Of course, the big equalizer that you're always looking for is going to be that Rapier. Still a ways away from it on Luna, I believe.
Yeah, Parker recognizing the gravity of the situation here. Buying the only item that is likely to save them whatsoever. Schofield is alive by the skin of his teeth against the Tormentor. He will get a shard for his troubles to the upgraded Cursed Crown. But yeah, this Aegis on Medusa, they were already struggling to kill her once. Tundra should just be able to run this one straight down the lane. Group up, keep the Darkseer in a good position, make sure he doesn't, like you said, get chain stunned and killed off. If he gets his BKB, all his auras out, a decent vac wall. Even if the vacuum wall just hits Luna, it might be enough.
Yeah.
Like, you just need this good head start into the fight. Heroic. Time for the last stand of game number 2. It's only 40 minutes in. It feels like this has been a long game, but...
Well, it very abruptly came to this situation where all of the racks were suddenly gone. And Tundra can keep this movement going if they want smoked up. Smoke now breaks. Silence out. Now starting to hit a little bit. Gets rooted for a moment on
Lots
that
of
Medusa.
rockets.
Jump forward, Puck already starting the battle off a little bit. Now Parker breaks smoke onto Soxa. 33's off to the side too. The silence is there. Manta backs away, needs to pop that BKB. They're there for the chase, and now, a good Supernova protected by that arena. The damage out, Medusa completely out of mana. Okay, if they can do this a second time for Shad, it would be huge, but you can see already Whitemon trying to play intercept. They managed to make it happen. Analog backing away, trying to get back towards the fountain. They take down that Dark Willow, and now the sniper in trouble. Analog, Force Staff not going to get him away in time. Buyback though. Parker, the vacuum pulls the ball back in. No Luna for 90 seconds, and Analog dead inside the fountain. Nowhere is safe. Tundra, they're going to push this to a game number 3.
And that one, more so than game number 1, felt like one that definitely could have gone both ways. Game 1 was very one-sided. This one a lot more competitive, with Tundra ultimately getting the better of them. Feels like the ton of track kills that they got along the way really helped them out. There was like this 10-minute period from minute 15 to 25 where Tundra really built up their advantage and got the couple key items they needed to take the better fights. And especially Schofield on that Willow became a big target and had a very tough game. Tundra will bring us to a 3rd.
All putting on their shoes, getting ready to go back to business. We'll see if Heroic has what it takes to take it in game number 3. For now, moving on back to the panel.
Tundra will bring us to a 3rd. I actually think that 33 and Saxa bring us to a 3rd, because I thought both the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter absolutely popped off Lizard. I think this was definitely a great showcase of why this Bounty Hunter is very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we were waiting and waiting. Some games they won with the Bounty Hunter, but it wasn't really on the Bounty Hunter. This time around, it was definitely on him, because this is the first time that they actually pressure and win a lane. This fight right here is a little bit after the laning stage, of course. Sniper dies very easily early on, but most importantly, they're all tracked. And they're getting one kill after another with tracks. You know which hero also likes chasing targets? It's Clockwork, and when he has vision from that track, he can easily hookshot in, get these kills. Puck as well following up. T continuing.
I mean, it's the Puck. That's what I was hoping we were going to get to. He finishes the game on mid 1, 12, 3, and 16 on the Puck. And Darkseer, Clock, Bounty, all these heroes, they bring momentum to the game. They bring aggressive positioning, where if you have a confident Puck player, he's going to utilize that perfectly. And that is the issue with Heroic's lineup. When you go for a Phoenix and you have a Willow and the MOUZ, that is your key team fight in the early game. If Arena and Spear don't connect cleanly, there's no real follow-up. Like, you can't use Terrorize as an anti-Puck tool. That is just not a thing. And that's where Heroic, sure, you have a sniper to try and counter Puck in lane, but your entire draft is built on itemization and farm rather than fight. Compare that to game 1. Everything was about explosive nature, grouping, fighting, and I think, yeah, Tundra forced Heroic down a different path in the draft, utilized it quite nicely, and it was, again, refreshing to see. I like this style of Tundra where Shad gets a little bit more priority in the draft, can be the carry where he sees some, clear path on why he's playing his hero, or picking his hero, sorry.
For me, one big difference in these two drafts is the fact that on one side you have Medusa, Shad, that Tigav is just talking about. Like, he can see his path to either farming or fighting wherever he wants to and chooses to. On the other side, I feel like even though Sniper on paper is amazing against Medusa, it's like a really good pick, and it also crushes Puck in the mid lane. The problem with him is they had no playmaker. Like, besides the Mars, absolutely no playmaker. Tigav is also talking about the fact that they can't really connect with that Spear, with that Arena properly. Why not? Because he's the one that needs to go in first. He has to do everything. Like, he needs to initiate properly, he needs to set up the team fights, he also needs to catch heroes. So he was going for and deal damage sometimes as well. That's
a lot of things.
A lot of things. And build auras, which they didn't have anyone to do. So in the end, like, they also didn't build the right items, in my opinion, on a lot of heroes. I feel like position 4 and 5 for them felt for me at least, it felt like they were more uncomfortable than they usually are on these heroes. Sind also noticed that with the Orchid build on Dark Willow, I believe a Halberd on Phoenix as well in this game was not really that effective at all. They needed something to get rid of the silences from the puck.
We often praise when a MOUZ is paired up with either a Willow or a Phoenix. Do we think that maybe this time around, T, having both of them is just a little bit overkill because both are great follow-ups to that arena and you kind of want something extra out of your support duo as well?
In this specific instance, yes, because you went for a sniper in the last pick.
Okay.
If you had like a Void Spirit, a Puck yourself, or a Tiny from mid lane, then it doesn't matter what your supporters are because the mid will do all the lifting required to bring life to the fights in early game. But because you have a farming mid, farming carry, then these double hyper teamfight supports, it's like everything kind of compounds to being, I wish we didn't pick that hero, and obviously hindsight kicks in a bit more. But yeah, I think that historically it's a good combination. But the sniper pick at the end, trying to go for this counter you in lane, it worked in game 1, and I think they might got a little bit too excited that it worked in game 1. Used it in game 2 without thinking about the bigger picture. It's very easy to do that because like when you win a game, it's like, oh, it worked, let's do it again. I don't think this was the game that you needed to, hard counter the mid lane with the sniper. It could have easily been kind of the melee heroes that we were maybe suggesting during the draft.
Yeah, and most of the time it kind of does tend to be that way. Like you counter something in game 1, you let it go through in game 2, and then they adjust it a little bit. They spice up the draft in all the right orders, and this happens. Like the Bounty Hunter has a Dagon level 5 at the end. He's just running everyone down, which is also very interesting, by the way. You're playing into Puck, into Bounty Hunter, you're buying nothing for that track. You're buying absolutely nothing for the silences.
Yeah, look at him.
He's going Dagon, yeah. He's Omega big. Like maybe a Dispel on one of the supports could have been useful.
It probably could have been. At the same time, I mean, the best case scenario for Heroic would have been eventually getting that big team fight with the follow-ups that we talk about. But that Bounty Hunter, Saxa on the Bounty Hunter, just made that near impossible because the vision was on the side of Tundra everywhere, and with the gem in the hands of Saxa as well, there was very little vision for Heroic to go off of, so then you can't get into a proper position to get that team fight going.
Yeah, sentries are a finite resource in Dota, so anytime an invisible hero becomes meta, it feels awful to play against in the correct hands, and I think we've seen multiple types of bounty. We've seen Tundra fail with Bounty Hunter, we just saw them win with Bounty Hunter, but this is how you're meant to play it. Scrappy like fights, constantly going, no big cooldowns, high damage supports, high damage cores, like no real care about what you're trying to do. Just keep going. And if other teams are looking to play bounty, like look at this game. This is like the perfect recipe for it. Like don't do these. I don't know. There's been so many weird attempts at bounty hunter before in this tournament, but this is, I think,
this is the way you want it.
The textbook one, the good one.
And it was the classic combo with the Darkseer as well on the lane. It all worked out very well. There's one point I want to touch on before we move forward, because I did see, and I think a lot of people saw that experience runes were a difficult struggle for Heroic in this game. Lizard, how big of an impact does that have? Like if you look at it from hindsight, the first 4 experience runes.
Yeah.
We're all, the wisdom runes were all on the side of Tundra.
I don't think we have to go in too much depth here. It's massive, but that also comes down to the fact that you're playing into Clockwork, into Bounty Hunter. These heroes contest the wisdom runes very nicely, like you have to prepare for them. And also they had a couple of unfortunate fights just before the wisdom rune spawns, so they lose a fight and then some Bounty Hunter just trolls, picks up that wisdom rune. Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, especially because they had 2 heroes like Dark Willow and Phoenix, who arguably can build any item in the game, but all they need is experience. They desperately need it, and yeah, unfortunately they didn't get it.
They did not get it. I don't know if Saxa will get another Bounty Hunter in game number 3. We'll have to wait and see. But while we're waiting to see what Saxa is going to play, let's first see what he's going to say against Direction Slags.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Sox. Welcome to Focus Fire from Team Tundra. Focus Fire, it's a little game. I'm going to ask you trivia questions. You got 90 seconds to answer as many as possible. Getting them right is important, but getting more is more important. All right, so you don't know, just get through it. Crap answer. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, you sure?
Yes.
90 seconds on the clock. Let's start it. 3, 2, 1. What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2017.
Close, 19. How long does an Observer Ward last? You should know this.
360 seconds.
What the hell is that? Is that 3 minutes? Is that 6 minutes? I don't know. I'm not good enough at
6
math.
minutes.
Wrong. 6 minutes is correct. Name any item that builds into Oblivion Staff.
Cornucopia? Oh, no.
Cornucopia? What the god? Shadow Shaman and Lion both have the same spell. What is it called?
Hex.
Correct. And what type of damage does Witch Doctor's ultimate do?
Cure.
Good. What hero has the Facet Krill Eater?
Tide.
Good. What hero has the highest strength gain?
Centaur.
No, Primal Beast. What's the most expensive item to build in the game?
Dagon 5.
Wind Waker, sorry. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Wonder, I'm afraid. Who was the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Wings.
Yeah, you remember that one. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Oh, I don't know. Not Oracle.
No, that's correct. It's Templar Assassin. How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
6.
That's right. What is the active of Roshan's cheese called?
Oh, fuck, I knew this.
You can do it. The timer's up. This is for the point. I'll give you as long as you want. Roshan's cheese active.
I've heard Sunswan talk about it so many times.
It's true. He does mention it often.
I don't know. I also have a mental block. I can't.
The correct answer was fondue, my friend.
Yeah.
Fondue. Well, you did pretty good. That was some good Dota trivia. Do you consider yourself a Dota trivia expert?
No.
Okay, well, obviously, yeah, it wasn't that great. But what is your favorite piece of Dota trivia? Do you have one that's not this?
No, I don't think about Dota.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time. You did very well. We'll compare your scores with the others and see who is our leader. But I appreciate you being part of Focus Fire, which is now hopefully less triggering since Wind Ranger has been nerfed. But thank you so much for your time, and we will see more of Waska at Wallachia. Goodbye. I have to issue an apology to Saxa because he was 100% right. Most expensive item in Dota 2 is Dagon 5 with 7,450 gold, whereas Wind Waker, which Slack said was the most expensive one, is 6,825. So Slax is wrong, Saxa's right, and I don't know if anybody's surprised by that knowledge, but hereby now you do know. Let's find out what's going to happen in our upcoming third game of this series. May I remind you guys that we are in a Swiss group stage here for PGL Wallachia, and whoever wins this game number 3 will secure themselves playoff bracket, and with that, 3 days break, because we will continue playing the Swiss group stage for the next 3 days. And so far, both teams, both Tundra and Heroic, 1-1 so far, T-Gov. The huddle is already going on behind us. What do you do if you're Heroic coming back after a game like you just had?
It's probably one of those generic statements, you know, like, we're a good team, we can make the plays, you know, we're sorry about the draft, you know.
I don't mean, what did they say?
I thought that's the question. I'm going to do it anyway. Can we continue?
I mean, what are they going to do in the game?
No, I mean, I just want to keep doing this part. What are they going to do? I mean, honestly, that's also what they are going to do. Because as a team, I don't think there's really much to change, right? Heroic are a good team, Tundra are a good team. But this entire series has felt like who's had the upper hand in the draft. Game 1, Heroic had a much better draft. Game 2, we saw a couple curveballs getting thrown at them from Tundra, and they weren't ready to deal with it because they kept going down this line. So, yeah. So I think, I think if you're Heroic, it's just maybe don't put the...
warming up.
Yes.
I'm down. Just let's chill on the whole analog must crush mid in the first 7 minutes concept. That was great game 1. Not so great game 2.
I mean, even game 1, he did die on the Huskar 1, so it wasn't even that great.
That's true. But like, I want to see him on the Earth Spirit. I want to see him on like a bit of a playmaker. And but But overall, both teams are doing well in the series, and it's going to be a very close game 3.
Yeah. I just wanna commend Whitemon's setup, by the way. Not the hand warmers, but the colors of his keyboard and the mouse. It's very aesthetic. I like it.
I see it. No. We saw it a little bit. It was like a little bit like I would say off-white and a nice teal bluish.
It was very nice
going on.
Okay. But on the other side, like they are really chanting, like they're hyping themselves up in those huddles. It's not just like some team talk about the draft and stuff. It's also like
it's motivational.
Yeah, motivational, which is kind of cool to see.
And they end like with like a huh or something like that. You know. All right, let's see what we got then, because game 3 on your screen, so the draft. We got Tundra on the Radiant side, and first pick and Dire for Heroic. Bounty Hunter taken out. So in case anybody was wondering, Bounty Hunter out. I think also the Beastmaster out is not a surprise after seeing him played on Heroic side in the previous or in the first game, and we know 33 is a monster on that hero as well. So I think we're going to see a lot more Beastmaster banned in the upcoming days as well.
I feel like in hindsight, this is where you think, just ban it out in second game. You won against it in game number 1. Game number 2, they're definitely going to adapt and make it a bit better. But okay, better late than never, right? Like they still ban out the Bounty Hunter. Besides that, they target 33 a little bit. The Bristleback is banned out. Beastmaster, like you mentioned, on the other side. And Shadow Demon is, by the way, still in.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, so was Omni Knight, but that got banned out. It was Shadow Demon and Doom that were banned out previously, as well as the Tusk.
Yeah, I like that because it's now going to open up both Shadow Demon and Clockwork potentially to get through the pool. So for Heroic, like if you take SD, then Tundra gets Clock can find SD, it looks pretty good. And then if Heroic take Clock themselves, then Tundra might not even care about the matchup. So it's kind of cool that we have this like slight little mind game where, oh wait, a lot of heroes are now available for first pick. You're overwhelming them, and
they ban out the Shadow Demon in the end. And I like this kind of for Heroic because no matter what, I wanted to see a different set of supports for them. I wasn't really impressed in that last game, and I don't know if it's the pressure of the Bounty Hunter that got to them, or it was maybe a couple of picks that they weren't so comfortable for them for that game. But we go back to the good old Clock Tusk. We have Visage still left in the pool. We have Luna still left in the pool. Both good for both of these heroes.
One thing we have learned from this series is you can't pick 2 supports that don't apply pressure in the enemy jungle early on, right? Like Bounty Pugner, they might be side lane pressuring, but they don't invade. Willow and Phoenix, same thing again. So maybe that's what we're already seeing. Actually, both teams are ignoring that fully because Clock and Tusk are best in field at invading into the jungle, pressuring in lane.
And I already like this for something maybe as a Mars for the Vailama. Like he played it already.
You're getting carried away with that one, boss.
What a surprise pick that was.
I'm a shocker.
Right?
Sorry, Lizard.
Sorry, Lizard.
But no, I mean, what they lacked in the last game was some position 5 that T just said and talked about, like gives vision, goes in, can go in teamfights first, not only into the enemy jungle, but can start things off as well. So makes stuff much easier for the offlane. But we'll see. Visage, we won't see that one with the Tusk or the Clockwork.
Indeed, removed. Curious if Luna will get the ban hammer here too.
Great taunt on Luna.
Great taunt. So we'll but I don't think Shad spams.
That one is such a good taunt.
I don't think Shad spams it. So if you want to hear it, I think it would be in the hands of Parker, who literally must be spam clicking that button. But he also is using it in the right situations, which was very entertaining if you were paying attention.
That one and the Chicken Meepo for me are definitely one of the best ones.
True. We got Doom banned out, so it looks like Heroic is focusing a little bit heavily on 33's heroes. No surprise there, of course.
Yeah. Speaking of Chicken Meepo, by the way, Parker plays it. So there is a.
But does he actually have the chicken?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure he does. Like seeing how much he spams it.
As our resident Meepo player, is he actually good?
The last games I watched, he lost, but. Let's leave that hero alone.
There's a little bit of copium in there. We're not going to see you guys. Don't worry. We got a Brood ban coming out from Tundra as well, and they'll instantly go in with that puck that we've seen being very strong.
Yeah,
even in the game that he lost.
I guess they're inviting Heroic to
Like,
counterpick
please
that.
try and do your laning counter pick. But again, I would love to see Heroic go for like Snapfire, like Void Spirit, like Snapfire and support. Pair it with like a mid that wants to find heroes on the map, because melee heroes do well against Puck. You can deny, you just go a little bit more of a serious advantage on Puck, and then you mirror them on the map, right?
Let's keep it real. Get the MOUZ first.
It's real. Oh, okay, all right.
After that, we can get the Snap as well. We can get Snap here too.
Sure. Oh, we can go Snap Mars.
Snap Mars.
See some heroes.
And then some Void Spirit or something like that. Whatever you want.
But then you are giving away Luna.
That's true.
Fine. But no, I can see Snap Mars, C2 heroes, and Earth Spirit or Void Spirit. That feels like quite a heroic draft, but...
Yeah, some Earth Spirit would be very solid for them. They've played it before.
But because they see the Puck, they could lock it in now because they don't care.
Ooh, or they just don't do what you guys are saying at all.
That's fine as well.
And pick Alchemist.
Cool. Why not?
Why? But why
would they
are
listen
they?
to us after all?
This is true. But what would be their reasoning for picking Alchemist here?
Alchemist has been flexed by some teams a little bit. So we have seen it played as position 4 as well, which we have to keep in mind. At the same time, I do think that Alchemist is one very underrated hero right now on that position 1. Like we saw the stats, 66% win rate, I believe, but he's not picked as much. I really think that Alchemist has a very solid place in the meta right now, even against the top tier carries such as SF and Luna and whatnot. And they get the Lion. I love this as well. Like they played Lion, I'm not sure if it was them, but Lion was played into a Storm Spirit and it dominated. And this hero doesn't feel that bad anymore. I feel like Lion is in a pretty decent spot at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Lion still, unless you're against like Nature's Prophet and stuff in lane, you are always able to secure. You prevent your offlaner from dying, and then you have the Blink Hex against Puck. And Puck players hate going defensive items.
Of course, and something like a Nench was usually a problem for Lion. Just creeps running at him, and maybe one of the reasons why he wasn't picked a lot, and she's still left in the pool. Maybe an option for Tundra.
But that would mean that you're mentioning Lion as the position 4, which has been traditionally the case, but that means you have an Alchemist Clockwork lane.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fine.
I think Alchemist Clockwork lane isn't that terrible. Like you can still switch things up. You could put Lion on the safe lane.
Though. It's just Acid Spray. You contain them inside the Acid Spray. You have Concoction and Battery Assault. That's a lot of kill opportunities.
Yeah, the problem with Alchemist right now is like he is really strong in the laning stage. Like this hero isn't weak at all. So one of the reasons why I think even with the Clockwork it can work, even though his melee, well, like Tigaf said, that's a lot of damage in that Battery Assault and Cogs.
And smart here for Tundra not to pick up a carry, thinking that Al could be the carry, even though Divine Lama isn't really, like, at least from previous, I don't think I've seen him play, at least in pubs, the offlane Alchemist there, but they are respecting it, going for the Sand King. Then it's like Sand King plus Tusk in one lane, Ench plus something. Again, it's like technically flexible between the two, but Whiteman often plays the Enchantress. And now Heroic are going to have to pick a hero, ban some, pick again, before Tundra then locks in Shad on the carry. And I love this. Like, starting this series, I said I prefer Shad when he gets a later pick in the draft. That's why he was a strong, up-and-comer carry from the online space.
Oh, Gyro. So...
Offlane Alchemist.
Offlane?
Carry Gyro. And when we think about offlane Alchemist, the best versions I've seen so far is when they still go Radiance, the first item, Blink, and then after Blink, they then go back for the Greaves or the Pipe or the Crimson. So you're still seeing the farm efficiency in the early game.
Can you read on his face what he's going to build?
No. I have a question. Why would they, if they were planning on flexing the Alchemist, why would they pick Gyrocopter here rather than, letting that flex be open until the very end?
So there are some things that are really nice here with the Gyro instead of the Alchemist on the safe lane. Like Alchemist as well is probably going to be playing into Tusk now that Enchantress is being picked. Snowball into that unstable Concussion can be a little bit difficult to deal with. And Sand King as well is not the easiest lane for him. Now with the Gyro, it makes those things a little bit nicer for you. Plus you're a hero that actually can be active a little bit earlier, so the Alchemist combos very nicely with you. Aghanim's later on as well makes a lot of impact, if it's given to you, of course. So overall, you could have left it, you could have picked some mid into the puck, I agree, but this also isn't bad.
They need, or it's like imperative, that Heroic has Earth Spirit, Void Spirit. I've said this before, but if they don't have this mid hero, I'm worried they're relatively greedy. Like, Gyrocopter wants to farm the safe lane, Alc wants to farm as well. They both have overlap in jungle if the game gets a bit bad. Lion and Clock can rotate, but they need someone else to do the damage for them. In laning phase, Gyro and Out can do it, but they don't want to leave their farming patterns in the first 10 or so minutes to join fights realistically. So that's where the mid pretty much does it all.
Yep.
And Tundra on the other side, like Ench, Tusk, they want to find kills, they want to be making moves. And
in the end, I completely agree with Sheaves. Like, they could have picked the Earth Spirit, which they did before as well, into something like Puck, into all this aggression, and left the last pick kind of ambiguous, right? Like, it's a secret.
Well, yeah.
They don't know if it's off lane, if it's safe lane. So maybe that's something that they could have done, but okay, let's see. Maybe they just have some trick pick from the mid lane, some Viper or something nasty like that.
It could be out of the heroes you mentioned, Void Spirit is still in.
Yeah, there's Tiny as well, right? Like, he's also left in the pool. Like, these are the kind of heroes that work well against the Puck.
Well, let's see. It will be an Underlord. So is that an Alchemist?
Is that a mid-Alchemist?
Yeah, it potentially could be.
It versus Puck, like, long time ago with some acid spray.
At this rate, it could be it could be Jarvid, but no.
How would an Alchemist do against Puck mid, if that is the case?
This is another melee body. I think anytime you talk about how to try and beat Puck, it's can you get extra denies, annoy the Puck in some capacity, and Out can push it out from the jungle camp. So it's just more about farm efficiency, and that's the entire strategy. Gyro is going to have